Barricades and Borders, Europe 1800 to 1914. 3rd edition Robert Gildea. For John Roberts. Preface to the first edition. Were I asked to write this book today, I should probably decline the honor. It is a rash enterprise to attempt a total history of 19th century Europe while being able to consult only a fraction of the literature. Some aspects inevitably proved more interesting than others. Students at King's College, London, on whom I inflicted my first lectures inspired by this brief, complained that I was obsessed by nationalism and had too much to say about little countries in Eastern Europe. One afternoon, researching the niceties of Swedish banking history, doubts of my own about the wisdom of the project almost got the better of my patience. There is no pretense here to originality. At best, the book is intended as a humane synthesis of new and not so new writing on 19th century Europe and aimed at the student of the 1980s. I am indebted to the resources of the Bodleian and British libraries. Among those who gave me crucial advice I would like to thank Jeremy Black, Tim Blanning, Peter Dixon, Robert Evans, Anne Hardy, Derek Mackay, Tony Nichols, Andy Pitt, Mike Rosen, Hamish Scott, Liam Smith, Nigel Smith, and Andrew Wade. Philip Waller read painstakingly through the first draft of the manuscript, and saved me from too many errors in British history. John Roberts has been a model editor, and repeatedly sent me back to the drawing board to mend my text. The typists who have tried to cope with my handwriting are too numerous to mention, but in particular I am grateful to Gil Dixon and Belinda Timlin. The unfailing scepticism of my students in both London and Oxford has forced me to clarify my ideas, and to reject many of them, but their enthusiasm has always come up with others to take their place. R.N.G. Merton College, Oxford. January 1986. Preface to the second edition. This book has been substantially revised for the second edition, both to take into account the shifts of recent research, and to clarify the text in the light of teaching experience. The most drastic revisions have been to sections dealing with the middle classes, religion, socialism, and nationalism. There is also an entirely new section on feminism. I hope that the student of the 1990s will find that the work has acquired something in the way of a new lease of life. R.N.G. Oxford. July 1995. Preface to the third edition. Revisions for the third edition have updated certain key sections, including those dealing with the 1848 revolutions, nationalism, religion, social engineering, and modernism. The bibliography has been brought up to date. The argument has also been clarified at various points. The biographical dictionary of major figures has been replaced by 3 other items for easy reference: a chronology of events from 1799 to 1914, genealogical tables of dynasties of the main ruling houses, and a table of chief ministers in the major states. R.N.G. Oxford. July 2002. Contents. Part 1 Europe 1800 to 1850. 1. The quickening pace. Demographic revolution. The expansion of the market. Capitalist practices, agriculture. Capitalist practices, industry. The problem of capital. Crisis in the elite. 2. Napoleonic Europe. France, revolution from above. The hegemony of Napoleon. Assault on the Ancien regime. The generation of nationalism. 3. Metternich's Europe. The Vienna settlement. The revolutionary tradition. Counter-revolution and conquest. National awakenings. Liberalism and radicalism, Western Europe. Liberalism and radicalism, Central and Eastern Europe. 4. The revolutions of 1848. The United Front. Division and defeat. The springtime of peoples. 5. Hierarchies of culture. Language and education. Patterns of leisure. Religious revival. The birth of the disciplined society. The Romantic Revolt. Part 2 Europe 1850 to 1880. 6. Mid-century prosperity. Urbanization. A world market. Agriculture, profit and loss. The accumulation of capital. Bourgeois dynasties. 7. Nationalism and unification. Reaction, the 1850s. The Crimean War. The withdrawal of Russia. Unification, Italy. Unification, Germany. The Ausgleich. 8. Revolution contained. Constitutional change. Anarchism and socialism. Stabilization, liberal. Stabilization, authoritarian. The resurgence of Russia. 9. Mid-century culture. Schools. Philistinism. Religion and science. Positivism. Realism. Part 3. Europe 1880 to 1914. 10. The struggle for economic supremacy. Mass migration. The Great Depression. Agricultural crisis. New technology. Industry, ownership. Industry, management. Industry, labor. Plutocracy. 11. Problems of national integration. Socialism, Northern Europe. Socialism, Southern Europe. Socialism, Russia. Roman Catholicism. National minorities. Feminism and the crisis of masculinity. 12. The race for empire. Colonialism. Chauvinism. Imperialism. 13. The management of society. Mass education. Social welfare and social engineering. Anti-Semitism. Authoritarianism. 14. Culture at the turn of the century. Mass culture. Secularization. The unconscious. Modernism. 15. The breakup of 19th century Europe. 1905, Revolution in Russia. 1905, Tremors in the West. 1905, Germany's bid for power. Slav nationalism contained. The attack on privilege. The disintegration of the Ottoman Empire. The bitter pill of militarism. War against revolution. Part 1. Europe 1800 to 1850. 1. The quickening pace. Demographic revolution. In the essay on the principle of population, first published in 1798 and substantially revised in 1803, Thomas Robert Malthus, a Surrey curate and Fellow of Jesus College, Cambridge, issued a gloomy forecast for the 19th century. Population, he argued, had a constant tendency to increase geometrically, doubling in size every 25 years. But the resources necessary to sustain that increase could be multiplied only arithmetically, adding only a fixed amount every year. Individuals had therefore to impose a preventive check on the natural growth of the population by postponing marriage until they were in a position to maintain a family, and to abstain from sex in the meantime. If they did not, the population would be reduced to the level that resources could maintain by means of positive checks in the shape of war, famine, disease, and the fourth rider of the apocalypse who would always be with them, death. As an analysis of conditions prevailing at the end of the 18th century, Malthus's study was remarkably shrewd. The population of Europe had been growing rapidly since about 1750. But closer inspection shows that the rate of growth was not the same in all countries, and the growth rates before and after 1800 often varied considerably. The population of Spain and Portugal grew steadily between 1750 and 1800, and that of Ireland and Hungary increased dramatically. But in all four cases the growth rate declined after 1800. In the Scandinavian countries a moderate growth rate before 1800 improved to a good growth rate after 1800. The performance of France was disappointing. The increase in her growth rate was only marginal. Most remarkable, however, was the achievement of England, Wales, and Scotland, where the growth rate doubled after 1800. A population explosion might seem logically to be the result of more births, but from the end of the 18th century in Western Europe the birth rate was in fact declining. Between 1790 and 1850 it fell in Germany from 40 per thousand of the population to 36.1 per thousand, in Great Britain from 35.4 per thousand to 32.6 per thousand, and in France from 32.5 per thousand to the very low figure of 26.7 per thousand. What really mattered was that the death rate was falling, so that people were living longer. In the same period the death rate fell from 29 per thousand to 26.8 per thousand in Germany, from 23.1 per thousand to 22.4 per thousand in Britain, and from 27 to 23.8 per thousand in France. The conquest of major epidemic diseases such as the plague and smallpox was an important contribution, but vulnerability to disease had persisted as a result of poor health. The main reason for the general improvement in health was a marked increase in the food supply. Whereas before 1740 population increases had been regularly cut back by massive subsistence crises which killed off the surplus by starvation and disease, the increase in food supply after 1740 muffled the effects of Malthus's positive checks and permitted sustained population growth. It has been suggested that the last great European famine took place in 1816-17, when volcanic dust in the atmosphere caused by an eruption in Indonesia inflicted a very cold summer and failure of the harvest. Countries bordering the North Sea and the Baltic, such as Great Britain, Belgium, the Netherlands, Prussia, and Scandinavia, escaped with lower grain prices and lower mortality than southern and western Germany, Switzerland, the Habsburg lands, the Balkans, and Spain, where hunger and disease took a heavy toll. Later subsistence crises, as in 1831-2 or 1846-7, were less severe or confined to regions that were hampered by agricultural backwardness and isolated from supply routes, and therefore relief, should their own harvest fail. In general this meant parts of southern and eastern Europe such as Spain, which suffered a major subsistence crisis in 1856-7, or Russia, which was struck by famine in 1891-2. The death rate in these countries remained over 30 per thousand and the pace of population growth that had been signaled in the later 18th century was not sustained into the 19th. There were basically two ways in which the food supply could be stepped up: the conquest and improvement of marginal land, bringing forest, moorland, and fen under cultivation, and the elimination of fallow land. It is clear that what was deemed wasteland in one respect might be economically viable in another, such as the marshes of the Po Delta, which provided employment for fowlers and fishermen, or the oak forests of Serbia, which offered rough grazing for pigs. But whereas in Eastern Europe, where the population was not too dense, it was still possible to practice a primitive field grass husbandry, plowing up new land, cropping it to exhaustion, and then moving on. In Western Europe the pressure of numbers meant that the land had to be reclaimed once and for all and put to the most productive use. The danger there was that agriculture was based on cereal production, especially cash crops like wheat, which drained the soil of goodness and subjected it to what the English farmer Arthur Young called the thraldom of regular fallows. As late as 1848 a quarter of arable land in Bohemia, the most advanced part of the Austrian monarchy, was under fallow. The way out of the infernal circle of cropping to exhaustion and leaving fallow was to cultivate new crops, such as maize in southern France and the Danubian principalities, or potatoes on the North European plain from Ireland to White Russia. Potatoes had the advantage of producing 3 times as much food per acre as grain. Another solution was to perfect the rotation of crops. Artificial grasses like clover rotated with cereals eliminated fallow by restoring nitrogen rapidly to the soil, while rotation with root crops like turnips both improved the soil and provided winter feed for animals. Whereas the extensive farming of Eastern Europe was widely given up to livestock, in Western Europe the tyranny of cereals meant that livestock was ignored, with the exception of draft animals, sheep on the uplands of Spain and Italy, and a few mangy beasts turned loose on the stubble after the harvest. Too often cattle were regarded as rivals for food, and yet animals provided manure which, before the importation of Peruvian guano after 1840, was the only fertilizer which could enrich the soil and increase the yield of grain. A balanced animal and arable husbandry was practiced only in parts of the British Isles, Denmark, Flanders, and the Swiss cantons, which were oriented towards the market. To increase the food supply was the main way to stave off a Malthusian positive check so that the population could increase. Another way was to increase the volume of employment outside agriculture. But this was conditional on two factors: that agricultural productivity was high enough to feed a non-agricultural population, and that there was sufficient demand for manufactured goods to support those engaged in making them. Much of Europe was still confined to a subsistence economy, with local communities not only growing and consuming their own food but making their own clothes, shoes, and tools as well. However, the impact of a wider demand was beginning to make itself felt in 1800, whether it was the wartime demand for iron cannon and timbered ships, the demand for cheap cotton textiles in foreign markets, or the demand for beer and spirits at home. It was this demand that fueled the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution in Europe. By about 1850 the proportion of the active population engaged in manufacturing, mining, or building had reached 17% in France, 37% in Belgium, and 48% in Britain. On the other hand, the map of industrialized Europe was very patchy. The regions around Glasgow and Belfast, the Midlands, the north of England, northern France and Belgium, Alsace, Rhineland-Westphalia, Saxony, Silesia, and Bohemia, with Catalonia and Lombardy the only possible contenders in Mediterranean Europe. They were islands in an agricultural sea. Over half the active population was still engaged in agriculture in France and Austria in 1850, with 62% in Italy and a much higher proportion in Eastern Europe. The very low level of agricultural productivity kept the vast majority of the population in these countries locked into the countryside in order to ensure their subsistence. The shallowness of rural demand was scarcely adequate to sustain industrial production at the best of times. When the harvest failed, the results could be disastrous. For the first two-thirds of the 19th century, bad harvests were the single most important cause of industrial depression. And when the urban population starved, revolution never seemed very far away. The consequence of minimal industrialization was the congestion of the countryside as a growing population fought for the same amount of land. Plots were infinitely subdivided in many parts of France, northern Spain, southern Germany, and Sweden. In Ireland, the growth of the potato made possible a greater fragmentation than would have been possible under grain. The availability of plots encouraged early marriage, and the population supported by them doubled between 1781 and 1841 from 4 to 8 million. In the early period of the Industrial Revolution, it is true that most industry was based not in the towns but in the countryside, and provided ancillary occupations for rural inhabitants, which might enable them to make ends meet. In the textile industry, much spinning was for long done by peasant women at home with their spinning wheels. When this became mechanized, the factory spun yarn was put out by merchants to peasant weavers from Lancashire to Silesia. From the Pyrenees to the Urals, the iron industry prospered near forests which provided charcoal to smelt the ore and fast-flowing rivers to work its tilled hammers. Coal mining, brewing, and distilling were usually undertaken on the estates of large landowners. Fishing provided an additional resource for the peasantry of the Atlantic and Mediterranean coastlines. But the subdivision of the land still left a growing mass of landless laborers, who were fully employed only during the harvest season and whose very mass pushed down the level of the wages they were paid. In times of hardship they might form bands of brigands in order to terrorize landowners. Even in England, where a system of parish relief existed after 1795, agricultural laborers rose in revolt across the southern counties in 1830. Table 2. In many cases the rural surplus, unable to survive in the countryside, moved off to the towns in search of work. In addition, charity, both lay and ecclesiastical, was town-based. The early part of the 19th century was one of rapid urbanization. 250,000 people moved into London in the 1840s, so that its population reached 1 million by 1850, including an Irish-born colony of 109,000. At that date Paris had over 500,000 people, Vienna and Moscow nearly that. Whether the immigrants would find employment was another matter. For the typical large European town in this period was still not a mushrooming mill or mining town but a city dominated by a princely court, numerous in Germany and Italy, the church with its cathedrals and convents, the army with its garrisons, and the magistracy with its train of legal officials and litigants. Their growth was generated by state building, but they were parasitic on the economy of the surrounding countryside. A second kind of town was commercial, and these expanded more or less rapidly according to patterns of trade. Thus towns involved in the booming Atlantic trade, such as London, Paris, Rotterdam, and Antwerp, grew rapidly in the period 1800 to 50, while those involved in the declining Baltic or Mediterranean trades, such as Stockholm, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, Lisbon, Genoa, and Venice, grew rather slowly. Even in the industrial towns the structure of employment was not congenial to the immigrant worker. Large-scale industry was to be found in the suburbs or in single industry towns away from the capital. The skilled trades were dominated by craft guilds which imposed strict limitations on entry in order to guarantee their market. Often there was little alternative to finding casual and irregular employment in street trades, sweated workshops, domestic service, on the building sites or waterfront, or as a last resort in the army, crime, or prostitution. In the 1840s, a decade in which doctors and social reformers for the first time took stock of the misery of these populations, the term proletariat meant not so much industrial wage workers as this strange race, savage and apart. The conditions they lived in were atrocious: overcrowded lodging houses, cellars, and garrets, shanty towns in the insalubrious districts beyond the town walls. Disease in them was rife, and when cholera swept across Europe in 1832, it took an especially heavy toll in the working-class ghettos. Figures for Sweden in the period 1816 to 40 show that the death rate was 22.3 per thousand among the rural population, 34.4 per thousand among the urban population, and 45.1 per thousand in Stockholm. Towns everywhere were death traps in which growth was maintained only by a constant supply of recruits from the countryside. Cut off from the countryside, they would have wasted to nothing. The one safety valve for overpopulation was emigration. Clearly it did not attain in this period the proportions it reached later in the century. Emigrants from Europe averaged about 110,000 a year in 1821 to 50 as against 900,000 a year in 1881 to 1915. The first burst of emigration dated from the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, when agricultural depression and urban unemployment made an alternative existence in North America or the colonies seem extremely attractive. In 1830 Edward Gibbon Wakefield founded the National Colonization Society to promote British settlement. But the main zones of emigration were those like Ireland and South Germany, where the parcelization of properties had reduced the peasantry to a marginal existence which made them extremely vulnerable at times of agrarian crisis. In Europe the harvest of 1846-7 was bad, and in Ireland the failure of the potato crop was catastrophic. On the other hand, the cost of transatlantic fares fell by 75% between 1815 and 1840. Between 1847 and 1854 about 935,000 people emigrated from Germany and 1,629,000 from Ireland, traveling steerage from Rotterdam, Antwerp, and Liverpool. The expansion of the market. Though rising agricultural and industrial production was necessary to avert the positive checks on the growth of population described by Malthus, a growing population was also an element of the expanding market which was a precondition of agricultural and industrial revolution. But given the shallowness of the domestic market, and its vulnerability to harvest failure, foreign markets played a leading role in the stimulation of economic growth. This gave an immediate advantage to Western European countries with a seaboard, colonies, and fleets, and confined those countries of Eastern Europe that were to all intents and purposes landlocked to a sluggish economic development. In 1800 the import of spices and coffee from the East Indies, the shipping of slaves from Africa to the West Indian plantations, and the import of sugar and cotton from the West Indies for re-export to other parts of Europe accounted for the prosperity of Glasgow, Liverpool, Bristol, Nantes, Bordeaux, and Barcelona. In addition, Great Britain was fast becoming the workshop of the world, exporting almost as much cotton cloth as long-established woolen cloth, together with hardware, to Europe, the United States, and beyond. The economic issue rapidly resolved itself into a military issue. Sea power was required to secure colonies and control foreign markets, and in turn the possession of colonies and foreign markets promoted industrial and thus military power. Great Britain, for example, depended on her former colonies in America and on the Baltic for the importation of naval stores, timber, tar, and hemp, without which her fighting fleet could not sail. After 1795 she used her sea power to cut off France and her European allies from their colonies and export outlets and to confiscate or destroy their shipping. But the triumph of Napoleon on the continent presented a severe threat to British trade. After his defeat of Prussia in 1806 and of Russia in 1807, and following the French seizure of power in Spain and bullying of Portugal, Napoleon managed to force every state on the northern coasts of Europe, with the sole exception of Sweden, into a continental blockade to shut the British out of European markets. In the first instance it was simple economic warfare, to throw the British economy into chaos by depriving her of outlets for her surplus products and to make the import of essential raw materials, foodstuffs, and semi-finished goods extremely difficult and a drain on her resources, since she would have to pay in bullion. In addition, it was part of a grand design whereby France would be able to catch up and even overtake Great Britain as the leading European industrial and military power. The Napoleonic land empire was to be made into a zone protected artificially against cheap British textiles and hardware, and France would be compensated for the loss of her colonies by markets of replacement on the European mainland, harnessed to her own economy by means of preferential treaties and the monopoly of some markets, as in Italy. There is no doubt that the continental system had a profound effect not only on the French economy but also on other economies in Europe. Protected against cheap British imports, yet provided with the whole French Empire as an internal market, the continental textile industry flourished. The Norman woolen towns which had suffered under the treaty with Britain in 1786 now revived, as did the woolen industry at Aachen and Verviers in Belgium, which was mechanized by an expatriate manufacturer of jennies from Lancashire, William Cockerill. Cotton manufacture, importing the raw material from the Levant, took off in Normandy and Alsace, in Flanders at Roubaix and Ghent, and in Saxony. The silk industry expanded in Lyons, drawing on the raw silk cultivation of Lombardy, and at Krefeld, on the left bank of the Rhine, while linen did well at Elberfeld and Barmen on its right bank, and in Silesia. Again in Belgium, at Liege, the traditional iron industry based on the charcoal furnaces and water power of the Ardennes was developed under the eye of Cockerill into a modern iron works, with puddling furnace and rolling mill, to cast cannon and build machines. However, the British economy was not brought to its knees, thanks to the supremacy of British sea power. The Orders in Council of the British government in November 1807 replied to Napoleon's boycott by blockading the ports of France and her allies, allowing them to trade with each other and with neutral countries only if they did so via Britain. The Spanish port of Cadiz was virtually choked. Steps were taken to ensure that the United States never became part of Napoleon's system, a development that might have been disastrous. Britain attacked French, Dutch, and Spanish colonies, inflicting terrible damage on the Catalan cotton industry. Then, in 1810, after the occupation of Spain by France in 1808, the Spanish-American colonies revolted. Britain penetrated the newly liberated Latin American markets, while the shift of French troops from northern Europe to the Iberian Peninsula meant that henceforth the boycott of British trade could only be ineffectively enforced. If the Napoleonic Empire was a common market, it was of the one-way variety, subordinated to the economic interests of France. Nevertheless, the period after 1815 represented a step backwards, for the fragmentation of Europe into little states led to the multiplication of customs barriers along state boundaries and tolls on important rivers such as those at the mouth of the Rhine imposed by the Dutch. Imposed by war-ravaged states burdened by debt in order to raise revenue, these barriers severely restricted trade between European states. As far as wider trading relations were concerned, the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars was similarly disastrous. The attempt of the restored Spanish monarchy to regain control of her colonies by military force failed. The dismantling of the system of blockade and counter-blockade, which had provided an artificial protective tariff for continental Europe, now exposed it again to the competition of cheap British textiles. The textile industry suffered, notably the linen manufacture of Flanders and Silesia, which could not withstand the competition of cheap cotton goods, and governments were pressed to protect native industries by the establishment of import duties. On the agricultural front, the end of the war led to the flooding of the European grain market with Russian grain, which was cultivated on a growing scale by serf labor in the Black Earth provinces above Odessa. Since 1750 prices had been rising, but this period came brutally to an end with a depression lasting from 1818 to 1830. In Prussia, hitherto a leading exporter of grain to countries like Britain, the Junkers tried to weather the depression by switching to other enterprises, such as sugar beets, distilling, or sheep farming for the wool market, but they were racked by debt. In Great Britain, the landowning aristocracy sought to protect itself by having the government pass protective corn laws which kept out cheap foreign grain for the benefit of home producers. Such defensive measures were understandable. But they restricted markets even further and could only hamper economic growth. In response, lobbies appeared which favored the dismantlement of all obstacles in restraint of free trade. They drew their basic principles from Adam Smith, who had argued that each country should invest its capital in what it produced most efficiently, so that its products would have the maximum exchangeable value. The corollary of this was that event for surplus must exist, that surplus produce must be exchanged in foreign markets without official let or hindrance. As a result, the volume of the export market would stimulate greater productive powers at home in the form of an increased division of labor, and wealth would multiply. Spokesmen for the manufacturing interest like David Ricardo, whose Principles of Political Economy and Taxation was published in 1817, proposed that the corn laws should be abolished and cheap foreign grain accepted if agrarian countries in turn accepted British manufactures. Cheap bread would permit manufacturers to lower wages, increase profits, and attract more capital investment, while the lower costs of production would enable them to undercut all other rivals in the world market for ironware and textiles. For their part, the Prussian Junkers, faced by corn laws in Britain, the Netherlands, which included Belgium between 1815 and 1830, and elsewhere, were prepared to accept foreign manufactured goods if manufacturing nations would accept their grain, wool, and timber. Some progress was made towards the establishment of free trade by 1830, but not without squeals of protest from the protectionists. In Great Britain, the government of the Duke of Wellington converted the blank prohibition of the Corn Laws in 1828 into a sliding scale whereby duties fell as the price of grain at home rose. However, it was influenced more by the need to safeguard food supplies in years of scarcity than by Ricardo's advocacy of maximum industrialization. Curiously enough, the first parts of Europe really to profit from free trade were the Danubian principalities. Entirely subordinate to the Ottoman Empire until 1829, they could send their wheat, timber, and livestock only to Constantinople, where the price was artificially low. But a Russian victory over the Turks in that year opened wide markets in the west to the principalities, prices rose and production was stimulated. Prussia was likewise anxious to find outlets, and was the driving force behind the abolition of high tariffs between states or groups of states in Germany and the foundation of a Zollverein, or customs union. The South German states, Bavaria, Württemberg, Hesse-Darmstadt, joined the Prussian system by 1831, and gained considerably from the ability to export their foodstuffs and raw materials to North Germany. But the main attraction of Prussia's customs union was the foreign outlets it was able to negotiate for German products. In 1831, for example, Prussia concluded a Rhine Navigation Act with the Netherlands, freeing that waterway of all tolls. This attracted the Central German states, including Saxony with its growing cotton industry, into the Zollverein, which was fully constituted in 1834. Subsequently, the Zollverein negotiated commercial treaties with the Netherlands, 1839, Britain, 1841, and Belgium, 1844. But while this satisfied the Junker landowners and exporters such as Rudolf Camphausen, who founded a steamship company at Cologne in 1844, and David Hansemann, who promoted the Cologne-Antwerp Railway, it did nothing to placate the industrialists of the Rhineland. In return for trading outlets, these manufacturers had to suffer competition from Dutch refined sugar, British textiles, and Belgian cast iron, rails, and rolling stock produced by John Cockerill at the vast iron works at Seering, near Liege. The protectionist manufacturers of Germany found an influential mouthpiece in Friedrich List, former professor of political economy at Tübingen. His National System of Political Economy, 1841, pointed out that Smith's vision of a universal economy, in which each country would produce what it was best suited for, was only a camouflage. It meant that all countries would be subjected to the industrial hegemony of Great Britain, in return for which France, Spain, and Portugal would provide Britain with wines and Germany deliver toys for children, wooden clocks and philological writings. 1 But this made sense only in a utopian world of universal peace. In order to catch up, other nations must protect their infant industries by artificial means, as Britain had herself done at an earlier period by mercantilism. Trade was subordinate to politics. Free trade without equality of industrial development was imperialism. British manufacturers continued the campaign for free trade, conceding cheap grain imports as the price for wider export markets. The Anti-Corn Law League was set up in 1838 by Richard Cobden and John Bright to expound their views. This Manchester school of political economy refuted old Malthusian arguments that massive industrialization would only produce a glut and fall in profits, and denounced the Corn Laws as a rampart of aristocratic privilege. The triumph of the Conservative Party against a Whig radical alliance in the elections of 1841 seemed to safeguard the Corn Laws, but the Prime Minister, Robert Peel, managed to get the Commons to agree to their repeal in 1846, albeit at the sacrifice of his own career. It was noted that the Corn Laws had done nothing to maintain prices in the period of glut that followed the Napoleonic Wars. In 1845 famine struck in Ireland and only the import of vast quantities of foreign grain could limit the extent of the disaster. Without the protection of the Corn Laws, landowners would need to improve their estates, switch to mixed husbandry or cattle farming, and look to the growing demands of urban markets. Free trade only became an issue as improving communications, the vehicle of import and export, broke up the honeycomb pattern of local economies and unified them into a wider market. The central problem in the early 19th century was how bulk goods could be transported. Roads built privately by turnpike trusts were fast, coaches traveled from London to Manchester or Paris to Rouen, half as far, in a day in the 1780s, but were for passengers. Governments were interested in roads only for strategic reasons to carry armies, whether the military roads built in Scotland by British engineers or the roads built by Napoleon from Paris to the counter-revolutionary Vendée, to the Rhineland, across the Alps, and down to Illyria on the Adriatic coast. Waterways were far more significant for the carriage of bulk, the cost of which on navigable river or canal was between a half and a quarter of the cost by road. The deepening of rivers, cutting of canals, and building of deep-water harbors extended the range of seaborne commerce without difficulty into the low-lying countryside of Britain, northern France, Belgium, and the Netherlands. Under the auspices of Prussia much was done to improve navigation along the Rhine, and the Rhine was linked to the Danube in 1845. But just as the roads of Eastern Europe were uniformly bad, so the Danube remained intractable for both natural and political reasons, and faced the wrong way. In Russia, similarly, many rivers turned towards landlocked seas, and raw materials and fuel might be situated hundreds of miles apart. Prussia was not much better off, for the Vistula, Oder, Elbe, and Rhine flowed from south to north, while after the acquisition of the Rhineland in 1815 the country was oriented politically east-west. grain, timber, and wool were exported to Great Britain from Danzig or Königsberg, and woolen and cotton yarns imported at Hamburg or up the Rhine, but there was no direct communication in Prussia between the agricultural east and the industrial center of Rhineland-Westphalia. A revolution in transport was made possible by steam. On the waterways, steamboats plied across the Channel after 1821, on the Rhine after 1824, on the Danube after 1831, and on the Volga after 1843, but they were viable only on such short hauls. Fuel was heavy and expensive, and over long distances steam was no faster than sail. China was opened up by an armed steamship, Nemesis, in the Opium War of 1841, but it was the sailing ships, not the paddle boats, that brought back silk from Bengal or tea from China. The major impact of steam was made through the classic achievement of 19th-century transport, the railways. In the first quarter of the century, railways were already transporting coal from the pithead to the nearest canal, or port, whether in Northumberland, South Wales, or the coal basin of St. Etienne. As such, they were only an adjunct of the waterway system. It was the perfection of the steam engine by George Stephenson in 1825 that converted the railway into a means of transporting heavy goods which would replace both road and canal. By 1835 it was being adopted in Belgium and Germany. The railway linking Antwerp, Liege, and Cologne was finished by 1844, and the connections across Germany from Kassel in the west to Leipzig and Warsaw in the east were completed by 1850. Much more than the Zollverein, the railway made Germany into an economic unit. In addition, the railway transformed the course of the Industrial Revolution in Europe. The first industrial revolution, that of textiles, had been dependent on consumer demand for stimulus, and had been financed on a shoestring. The second, that of coal and iron, was provoked uniquely by the railway mania of the 1840s, and demanded real capital investment. Capitalist practices, agriculture. Backwardness may have been the characteristic of agriculture in many parts of Europe in 1800, looked at from the economic point of view. But in a social sense agriculture was at the service of the peasant community, and the communal and collective patterns that were imposed on agriculture, though they might not be the most efficient in terms of production, were often in the best interests of that community. The woodland and waste that lay beyond the cultivated land was common land, which provided timber for fuel and building, and rough pasture for cattle, sheep, and goats. On the arable land a system of three-field rotation prevailed, the third lying fallow. In the Bocage regions of Europe, from Brittany and Westphalia to Bavaria and parts of the Hungarian plain, where isolated farmsteads were dotted among little fields surrounded by hedges, the peasants could farm their plots with relative independence. But in the open fields of the North European plain, from northern France and Germany to Denmark, southern Sweden, Poland, and Russia, the ownership by one peasant of strips in many different fields required the collective regulation of plowing, sowing, and harvesting. This was especially so in Poland and Russia, where the strips were periodically redistributed by the peasant commune among the households according to their needs and to ensure that no family obtained a monopoly of the best land. After the harvest the peasants enjoyed the collective right to glean and to graze livestock on the stubble. The simple technology in these villages kept social stratification to a minimum. Use was made of the light arrayre or saka, instead of the heavy plough. It did not cut very deep, but on the other hand it was ideal for thin, sandy soils. It was cheap, and could be drawn by a nag instead of several pairs of oxen. The heavy plough and the ox teams only served to differentiate between the rich peasants who owned them and the landless laborers who were employed as ploughmen. The peasant community was concerned essentially with subsistence agriculture. For this reason the rapid rise in agricultural prices between 1750 and 1815, which favored a capitalist and market-oriented approach to agriculture, threatened the traditional peasant community. In some cases capitalist farming could still operate within its constraints. For instance, seigneurs exploited their privileges to drive their flocks and herds onto the common land. The response of poor peasants in France was to demand the equal division of the common land, something that was conceded by the revolutionary government of 1793, should a third of the village community request it. In Spain the peasants profited from the anarchy of the War of Independence to occupy communal and uncultivated lands. In 1813 and 1820 liberal regimes in Spain authorized the distribution of half these lands to veterans of the war and destitute families, and the sale of the other half on the open market, but these measures were annulled by the absolute monarchy. In general, however, capitalist farming methods involved the destruction of communal and collective traditions. The precondition of progress was seen by both agrarians and agronomes to be enclosure. The enclosure of common land permitted the systematic exploitation of timber or its improvement as arable land to meet the rising demand for grain. The enclosure of open field permitted the consolidation of strips, the adoption of new crop courses with grasses and roots to eliminate the fallow, the breeding of pedigree stock, fenced off from inferior species, and the abolition of the peasants' tiresome rights of access for gleaning and pasture. Enclosure made viable the introduction of new agricultural machinery and created a more numerous agricultural proletariat to work it. From the end of the 18th century the enclosure movement spread from England to the Netherlands and Denmark, to France, to northwest Germany with the improvement of Lübeck Heath in Hanover after 1802, to Prussia under an ordinance of 1821, to Sweden under decrees of 1803 and 1807, and to the Baltic provinces. From there the movement spread southwards to southwest Germany, the Alpine regions, and Italy, although the bulk of the enclosure of common land in Spain did not take place until after 1855. Enclosure meant the assertion of private property rights against communal custom, and invariably told against the rural poor. In Cologne, Karl Marx, writing for the Rheinischen in 1842, noted that peasants who until now had been guaranteed traditional rights to gather deadwood in the forests were now being prosecuted for theft, while landlords who had an interest in selling timber to building contractors and shipyards in a rising market had their claims supported in the Rhineland Parliament. The defense of common rights in woodland and waste against usurpation by landowners and speculators often led to violence. It came to a head in the turbulent years 1848–9 when peasants in South Germany, the Alpine region, including southeast France, and Sicily took up arms in defense of their customary rights and invaded common land which had been appropriated. The division of the open fields, ran a Prussian saying, makes a nobleman out of the big peasant and a beggar out of the cotter. A second effect of enclosure was to accentuate sharply social stratification in the countryside. Those who gained were the landlords, whether the entrepreneurial lords of the manor east of the Elbe who undertook the direct exploitation of their estates, or the rentiers of Western Europe who let out enclosed land to large tenant farmers at twice the rent that could be had for open field. Those who lost out were the small tenants or cottagers who might receive some compensation for the loss of a strip in a consolidated field but nothing for the loss of customary rights on the common land. The army of landless laborers grew thicker, but remained for the most part in the countryside because reclamation and intensive farming required much labor, and because the low level of industrialization in many countries meant that they had nowhere else to go. Social stratification was pronounced in the countryside of Europe even before the enclosure movement. There was a hierarchy among the peasants themselves, with large peasants who owned plough teams and hired additional labor to work their fields, small peasants who had insufficient land to support a family and were obliged to hire out their own labor, and middle peasants who owned or rented just enough land to meet the subsistence needs of the peasant family and could make do with the labor of the family to cultivate the land. But although peasants farmed all the land in 1800, they often owned less than half of it. The rest was in the hands of the church and nobility, protected against sale by entail or mortmain, or owned by urban corporations, or bourgeois landowners. During the French Revolution most church lands and some noble properties were sold off. But the only peasants who benefited were those who were already substantial tenants or owners, for the aim of the revolutionary government was not to help the poor but to reduce the burden of government debt. Land was sold to the highest bidder. Those who did best were bourgeois land buyers, though they did not so much eclipse the landed nobility as combine with them in a single rentier class. part noble and part bourgeois. The sale of church lands was undertaken by the Napoleonic regimes in Italy, yet there again the buyers were not peasants but existing landowners, speculators, army contractors, merchants, and the administrators, magistrates, and lawyers who supported the rule of the French. No rural society was more stratified than that of Spain, especially in the south, where one of the results of the Reconquista had been the grant of vast estates to the church, military orders, and nobility. Whole tracts of these latifundia lay uncultivated and derelict, while the mass of the peasants, without land of their own, had no choice but to labor on those parts of the estates that were tilled. In 1797 landowners formed 8.0% of the rural population in southern Spain, while 17.7% were tenants and 74.3% were landless laborers. Some attempt was made to dissolve the religious orders and sell off their properties by Charles IV in 1788 to 1808, by the Napoleonic regime in 1808 to 9, and by the liberals in 1812 to 13 and 1820, but the brisk trade in church lands and breaking of noble entails had to await the triumph of the Progressive Party in 1836 to 7. Even then, no threat was posed to the larger nobles, whose estates were viable, and the purchase of available property by the newly rich bourgeoisie only served to strengthen latifundism, the system of large estates. In Eastern Europe, where serfdom still existed in 1800, the peasants did not even have full ownership of their own allotments. Serfs did not own their plots of land but rather occupied them and worked them in return for dues paid to the lord in money or kind or unpaid labor service performed on his estate. Where the territory had been colonized relatively late, where labor was scarce and markets distant, landlords tended to exploit their estates directly, exacting labor services, called robot in German-speaking countries and barshkina in Russia, from their peasants. Prussia, Poland, the Austrian provinces of Bohemia, Moravia, and Galicia, much of Hungary, and Transylvania, the Danubian principalities, and southern Russia, fell into this category. On the other hand, where the population was denser and local markets stimulated peasants to produce a surplus, landlords preferred to let out their estates and live on the rents, commuting labor services into the payment of seigneurial dues. This was the normal pre-revolutionary pattern in France, western and central Germany, and the Alpine region including parts of Austria. Either system was oppressive, but the serf was not free to sell up and move on, he was not in a market situation. For the other face of serfdom was coercion by non-economic means. The serf was subjected to a hereditary personal servitude which denied him the right to inherit or dispose of land or money, marry, leave the manor, or take up other employment without the lord's consent. The serf was beyond the reach of the ordinary courts of law and all disputes on the manor were settled in the seigneurial court, which was staffed by the lord's men. In France, personal servitude was to be found only in the eastern provinces and the serfs there were emancipated in 1789. But the abolition of dues and services that derived from occupation of an allotment was conditional on the landlord being compensated by the peasant. In the event peasant revolt and the abolition of seigneurial justice made it impossible to impose such compensation, and all traces of feudal dues were eliminated by the Jacobins in 1793. The destruction of feudal dues and seigneurial justice was carried out beyond the borders of France by the Revolutionary and Napoleonic armies, from Savoy in 1792 to the left bank of the Rhine and Switzerland in 1798, the Kingdom of Naples in 1806, and Westphalia in 1807, Spain in 1808, and the Hanseatic States in 1811. The campaign was largely political, to break the back of those aristocracies that opposed French rule and to impose the equal subjection of all citizens to the French state. The abolition of feudalism to strengthen the modern state was also attempted by Prussia after her defeat at the hands of France in 1806. But there were also economic reasons for the abolition of serfdom. In particular, until 1818, rising farm prices encouraged landlords both to increase the proportion of their estates under direct exploitation and to do away with what was considered an inefficient form of rural labor. These goals could be achieved by the abolition of serfdom. The Prussian case is instructive. Hereditary servitude was abolished in 1807 to appease a peasantry in revolt, although seigneurial jurisdiction and police powers remained intact. In 1811 labor services and dues were abolished, but peasants had to indemnify their lords for this loss by surrendering between a third and a half of their allotments. If they were in debt or had insufficient land to support their families, they were now obliged to sell their labor to the lord as the only possible employer. By 1815 the Junker aristocracy was back in the saddle and concessions became even more restricted. Those eligible to redeem labor services and dues were limited in 1816 to large peasants who owned a plow team. This meant that the mass of poor serfs had to continue to perform labor services or, in the case of Silesian serf weavers, to pay dues. In many cases they were better off abandoning their plots, burdened with obligations as they were, and hiring themselves out as free wage laborers. However, what tended to happen was that the lord did not pay wages but allowed the laborer a small shack, garden, and some pay in kind. In return he would continue to work on the lord's estate, on a short contract, and vulnerable to eviction at short notice. For with the abolition of serfdom went the abolition of bauernschutz, the obligation of the lord to protect his serfs. As a result of emancipation, Prussian landlords increased their holdings of agricultural land by about 6%, and the number of landless laborers increased. In the Baltic provinces of Estonia, Livonia, and Courland, which were within the Russian Empire but dominated by German landlords, the serfs were emancipated even more cynically in 1816-19, without any land at all. In the main part of Russia, where Napoleon had not seen fit to declare the serfs free in 1812, nothing was done to improve the lot of the peasants, except on state lands, because of the dependence of the state on the nobility. In Sweden, where serfdom did not exist, enterprising landlords nevertheless responded to rising markets by taking direct control of their estates and replacing the small tenant farmers and crofters who worked them by landless laborers. Only in Denmark, where there was equally no serfdom, was there a sale of unprofitable copyhold lands by landowners from the 1780s, which gave rise to a class of 60,000 large tenant farmers who came to form the backbone of the country. It was not, however, the view of all East European landlords that serfdom was an unviable proposition, and the trend to emancipation was not uniform. In some areas the possibilities of the market actually resulted in an intensification of forced labor. In the Ottoman Empire, Turkish fief holders either exacted a tribute of 1/10 of the peasants' produce if they were absentee, or required forced labor services if they or their stewards ran the estates, as in Bulgaria. In Serbia the payment of dues to Turkish overlords came to an end as a result of insurrections against Turkish rule in 1804 and 1815, and no hereditary Serbian landlord class was set up in their place. In Greece, after the revolt against the Turks, Turkish lands were taken over by the new state in 1831, although the Greek peasants enjoyed squatters' rights on them until being granted full property rights in 1871. In the Danubian principalities, the defeat of the Turks by Russia in 1829 resulted in a redefinition of labor services in the Danubian principalities under the Organic Regulation of 1831. Though carried out under the auspices of a conquering Russian general, it was dictated by boyars avid to take advantage of the new markets in Europe that had opened to them. By various insidious means, the amount of labor service due, fixed at 12 days a year, was indefinitely extended, so that Marx reported one boyar to have exclaimed, "The 12 corvée days of the organic regulation amount to 365 days in the year." 3. While the screw was tightening on the serfs in the Danubian principalities, there was no sign that it was being relaxed over the Carpathians in the Austrian monarchy. In Bohemia and Moravia 156 days a year of unpaid labor were demanded of peasants with a full holding, and the situation was even worse in Galicia. In the monarchy, emancipation did in fact have a clear political sense. It could be used in order to undermine the Polish gentry of Galicia and the Magyar gentry of Hungary who were asserting themselves against Vienna. When the Polish gentry rose in revolt in Galicia in 1846, the serfs did not follow them, for their enemy was the serf owner, not the emperor. The monarchy did not at once learn its lesson, and little was done to relieve the plight of the peasantry. As a result, there were peasant strikes in both Slav and German provinces in 1847, demanding the abolition of servile obligations without compensation to landlords, and in the spring of 1848 the serfs were up in arms. The Hungarian Diet at Pressburg, dominated by the Magyar gentry, voted the emancipation of the serfs on March 14 in order to keep them on their side. In the Austrian part of the monarchy, emancipation was ratified by the Constituent Assembly on September 7. The problem of the indemnification or otherwise of landlords remained as a thorny problem, and one that was not truly resolved until the land settlements of 1851-4, after the revolutionary turbulence had died down. As so often happened in these cases, the degree to which the landlords were compensated by the peasantry for the loss of dues and services depended above all on the light in which the government viewed those landlords. In the German part of the monarchy, peasants were required to pay some redemption. In Galicia and Hungary, where the gentry had risen against the crown, no compensation by peasants was demanded. Capitalist practices, industry. In 1800 the European economy was for the most part local and cellular. Artisans sold the products they made and knew their customers. Trades were under the control of craft guilds which claimed a monopoly to exercise that trade in a given town or district. This was partly to maintain standards in the craft but more especially to maintain prices and profits by limiting competition. The guilds could tailor supply to suit demand, restrict the number of apprentices and journeymen who might be taken on by each master, and bar outsiders from practicing the trade. In Germany, which had about 1 million craft masters in 1800, there were Freemeister and Dorfmeister who were authorized by the state authorities to practice outside the guilds, notably in the villages. On the great noble estates of Central and Eastern Europe, noblemen were occasionally granted privileges to exploit mines and iron deposits, to manufacture woolen cloth, or to distill spirits, for the military needs of the state. But it was the guilds rather than the manufactories that were the norm. This restrictive and monopolistic system was subjected to powerful disruptive forces. New trade routes from the Americas to the East Indies and China, together with the expanding population at home, created wide new markets for commodities like textiles which the craft guilds were ill-equipped to supply. The expanding population and the emancipation of the serfs pushed migrants towards the small towns and cities in search of employment, whether inside or outside the guilds. Of course the guild system had been partly eroded already. It had long been dismantled in Great Britain and its last vestiges, the apprenticeship clauses of the 1563 Artificers Act, were repealed in 1814. In France the guilds had been abolished for a short time in 1776, then swept away at the Revolution. The Napoleonic armies abolished them in annexed territories such as the Rhineland and the Kingdom of Westphalia, and ensured that they were weakened in satellite states like Bavaria. Prussia abolished the guilds in 1810-11 and the Spanish Cortes followed suit in 1813. The intention was both to increase the power of the state at the expense of local communities and institutions, and to facilitate the mobilization of labor and sale of goods within the new common market. After 1830 the guilds managed to recover much control over their trades in German states such as Bavaria, 1834, Württemberg, 1838, Saxony, 1840, and Prussia, 1845. The pressure to open up trades to all comers was increasing and masters were gradually forced to take on more apprentices and artisans. But whereas previously the journeyman might expect to complete his years of tramping and become a master, husband, and citizen by the age of 30, now the upward path was blocked. There grew up a pariah class of wage-earning journeymen, often only seasonally employed, condemned to poverty if they married, at odds with the craft masters and with the guild system itself, who contributed to the labor movement after 1830. A positive response to the revolution in market conditions came not from guilds but from the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur was first and foremost a merchant with knowledge of markets. He was able to import from and export to distant places. He was sensitive to changes in fashion and fluctuations in demand from one year to the next. He was ready to switch his resources to cope with the eventualities of war or peace, free trade, or protection. The entrepreneur was not conservative, like the guild master. Instead of seeking to restrict competition to keep prices up, he accepted the challenge of competition among sellers and sought to maximize sales by minimizing costs. Under the new system there was a separation between production and marketing. The entrepreneur bought up stocks of raw or half-finished materials, put them out to artisans who made them into the finished product, and then collected the finished product for sale. The entrepreneurs were the shock troops of early European industrialization. They were new men. Very often they had started off as merchants, but as cloth merchants or even small tradesmen rather than the elegant colonial merchants who had grown rich on the colonial trade in slaves and sugar. Many were called in those turbulent times, but few were chosen. The rate of failure was great, but some did well, and in textile towns like Rouen or Verviers there arose in time an aristocracy of manufacturers. Further east, in Saxony, Bohemia, Silesia, and Russia, it was the noble estate owners who became the entrepreneurs. There were cases at Linz in Upper Austria or at Ivanovo, east of Moscow, of serfs running the enterprises of their noble overlords. Successful ones might buy their liberty and then lease back the enterprise on their own account. The Industrial Revolution implied a revolution in technology. In the textile industry, spinning, done hitherto on a distaff or spinning wheel, was transformed by the invention in England of the jenny, 1765, for the weft, the water frame, 1769, for the warp, and for both warp and weft the mule, 1779. These machines could make more, and better quality yarn than the hand spinner, and could be harnessed to water power or steam, although before 1800 the main function of steam engines was to pump mines dry. Mechanized spinning made its impact in Lancashire and Scotland in the 1780s, in France just before the Revolution, in the Rhineland and Saxony in the 1790s. In 1801 Leven Bouwens, a Flemish merchant who had made a fortune supplying the French armies and farming their taxes, managed to smuggle a mule and steam engine out of England and set up the first Belgian cotton mill at Ghent. Though entrepreneurs like Bouwens had a taste for technical innovation, the technology of the early Industrial Revolution remained fairly simple. Paradoxically, the multifold increase in machine-spun yarn called into existence armies of weavers who were still using handlooms, which reached a peak of 250,000 in Great Britain in the mid-1820s. The power loom, though invented in 1787, was bedeviled by technical problems, and it was not until 1826 that power looms began to displace handloom weavers in the British cotton industry. It did not affect the cotton industry in Belgium, Alsace, and Catalonia until after 1830, in Switzerland until after 1840, in French Flanders until 1850, and in Normandy until 1860. In Bavaria the invasion of the power loom was a major grievance in 1848. Moreover, the woolen industry remained a long way behind the cotton industry in this respect, for the power loom did not mechanize the weaving of wool in Great Britain until the late 1830s, or in France and Belgium until the 1840s. Industry in the early 19th century was labor-intensive rather than capital-intensive. More important than technological change was therefore the ability of the entrepreneurs to mobilize large quantities of labor, to confront mass demand with mass production. The first development was that independent artisans, who had hitherto owned their own tools and sold their own products to customers, now became dependent on the entrepreneur who controlled supplies and outlets. Sometimes they continued to own their own tools or looms, in other cases they were obliged to rent from the entrepreneur, who added profits earned from trading looms to his other gains. Artisans were reduced to piecework for the capitalist, and came into conflict with him over the rates due to them. In Lyons, the silk weavers had become accustomed to a traditional price for their finished cloth, which was enforced under the First Empire but subsequently ignored by the silk merchants. In November 1831 they staged a strike against their employers and took control of the city for over a week. In industries where labor added relatively little value to each product, entrepreneurs required unskilled rather than skilled labor. Ever sensitive to the commands of the market, they had to be able to take on labor and lay it off, at the shortest notice, as the market dictated. Frequently entrepreneurs relied on middlemen who subcontracted work in boom periods, finding the necessary labor for the job. Because neither wanted to waste capital on building, rent, heat, or lighting, they put out work to a labor force that worked at home, either in their cottages or in the cellars, garrets, and suburban slums of the large towns. Naturally, there were some trades which required a high level of skill that were organized in trade or friendly societies, and could enforce apprenticeship and ensure a good price for their labor. This included, in particular, the skilled metalworking and engineering trades thrown up by the Industrial Revolution. But in many other trades there grew up a tension between the skilled craftsmen making quality goods for the luxury end of the market, and the unskilled workers brought in by entrepreneurs and speculators to produce standardized, ready-to-use items for the mass market. In the years after 1800 the demand for boots and shoes encouraged London contractors to undercut militant London shoemakers by employing cheap, unorganized labor in and around Northampton. In 1811-12 the stockingers of Leicestershire smashed the machines on which unskilled labor was making an inferior hose on broad frames for later cutting up and stitching. The official response to Luddism was to make frame breaking a capital felony. In the Rhineland town of Zolingen the skilled cutters reacted in a similar way to intimidate the cheap labor that was being employed to flood the market with low-grade scissors. Bespoke tailors suffered from the expansion of the ready-made clothing industry. In Paris in the 1840s large-scale drapers employed on average 10 times as many workers as master tailors, setting them to work at home for a totally new form of outlet, the department store. The industrial labor force was recruited from a number of sources. One of the most important was female labor. In the early stages of the Industrial Revolution women worked in their cottages under the put-out system, making lace, or spinning linen, wool, or cotton. When mechanization destroyed hand spinning, the younger, unmarried women were drafted into the factories to work the spinning machines. Once silk throwing was mechanized at Lyons, vast mills were set up where girls from the surrounding countryside boarded and worked 14 or 16 hours a day. In Great Britain in 1844, women provided 56% of the labor in cotton mills, and 70% of that in woolen, linen, and flax mills. Female labor was cheaper, or rather was paid at half the wage, and was considered by employers to be more docile. The resistance of male handloom weavers to change was a principal reason for the relative lateness of the mechanization of weaving. Once men did move into the factories, however, they reinforced the gendered division of labor, seeing to the machines and overseeing the female mill workers. Married women tended to prefer occupations where the division between home and work was not so pronounced, such as farming, laundering, or dressmaking, sometimes in their own homes, sometimes in sweatshops. Among Paris clothing workers in the 1840s, 60% were female. It would be wrong to imagine that even the textile industry was fully mechanized and urbanized by 1850. At that date, in Germany, there were only 600,000 workers in factories and mining, as against 1.5 million in the put-out system and 1.7 million in handicrafts. Many of those working in urban industries were temporary migrants from the countryside. Others were enabled to remain in the countryside because they obtained a supplementary income from industry which allowed the rural economy to survive. Thus poor farmers in Belgium worked part-time in rural industry, while rich farmers in Holland remained wedded to agriculture alone. Some peasants remained tied to the land as serfs. Yet serfdom and industrialization were far from incompatible, as illustrated by the case of the serf weavers of Bohemia and Silesia. That said, in the long run mechanization created its own supplies of labor. The power loom, by destroying the livelihood of the handloom weavers, gave rise to a surplus population that was available for factory work. The removal in 1824 of protective duties which exposed the Irish linen industry to a flood of cheap cotton imports from Britain released a labour force from Ulster and Connaught for the textile mills of Manchester and Glasgow. In Belgium, the destruction of the rural linen industry of West Flanders after 1830 by the mechanised cotton industries of Ghent and Lancashire liberated vast numbers of Flemish peasants for the textile mills of Ghent, Lille, Roubaix and Tourcoing, or for the expanding coal industry of the Sambre, Meuse Valley at Mons, Charleroi and Liege. In Silesia, the serf weavers were driven into ever more frightful poverty by the influx of cheap textiles from northern Europe. They had no alternative but to rise in revolt. For Marx, the explosion of June 1844 was the first concrete example of the existence of a new phenomenon, the class-conscious proletariat. The problem of capital. The early industrial revolution in Europe was based on textiles, and the capital needs of the textile industry were not very great. In 1792 a 40 spindle jenny cost £6, less than a handloom at £7.10s, although in the 1820s a 1,000 spindle mule that could be harnessed to water or steam power might cost over £1,000. Workshops were expensive to build or rent, but the enormous multi-story textile mills at Manchester or Roubaix were not typical. Yet the frequent destruction of mills by fire and bankruptcy of firms in an environment of white-hot competition made the textile industry an unattractive proposition to investors. For their part, entrepreneurs had no wish to be enslaved to banks. With a few exceptions, such as the Swiss merchant bankers who channeled some funds into the cotton industry of Alsace, the divorce between industry and the capital market in the early 19th century was complete. The key to entrepreneurship was the family. The initial capital was usually saved within the family, and the family was the organizing nucleus of the firm. Resources could be multiplied by strategic marriages, with the result that the mill-owning families of textile conurbations like Lille, Roubaix, Tourcoing were all interrelated, bearing double-barreled names such as Mott Breedert, Bossut Grumont-Prez, and Mott Bossut. Outside the family circle, another way of finding capital was from members of the same church or sect. Nonconformists were prominent among successful business families in England. In Germany, one sample suggests that 74% of entrepreneurs in this period were Protestant, 16% Catholic, and 7% Jewish. The argument that Protestants made good businessmen because they had to prove their election by laboring to the greater glory of God on earth cannot provide all the answers, for the mill owners of Lille, Roubaix and Tourcoing were vigorously Catholic. Many of these mill owners were immigrants from Belgian Flanders into much less Catholic France, so another explanation might be that entrepreneurs were outsiders who had to work together in order to survive. This would account for the leading role among Russian entrepreneurs of the Old Believers, a sect which had resisted reform in the Orthodox Church in the 1660s and was subsequently penalized and persecuted. Gathered into tight-knit communities around Moscow and along the Volga, it was they who imported yarn and equipment through Bremen for the Russian textile industry. After the initial outlay, the new industries financed themselves from profits which, because so little capital had been accumulated in those industries, might run at 15 or 20% a year. The new entrepreneurs were frugal and parsimonious and diligently reinvested their profits instead of consuming them idly, like the privileged classes. But the extraction of profits from industry required entrepreneurs to perfect a number of business practices. The length of the working day was extended as much as possible, so that after earning their own subsistence, the workers spent the rest of the time creating a clear profit for the entrepreneur. Social reformers were not particularly concerned with what went on in domestic industry, where parents were assumed to retain some control, but when legislation in Great Britain, 1833, and France, 1841, limited the number of hours a day that children could work in factories, entrepreneurs had an additional incentive to introduce new machines. Within the confines of a set working day, mechanization made it possible to produce more goods in the same time, and leave the capitalist with the same profit. The shadow of self-finance, in the early period of industrialization, was the exploitation of labor. The problem was that although plenty of capital was being accumulated from the land, from colonial trade, or from financial speculation, too much was being consumed, conspicuously or otherwise. Not enough was invested. 13.8% of the gross national product in Great Britain between 1811 and 1850, 10.6% in France. Moreover, when capital was reinvested, the system of priorities was the inverse of what would have stimulated rapid industrial expansion. In Britain it is true that London coal merchants invested in Northumberland and Durham collieries, and Bristol iron merchants invested in the South Wales iron industry. But much greater quantities of capital were absorbed by urban development, canal building, which became a mania in 1788–96, and the enclosure movement, which reached a peak in 1802–15. Of the capital invested in Prussia between 1816 and 1831, 69% went into agriculture, 21% into building, 7% into transport, and a mere 3% into industry. The banks played their part in this, for in many countries they would only lend money on the security of real estate, that is, offer mortgages. Even in Lombardy, which was undergoing something of a commercial revolution, commercial houses had to keep half their capital in land or houses in order to finance their trade. Land was the first home of investment in the early 19th century. Governments which were deeply in debt as a result of war, notably in revolutionary France, Napoleonic Italy, and Restoration Spain, sold off large quantities of church land and even crown lands in order to raise funds. Trade was greatly disrupted as a result of Napoleon's continental blockade and the British orders in council. After France's loss of her colonial empire, the merchants of Nantes and Bordeaux sank their capital in the arable land and vineyards of the hinterland. Until 1818 land values and rents rose with agricultural prices, especially where the land was enclosed, making it a wise investment. Falling grain prices after 1818 dealt a particularly severe blow to the Prussian Junkers, whose estates were virtually inalienable under Prussian law. However, since 1794 the Landskaften or local assemblies of landowners had been authorized to issue mortgage debentures on the security of indebted properties. These debentures were extremely popular with the investing public and helped to shore up a hard-pressed Squire Archie, but they did nothing to help capital-starved sectors of industry like the linen manufactures of Silesia. A second magnet for funds was government bonds. The revolutionary Napoleonic period was an expensive time for governments. Austria was engaged in a 20-year war with French aggression. The British government paid out £50 million between 1805 and 1816 to subsidize other countries' soldiers to fight its battles, and another £80 million between 1808 and 1816 to finance Wellington's army alone. France, exhausted by war, was obliged after 1815 to support an army of occupation and to pay an indemnity of 700 francs to the Allies. Spanish governments were faced not only by Napoleon's invasion but also by wars of independence in the Latin American colonies and by counter-revolutionary struggles after 1833. Government revenues were too inelastic and totally inadequate to finance expenditure on this scale. Following the collapse of trade with the Americas, Spanish customs revenues fell by 60% between the 1790s and 1830s, and treasury income as a whole by a third. In Prussia, indirect revenues were limited by the Zollverein and direct revenues limited by the government's aversion to calling the Diet and the refusal of the landed classes to shoulder a great proportion of taxes. The only answer was for governments to borrow, and that on the security of taxes they might never raise. The British national debt at current prices stood at £244 million. In 1790, £443 million. In 1800, and £838 million. In 1821, the Austrian national debt in gulden rose from 372 m. in 1790 to 658 m. in 1801, 011 m. in 1821. It was only about 1/10 of the British national debt in 1815, but then Austrian revenues were only 1/10 of British revenues. Even a small country like Denmark faced financial problems. Between 1800 and 1814 its national debt in riksdollars rose from 28 to 126 Government loans were raised through the Hautbank, those private merchant bankers who had amassed capital from international trade and had moved into finance primarily to oil the wheels of that trade by discounting bills of exchange and providing short-term loans. The world of international finance was small and interconnected. It included families like Hope of Amsterdam, or Baring of London, and Jewish families like Rothschild of Frankfurt, or Hambro of Copenhagen, who were able to place government loans in a network of financial centers. They mobilized the capital of a rich clientele and created a new class of fund holders who drew a large part of their unearned income from the interest on government bonds. Nathan Rothschild, one of 5 sons of Meyer Emschel Rothschild of Frankfurt, who settled in London in 1804, was able to raise specie on the European money markets including Paris in order to pay British troops in Spain. James Rothschild, his brother, arrived in Paris in 1811 and helped finance the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. Alexander Baring managed the loan required by the new French government to pay its indemnity to the Allies. A third Rothschild brother, Solomon, arrived in Vienna in 1820 and sent a fourth, Charles, to Naples in 1821 to raise funds for the suppression of the Neapolitan revolt and the restoration of the Bourbons of Naples. By managing the affairs of influential princes, Jewish families like the Rothschilds achieved security and recognition. An Austrian decree of 1822 conferred the title of Baron on all the brothers and their legitimate descendants. It took the railway age in the 1840s to transform the European money markets and begin a flow of capital towards industry. Railways required an investment in fixed capital bridges, tunnels, rails, and locomotives which far surpassed the bales of cotton and few looms necessary to launch a textile enterprise. The family firm was too puny and capital had to be drawn from a whole new stratum of middle-class investors through the joint stock company. But it caught the imagination of that public, especially in Britain, and seemed, unlike other industries, to be a safe investment. There the railways were not funded publicly and regional stock exchanges such as Leeds for some time outclassed London in the busy sale of railway securities. In Belgium early railway building was undertaken by the new government, and much of the capital between 1836 and 1840 was raised by the Rothschilds on the London money market. The French Parliament passed a railway law in 1842 to finance the railways part publicly, part privately. The Chemin de Fer du Nord, formed in 1845, was headed by a Rothschild and included 8 English directors, 2 of them Barings. In Prussia the railways were regulated under an Act of 1838 and treated as a state monopoly because of their military importance, but there was also private fundraising, such as for the Cologne-Aachen Railway by the private Cologne Bank of Oppenheim. One major consequence of railway building was the demand for coal and iron. But it was only in Belgium that before 1850 there emerged joint stock banks like the Société Générale and Banque de Belgique, which capitalized the mining and metallurgical industry of the Meuse Valley. In the 1840s railway investment in Prussia was 8.5 times as great as investment in manufacturing. The link between banking and heavy industry had yet to be forged. Crisis in the elite. The beginnings of capital accumulation in the early 19th century were of vital importance in an economic sense. Socially, however, status was determined according to the Society of Orders, headed by the nobility and clergy, where it still existed, or by the values of the nobility and their landed estates, where it did not. This was particularly true in Eastern Europe, where the small bourgeoisie that existed was regarded as a parasitic growth on monoreal society. The merchants of Moscow, squeezed into the Society of Orders, nobles, clergy, and peasantry, by membership of privileged guilds and eligibility after 1832 for the title of honored citizen, nevertheless felt the need to extol their peasant origins. They were nothing but trading moujiks, the highest stratum of the thrifty Russia mujiks for and expressed this through their patriarchal families, Asiatic dress, and devotion to the Orthodox faith. In Hungary the trading population was half Jewish, not least because Jews were barred from holding land. Excluded from citizens' rights, they serviced the rural economy by exporting grain and cattle, lending money, and retailing wines and spirits. In Serbia the towns were dominated by Turkish garrisons, and the artisans and traders imitated Turkish costumes and customs. In Transylvania the towns were populated by Saxon burghers, German-speaking immigrants who were sandwiched between the Magyar gentry and the Romanian-speaking peasantry. Elsewhere in the Ottoman Empire, the merchants were not Turks but Greeks, scattered in a diaspora around the Aegean and Black Seas, and Armenians who plied their trade as far as St. Petersburg. In Western Europe the pre-revolutionary system of estates had been abolished, but nobility still enjoyed certain privileges, and the bourgeoisie of commerce and finance was keen to assimilate the values and lifestyle of the aristocracy. The mercantile patriciates of Amsterdam or Lisbon, Hamburg or Liverpool, Geneva or Milan, who invested in urban property or land outside the town, acquired municipal office, ran chambers of commerce, patronized churches, and gave richly to charity, were second to none in distinction and were often nobles in their own right. The poet Carlo Cattaneo described Milan as a city where many of the traders themselves have hardly any respect for a trader except in so far as he is not a trader. 5 Cities like Madrid, Rome, and Paris, French provincial centers such as Rennes, Dijon, and Grenoble, and the capitals of the numerous German states were dominated not by the merchants but by the courts, the churches, the garrisons of the military, the law courts of the magistrates, and a long train of officials and professional men. Surveying Angoulême at the Restoration, Balzac described the commercial suburb of El Humio, which envied the higher town where the government, the bishop's palace, justice, and the aristocracy were perched. Nobility and power above, commerce and money below. 6. Despite the Industrial Revolution, or perhaps because of it, the new entrepreneurs were denied social status to match their material wealth. In Rouen, the cotton merchants and manufacturers were considered parvenus by the landowners, magistrates, and lawyers among the bourgeoisie. In Bradford, the woolen manufacturers were immigrants, self-made men, and nonconformists, and frowned upon by the town's Anglican establishment. In the Rhineland town of Barmen the business community was itself split into two, and the merchant oligarchy with its sense of civic responsibility looked askance at the pushy new entrepreneurs who sought only private profit. As elsewhere in Germany, the business community was isolated not only from courtly and aristocratic circles but also from the Gebildeten, the university-educated officials, clergy, professors, and jurists who prided themselves on their guardianship of Bildung, or disinterested culture. The bourgeoisie of the early 19th century was less a bourgeoisie of affairs than a bourgeoisie of office. One way of making money respectable was to turn it into landed estate, another way was to acquire a university education and establish a career as a lawyer or public servant. Universities like Oxford and Cambridge remained select and expensive. They recruited from the families of landowners, clergy, and professional men, admitted only Anglicans, and saw their main task as the preparation of ordinands for the established church. Barristers and doctors were recruited by apprenticeship through the Inns of Court and London teaching hospitals. Lawyers, doctors, and clergy then shared the spoils of office, pension, and sinecure with the peerage. It was not until 1825 that Benthamite reformers founded University College London, the first college of the University of London, which itself was incorporated in 1836. Cheap, open to dissenters, and empowered to grant medical degrees, the new university broke the monopoly of the hereditary establishment. The German experience was quite different. The German university population doubled between 1817 and 1831, and at the University of Halle in 1832 41% of students were from poorer strata, lower officials, artisans, and farmers. Universities were set up and closely controlled by state governments in order to train their bureaucracies. The legal, medical, clerical, and academic professions in Germany, far from being liberal, were modeled on the bureaucracy, tightly regulated and often salaried by the state. Russia closely followed the example of Germany. Its bureaucracy expanded from 38,000 officials in 1800 to 113,900 in 1856. Former military men, who were usually noble, were replaced by career bureaucrats, who were usually non-noble, and whereas in the 1800s only 14% of high officials in Russia had received a university education, by the 1840s the figure was 80%. In France, the faculties of law, medicine, letters, and theology, which had been organized by the Catholic Church before the Revolution, now came under the control of the state. The state theology faculties were effectively boycotted by the Catholic hierarchy, which was allowed by Napoleon to train priests in its own seminaries. Parallel with the faculties was a system of grandes écoles, headed by the École Polytechnique, which was set up in 1794. The task of these schools was to train military engineers for the building of roads and bridges, and the exploitation of mines. This elite of engineers was highly accomplished in mathematics and dedicated to the service of the state. Its members did not go into the world of industry. For trained engineers, industry had to await the foundation of the École Centrale de Manufactures in 1829. The training of technocrats in schools that were entirely separate from the traditional faculties was taken up readily in Germany. Its first Technisch-Hochschule was founded at Karlsruhe in 1825. Others followed at Munich in 1825, Nuremberg in 1829, Dresden in 1828, Stuttgart in 1829, Kassel in 1830, Hanover in 1831, Augsburg in 1833, Brunswick in 1835. In addition, Justus von Liebig, who had worked in Paris at the École Polytechnique, set up a chemistry laboratory in the University of Gießen in the 1830s, the first modern center of chemical research. England lagged behind in formal instruction. Its pale imitation of Gießen was the Royal College of Chemistry, which opened in London in 1845 under the patronage of the Prince Consort. The great expansion of higher education in the early 19th century was not without risk, especially in the more backward countries. There it was not just social prejudice that deterred anyone with an education from entering trade. The low level of economic development meant that such opportunities simply did not exist. One alternative was a career in the church. In Germany the calling of pastor was still a respectable option for a middle-class student, while in England nearly two-thirds of church livings were in the gift of the aristocracy and gentry in 1831, and provided maintenance for their younger sons. In France, on the other hand, the middle classes scorned the priesthood after the Revolution, and the church became an escape route for peasants with a little Latin. This only served to increase the pressure of the educated classes on office and the liberal professions. In Spain, where the passion for office was particularly rife, aspirants for office were given the collective name of pretendientes. They swelled the junior ranks of the ill-paid military and were given to launching periodic revolutions in the provinces as the best way to create jobs. In Prussia it was fairly easy to pass the first state examination to become a probationary jurist, but because the higher posts were occupied the lower ranks became clogged by untenured trainees who were unable to obtain promotion. All over Europe the liberal professions became overcrowded with barristers without cases and doctors without clients. In the French medical profession there was a move in the 1840s to end this overcrowding at a stroke by abolishing the lower grade of the profession, the health officers, but it came to nothing. Tension increased in the universities where students saw their prospects of a career dwindle. As a result there grew up an intellectual proletariat that could not afford professional training or found the road ahead barred. It took to the world of letters, doing private tutoring, translations, annotations, reviews, or articles as a way of continuing an intellectual activity and earning a meager living. Journalism was not a career in an established sense but the resort of people who had failed in other careers. The political consequences were very significant. In England, perhaps, where Parliament was an unmatched political forum and politicians were largely bred in the Inns of Court, the political journalist was modest. In Germany or Austria, where the blue pencil of the censor was impossible to avoid, politics was conducted in newspapers through literary allusions. But in France journalists were the party politicians par excellence, and journalism became a quick track to office. Adolphe Thiers, a Marseilles lawyer who founded the national newspaper in 1829, carved out a ministerial career for himself under the July monarchy. In 1848, the revolution of the intellectuals, the provisional government in France was composed of the editorial boards of the national and reform newspapers. Political power in the early 19th century was still in the hands of the European nobilities. High office and command were a privilege of noble estates or stand. But nobilities certainly had to demonstrate their resilience in this period, because privileges were being shaken down, birth was being challenged by merit, and landed property was never secure. The size and wealth of nobilities differed greatly from one European country to another. Much depended on the nature of the law of succession. In Prussia, or Spain before 1836, perpetual entails prevented the breakup of large estates. In theory this guaranteed the maintenance of the nobility, but in practice these estates, insulated from the market, tended to lose their value and lie uncultivated. On the other hand, the absence of entail, combined with the abolition in revolutionary and Napoleonic Europe of the privilege of the firstborn in favor of the equal inheritance of all heirs, resulted in the fragmentation of estates. This was certainly the danger in France, or in Spain after 1836. Where the noble title passed to all heirs there multiplied vast, impoverished, rural nobilities. In the 1820s 4% of the Magyar population were nobles. The majority of these were extremely poor, and variously called the sandalled nobility because they could afford no boots, or the seven-plum-tree nobility because they owned no land. Indeed, apart from having exemption from taxation and the obligation to perform public works, they were virtually indistinguishable from the peasantry and often just as ignorant. The situation was probably even worse in Poland, where 300,000 people or 7% of the population claimed membership of Zlachta or nobility in 1810. Of these, those who could claim the labor services of a single serf family could count themselves lucky, others took to begging, brigandage, the church, or fighting in the armies of Europe. In Prussia the entailing of estates, combined with the inheritance of the title by all nobles' sons, gave rise to a surplus of landless nobles looking for careers in the army or bureaucracy. The best compromise existed in Great Britain. There it was primogeniture rather than equal inheritance that prevailed. Under the strict settlement the estates of the nobility could not be broken up for 3 generations, to guard against spendthrifts. But in practice they were renegotiated every generation to provide adequate maintenance for widows, dowries for daughters, and capital for younger sons who went into the church, the army, or the City of London. The privileges held by nobles usually included tax exemptions, the right to sit in estates of nobles, and the exercise of seigneurial justice. The British peerage had long given up manorial courts but instead dominated, with the gentry, the country magistracy. They had no tax exemptions but they wielded massive influence in the House of Lords, even if the more numerous Scottish and Irish peers had to be content with sending only representatives. Feudalism had been eradicated in Great Britain, in Russia it had never existed. The dvoryanstvo or Russian nobility had no charter of privileges until 1785. This gave them the right to elect provincial and district assemblies, but these rarely met and were quite powerless. In France noble privileges were all swept away in 1789 and hereditary nobility itself was abolished in 1790. Napoleon resurrected the nobility when he founded the empire, but without the tax exemptions. At the Restoration in 1814 a Chamber of Peers was established, to seat both the Bourbon and imperial nobilities, and though no more hereditary peers were created after 1831, in 1840 only 37 of the 311 peers in the chamber had no title of nobility. In Prussia the noble stand was abolished in 1808. But a status group founded on birth was replaced by professional status groups such as the officer corps, or the Prussian civil service, the Beamtenstand, the privileges of which were enshrined in the General Legal Code of 1794. It is clear that by the early 19th century the nobilities of Europe had weathered important changes. The ancient feudal nobility, which held land in return for military service performed during the Middle Ages, was no more than a myth. Nobility was granted in return for service, in order to consolidate political support, and the lineage of most nobles was measured in decades or generations rather than centuries. In Russia the equation of nobility and service was quite explicit. After 1722 nobility was only acquired by service in the army or bureaucracy. Until 1845 commoners were ennobled on reaching the 8th rank in the table of ranks. After 1845 they had to reach the 5th rank, and in 1856 the 4th rank before nobility was conferred. Even in Ancien Regime France the nobility was basically one of service, acquired by promotion in the army, magistracy, or administration. Napoleon took the matter to extremes. Less than a quarter of the imperial nobles were in fact Bourbon nobles who had rallied to his cause, 59% of his nobles were saber-rattling soldiers and another 22% high civil servants. The Restoration changed relatively little. The Chamber of Peers in 1840 was packed with marshals, generals, admirals, ambassadors, state councillors, prefects, magistrates, and academics, 44% of whom held current posts and the rest of whom had served previous regimes. In Spain, Queen Isabella ennobled 31 military men, many of whom were leading political figures. Great Britain, with its minimal bureaucracy and splendid isolation, might be considered an exception to this rule, but even there the character of the peerage was changing. In the 18th century peerages had been given above all to great landlords, but between 1801 and 1830, partly because of the Napoleonic Wars, half the new peers created were rewarded for military, official, or diplomatic services, and most of these continued to pursue their careers. John Scott, the son of a Newcastle coal factor who rose to become Chancellor of England, 1801–27, as Lord Eldon, was not an isolated success story. Naturally, the older nobilities tried to set themselves apart from the newer blood. Marquisates were almost unknown in England before Pitt's time but were then sought after to achieve superiority over common or garden earls, and 23 could be counted in 1837. In Prussia, the Landadel, which derived its social influence from its estates, looked down on the Dienstadel, which had been ennobled as a result of service. Similarly in Russia the old nobles who had built up vast estates, married into the best families, and provided the close advisors of the Tsar set themselves apart from the nobles whose families had worked their way up through the table of ranks and possessed few serfs or none at all. Even so the real influence lay with the servants of the crown, not with the rural nobility and gentry, however eminent they might be. 2. Napoleonic Europe. France, Revolution from above. On 18 Brumaire, year 8 of the revolutionary calendar, November 9, 1799, Napoleon Bonaparte, a young general in the armies of the French Republic, seized power by coup d'état, laid the foundations of a military dictatorship and gave a word to the language of political mythology Brumaire. The Directory he overthrew was an oligarchy of republican officials which was suffering defeat abroad and lacked wide support in the country. Not only émigrés and armed counter-revolutionaries but a large proportion of the social elite regretted the abolition of the monarchy in 1792. On 3 occasions, in 1795, 1797, and earlier in 1799, royalist majorities in parliament were prevented only by military coups, and on the first it had been Bonaparte's whiff of grape shot that helped to secure the republic. The oligarchy which ruled the republic was also threatened by Jacobins in parliament, clubs, administration, and army. They wanted to introduce the democratic constitution of 1793, which had remained on paper because of the terror, and to make popular sovereignty a reality. The coup d'état of 18 Brumaire was an insurance against both Jacobin revolution and royalist restoration. Napoleon was not just another despot, enlightened or otherwise. He was not an arbitrary ruler in the strict sense, for he issued constitutions. He claimed legitimacy not only by the grace of God, like the Bourbon kings, but also, like the revolutionary governments, by the will of the people. But he had no time for the endless deliberations of constituent assemblies and submitted ready-made constitutions directly to the people for ratification by plebiscite. The Constitution of the year 8, December 13, 1799, provided for 3 consuls, with the first consul, elected for 10 years, having power to override the other 2. It was approved by 3,011,007 votes to 1,562, but the army was not polled because of its Jacobinism. There were massive abstentions in the Royalist West, South, and annexed Belgium, and there is evidence that the other figures were cooked by the Ministry of the Interior. In response to more Royalist and Jacobin plots, a second constitution was devised in May 1802 and ratified by a similar majority. Napoleon now became consul for life, with almost dictatorial powers. But his position was still not secure. War broke out with England in 1803, which encouraged Royalist conspiracy, and in 1804 Napoleon felt obliged to have the Duc d'Enghien, a young émigré and prince of the blood, shot, and to poll the people once more on the foundation of a hereditary empire. This was the last time before 1815 that the mass of French citizens were consulted by plebiscite. On December 2, 1804 Napoleon crowned himself emperor in Notre Dame Cathedral, in the presence of Pope Pius VII. The French Revolution had swept away the corporate privileges of orders, provinces, and corporations that stood between the king and his individual subjects and circumscribed his power. The privileges of the nobility, tax exemptions, and the right to sit as an order in the estates, seigneurial dues and jurisdictions, primogeniture, and hereditary nobility were abolished in 1790-1. Equality meant the equal subjection of every citizen to the state power, which was clarified by Napoleon in the civil code that he issued in 1804. He was far more powerful than a monarch of the Ancien Regime. On the other hand, some of his subjects were more equal than others. The word of employers was always preferred to that of workers in labor disputes. Under the civil code, the patriarchal family was defended against the threat of profligate and unfaithful women. A married woman lost control of her property to her husband, was deemed incapable of making contracts, and could be imprisoned by her husband for adultery. The Concordat between Paris and Rome, concluded in 1801 and published in 1802, recognized Catholicism as the religion of the great majority of French people, if not all of them. Napoleon was cynical about the re-establishment of the Catholic Church. In religion, he said, I do not see the mystery of the Incarnation but the mystery of the social order. Moreover, the Catholic Church was not the powerful landowning corporation it had been before the Revolution. Its land had been confiscated and sold, and Napoleon decided that those who had bought confiscated church lands were to be secure in their possession. In return, bishops and cures would receive government stipends. Indeed, apart from equality before the law, the Napoleonic regime made few concessions to equality. The consecration of the sale of church property was integral to Napoleon's desire to consolidate a ruling class based on land ownership which was both noble and non-noble, a single propertied class of notables. Of course, wealth was being made rapidly in other ways in the Napoleonic period. Tax collection was improved, but syndicates of financiers were still called upon to advance cash on the security of those taxes. Suppliers of military goods for the insatiable armies of the empire could make huge profits. The property market was fluid and open to speculation. Most wealth, however, had a tendency to settle in land, and that stability was what the regime needed. This is reflected in the fact that representation was on the basis of land ownership. Elections were indirect, and membership of electoral colleges at arrondissement level required a minimum of 150 francs a year income from property or real estate. Electoral colleges at the department level were drawn from the 600 highest taxed proprietors in the department, and 3/4 of direct taxes came from the land tax. It is therefore not surprising that of nearly 70,000 electors at both levels in 1810, 24.6% were rentier landlords, 8.2% landowners who farmed their own properties, and 18.1% mayors or local officials who were invariably landowners. Clergy made up only 1.2% of the notables, military men 2.4%. Far more significant was the weight of civil servants, 15.8%, the liberal professions, including barristers, notaries, doctors, and academics, 14.4%, and merchants and tradesmen, 10.8%. One of Napoleon's aims was to organize a professional bureaucracy, dedicated to public service, which could guarantee the order, justice, and revenues of the empire. The purchase of office that prevailed in the Ancien regime had been abolished and fees were replaced by salaries. Careers were open to talent and a more regular hierarchy of grades was established. Family connections and patronage still counted for much in recruitment and promotion. But the sweeping away of old dynasties of magistrates and the expansion of the administration and judiciary in the revolutionary Napoleonic period, not least in the empire, created opportunities for lower officials and the liberal professions, especially lawyers, who provided 44% of Napoleon's magistrates and half of his administrative officials. The most brilliant careers were made in the army. Despite the long service of noble officers in the armies of the Republic, half the generals in 1805 had begun their careers after 1792. Promotion to the officer corps was possible through the military schools such as Saint-Cyr, 1808, or the École Polytechnique, through training units for a social elite destined for the Imperial Guard, from foreign units, and by the promotion of NCOs on the battlefield to replace casualties among subaltern officers. This last route became increasingly common after 1809. It was to reward bravery on the battlefield that Napoleon founded the Legion of Honor in 1802, the first step towards reconstituting the nobility. Between 1804 and 1815 some 40,000 awards were made, although the price of bravery meant that only 25,000 were still alive in 1815. In 1804 18 marshals were created, including Joachim Murat, the son of an innkeeper, and the titles of prince and duke followed. In 1808 the imperial nobility was completed with the ranks of count, baron, and chevalier, all of them hereditary. Large incomes were required before titles were awarded, but fiefs and land grants were carved out of conquered territories in order to endow the new titles. This looked like the refeudalization of France, but in fact 80% of ennoblements were for military or bureaucratic service. The privileges of the Ancien regime nobility were not reinstated. Napoleon was anxious to make it possible for old nobles to rally to the imperial court, but only 22.5% of the imperial nobles owed their original titles to the monarchy and 80% of Bourbon nobles refused to serve Napoleon. Napoleon did very little for representative government. His constitutions included a legislative body, elected by the colleges, which could vote on legislation but not debate. The tribunate, a sort of brains trust, could debate but not vote, but the liberal opposition of ideologues like Benjamin Constant was too much for Napoleon, and the tribunate was purged in 1802 and finally abolished in 1807. And the Senate, which was first appointed, then co-opted, was an alternative organ through which the emperor could legislate. The hub of the system was the Council of State, a body of appointed jurists which prepared all the legislation, and was attended by many future prefects as part of their training. What characterized the Napoleonic regime above all was the strong executive, under the control of a single charismatic figure who appointed and dismissed ministers, generals, prefects, and bishops, commanded armies, directed foreign policy, saw to the codification of the laws, and reorganized the systems of education, worship, and administration. Whereas in the revolutionary period administration had been the function of committees, now it was the function of all-powerful individuals. In the departments the administrations were replaced by prefects who were directly responsible to the Ministry of the Interior and in their turn appointed mayors in all the communes. General councils at department level and municipal councils represented the propertied classes, but carried little weight. Bishops were far more powerful than under the Ancien regime, for cathedral chapters had been abolished and Napoleon refused to authorize any but a few charitable or teaching orders, mainly of women. The bishops were overseen by the Ministry of Worship, which authorized the seminaries they set up to restock a priesthood that had been depleted by the revolutionary years and which confirmed the clerical appointments that they made. The Catholic Church became the ecclesiastical arm of the state power and the bishops prefects in purple. Finally, it was under Napoleon that the police was fully developed. Fouché, a former agent of the Terror who became Minister of Police just before the coup d'état and indeed helped to organize it, established a prefect of police in Paris and general commissaires of police in the large towns, especially at the ports and frontiers, who took over police powers from the prefects. He was also responsible for a secret police that was as active abroad as it was in France. Jacobin and royalist subversion was kept under control, albeit by irregular methods. Special courts were set up in 1801 to deal with suspects, which were staffed by army officers as well as magistrates, and dispensed summary justice without jury and without appeal. A network of prisons was set up in 1808 and a decree of 1810 enabled the government to imprison arbitrarily suspects who could not for political reasons conveniently be brought to trial. This was nothing less than the old lettre de cachet, but the Napoleonic police state introduced a new efficiency into its methods. Moreover, ordinary French people were increasingly forced to reckon with the police force. Smuggling, the evasion of conscription, and desertion were all forms of popular resistance to the regime which reached epidemic proportions in the early years of the empire. However, by 1810–11 a professional and disciplined police force, through the use of spies, garrisons, and terror, managed to bring this resistance under control and make possible the mass conscription of the final years of the empire. The hegemony of Napoleon. According to the Memorial of St. Helena, a lengthy piece of self-justification taken down from the emperor's table talk to create a Napoleonic legend, the emperor was a liberator and defender of nationalities. Speaking of the French, Italians, Germans, and Spaniards, he is recorded as having in mind the agglomeration, the concentration of peoples geographically one, but dissolved and fragmented by revolutions and politics. I would have liked, he is quoted, to make of each of these peoples a single and united national body, bringing them together subsequently in the harmony of a great European family, along the lines of the United States of America. 15 years later his nephew, Louis Napoleon, reasserted the view that the emperor was the messiah of new ideas who had liberated peoples from feudalism, monasticism, and corrupt dynasties and cherished a grand design to gather them into a European confederation. 2. In fact, Napoleon had no such ambitions. These were myths created by succeeding generations of Bonapartists for their own political ends. The European strategy of Napoleon, devised in conjunction with his brilliant Minister of Foreign Affairs, Talleyrand, was to ensure the hegemony of France. Peoples would be grouped ad hoc into states which were entrusted according to dynastic principles to Napoleon's brothers or generals, and used like pieces on a vast chessboard in a game to checkmate the powers that contested his supremacy: Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain. Napoleon's reputation as a liberator of peoples originated in the Italian campaign of 1796 when, as a general of the Directory, he freed Lombardy from Austrian domination and established the Cisalpine Republic, based on Milan. In 1797 he put an end to the old Venetian Republic, but it became clear that he was interested not in Italian unification but in the Adriatic Empire of Venice, including Istria, Dalmatia, and the Ionian Islands, the last of which were seized by the French as stepping stones to the Levant and Egypt. At the Peace of Campo Formio in October 1797 France was happy to surrender Venetia to Austria if in return she could secure her position in the Adriatic, while in 1798 France invaded Switzerland to strengthen her position in the Alps. The same year Napoleon led an expedition to Egypt in an attempt to cut off British trade routes to India, but instead the British destroyed the French fleet at Aboukir Bay. At the beginning of 1799 French armies, having annexed Piedmont and Tuscany, and established republics in Rome and Naples, controlled the whole of the Italian peninsula except Venetia and the islands. But the Directory did nothing to unite Italy, as the Italian Jacobins desired, for fear of creating a potential rival on the other side of the Alps. Soon the moment had gone, as a second European coalition, including Austria, Russia, Britain, and Turkey, formed against France, driving her out of Italy and the Ionian Islands, which became a Russian protectorate. Napoleon now seized power from the bankrupt Directory and directed foreign policy as first consul as well as general. In 1800 he sent one army across the Rhine into Bavaria and led another across the Alps into Italy. Defeats were inflicted upon the Austrians at Marengo and Hohenlinden. Peace was made with the Austrians at Luneville in 1801 and with the British at Amiens in 1802. But still Napoleon had no plans to create an Italian nation-state. For strategic reasons Piedmont was annexed directly to France in 1802 and the Ligurian Republic, centered on Genoa, suffered the same fate in 1805. A second Cisalpine Republic was set up as a buffer state against Austria, and Napoleon even allowed it to be called the Italian Republic in 1802, but Venetia remained outside it. Little more was done to liberate Germany. The left bank of the Rhine was annexed by France in 1797, and between 1801 and 1803 German princes of the Holy Roman Empire met French representatives in Regensburg to discuss compensation for territorial losses on the Rhine. As a result, all the imperial knights and almost all the ecclesiastical princes and free cities lost their sovereign rights. South German states such as the Landgraviate of Hesse-Darmstadt, the Margraviate of Baden, the Duchy of Württemberg, and the Electorate of Bavaria were correspondingly enlarged. However, there was no question of creating a single German state. On the contrary, the South German states now served as a third force in alliance with France to counterbalance the pretensions of Austria and Prussia. Napoleon's domination of Germany, Italy, Switzerland, the left bank of the Rhine, and the Low Countries, together with his continuing colonial ambitions, unsettled his European rivals and made a lasting peace impossible. Friedrich von Gentz, a Prussian Protestant who transferred to the service of Austria in 1802, in that year published an important survey of the political state of Europe before and after the French Revolution. In this he argued that French revolutionary expansion had destroyed the balance of power in Europe, that Prussia and Austria should sink their traditional differences and become the axis of an anti-French coalition of powers, and that the ancient ramparts against France in the Austrian Netherlands, Holland, the left bank of the Rhine, Switzerland, Savoy, Piedmont, and Italy should be restored to their original defensive purpose. In the long term this book anticipated the way France would be dealt with at the Congress of Vienna. In the short term it was a call to arms of the Third European Coalition against France, which took shape in 1803-5. The architect of that coalition was Alexander I, Tsar of Russia from 1801, who concluded treaties with Austria, Prussia, Sweden, and Great Britain. The first four powers provided men, Britain provided ships and, as the banker of the coalition, money. Disaster struck the coalition almost at once. The French and Spanish fleets were defeated at Trafalgar on October 21, 1805, but the previous day the Austrian army surrendered at Ulm in Bavaria. The Prussians made a truce and the Austrians and Russians, eager to give battle, were smashed at Austerlitz on December 2, 1805, the anniversary of Napoleon's coronation. By the Treaty of Pressburg, signed on December 26, 1805, Austria surrendered the Tyrol to Bavaria, which became a monarchy, and the following month Bavaria, Württemberg, and Baden signed a secret federative pact with France. The Grand Duchy of Berg was created in March 1806 from territories belonging to Bavaria and Prussia and entrusted to Joachim Murat. Berg and the southern states of Germany formed as it were the stock and body of the pear-shaped Confederation of the Rhine, which was set up in July 1806 under the protection of Napoleon to serve as a barrier between France and Prussian and Austrian power. By this act, the German states abjured their allegiance to the Holy Roman Emperor, and on August 6, 1806 the Emperor Francis II, who had already proclaimed himself Emperor Francis I of Austria, dissolved the Holy Roman Empire, which had ceased to have any meaning. Under the Treaty of Pressburg, France finally obtained Venetia, which was incorporated into the Kingdom of Italy, as the Italian Republic became in 1805, together with Istria and Dalmatia on the Adriatic coast. After the failure of an Anglo-Russian invasion of Naples in 1805-6, Naples was set up as a separate kingdom under Napoleon's brother, Joseph, instead of being integrated into the Kingdom of Italy. Napoleon was now supreme in Central Europe. Russia replied by opening up a new theater of war in the Balkans. In September 1805 Great Britain managed to negotiate a treaty between Turkey and Russia, which permitted the Russian fleet to sail through the straits and reinforce its position in the Ionian Islands. But the Balkans were stirring in revolt. The attempt of Sultan Selim III to centralize the administration of provincial governors and create a modern, disciplined army had only antagonized the traditional Janissary Corps and the provincial governors or pashas, who had appropriated their fiefs and built up private armies like so many warlords. These pashas, Muhammad Ali of Egypt, Ali Pasha of Janina in Epirus and Albania, and Pasvanoglu Osman Pasha of Bulgaria received some support from the French. In 1801 Janissaries in league with Pasvanoglu seized Belgrade, and the terror that followed provoked a rising of Serbs in February 1804 led by Karageorge, Black George, a cattle merchant who had seen service in the Habsburg armies. The Serbs received support against Pasvanoglu from Constantine Ypsilantis, the Hospodar, or governor of Wallachia. Though the Danubian principalities were under Ottoman suzerainty, they had also been a Russian protectorate since 1774. When therefore the Sultan dismissed Ypsilantis in 1806, Russia invaded the principalities. Prince Adam Czartoryski, Alexander's close advisor on foreign affairs, was already dreaming of a federation of Slav states in the Balkans under Russian protection. Further south, the tyranny of Ali Pasha was provoking resistance among the Greek klefts or mountain brigands in Thessaly and Macedonia, and among the Italian-speaking aristocracy of the Ionian Islands, led by John Capodistrias. In the summer of 1807 Capodistrias, with the support of the mainland rebels and Russia, launched a campaign against Ali Pasha which might be described as the first manifestation of Greek nationalism. Russia was nevertheless soon forced to come to terms with France. Prussia was defeated by France at Jena and Auerstadt on October 14, 1806, and the French occupied Berlin, Warsaw, and the Hanseatic towns. Russian forces held Napoleon to a bloody draw at Eylau on February 7, 1807, but were defeated at Friedland in June. On July 7 Napoleon and Alexander confronted each other on the river Niemen and arranged the Treaty of Tilsit. Napoleon's priority was to reduce Prussia to a shadow of its former self. The Kingdom of Westphalia was carved out of Prussian territory, Hesse-Kassel, Brunswick, and southern Hanover, to reinforce the Confederation of the Rhine against Prussia, and entrusted to Napoleon's brother, Jerome. A Polish state was created from the Polish lands annexed by Prussia under the partitions, although it was an insult to Polish nationalism. It included none of the Polish territory appropriated by Russia under the partitions, was called the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, and was ruled by the King of Saxony. Russia paid for the truce by ceding the Ionian Islands to France, but as compensation was able to turn against its erstwhile ally, Sweden, in February 1808, and deprive her of Finland. After the conclusion of the Franco-Russian alliance, only Great Britain stood in the way of Napoleon's European supremacy. The French navy was in ruins, but the British economy was dependent on the possibility of exporting textiles and metalwares to Europe, and of importing naval stores from the Baltic and Russia, and cereals through Hamburg and Danzig. On November 21, 1806, the French issued decrees from Berlin ordering the closure of European ports to British vessels and founding what became known as the Continental System. British trade found a loophole in Denmark, and France and Russia combined to put pressure on Denmark to force her into the Continental System. The British demanded the surrender of the Danish navy, and then bombarded Copenhagen until they did so. This only drove Denmark firmly into a French alliance. Sweden under Gustav IV Adolf held on to the British alliance and its funds, but found itself at war with Russia, Denmark, and France, whose forces invaded under General Bernadotte. The pro-French party overthrew Gustav in 1809 in favor of the senile and childless Charles XIII. Sweden made peace with Russia and joined the continental system. The Riksdag or parliament then elected Bernadotte crown prince in the hope that, in the long term, Sweden would recover Finland. One yawning gap remained in the continental system, the Iberian Peninsula. King Charles IV of Spain counted for little and affairs were managed by Godoy, a guards officer and the Queen's lover. Godoy brought Spain into the continental system in February 1807. The French government then required Portugal to close her ports to British shipping and to declare war on Great Britain. When Portugal refused, France and Spain agreed to partition Portugal. October 27, 1807, French troops invaded the country, and the royal house of Bragança fled to its colony, Brazil. But Godoy had now become extremely unpopular in Spain. The Madrid mob, supported by discontented nobles and army officers, overthrew him on March 17, 1808. Charles IV had no choice but to abdicate in favor of his son, Ferdinand, Prince of Asturias, the desired one. However, the military presence of the French at Madrid, under Murat, made itself increasingly felt, and a popular revolt against the French occupation on May 2, 1808 was put down with great savagery. Napoleon now invited both Charles IV and Ferdinand to Bayonne, where he was stationed with the main French army, and obliged them to renounce their rights in favor of Joseph Bonaparte, King of Naples. It was this act that triggered off the Spanish War of Independence. At the end of 1807 the British had responded to Napoleon's continental system by orders in council blockading the ports of France and her allies. Now Britain answered the appeals of the Portuguese Provisional Junta and landed her own troops under Sir Arthur Wellesley in August 1808, in order to recapture Lisbon. The Peninsular War had begun. The outbreak of war and revolution in Spain dramatically exposed the vulnerability of Napoleon's empire. Troops had to be moved en masse from northern to southern Europe. In the summer of 1808 the Prussian chief minister, Karl von Stein, devised a plan to combine a war of liberation with sweeping reforms. In the event Austria was the first defeated power to contest French hegemony, by launching attacks in April 1809 on French positions in Bavaria, the Tyrol, Venetia, and the Adriatic. Napoleon, who had annexed the Papal Legate Islands in 1803, and Umbria and the Marches in April 1808, consolidated his defences by absorbing the rest of the Papal States into the Kingdom of Italy in May 1809, taking Pope Pius VII prisoner, and beat the Austrian forces decisively at Wagram on July 5, 1809. Under the Treaty of Schönbrunn on October 14, 1809 the French now gained the Austrian port of Trieste, which was still trading with Britain, much of the Slovene provinces of Carinthia, Styria, and Carniola, and parts of Croatia, including the military border with the Ottoman Empire. Together with lands gained from the Venetian Empire in 1806 these were forged into the Illyrian provinces, which had purely strategic significance and were in no sense intended to encourage Slovene, Serbo-Croat, or South Slav nationalism. Neither did Napoleon mean to help the Serbs. If anything, he would have handed them over to Austria, for his policy now was to conclude an alliance with that country, prepared in March 1810 by his marriage to the Emperor's daughter, Marie-Louise. Map 1 Europe in 1812. The continental system was becoming increasingly porous. Trade with Great Britain continued through Amsterdam and the Hanseatic ports of Bremen, Hamburg, and Lübeck. In 1810 Napoleon acted decisively. Holland, since 1806 a satellite state under his brother Louis, was annexed directly to the empire in June. The whole of the north coast of Germany, including Hanover both within and outside the Kingdom of Westphalia, followed in December. Russia, smarting from the humiliation of Tilsit, hostile to the French presence in the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, and finding its trade strangled, effectively withdrew from the continental system at the end of 1810. In order to save the continental system, Napoleon was obliged to launch an invasion of Russia. His right flank was secured by an alliance with Austria in December 1811. Austria would surrender Galicia in order to build the Grand Duchy of Warsaw into a stronger buffer state against Russia, to be further enlarged by Lithuania and White Russia, and would herself recover the Illyrian provinces at the end of the war. King Frederick William III of Prussia was bullied on pain of losing his crown and the complete dismemberment of his state into an alliance with France in February 1812. On June 24, 1812 the French armies invaded Russia. Russia, however, was not unprepared. Napoleon had greatly angered his former general, Bernadotte, by his occupation of Swedish Pomerania in January 1812, and Bernadotte had his own dynastic ambitions. In April Alexander was able to bring Sweden into an alliance. In May he concluded a truce with the Turks at Bucharest and closed the Balkan theatre, sacrificing as he did the hopes of the Serb rebels. The French campaign was a disaster in which 400,000 troops were lost, and on January 13, 1813 Tsar Alexander recrossed the Niemen at the head of his victorious forces. The Prussian minister, Stein, had been at the Russian court since early in 1812, and in February 1813 an alliance was signed between Russia and Prussia. Stein's ambition was to provoke a national insurrection in Germany which would shatter Napoleon's creature, the Confederation of the Rhine, and make way for a united German Reich under Prussian leadership. To Metternich, who became Chancellor of Austria in October 1809, and his Grey Eminence, Gentz, such ideas were anathema. The patronage of revolution by Russia and Prussia had to be stopped. Metternich made clear his opinion of German nationalism by arresting Baron Hormeyer, who had formed an Alpine League to raise revolt against France and Bavaria in the Tyrol and Illyrian provinces. On August 8, 1813 Metternich was still trying to avoid war by getting Napoleon to renounce his protectorate of the Confederation of the Rhine. When Austria did go to war alongside Prussia and Russia on August 12, it was emphasized that this was not for the German nation but in order to maintain the balance of power in Europe. After the Battle of Leipzig, Metternich set to work to bring Bavaria, Hanover, and the other German states into the alliance, offering them guarantees of sovereignty and territorial integrity. Unlike Stein's vision of a revolutionary, unitary Reich under Prussian hegemony, this was the sober construction of a conservative, federal Germany under the control of Austria. For the time being, Metternich's strategy prevailed. Assault on the Ancien regime. The impact of Napoleon on the political and social structure of Europe was not everywhere the same. It was greater in territories that were annexed than in satellite states, and greater in satellite states than in those which were occupied only with difficulty and by force of arms. Where French revolutionary armies had passed before, overturning feudal and ecclesiastical institutions, their Napoleonic rule had a firmer grip. French military support for local rulers enabled them to undertake by revolution from above what as minor enlightened despots in the 18th century they had failed to achieve. But Napoleon was above all a dynast and conqueror. What he required from subject territories was men and money. If they could be provided without administrative reforms, so much the better. Some states which remained sovereign imitated Napoleon's methods in order to weaken traditional elites or to strengthen state power. Far more common, however, was resistance to Napoleon, whether blind peasant hostility to taxes and conscription, the defense of aristocratic, ecclesiastical, and corporative privileges, or liberal opposition to arbitrary, bureaucratic, and foreign rule. Belgium, or the Austrian Netherlands, was annexed in 1795, divided into departments and placed under French prefects and judges. The French encountered the hostility of a nobility and Catholic Church which still looked towards Austria, and proceeded to dissolve the monasteries and persecute the secular clergy. The introduction of conscription in September 1798, as in France, provoked a widespread peasant revolt, which had to be put down by force. Those who gained from French rule were above all the middle classes who bought church lands, and enjoyed the abolition of the guilds and wide, protected markets in France. The left bank of the Rhine was occupied in 1792 and again after 1794. The great prince-bishoprics of Trier and Mainz were swept away, the nobility of dukedoms like Clovis marginalized, seduced by Rhenish Democrats and Jacobin ideas. With some support from the French General Hoche, they declared an independent republic on the left bank in September 1797. But Hoche died almost at once and the Directory annexed the Rhineland and subjected it to a military dictatorship. It was not until 1800 that the Rhineland was organized into departments on the French model. As in Belgium, it was the bourgeoisie which did best, notably the patriciates of Aachen, Krefeld, and Cologne, who became mayors and officials under the control of French prefects. As time went on, even the Rhenish nobility was given more influence. Propaganda from the French revolutionary armies found more fertile soil in Piedmont. The king was forced to flee from Turin to Sardinia, and Jacobins from the towns, dreaming of a united, democratic Italy, were put in charge of the towns. The Austro-Russian invasion of 1798 returned royalists to power, and when the Directory held a plebiscite in February 1799 on the question of the annexation of Piedmont to France, there was a massive insurrection against it. After 1800, Piedmont and Tuscany were firmly integrated into the French administrative system. In 1805 and 1808 respectively, Turin and Florence were given princely courts, but they were purely decorative and in no sense autonomous governments. Though some noble families, such as the Cavours or Balbas, grew rich on church lands, others looked nostalgically towards the exiled royal house in Sardinia. When the Cisalpine Republic was recovered in 1800, it was treated as a conquered province. A provisional government was maintained there by force for 2 years. There could be no question of a plebiscite on a constitution, after what had happened in Piedmont, and Napoleon was not one to waste time with constituent assemblies. At Christmas in 1801 he summoned an assembly of Italian notables to cross the Alps to Lyons, where they received a constitution from his hands and acclaimed him president of what he agreed to call the Italian Republic. A representative of the wealthy Milan patriciate, Melzi d'Arel, was appointed vice president. Melzi was anxious to break all ties with the First Cisalpine, which had been far too revolutionary, although he could not call upon the imperial nobility of the former Duchy of Milan, which was too Austrian. He wanted the republic to be founded on landed wealth, whether old or new, and disagreed with Napoleon, who wished also to bind the commercial and educated bourgeoisie to the republic. The electoral colleges for the legislative body therefore included 200 merchants, meeting at Brescia, 200 professional men, meeting at Bologna, and 300 landowners, meeting at Milan. Most of the landowners were nobles, 77% in Lombardy, 89% in Venetia when it was added to the Kingdom of Italy in 1805. Napoleon naturally became King of Italy. His son-in-law, Eugene de Beauharnais, became viceroy in March 1805 and presided over the establishment of an Italian nobility in 1808. The tradition of the vigorous self-governing Italian commune fitted ill with the centralized system of French administration. But a rising in Bologna in 1802 provoked Melzi to carve the Italian Republic into departments and impose prefects. His inclination was to favor nobles as prefects, but they were poor administrators. After 1806 Lombardy was ruled by Venetian prefects, who were all noble, while Venetia was ruled by Lombards. Only when France went to war with Austria in 1809 were more servants of the First Cisalpine appointed as prefects, and the prefectural corps came to look something like a professional bureaucracy. Like the Italian Republic, the kingdoms of Westphalia and Bavaria, and the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, were all satellite states. Jerome received a constitution for Westphalia in an envelope from Napoleon, which attacked the privileges of the, largely Hanoverian, nobility along with those of provinces, towns, and guilds, in 2 ways. First, the civil code and a system of bureaucratic centralization was introduced. Second, in the parliament, which in the event met only twice, representation of orders, nobility, clergy, and cities gave way to the representation of wealth in the shape of 70 landowners, 15 merchants or manufacturers, and 15 professional men or bureaucrats. The only compensation for the nobility was that serfs lost only their personal servitude, gained no land, and had to continue providing dues and services unless they redeemed them. In Bavaria, the support of the French army permitted the chief minister, Count Maximilian von Montgelas, to smash the privileges of the nobles, who dominated the estates, of the cities, and of the church, which was particularly troublesome in the Tyrol, taken over from the Austrians in 1805. A constitution was promulgated in 1808, providing for electoral colleges in each of 15 administrative circles drawn from the 400 most taxed landowners, merchants, or industrialists. As it happened, the parliament did not meet before 1818, but the circles were admirably governed by French-style prefects, and the old collegiate system of central government, in which decisions were reached by majority, was replaced by departmental ministries. To compensate the nobility, the civil code was only partially applied, and nobles could resist the redemption of lucrative seigneurial obligations. The Grand Duchy of Warsaw was another artificial creation. When Alexander I turned down the offer, it was entrusted to Frederick Augustus, King of Saxony, and equipped with a constitution issued by Napoleon in July 1807 from Dresden. The civil code was introduced. The lesser nobles who had fought in Polish legions alongside the French were suspected of Jacobinism. Moreover, Napoleon was now in alliance with Alexander I, and it was therefore the Polish magnates around the Tsar's advisor, Prince Adam Czartoryski, who dominated the regime. Civil and political rights given to Jews under the Polish Constitution of 1791 were suspended in 1808, to placate the nobles. Serfdom was abolished, but if a serf left his master, he left his land, horse, and plough behind also. If he stayed, labor services were required until he redeemed them. Concessions to Polish nobles did not, however, extend to their cherished Sejm or Parliament. As for their deliberating assemblies, said Napoleon, their liberum veto, their diets on horseback with drawn swords, I want nothing of that. I want Poland only as a disciplined force, to furnish a battlefield. 3. In 1798 Holland and Switzerland had both become unitary and democratic republics, the Batavian and the Helvetic, under the patronage of the Directory. In Switzerland the new order was in the interests of the lesser burghers and officials, and of districts like the Vaud and Argovie, which had been subject to the urban patriciate of Bern. Napoleon on the other hand favored the urban patriciates, who recovered power under the Constitution of 1803, promulgated in Paris, which restored cantonal sovereignty and the federal diet, but refused the Swiss a common army. In the Batavian Republic the National Assembly, dominated by radicals, finally agreed on a unitary constitution in April 1798. But the traditional ruling elites with their local power bases recovered power 2 months later. The following year the British attempted a landing in Holland, and Napoleon decided that he could take no chances. The National Assembly was broken up by a coup d'état in September 1801 and replaced by a regency of state which represented the urban patriciate of Amsterdam and the landowners of the inland provinces, some of whom were partisans of the deposed House of Orange. When full-scale war broke out with Great Britain, Napoleon entrusted Dutch affairs to a single Grand Pensionary, 1805, and then made Holland a kingdom under his brother Louis, 1806. Louis Bonaparte was far from being a subservient tool and paid for his independence dearly in 1810, when Holland was annexed directly to the French Empire. Outside these satellite states French power was much less firmly consolidated, and rested first and foremost on superior military force. The French had been ejected from Naples in 1799 by Russian and Turkish troops, the British Navy, and a peasant rising organized by Catholic clergy into the Sanfedists or Army of the Holy Faith. In February 1806 the French reoccupied Naples and obliged King Ferdinand to flee to Sicily, where he was supported by British money and sea power. French requisitions immediately provoked another rising in Calabria, and though it was suppressed, brigandage remained endemic. Joseph Bonaparte set about attacking the power of the Neapolitan barons whose fiefs gave them tax exemptions, a noble chamber in the estates, seigneurial dues and monopolies, and their own baronial courts to enforce them. A law of August 1806 abolished feudalism, but it remained a dead letter until 1808, when Joseph moved to take the throne of Spain and was replaced in Naples by the Grand Duke of Berg, Joachim Murat. Baronial jurisdiction was abolished, as was personal servitude, but dues and services attached to land tenure remained unless they were redeemed. Moreover, the division of common land and the sale of monastic lands enabled the nobility, as well as their bailiffs and the gabilotti who sublet their estates, to enlarge their land holdings. A constitution drawn up for Naples was never implemented. Intendants like French prefects were put in charge of the administration but were not as important as the regional military commanders, who commanded an army 40,000 strong. Murat, however, was clever enough to promote Neapolitans into the army, bureaucracy, and ministries. These Neapolitans became influenced by Carbonarist ideas of a united, democratic Italy which were introduced into Naples by the French after 1807. When Napoleon allied with Austria in 1809, Murat began to contemplate turning against the emperor with his new power base. In Sicily, the British minister, Lord William Bentinck, tried to build a bridge to Murat as the Italian Bernadotte by forcing a British-style constitution on the hapless King Ferdinand in 1812. Napoleon was no more successful in his dealings with the Bourbons of Spain. Their deposition on May 10, 1808 sparked off an insurrection of the Madrid mob and peasants along the Mediterranean coast, both against the French and against the collaborating Spanish authorities. The movement was taken over by the notables, local gentry, clergy, and officials as the only way to control it. Provincial juntas were elected to organize the apocalypse, each with its own guerrilla army, and on July 19 that of Seville defeated the French army at Bailén. The regular Spanish army, which at first had offered no resistance to Murat, gradually came over to the cause. Provincial juntas sent delegates to a central junta at Aranjuez. Composed of grandees and prelates, it swore to preserve our rights, fueros, lands, and customs, and especially the succession in the reigning family. 4 Joseph Bonaparte was now in retreat. At the end of July 1808 he was forced to abandon Madrid. His regime was based on a minority of afrancesado, notably bureaucrats who saw a chance to complete the enlightened reforms of Charles III. Feudalism was abolished along with the Inquisition and the Church's military orders, and 2/3 of monasteries and convents were dissolved. However, a constitution drafted at Bayonne was never promulgated. Spain was divided into departments but prefects were never appointed. French rule was that of the military governors. Within the forces of resistance a struggle now developed between the generals and the provincial juntas, some of which they considered to be republican. An attempt was made to smooth over the differences in September 1810 by calling a constituent Cortes to Cadiz. But this only highlighted the tension between the two Spains. The Cortes was dominated by liberals, who enacted a constitution in 1812 which proclaimed universal manhood suffrage, divided legislative power between the king and Cortes, and abolished provincial, noble, church, and guild privileges in the name of a unitary state. The nobles, clergy, and other privileged bodies nevertheless had their revenge in the ordinary Cortes that was elected in 1813. They looked to be rid of the liberals, invite back Ferdinand VII the desired one, and return to a Spain that was as medieval as possible. At the other end of Europe the Prussian state was all but destroyed after its defeat by the French. Huge reparations were imposed, and in October 1807 Frederick William III was virtually obliged to hand over the government to a team of reforming ministers led by Stein and Hardenberg. Stein had plans to limit the personal rule of the king by a council of state and collective ministerial responsibility, but his attack on economic and social reform was more ambitious still than his political reforms. In order to head off peasant revolt, serfdom was abolished in October 1807. The nobles who had performed so lamentably in battle suffered the consequences. The nobility ceased to be a privileged order in 1807. From 1808 noble birth was no longer a guarantee of promotion in the Prussian officer corps. Rittergüter, or noble estates which carried tax exemption and a seat in the provincial diets, should they meet again, were made available to non-noble buyers. Stein realized that Prussia would have to become not only less privileged but also more liberal if she were to survive. In the summer of 1808 he tried to persuade the king not to accept French reparation demands but to authorize a national insurrection and grant a free constitution. In this way the patriotic energies of the people would be mobilized behind the state. Yet all that Stein could achieve was municipal self-government, and reactionary aristocrats at court ensured that peace was made with France, and Stein dismissed from office, November 1808, before he could do too much damage. After 1810 Hardenberg tried further to increase the power of the state at the expense of the Prussian nobility. But the Assembly of Notables which he summoned in 1811 refused to countenance the taxation of noble estates without the recall of the provincial estates, and the National Assembly of Noble, Town, and Peasant representatives that met in 1812 was the tool of the nobility rather than of the government. Hardenberg's Gendarmerie Edict of 1812, which proposed to abolish the patrimonial jurisdiction of the Junkers and replace the elected noble landrat in the provinces by a centrally appointed bureaucrat, was also defeated by the nobility, intent on safeguarding the society of orders against both bureaucrats and the populace. Austria and Russia were also given cause to reflect by defeat at the hands of Napoleon, but few reforms were carried out. In neither country were the serfs emancipated. Austria failed to develop a ministerial system that corrected the delays of collegiate administration on the one hand and the arbitrariness of the personal rule of Francis I on the other. The Hungarian Diet was the only representative institution in the Habsburg monarchy, dominated by nobles, and only agreed to vote men and supplies when the French were at the gates of Vienna. After Austerlitz, Count Philip Stadion and the war leader Archduke Charles relaxed censorship in order to mobilize opinion for revenge against France and build up Landwehr and volunteer battalions. But after a second defeat at Wagram in 1809, Metternich became chancellor and put an end to such foolish experiments. In Russia the traditional representative institutions of Poland were destroyed after its annexation was completed in 1795, and replaced by military rule. The Constitution of Finland, on the other hand, was endorsed by Alexander I before the Finnish Diet in 1809, although another Diet was not summoned until 1863. After Tilsit, Alexander's brilliant chief minister, Speransky, pushed through a program of reforms in Russia proper. A Council of State on the Napoleonic model was introduced to draft decrees and control ministers, who replaced the collegiate system. The Senate lost its administrative responsibilities, but remained the highest court of appeal. A civil code was published in 1812, and meritocracy introduced into the civil service, ending the monopoly of the nobles. However, Speransky's bold plan for a state Duma came to nothing, and a pincer movement by Alexander and the nobility drove him out of office when Napoleon invaded. Even the Scandinavian countries were affected by the hegemony of Napoleon. Under the patronage of the emperor, the Danish king, Frederick VI, was able to integrate the Duchy of Holstein into the Danish Commonwealth, attack the privileges of its German nobility, and in 1810 require the use of Danish in the administration, law courts, and schools. In Sweden, Gustav IV Adolf had ruled without the Riksdag since 1792, but in March 1809 he was overthrown by a group of high officials and army officers. The Riksdag was called, and the Constitution of 1809 enshrined the privileges of the nobility in the traditional four-chamber system of estates, nobles, clergy, townsmen, and peasants. Bernadotte cemented an alliance with Russia and Great Britain against Napoleon and defeated Denmark on the way towards Paris. He received from Denmark its dependency of Norway in January 1814. But the Norwegians called a constituent assembly at Eidsvold in April 1814, drew up a constitution which provided for a Storting or parliament, elected on a low property franchise, and elected the Danish Prince Christian Frederick their king. As a result, Bernadotte invaded Norway, and obliged the Storting to accept a union with Sweden and elect Charles XIII of Sweden as king. In return for this, Bernadotte guaranteed the Norwegians their constitution. In Norway at least, liberalism triumphed against absolutism, bureaucracy, and privilege. The generation of nationalism. Nationalism is the feeling that belonging to a nation is more important than belonging to a town, province, class, social order, or religious group, and the struggle for a state to defend the interests and identity of that nation. The period of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars witnessed the first upsurge of nationalism in European history, partly under the inspiration of the French armies and their message of liberation, partly in reaction against those armies and the realities of occupation and oppression. The term nationalism first appeared in the writings of the Jesuit Abbé Barruel in 1798, to describe hatred of the foreigner, not love for him. The different meanings of nationalism broadly reflect different meanings of the term nation. For the French revolutionaries, the nation was a body of free and equal citizens. They were free because they had asserted their claim to be a sovereign people, with authority to make laws for themselves, at the expense of the arbitrary and God-given powers of the monarch. They were equal because they were equally subject to those laws, against which no privilege of town, province, order, or religious group could stand. The revolution made France into a patrie, not in the old sense of place of origin, but in the new sense of a land of liberty, freed from oppression. To defend that patrie against foreign tyrants, revolutionary armies were formed after 1791, composed of Frenchmen instead of Swiss or German mercenaries, and citizens rather than professional soldiers. The volunteers of 1791 and 1792 were drawn from the bourgeois militia or National Guard. The levy en masse of 1793-4 created a people's army 1 million strong. The French revolutionary armies saw themselves not as conquerors but as liberators, at the service of a universal ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Their mission was to free subject peoples from tyranny, aristocracy, and fanaticism, and to create a brotherhood of nations. They were received with enthusiasm by Jacobin patriots in the Rhineland, the Netherlands, and northern Italy. The Piedmontese poet Count Vittorio Alfieri renounced his status as a subject of Piedmont, with the consequent loss of his nobility, and called upon his fellow writers to seek liberty wherever it is to be found. 5 Polish legionaries who fought in Bonaparte's armies against the Austrians in 1800 carried on their shoulder flashes the motto "Free men are brothers." 6. After the setback to French forces in 1799, the emphasis was less on the export of liberty than on the spread of civilization. Now only the efforts of France can stop Europe from falling back into barbarism, declared General Messina. 7 Tuscany, the cradle of Italian civilization, was dismissed as decadent by its French administrators in 1808, while the Illyrian provinces, which brought together at least 4 ethnic groups, were felt to be savage. By civilization the French tended to mean the freedom to accumulate wealth, the politeness of the ruling class, and enlightened, rational administration. The replacement of a mass of petty states serving only the private interests of their rulers by larger, bureaucratic states governed in the general interest could appeal to a certain kind of foreigner too. On the eve of the Battle of Jena, Hegel proclaimed Napoleon to be this world's soul, dominating the entire world from horseback. It is impossible not to admire him. 8. The peoples of Europe did not necessarily welcome these gifts of liberty and civilization, especially as the benefits were not always obvious. The victorious French imposed massive indemnities on defeated states. They requisitioned supplies, confiscated lands, imposed taxes, and conscripted troops in enormous numbers. The number of Italians under arms rose from 22,000 in 1804 to 71,000 in 1812. There were 90,000 Poles in the Grand Army which invaded Russia in 1812. On that occasion, only 200,000 of the 600,000 troops were French, 100,000 were drawn from annexed territories, and the rest from satellite states or allies. The satellite states were no more than vehicles for making foreigners pay for and fight Napoleon's wars. No wonder that Alfieri changed his mind in 1804, publishing a tract entitled Misso Gallo, rejecting the idea of a French civilizing mission. He urged fellow Italians to hate with an implacable and mortal loathing those barbarians from across the mountains as the single and fundamental basis of your political existence. 9. There were popular revolts against the French in Belgium in 1798, Italy in 1799 and 1806, and of course Spain in 1808. They were not necessarily expressions of nationalism, but rather of xenophobic hostility to foreign oppression. They were revolts of Calabrians or Piedmontese, Catalans or Galicians, rather than of Italians or Spaniards, expressions of campanilismo or of loyalty to the Patria Chica. Nationalism was being defined, not by the people but by intellectuals who were seeking an alternative idea of the nation around which to orchestrate resistance to Napoleon. Whereas the French idea of the nation was the civic one of a body of free and equal citizens living under laws they had made for themselves, the German idea was a linguistic or ethnic one, of a people or folk with a common descent and speaking a common language. The dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire in 1806, the collaboration of the states of South and West Germany with Napoleon in the Confederation of the Rhine, and the supine behavior of the Prussian state, meant that a political model of the German nation was difficult to assert. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, who in 1799 had lost his post as professor of philosophy at Jena for espousing the principles of the French Revolution, delivered a series of addresses to the German nation in 1807-8 in which he argued that France now represented not liberty but despotism, and that the cause of freedom had now fallen to the German nation. He took up the teaching of Herder that the nation was identified not with the state, an artificial body, but with the organic body of the folk, the people. Like Herder, he rejected the French idea that civilization was universal, arguing that each nation had its own language and culture, which expressed the soul of the folk. The poet Ernst Moritz Arndt, asking where the German nation was in 1813, answered that as far as the German tongue rings and to God in heaven leader sings, that's where it should be. That, bold German, pertains to the 10. The Berlin schoolteacher Friedrich Ludwig John expounded similar views of the German nation, which began to betray a certain exclusiveness. A state is nothing without a folk, a soulless artifact, he said. A folk is nothing without a state, a bodiless phantom, like the wandering gypsies and Jews. Only the unity of a state and a folk makes a Reich. 11 To this end he set up a Tugendbund, or Society for the Practice of Public Virtue, in 1808, in order to train young people in the civic virtue necessary to become a free people, and in 1811 founded a Turngesellschaft or Gymnastics Society to provide physical and thus military training for the coming struggle against the French. Attracting students and artisans who swore an oath to the fatherland rather than to the Prussian king and wore the German national colors, black uniforms, red lapels, gold buttons, they were only 30,000 strong but fed into the volunteer units of 1,813 that fought alongside the regular armies and militias, and had a certain mythic force in the development of German nationalism. The force of these nationalistic ideas and movements at the time should not be overestimated. Wars were still fought by dynastic states that distrusted movements that challenged kings and nobilities in the name of greater liberty and equality. At most they paid lip service to the national idea in order to win over the patriotic middle class, but refused to make any political concessions. When Austria went to war with France in 1809, and experimented with militias and volunteers, the appeal to the German nation of Archduke Charles, penned by the Romantic writer Friedrich Schlegel, declared that Austrian armies would not annihilate the laws and customs of the various German states, or overturn any thrones, but only release them from dependence on France and restore the autonomy of the Habsburg monarchy. The rising of the Tyrolese, seeking release from their incorporation into French-dominated Bavaria, was not encouraged by the Austrian government, and the execution of its leader, Andreas Hofer, by the French was not unduly bemoaned by them. In March 1813 Frederick William III issued a patriotic address to his nation to rise up against the French, but was really thinking in terms of his Prussian subjects. The Tsar managed to call on militias, Cossacks, partisans, and peasants to drive out the French at the cost of 1.5 million lives, without proclaiming the emancipation of the serfs, largely by whipping up enthusiasm for the throne and Orthodox Church. After Napoleon confiscated the Black Virgin of Smolensk, Alexander was able to denounce him as the Katspa of Muslims and Jews, while General Kutuzov told his troops on the eve of Borodino that they were protected by the Black Virgin. During the invasion scare of 1803-5, the British government recruited over 200,000 volunteers to supplement the regular army. They avoided appeals to patriotism, which carried powerful connotations of political radicalism, and called for loyalty to George III, who enjoyed a revival of popularity. The union of king and people was symbolized by the review of 27,000 volunteers by George III in Hyde Park in October 1803. British nationalism was as opposed to French anarchy as it was to French tyranny, and set the defense of the monarchy and Protestant Church above the widening of the citizen body, at least in the short term. The lesson of the Napoleonic Wars in the long term, however, was that nationalism was a revolutionary force that would not always do the bidding of governments. 3. Metternich's Europe. The Vienna Settlement. The European peace settlement of 1814-15 was ultimately directed against revolution and therefore against nationalism, which was seen to be a revolutionary force. Immediately, it was directed against France, the revolutionary power par excellence, which had been responsible for a generation of turmoil in Europe. Until the end of 1815, the anti-revolutionary purposes of the coalition were sublimated into debate on the restrictions that would have to be imposed on France in the interests of the balance of power. After 1815, by a curious twist of emphasis, those anti-revolutionary purposes became more explicit, but in fact concealed a preoccupation with the balance of power that would be upset if any of the major states made use of revolution in any country to extend its hegemony. The balance of power established in 1814-15 had 5 main principles. The first was that the great powers fighting Napoleon stuck together rather than competed with each other, in the general interest of lasting peace among the powers collectively rather than in the short-term, selfish interest of any one of them. The undermining of the coalitions first by one power, then by another, leaving to do a separate deal with France, had allowed the French to divide and rule, at the cost of 25 years of war and 5 million lives. But under the Treaty of Chaumont in March 1814, Great Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia agreed not to make a separate peace with Napoleon and joined forces in a quadruple alliance. The success of the negotiations depended on the cooperation of the British Foreign Minister Castlereagh, the Austrian Foreign Minister Metternich, Tsar Alexander of Russia, Frederick William III of Prussia, and later the French Foreign Minister Talleyrand. The second principle was that while Napoleon had to be deposed and the Bourbon monarchy restored in France, France should retain the territorial integrity it had enjoyed before it went to war in 1792 and the independence of a great power. The Allies entered Paris at the end of March 1814, Napoleon abdicated in April and was exiled to the Mediterranean island of Elba, and Louis XVIII returned to Paris in May. The Peace of Paris on May 31, 1814 gave France slightly more than her frontiers of 1792, but rebuilt the ancient ramparts of which Gents had spoken more sturdily than ever. In the north, the Kingdom of the Netherlands was extended to include Belgium, occupied by the French for the last 20 years, and Antwerp was reopened, though purely as a commercial port, in consideration of Britain's naval interests. In the east, the cantons of Switzerland, in a state of near anarchy, were reorganized under a new federal pact. In the south, the Kingdom of Sardinia-Piedmont recovered its integrity, including Savoy, and gained Nice and the port of Genoa. Map to Europe in 1815. The third principle was that the legitimate rights of monarchs were to be upheld, not the rights of nations to self-determination, which would have been an endorsement of revolution. The Bourbon dynasty was restored not only to the throne of France, but to that of Spain, in the person of Ferdinand VII, and to that of the two Sicilies. The British, who had sheltered King Ferdinand on Sicily, were keen to return him to Naples as well, even though the Austrians had allied with Joachim Murat, King of Naples, in January 1814, against Eugene Beauharnais, the viceroy of Napoleon's Kingdom of Italy. Similarly, Talleyrand was insistent that the King of Saxony should not lose his throne, even though he had fought alongside Napoleon in 1813, since to depose one German monarch was to place all the others at risk. This related to a fourth principle, that the cannibalism that had characterized the balance of power in the 18th century, when the gains of one ally had to be compensated by the gains of another, and states like Poland had simply disappeared from the map, would not be allowed to recur in the 19th century. It seemed that it might recur, when Alexander proclaimed the liberation of Poland, ending the partitions, with himself as king, and allowed Frederick William of Prussia to take possession of Saxony. This suggested that France was not the only danger to European stability, and that Russia, whose armies had driven across Europe to Paris, was also a potential menace. To counter the threat, Talleyrand orchestrated a secret pact between Great Britain, Austria, and France, January 1815, in order to regulate and limit the Russo-Prussian deal. As a result, Poland was resurrected as a Congress kingdom, but remained only two-thirds the size of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, with an army a third of the size it had been under Napoleon, and for an emblem a small Polish white eagle on the breast of the Romanov black eagle. Its king was the Tsar of Russia, and as the partitions effectively stood, most Poles continued to live under Russian rule in Lithuania, White Russia, and the Ukraine, under Austrian rule in Galicia, or under Prussian rule in Posen. Prussia gained about 2/5 of Saxony, but was compensated much further west, receiving most of the Kingdom of Westphalia and the left bank of the Rhine. The last principle was that while not all powers could be equal under the balance of power, the hegemony of the great powers had to be balanced against the right of small states to independence and security. This was ensured in Germany by building up states such as Saxony, Hanover, and Bavaria into substantial kingdoms, then inviting the 39 German states to send government representatives to a diet at Frankfurt, which became the central organ of the German Confederation. This was the brainchild of Metternich, who brushed aside Stein's dream of a unitary Reich and Hardenberg's plan for a more federal Germany. Since Austria and Prussia were partly within and partly outside the Confederation, they were entitled to send representatives, and Austria indeed held the chair, but the influence of Prussia in North Germany, balancing that of Austria in South Germany, effectively gave the states of the Third Germany a considerable degree of independence. In Italy, Austria recovered the provinces of Lombardy and Venetia, of which the Austrian emperor became king. Habsburg princes returned to the duchies of Tuscany and Modena, while Princess Marie-Louise, the Austrian emperor's daughter and Napoleon's estranged wife, became Duchess of Parma. In March 1815, Murat marched north and issued a proclamation to the Italian people, calling on them to liberate themselves from foreigners and set up an independent state, but the great powers combined against him, and Ferdinand of Naples had the pleasure of having him shot. Austrian influence in the peninsula was limited by the restoration of the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies, of the Papal States, to which Austria had to surrender the Marches and Legations or Romagna, centered on Bologna, and of Sardinia-Piedmont. Metternich had ambitions to set up an Italian confederation on the model of the German one, but this was strenuously resisted not only by the other Italian states but also by powers such as Britain, France, and Russia, which wanted to preserve a balance between the influence of great powers and the independence of small states in Italy. In the Balkans, finally, the consensus was that the influence of the great powers should take precedence over the demand of emerging nationalities for statehood. At Vienna, Castlereagh refused to receive Serbian delegates no less than 6 times. The Serbs staged a revolt in 1815 under their new ruler, Miloš Obrenović, and the Ottoman Empire conceded them internal autonomy for fear of provoking intervention by Russia. On the other hand, Kapodistrias, now one of Tsar Alexander's secretaries of state, failed to secure independence for the Ionian Islands, which in November 1815 became a British protectorate. The unexpected return of Napoleon from Elba and Hundred-Day Rule only served to excite the other powers into putting the finishing touches to the European settlement. The final act of the Congress of Vienna was signed on June 9, 1815, a few days before Waterloo. It renewed the Quadruple Alliance and provided for future congresses of monarchs or their ministers to promote the peace and prosperity of Europe. In September 1815, Tsar Alexander, Francis I, and Frederick William III signed a Holy Alliance, to deal with each other and other peoples on the basis of the Christian gospel. For Alexander, some dialogue between princes and peoples was intended, but Metternich insisted that the alliance must be only between princes and against the demand of peoples for constitutions and reforms. Castlereagh saw it as absurd, but had no objection to the Prince Regent signing it personally, as a way of restraining Russia, Prussia, and Austria. After Waterloo, France was shorn of more territory, and had to pay an indemnity and suffer an army of occupation for 5 years. But the skill of her ministers was such that in 1818, at the Conference of Aix-la-Chapelle, the indemnity was revised, the occupation was ended, and France was invited to join the concert of European powers. The Revolutionary Tradition. From exile during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic period, nobles and clergy who had defended their privileges against enlightened despotism before 1789 now saw things in a different light. They still dreamed of a decentralized provincial order in which the privileges of the ancient estates would be cocooned, but now the monarchy was seen not as the enemy of that order but as its guarantor. Unfortunately for them, Napoleon had taught the crowned heads of Europe a few lessons, and they were not prepared to break up the shiny apparatus of centralized administration, efficient police forces, and ministerial power in order to humor the defenders of privilege. For these reasons the Napoleonic legacy in the restored states was surprisingly enduring. On the other hand, the revolutionary aspirations of the last 25 years did not dutifully lie down in 1815 as monarchs took up their old stations. Liberals insisted on the rule of law under a constitution. If the power of the state had increased, then ministers must be made responsible to elective assemblies, a free press must articulate and educate public opinion, and legal proceedings must be free of administrative interference, open to the public, and conducted before juries. In Parliament, representation of nobles, clergy, and urban communities should be replaced by the representation of individual citizens, or at least by those who owned property and paid taxes. After the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo, vengeance was wreaked on Bonapartist notables during the White Terror in the south of France, and the ultra-royalists won a landslide victory to the matchless Parliament of August 1815. But ministerial and bureaucratic authority remained in the hands of moderates, who fought this Frondeur nobility all the way and kept a tight rein on the Catholic Church and education. Neither could Louis XVIII ignore liberal opinion, and he had granted a constitutional charter in June 1814, while maintaining the fiction that it was a gift of his regal generosity. There was no truck with plebiscites. An electorate of 100,000 property owners elected the Chamber of Deputies while appointed peers sat in the upper house. These concessions were insufficient for such liberals as Benjamin Constant, editor of the Mercure after 1817 and then a deputy, who insisted on the acknowledgement of ministerial responsibility to Parliament, a free press, and trial by jury instead of the arbitrary provincial courts. A revolutionary fringe among students, officers on half-pay, and some of the 300,000 demobbed soldiers went so far as to incite mutiny in the garrisons along the eastern frontier in 1821-2, but the leaders were caught and executed. Louis XVIII's brother, Charles X, succeeded to the throne in 1824, and restored influence to the nobility and clergy. His reign saw the growth of a moderate liberalism which was happy with constitutional monarchy and forgot the republic. But Charles X had no great respect for constitutions. When the liberals triumphed in the elections of July 1830, he issued 3 edicts which imposed press censorship, dissolved the chamber before it met, and quartered the electoral body in preparation for new elections. Barricades were thrown up in the streets of Paris and the army was sent in to restore order. As it happened, most of the best troops were conquering Algeria, and low pay and liberal ideas combined to lower morale among the remainder. 3 regiments deserted, Charles X was forced to flee, and power passed to moderate, propertied liberals who formed a national guard to control the mob. The Chamber of Deputies revised the charter, and offered the crown to Louis Philippe, the Duke of Orleans, only on condition that he endorse it. Louis Philippe became King of the French, a genuine constitutional monarch. French armies did not move beyond the frontiers in 1830 as in 1792, but the trails lit by revolutionary and Napoleonic armies in the past might easily be rekindled. In the United Netherlands the regime of the Orange monarch, William I, was absolutist, run by Dutch officials using the Dutch language and, if it was not overtly Calvinist, certainly kept the Catholic Church firmly under state control. Opposition built up in the Belgian half of the monarchy, both among the Catholics who predominated there and among French-speaking liberals. In 1828 liberals and Catholics sank their differences and joined constitutional associations to force William to give ground. William agreed to call the States General but then made the fatal mistake of sending royal troops to take control of Brussels. Barricades went up on September 23, 1830, volunteers arrived from other towns to reinforce what now became a national uprising, and a provisional government declared Belgium an independent state on October 4, 1830. William asked for the armed intervention of the great powers, but the French intervened to support the Belgian rebels, and the main concern of the British Foreign Secretary, Palmerston, was that Belgium should not once again fall under French influence. The matter was settled by the powers meeting in conference in London. Belgium was declared neutral, under the collective guarantees of the powers, and placed under a monarch who belonged to none of the major ruling houses. A Belgian National Congress was called, and elected one of the sons of Louis Philippe king, but the British insisted that they think again, and Leopold of Saxe-Coburg was elected instead. In the Restoration period Great Britain was already firmly established as a constitutional monarchy, although the union with Ireland in 1800 involved the abolition of the Irish Parliament in Dublin. Irish constituencies now sent their representatives to Westminster. Insulated from Napoleonic Europe, Britain did not take the same road towards administrative centralization. County magistracies were in the hands of the local aristocracy, gentry, and clergy, and the modest central administration in London was also colonized by landed families. In Parliament the House of Lords was dominated by the landed aristocracy, and the landed gentry, often related to the peerage, held sway in the House of Commons. Even during the Napoleonic Wars opposition had been growing to an aristocratic system that was seen to result in bad government, pensions for the rich, and taxes for the poor. The constitutional opposition was led by the patrician radical Sir Francis Burdett, elected to Parliament in 1807. The mass, revolutionary opposition was led by orator Henry Hunt, whose rally at Spa Fields in 1816 led to an attack on the Tower of London, while that at St. Peter's Fields outside Manchester in 1819 provoked brutal repression by the local yeomanry and regular troops, known as the Peterloo Massacre. Considerable pressure for reform came from Ireland, where 3/4 of the population was Catholic yet denied office, and the vote controlled by an ascendancy of Protestant landlords. A Catholic association of small gentry, merchants, lawyers, and journalists was organized by Daniel O'Connell, who also used the Catholic clergy to break the Irish tenantry away from the landlords. O'Connell was elected for County Clare in 1828 and forced Catholic emancipation from Wellington's government in 1829 as the only way to prevent social war. He then went on to attack the Anglican Church in Ireland and to campaign for the repeal of the Act of Union. In England an agricultural labourers' revolt and cotton spinners' strike, together with the organisation of political unions by merchants, manufacturers, and tradesmen in large towns like Birmingham, convinced the Whigs, who formed a government in November 1830, that concessions would have to be made to reform in order to head off revolution. The Reform Bill of 1832 redistributed seats from rotten boroughs to populous towns and counties and increased the electorate from 478,000 to 814,000. The propertied, manufacturing, and educated middle classes were hitched to the Constitution alongside the landed interest as the best way to reinforce it. In Central Europe an uneasy balance was maintained between royal absolutism, impatient of any constitutional restraints, the bureaucratic centralism beloved of ministers dedicated to state building, aristocratic reaction, which wanted to restore a society of orders, and liberal ideas generated by the War of Liberation. In the German universities, students and young academics, many of whom had belonged to the Turnerschaft gymnastics movement and fought as volunteers in the national uprising of 1813 and dreamed of a free, united Germany, formed Burschenschaften, or fraternities, which were inspired by these views. On October 18, 1817, the 300th anniversary of Luther's 95 Theses and the 4th anniversary of the Battle of Leipzig, the Burschenschaften organized a massive festival at Wartburg Castle, outside Jena. Jens told Metternich in 1818 that of all the evils affecting Germany today, even including the licentiousness of the press, this student nuisance is the greatest, the most urgent and the most threatening. One When August von Kotzebue, a reactionary playwright, was murdered by a theology student from Jena, both a Turner and a member of a Burschenschaft, who considered him a Russian agent, Metternich seized the opportunity to convoke the representatives of 10 German governments to Carlsbad in Bohemia. They drew up decrees to close student fraternities, tighten press censorship, and organize police surveillance in universities, which were adopted by the Federal Diet in September 1819. John himself, the founder of the Turnerschaft, was imprisoned until 1825. Metternich, who became Austrian Chancellor in 1821, ran the Habsburg monarchy as a bureaucratic police state. No constitutions were granted, and representative institutions existed only as a facade, to placate the various nobilities. The Polish nobility of the Galician estates met in 1817 for the first time since 1782, and the constitution of the Free City of Krakow, 1818, survived for only 10 years. The prelates, lords, knights, and cities of the Bohemian estates counted for little. The Hungarian Diet, which met after a gap of 13 years in 1825, represented the powerful Magyar aristocracy and gentry and had the power to vote taxes and recruits, but was described by Metternich as one of the most tiresome constitutional divertissements in the world. 2. In Germany there was a rash of constitution giving after 1815, particularly in states that had fallen under Napoleonic influence. Baden and Bavaria received constitutions in 1818, Württemberg and Hanover in 1819, Brunswick and Hesse-Darmstadt in 1820. The purpose was to establish a Rechtsstaat, the rule of law, that would prevent monarchs wielding arbitrary power, to integrate new territories that had been added to expanded states, and to undermine noble privilege, by replacing the representation of orders by that of propertied individuals. This was achieved in South German states, where liberals and bureaucrats gained the upper hand. In Prussia, however, not only did Frederick William III refuse to grant a constitution, but the reforming minister Hardenberg was frustrated by aristocratic reaction in his attempts to strengthen bureaucratic centralism. In 1823 the nobles achieved the resurrection of the provincial estates, in which the owners of Rittergüter or noble estates, burghers, and the rural class were represented, and which controlled local government by the election of landrate from among the owners of noble estates. This situation may have suited the eastern provinces of Prussia, but did not suit the Rhineland, now annexed to Prussia, which had been thoroughly Frenchified and retained the Napoleonic Code. Rhineland liberals campaigned vigorously for Staatsbürgertum or equal citizenship against the system of estates, for vigorous parliamentary government against the dead hand of Prussian bureaucracy, and for the Rechtsstaat or constitutional state against arbitrary power. In other German states such as Hesse-Kassel and Saxony, constitutions were not granted till 1831, while liberals had to force modifications of the Constitution of Brunswick in 1832, the Duke of Brunswick being overthrown in the process. The Danish liberal Uwe Jens Lornsen, a former member of the Bruschenschaft of Jena, mounted a propaganda campaign at Kiel in November 1830 in favor of a Norwegian-style constitution. He was arrested and the system of 4 consultative estates on the Prussian model conceded by Frederick VI of Denmark in 1834 was much more to the taste of the conservative, German-speaking Ritterschaft of Holstein. In Switzerland, where cantonal sovereignty and the dominance of the urban patriciates was underscored by the Constitution of 1815, a liberal movement in 1832 did force more popular constitutions on the oligarchies of half the cantons, but the federal diet was too weak to force regeneration on the conservative forest cantons, led by the city of Basel. In southern Europe, constitutions were abrogated by returning monarchs and the church and nobility were restored to some of their former powers. But there were no concessions to representative government, and revolutionary opposition built up in the royal armies, which were subjected to purges, cut down in size, and paid little and irregularly by bankrupt regimes. Secret societies riddled the armed forces and provided links with civilians who had also lost out at the Restoration. On January 1, 1820 there was a mutiny at Cadiz among Spanish troops who were about to be sent to recover the South American colonies that had been in revolt against Spain since 1810, under the leadership of Generals Bolívar and San Martin. Junior officers launched a pronunciamiento and forced Ferdinand VII to proclaim the Constitution of 1812, which he had annulled 6 years before, form a Ministry of Men of 1812, and summon the Cortes. Ferdinand was a prisoner of the liberals for 3 years, during which they divided into moderates and exaltados, the radicals of Madrid and the provincial capitals who dominated the political clubs, press, and Masonic lodges. Meanwhile, counter-revolutionary resistance built up in Aragon, Navarre, and Galicia. Portugal was under the grip of the British military while King John VI remained in Brazil, where he had become emperor. But in August 1820 a military coup was executed in Oporto, a national junta and provisional government were thrown up, and the Cortes summoned. This met at Lisbon in January 1821 and published a liberal constitution, including a single-chamber Cortes, which was accepted in 1822 by John VI, who now returned from Brazil. But the Portuguese nobles and clergy, deprived of the privileged position that they had occupied in the traditional Cortes, made clear their opposition and looked to the Queen and her younger son, Miguel, to give a sign. Even before the Portuguese rising, in July 1820, the Muratist army officers of the Kingdom of Naples, linked with discontented civilians through the secret society of the Carbonari, mutinied against the Bourbon King Ferdinand, in the hope that they could press the Spanish constitution on him. The movement was echoed in Sardinia-Piedmont, where Victor Emmanuel I of Savoy was one of the few European monarchs restored in 1814 to eliminate all traces of Napoleonic influence and revert to an ancien regime run by the church, nobility, and himself. In March 1821 army officers, supported by a minority of nobles who belonged to another secret society, the Feydrathi, forced the king to abdicate and found his brother Charles Felix willing to accept the Spanish constitution. Piedmont was as opposed to Austria as it was to France, but liberal ideas were more threatening to the Austrians' position in Italy. They ruled the duchies of Parma and Modena indirectly, the first through Marie-Louise, the former wife of Napoleon, and Lombardy and Venetia directly from Vienna. These two provinces were permitted only consultative assemblies to remind the emperor of the needs, desires and prayers of the nation, and the privileges of the Italian nobilities received scant recognition. Moderate liberal opposition focused on the conciliator journal of the Lombard noble Count Confalani AI and the young dramatist Silvio Pellico. But Metternich was taking no risks after the troubles in Naples, and Confalani AI and Pellico were among a dozen patriots to be arrested, tried in secret in 1821, sentenced to death, reprieved, and sent to do long prison sentences in the grim Spielberg fortress in Moravia. The Papal States underwent a restoration that was positively medieval. Sales of church lands were annulled. The Sanfedists were made into the irregular troops of the papacy and all justice was dispensed in church courts. Civil administration was given back to cardinals and bishops and conducted in Latin. Press censorship was extreme and there was no lay representative government to speak of. This was of course anathema to nobles, officials, and academics who had served in the Napoleonic Kingdom of Italy. But it was not until February 1831 that they were able to take advantage of the absence of the cardinal administrators in Rome to elect a new pope, to launch a rising in Bologna, coordinated with other coups in Parma and Modena, and to establish a provisional government. Counter-revolution and conquest. Whereas the peace settlement of 1814-15 had been dominated by the rhetoric of the balance of power, and hostility to France expressed a loathing both of expansionism and of revolution, once revolutions broke out in other parts of Europe, hostility to revolution became explicit in the dialogue between the great powers. Metternich was adamant that the Quadruple Alliance and Holy Alliance, made flesh by the periodic meetings of the powers, should be used to authorize military intervention to put down revolution in any state and protect legitimate rulers. He obtained support for his policy of intervention from Russia and Prussia at the Congress of the Powers at Troppau in Galicia in October 1820. At a second Congress at Laibach, Ljubljana, in March 1821, the Tsar, Frederick William of Prussia, and Ferdinand of Naples authorized Metternich to send in Austrian troops to crush the rebellions in Naples and Piedmont. Castlereagh, on the other hand, was adamant in his state paper of May 5, 1820, that the Quadruple Alliance had been made to free the continent from the military domination of France and not for the superintendence of the internal affairs of other states. 3 Britain, though happy to treat Portugal as its own backyard, was keen to prevent the principle of intervention being used as a cover to extend Austrian hegemony, and boycotted the congresses. Other powers soon saw the danger. Metternich's scheme at the Congress of Verona in November 1822 to set up a central investigating commission in Italy to coordinate the police surveillance of secret societies in the various states was resisted as an unwanted increase in Austrian domination not only by Tuscany and the papacy but also by France and Russia. The tension between Austria and France in Italy almost reached the stage of war in January 1832, when Metternich sent troops to Bologna to suppress the rising and the French landed a force at Ancona. Over Spain, Metternich was worried by Russian promises to send troops to crush the revolution, and at the Congress of Verona he supported intervention by France as a way out of the dilemma. The 100,000 Sons of St. Louis crossed the Alps in January 1823 to restore Ferdinand VII to absolute rule. George Canning, Castlereagh's successor after 1822 as Foreign Secretary, was opposed to French troops intervening again in Spain, but continued the policy of Britain protecting its interests in Portugal. On the death of John VI in 1826 a struggle for the succession broke out between his sons, Dom Pedro, Emperor of Brazil since 1822, and Dom Miguel. Dom Miguel, supported by Austria, had himself crowned King of Portugal in 1828. But Britain maintained the claim of Dom Pedro, sent the fleet to support the landing he made from the Azores in July 1832, and installed Dom Pedro's daughter Maria as queen, when Dom Pedro decided to remain in Brazil. Dom Miguel fled to Spain, where the death of Ferdinand VII in 1833 caused a similar succession crisis. The throne was claimed by Ferdinand's reactionary brother, Don Carlos, but the succession of his infant daughter, Isabella, was upheld by her mother, Maria Cristina, who acted as regent, and by the Spanish establishment. This represented the triumph of constitutionalism in Spain as well as Portugal, and was safeguarded after 1834 by the Quadruple Alliance of Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal. Despite the Holy Alliance, there was also a danger of a confrontation between Austria and Russia in the Balkans, and the problem flared up with the rising of the Greeks against their Ottoman overlords in March 1821. In 1814 the Greek merchant colony at Odessa had founded a Philiki or Friendly Society, in secret, for the liberation of the fatherland from the terrible yoke of Turkish oppression, for it was not quite certain where the fatherland was, since the Greek diaspora extended to Macedonia, Thrace, Bulgaria, the Danubian principalities, Asia Minor, the Levant, and trading cities from Marseilles to Odessa. Yet the Ataria aimed to trigger off a Balkan-wide rising against the Turks. The presidency of the society was refused by Kapodistrias but accepted in 1820 by Alexander Ypsilantis, himself a Russian general and the son of the Hospodar of Wallachia who had entered Russian service. Ypsilantis established links with Ali Pasha, who had extended his hegemony from Epirus to Thessaly and western Macedonia and had many Greek landowners, captains of armed bands, and outlaws of the Peloponnese within his orbit. Ypsilantis made an alliance with Miloš Obrenović, the ruler of the Serbs since 1817 and, failing support from the Hospodar of Moldavia and the Romanian boyars, with the Romanian peasant leader Tudor Vladimirescu. This made it possible for Ypsilantis to cross the Prut from Bessarabia in March 1821 with a small army of some 700 Greek students. The Peloponnese rose in revolt at the same time, but then the movement fell apart. Obrenović made a deal with the Turks in pursuit of his goal of a hereditary principality. Vladimirescu could not be relied on and was executed by the Ataria in May 1821. Ali Pasha was captured by the Turks and executed in February 1822. As the Turks gained the upper hand and multiplied instances of harsh repression, Kapodistrias urged the Tsar to intervene on behalf of the Christians of the Ottoman Empire, whom he had a right and responsibility to protect under the Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca, 1774. Whereas Tsar Alexander was reluctant to go to war, his successor, Nicholas I, was more aggressive. Canning took the view that the best way to avoid a Russo-Turkish war was for Britain to combine with Russia to force the Porte to concede that Greece must be set up as an autonomous if tributary state. This was agreed by Britain, Russia, and France under the Treaty of London, July 1827. The Russians had Kapodistrias installed as president of the new Greek Republic, while the British took charge of the Greek army and navy. The Turks, however, rejected this mediation and were still determined to crush the Greek rebellion. In the event, the British and French fleets destroyed the Turkish navy at Navarino and Russian armies surged into the Balkans and forced the Porte to concede self-government for the Danubian principalities and Serbia under the Treaty of Adrianople in September 1829. Kapodistrias, seen as a Russian client, was assassinated in 1831, and Britain, France, and Russia agreed to offer the crown of Greece to Otto, son of Ludwig of Bavaria. The cooperation between Russia and the Western powers did not hold. Russian military strength in the Balkans and Caucasus and naval strength in the Black Sea enabled her to impose the Treaty of Unkir-Skelesi on the Ottoman Empire in 1833. The Sultan agreed to allow Russian warships free passage through the straits from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, while closing them to the warships of other powers. British policy was now to prop up the Ottoman Empire in order to protect her own interests against Russian ambitions. In July 1833 Palmerston declared that the integrity and independence of the Ottoman Empire are necessary to the maintenance of the tranquility, the liberty, and the balance of power in Europe. 5 Britain duly negotiated a free trade treaty with Constantinople in 1838, not least to facilitate grain imports from Odessa, in return for helping the Sultan deal with his overmighty subject the Pasha of Egypt, and in 1841 negotiated the London Straits Convention, which closed the straits to warships of any power, having Russian ships particularly in their sights. The Russian autocracy was prepared to play with revolution in the Balkans, but not at home. The principles of 1789 had been kept out of Russia, but the young army officers who crossed Europe in 1814, reached Paris, and occupied northern France in 1816-18 were enrolled into Masonic lodges and there exchanged ideas with French and Belgian liberals. Returned to St. Petersburg, they transformed the lodges into secret societies and plotted to bring constitutional rule to an autocratic, caste-ridden, and militaristic state. On December 14, 1825 a group of army officers refused to swear loyalty to the new Tsar Nicholas I and tried to launch a rising. It was crushed, 5 Decembrist ringleaders were hanged, 121 were sentenced to hard labor or exile, and 300 others evacuated to remote garrisons. The Congress Kingdom of Poland, which the Tsar ruled as king, had a constitution drawn up by Prince Czartoryski and a Sejm or parliament, dominated by the gentry. But the facade of constitutionalism was gradually eroded under Alexander I and under Nicholas II. After 1825, the Sejm was effectively silenced. Liberal opposition in the Sejm was continued by student fraternities at Warsaw and Vilna and secret societies such as the Patriotic Society among young officers of the Polish Army and members of the Cadet School at Warsaw. Through Kiev links were established with the Decembrists, but the Polish insurrection did not break out till November 1830, when the Tsar ordered a general mobilization to deal with the revolutionary threat from France. The Sejm declared the rising national and moderates around Czartoryski tried to extract concessions from the Tsar. Nicholas would have none of it, and when the Sejm deposed him in January 1831, Russian troops invaded the Congress Kingdom. Leadership now passed to the radicals of the Patriotic Society. After 6 months of war, the rising was suppressed, the Polish army, Sejm, and universities were abolished, and the kingdom was placed under the military rule of Field Marshal Paskevich. The containment of Poland was something on which Russia, Prussia, and Austria could all agree, and their agreement was sanctioned in 1833 by the Treaty of Mönchengladbach, described by Palmerston as the Holy Alliance of the East. National awakenings. Central and Eastern Europe were dominated by multinational empires: Russia, Austria, and, to some extent, Prussia. Coherence was maintained by personal loyalty to the monarch, state service in the army, church, or civil bureaucracy, and respect for the privileges of provinces and estates. In all empires, however, there was an elite which was loyal to the monarch because it monopolized the top positions in the court or state service, a peasant population which was loyal to the monarch because its main enemy was the serf owner, and between them a sub-elite or intelligentsia separated from the mass by education and ambition, and from the elite by its exclusion from office. In many countries, this sub-elite resorted to revolution, but revolution had to contend with government repression and the indifference of the masses to the sub-elite's thirst for office. As it happened, the language and elite tended to be different from that of the people. The intelligentsia, composed of lower clergy, teachers, students, and lesser officials, though conversant with both, often made the decision to formalize and promote the language and culture of the people, which, along with its religion and memories of past struggles, were deemed to define it as a nation. The idea of the nation had the advantage of bridging the gap between different social strata and acquiring a mass base for the agenda of the sub-elite. It also brought together members of the same nation, divided until now between different states. Once the nation was defined, claims could be made for independence and self-government on its behalf, opening up an alternative route to office. The struggle to achieve statehood for a given nation was the driving force behind 19th-century nationalism. The suppression of the Polish revolt in 1831 snapped the link between the Russian autocracy and the Polish gentry. There was now no middle way between loyalty and conspiracy. 5,000 Poles went into exile in France, and not only radicals but also moderates such as Czartoryski. Czartoryski looked to convert the French and British governments to intervene militarily for the Polish cause. The radicals founded a democratic society in 1832 and conspired to resurrect Poland by means of national insurrection. They preached that the Polish serfs should be emancipated so that they could lend support against the regimes that had partitioned Poland. Polish nationalism was confronted by two difficulties. First, the Poles were divided between Russia, Austria, and Prussia, and would have to force concession from each of those empires in order to redeem Poland. Second, there was a wide gulf between the Polish gentry and Polish and other peasants, whose serf owners they were. Adam Mickiewicz, the Polish poet, who was elected professor of Slavic literature at the Collège de France in 1840, tried to give Poles hope and unity by teaching that they were a crucified people, the Christ of nations, who were on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and had a divine mission to redeem other oppressed nations. On the ground, however, things looked rather different. When the radicals planned an insurrection in 1846, they had to divide their forces between Prussian Poznania and Austrian Galicia. Moreover, in Galicia the serfs turned on the Polish gentry who were trying to raise revolt and massacred 2,000 of them before Austrian troops completed the suppression. Galicia was itself becoming the seat of Ukrainian nationalism. Its main exponent was Taras Shevchenko, a former serf who flourished as an artist and poet in St. Petersburg. He returned to the Ukraine in 1843 to make contact with the Patriotic Brotherhood of St. Cyril and St. Methodius, but the Russians had no time even for this opposition. The Brotherhood was dissolved in 1847 and its leaders, including Shevchenko, were exiled to Siberia. The Italian nobility and middle class, living under Austrian rule in Lombardy Venetia, suffered the domination of Austrian officialdom. The consultative assemblies were a fig leaf, the provinces being ruled direct from the Italian chancellery in Vienna. The Austrian law code was introduced into the law courts and was enforced by Austrian magistrates. The highest civil and military posts were reserved for Austrians, and the careers of soldiers who had served in the Napoleonic army of Italy were blighted. The Venetian tradition lived on in the Austrian navy, which was largely staffed by Italian officers and in which the language of command was Italian. However, Lombard nobles often did better to enter Piedmontese service. Giuseppe Mazzini, the son of a Genoese doctor, could never contemplate such a course of action. He joined the Carbonari in Genoa, was arrested in 1830 and went into exile in Marseilles. The failure of the risings in Parma, Modena, and Bologna convinced him that the era of coups by secret societies was over. The people, oppressed by foreign bayonets, must be involved in the struggle for liberation, and to this effect he founded Young Italy in 1831. Without unity, he argued, there was no strength. The fragmentation of Italy into duchies and principalities also perpetuated the rule of monarchies and aristocracies, whereas a unitary, democratic republic would express the sovereign will of the nation. Map 3. The Habsburg monarchy in 1815. Mazzini appealed to the new king of Sardinia-Piedmont, Charles Albert, to lead the movement for Italian independence, but the king ordered his arrest. He therefore organized a coup by officers of the Piedmontese army in 1833, a mutiny in 1834 in the Piedmontese navy based in Genoa, which involved Garibaldi, and then, reflecting that all oppressed nationalities must work together to overthrow the old empires, he founded Young Europe and launched an invasion of Savoy by Italian, Swiss, German, and Polish patriots. None of these failed coups was especially popular, being confined to middle-class intellectuals and military men. Moreover, seeing the people as the aggregate of all classes, he was reluctant to make hard promises of land redistribution that would bring the masses onto his side. After he sought refuge in London in 1837, rival solutions to be rid of the Austrians without destroying the princely and aristocratic structure of Italy were put forward. Vincenzo Gioberti, formerly chaplain at the court of Piedmont and exiled to Brussels in 1830 for his part in Young Italy, argued in 1843 in favor of an Italian confederation under the presidency of the Pope with Charles Albert as his right arm. Cesare Balbo, whose father had played various roles in Napoleonic Italy and who himself had taken part in the Rising of 1821, replied in 1844 that the goal must be a revival of the Napoleonic Kingdom of Italy, including Piedmont, Liguria, Lombardy, and the Papal Legate Islands. The Kingdom of Hungary was another difficult problem for the Habsburg monarchy. The elite was the Hungarian aristocracy, which attended court in Vienna, ran the Hungarian chancellery there, and, together with the Catholic prelates, occupied the upper table of the Diet. They were fairly well Germanized and supported Metternich's plans to develop centralized bureaucracy. The sub-elite was the lesser nobility or gentry, who dominated the 52 county assemblies which they regarded as so many republics and the lower table of the Diet, but were entirely excluded from the spoils of high office. One of the aristocrats, Count István Székely, in fact broke ranks to join the gentry, and campaigned to revive Magyar language and culture in order to preface demands for political autonomy. Magyar had declined to the status of language of the people in the 18th century, and the language of the Diet, despite Joseph II's attempts at Germanization, was Latin. In the Diet of 1825 Székely spoke in Magyar to demand the introduction of Magyar as the official language, and helped to found the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, to develop Magyar as a literary language. The gentry, led by Lajos Kossuth, rallied to the cause, and Magyar was established as the official language of the Diet in 1845. Less troublesome as yet for the Habsburg authorities were the Czechs of Bohemia and Moravia. The Bohemian nobility was German-speaking, imposed on the province from the 17th century, and loyal to the dynasty. The Czechs were a people of peasants, artisans, and traders but, like the Slovaks, were generating a priesthood and lay intelligentsia. A rigorous Czech grammar was published in 1791. Then in the 1830s a movement animated by František Palacký set up the Matice Česká, Czech Mother, to promote Czech publications, support a Czech dictionary, and write Czech history in terms of its Hussite past and conflict with the Germans. To define the Czech culturally as a nation was the first step. But in 1844 a group of law and medical students with connections among the working class of Prague formed a secret repeal organization which was named out of sympathy with O'Connell's Repeal Association, founded in 1840 to repeal the Act of Union imposed by Great Britain. The self-definition of a nation was by no means an easy process. Hungarian nationalists dithered between the traditional view of the Hungarian nation, a political nation confined to the nobility alone, and the more modern view of a nation which looked to give political rights to the urban middle classes and even emancipate the serfs. The Magyar revival threatened to divide the Hungarian nation between aristocrats and gentry, but was also intended to prevent the development of lesser nationalities in areas ruled by the Hungarian nobility, such as Slovaks, Croats, Serbs, and Romanians. Slovak intellectuals, who tended to have been trained at German-speaking universities, debated whether to define a Czech-Slovak nation on the basis of the language of the Hussite Bible, or a separate Slovak nation, on the basis of a spoken Slovak dialect. While the promotion of a spoken language to the status of a literary, and printable, language was a key component of national identity, the previous existence of a separate state strengthened claims for national autonomy or even independence. The Slovaks could prove nothing here, nor could the Slovenes, who were sliced up between the Austrian provinces of Carniola, Carinthia, and Styria. As fervent Catholics they were happy with government from Vienna, where their leader was in fact court librarian. The Croats had more history on their side, or rather two histories. On the one hand there was the triune kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia, on the other the Illyrian provinces of Napoleon, which had included in addition the Slovene territories and the military border with the Ottoman Empire. A kingdom of Illyria was reconstituted in 1816, without the strategically sensitive military border and Dalmatia, but this was disbanded in 1817 after protests from the Hungarians. So, while the Catholic nobility who controlled the Sobor or parliament demanded the return of the Triune Kingdom, a new generation of intellectuals launched the Illyrian movement in favor of the Triune Kingdom enlarged by the Slovene provinces and the military border. Illyrianism was anathema to Metternich, who suspected that it was encouraged by Russia, and insisted that the military border was to remain intact at all costs. In some cases a national group extended beyond the frontiers of the Habsburg monarchy. The more independence the group outside had as a state, the greater the attraction it exercised over its compatriots within the monarchy. This was known as Irredentism. Before 1848 neither Serbia nor the Danubian principalities had acquired full independence from the Ottoman Empire, and the Serbs living in Slavonia together with the Romanians living in Transylvania were more sophisticated than the Serbs or Romanians living outside the monarchy. The centrifugal pull was at that stage not very strong. On the other hand, the Romanians in Transylvania had to suffer the increasing chauvinism of the Magyars. They had no representation in the Transylvanian Diet, which was monopolized by the Magyar nobility, German-speaking burghers, and the Székelyes, who were free men by virtue of their border guard service. In 1842 the Magyars bullied their allies into accepting Magyar as the sole language of the Diet, administration, courts, schools, and Orthodox and Uniate churches. This was refused by the Habsburg authorities in Vienna. Nevertheless, Romanian opposition flared up, firstly among the Uniate clergy and secondly among the Romanian students who were studying in Paris and attended the Collège de France to learn about nationalism at the feet of Adam Mickiewicz and Jules Michelet. The Prussian monarchy had less difficulty with nationalism than Austria or Russia. The attempted Polish rising in the Grand Duchy of Posen in February 1846 was scotched and 254 people were arrested. 8 leaders, including Ludwik Mirosławski, who was organizing the insurrection for the Polish Democratic Society, were condemned to death in 1847. They were not executed and were to be released at the outbreak of revolution in Berlin in March 1848. Less dangerous but more intractable was the emergence of Danish nationalism in the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein. These were joined to the Danish monarchy by a personal union, but Holstein was a member of the German Confederation. The northern part of Schleswig spoke a Danish dialect, and after 1836 the Danish press, headed by Orla Lehmann, demanded the use of Danish in the administration, courts, schools, and churches of northern Schleswig. National liberal intellectuals were supported by peasants whipped up by a priest, Nikolai Grundtvig, who popularized Norse myths as the voice of the people and preached religious revival. In 1842 the demand was raised for the inclusion of Schleswig into the Danish monarchy. Christian VIII, who became King of Denmark in 1839, placated the nationalists in 1846 by ordering the Danicization of northern Schleswig. This was opposed by the German nobles of the Holstein estates, ably supported by the German academics of the University of Kiel. Such a challenge to German culture and administration sharpened German nationalism and began to transform it from a cosmopolitan into an exclusive kind. Liberalism and radicalism, Western Europe. Political regimes in Europe after 1830 were arbitrary, bureaucratic, and aristocratic in the East, and constitutional, representative, and oligarchical in the West. In the East, liberal movements had a good deal of ground to make up. They demanded a wider civil society or freedom under the law, including a free press, freedom of association, trial in public and by jury, representative institutions with legislative powers, and equality before the law, including the taxation of nobles and representation of property not privilege. In Western Europe, the main concern of liberals was to widen the franchise in order to broaden support for a campaign to displace the established oligarchy from office. They believed that only those who were independent by means of property ownership and education should vote, but that the popularization of property and education would bring ever greater numbers into the political nation. All opposition in Eastern Europe was in some sense radical, because the concept of a loyal opposition did not exist. In Western Europe, differences opened up between liberals and radicals. Radicals were Democrats who preached the sovereignty of the people and agitated for universal suffrage. Their leaders tended to be intellectuals, the surplus product of the universities who had not found employment in the bureaucracy and professions and had taken to journalism and literary hack work. They did not try to efface the gulf between rich and poor, between educated and illiterate, but played on it. Many of them were becoming acutely aware of problems of unemployment, overwork, and the loss of independence of artisans who were forced to become wage laborers. At its fringe, the radical movement was socialist. Lastly, the radicals were not convinced that parliamentary debate, press articles, and political trials could achieve everything they wanted. They saw National Guardsmen, the military, and the police behind even the constitutional, parliamentary regimes and were prepared to oppose force by force. Great Britain was a prime example of the constitutional, representative, oligarchical system. The aristocratic Whigs had passed the Reform Bill in 1832 to hitch the middle classes to the Constitution, but increasingly they faced criticism from radicals for standing in the way of democracy. These included middle-class Benthamite or philosophical radicals, and working-class radicals of the nascent trade union movement. Fortunately for the Whigs, these two sorts of radical did not always agree. Trade unionists, supported by Anglican Tories, demanded a 10-hour working day, but the Benthamites opposed interference in the free market, and the Factory Act of 1834 legislated only on child labor. Benthamites pushed through the reform of the Poor Laws, to reduce dependence on parish relief and free the labor market, but Tories and working-class radicals campaigned against this in the industrial North, gripped by heavy unemployment. The combined opposition of Tories and workers induced William IV to ditch the Whigs in 1834, and ask Peel to form a conservative government. The Whigs returned to office after the elections of 1835, and reformed municipal government. but by 1837 it was clear that the Whig leader Lord John Russell, Finality Jack, was set against further parliamentary reform and would combine with the Tories in order to prevent it. Middle-class radicals now joined forces with the organised working class. The London Working Men's Association was formed by William Lovett in 1836, while in 1837 the Irish lawyer Feargus O'Connor founded the Northern Star in Leeds to coordinate radical associations in the industrial north. Seeking a political solution to social injustice, they drew up a charter demanding universal suffrage, more MPs for large towns, the payment of MPs, the secret ballot, and annual parliaments. It was endorsed by 1.3 million signatures and presented to Parliament in July 1839, but rejected. The Chartist movement now began to break up. While the London radicals continued to defend legal action, others preached physical force, manifested by risings in Newport in 1839 and Bradford in 1840, which provoked the arrest of the leadership. Moderate Chartists became caught up with a middle-class movement that wanted parliamentary reform as a means to the repeal of the Corn Laws and the disestablishment of the Anglican Church. By 1842 they had left behind the mill hands, stocking earls, handloom weavers, and miners of the provinces, who had no interest in free trade and in Lancashire were more likely to be Catholic than nonconformist. These launched a strike movement that brought out 500,000 workers from Scotland to Cornwall, but only confirmed their isolation from the middle classes. The July Revolution in France displaced the ultra-royalist supporters of Charles X and benefited an oligarchy of the rich, educated, and well-born. It was anti-clerical in tone but also a golden age for the Protestant bankers, merchants, and industrialists of Paris and the South. For some of the oligarchs the task of the revolution was finished with the ejection of Charles X. For others, the party of movement as opposed to the party of order, Louis Philippe had been chosen king in spite of his being a Bourbon and the program of reform was by no means complete. The party of movement enjoyed power under the banker Laffitte for 3 brief months in 1831 and prepared legislation to abolish the hereditary peerage, double the electoral body of the Chamber of Deputies to 200,000, enfranchise 2 million voters to elect municipal councils, and permit National Guardsmen to elect their own officers. Out of power in March 1832, the party of movement made common cause with the radicals, who were angry that a republic had not been declared in 1830 and behaved like Jacobins of 1793. The radicals founded a Society of Friends of the People on July 30, 1830 and mobilized the crowds who turned out for the funeral of one of Napoleon's marshals, Lamarck, on June 5, 1832 to ignite the insurrection that Victor Hugo was to paint so dramatically in Les Miserables, 1862. A state of siege was declared in Paris and 7 rebels were executed. The party of movement pulled in its horns and abandoned the radicals. Alexis de Tocqueville warned in Democracy in America, 1835, that in democratic regimes the tyranny of governments was replaced by the tyranny of the majority. In turn radical leaders like Auguste Blanqui formed societies which were ever more secret. The Society of the Rights of Man triggered off risings in Paris and among the silk workers of Lyons in April 1834. It made an attempt on the life of Louis Philippe in July 1835 which provoked a batch of repressive laws. Republican feeling among junior officers and NCOs in garrisons along the eastern frontier was exploited by Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, nephew of the former emperor, who attempted to raise a mutiny at Strasbourg in October 1836. Blanqui's Society of Seasons attempted an armed coup in Paris in May 1839, and Blanqui was imprisoned for 8 years. By 1840 the Orleanist regime had recovered poise and solidity, and the radicals abandoned the weapon of insurrection. The working classes were setting up mutual aid societies to guard against sickness and here and there producers' associations to end the wage slavery that made the capitalist his profits. Intellectuals who had been Carbonarist conspirators in the 1820s, then flirted with the doctrine of Henry, Comte de Saint-Simon that society should be reorganized according to capacities and run by scientists who discovered, industrialists who acted, and artists and poets who felt. Many left the Saint Simonian movement around 1830 when it changed into an ersatz religion and became critics of industrial society. Pierre-Joseph Benjamin Butches tried to reconcile democracy, Catholicism, and socialism after 1831 and after 1840 edited the L'Atelier journal to support producers' associations. Pierre Leroux, who edited the Globe, believed that republicanism, religion, and socialism were all inherent in the revolutionary doctrine of fraternity. Flora Tristan sought to link socialism and feminism in her project of 1843 for a universal union to support employment, workers' education, and women's rights. In 1839 Louis Blanc argued that labor should be organized in social workshops which would receive an initial loan from the state and share proceeds equally among the workers. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who was not an intellectual at all but the son of a cooper who became a printer at Besançon, argued that the state should be destroyed, and God too, and in what is property? 1840, that all property that commanded rent, profit, or interest should be abolished. Exploitation should be replaced by the mutualism of free producers helping each other and aided, somehow, by free credit. It was the absence of credit that made these plans to bypass capital only dreams. The Orleanist monarchy had to weather a challenge from the right as well as from the left. The Legitimist supporters of Charles X mounted an unsuccessful counter-revolution in the west of France in 1832. Portugal and Spain had similar succession problems, for the claim of Maria II of Portugal, who succeeded her father in 1834, was challenged by Dom Miguel, and that of Isabella of Spain was challenged by her uncle, Don Carlos. In both countries constitutional charters on the French model, including an upper house of peers, were promulgated, and the lower house of the Cortes was in each case dominated by moderates who represented land, wealth, and office. But the radicals, excluded from power, conspired to restore the Spanish Constitution of 1812 and the Portuguese Constitution of 1822, with their single-chamber assemblies that would break the power of the oligarchs. In 1835 the Spanish radicals, called progressives, exploited the crisis caused by the Carlist War in the north and by rising bread prices to organize provincial juntas in southern towns and force a ministry of their choice into power in Madrid. It was headed by a Jewish financier, Mendizabal, who began an orgiastic sale of church lands and entailed lands to pay for the war and to satisfy his supporters. This had the effect of ridding Spain of feudalism, while securing a new ruling class on the basis of kinship and patronage. Isabella's mother, Maria Cristina, acting as regent, dismissed Mendizabal in May 1836, but this provoked a mutiny in August by sergeants returning from the northern front, and forced Maria Cristina to summon a constituent Cortes. In September 1836 there was a similar revolution in Portugal, undertaken by the National Guard. But in each case the radicals had to compromise, and the Spanish and Portuguese constitutions of 1837 provided for a second, elected chamber. This paved the way, with a little help from the military, for the return to power of the moderates, who restored French-style constitutions in Portugal in 1842 and Spain in 1845. Liberalism and radicalism, Central and Eastern Europe. On May 27, 1832 a national festival of the Germans brought liberal and radical notables from southwest Germany together at Hambach Castle in the Rhenish Palatinate. Moderate speeches demanding greater German unity and more liberal constitutions were interspersed with radical speeches attacking the aristocracy and advocating popular sovereignty. The Hambachfest antagonized the governments of the German Confederation, and a battery of laws was passed, clamping down on freedom of speech, assembly, and association. In the wake of the repression, some radicals decided to imitate the French model of revolutionary action. George Buchner, the son of a regimental surgeon in Napoleon's armies, joined a Society for the Rights of Man at Gießen University in 1834. After an abortive attempt to incite the peasantry to revolt he fled to Strasbourg, where he wrote Danton's Death and Wozzeck before he died in 1837. Some German states conceded constitutions in the wake of 1830 but liberal advances were far from assured. Hanover adopted a somewhat conservative constitution in 1833, drafted by academics from the University of Göttingen such as Friedrich Dahlmann. But after the accession of Queen Victoria severed the dynastic link with Britain in 1837, King Ernst Augustus unilaterally revoked it. Dahlmann and his colleagues at Göttingen protested, and were promptly dismissed. This Göttingen Seven were among academics specializing in German language, law, and history who met in conference at Frankfurt in 1846 and Lübeck in 1847 to examine legal paths towards constitutional monarchy, and founded the Deutsche Zeitung in 1847 to propagate their ideas. Meanwhile in Prussia Frederick William IV, who became king in 1840, reacted against the constraints of bureaucratic absolutism and attacked it by recourse to personal rule, trying to reinvent the Junkers as a chivalric nobility and making concessions to the Catholic Church in his Christian state. A cartoon of 1843 pictured him as a drunken Puss in Boots running after Frederick the Great. The Rhineland middle class dropped its separatism but sharpened its liberal agenda for Prussia. David Hansemann submitted a memorandum to the king in 1840 in which he argued that a new constitution and representative government would mobilize the energies of the nation, hitherto insulated by the bureaucracy, behind the king, while to enfranchise property and education was the best way of cutting off revolutionary discontent. This was not however a message that Frederick William was currently prepared to heed. While the liberal movement was gaining momentum, radicals were also seeking a voice. One of the editorial board of the Rheinische Zeitung, launched in Cologne in 1842, was Karl Marx, who had undertaken law studies at Bonn and Berlin and turned to journalism because his liberal views prevented him from obtaining a university appointment. At this period Marx was exposed to many influences which pulled him towards socialism. Like Moses Hess, who edited the Rheinische Zeitung, he had been brought up on Hegel, but was coming to see that Hegel's defense of what existed as successive embodiments of a world spirit in its progress to perfection gave unwarranted justification to Prussian despotism, religion, and private property. Marx now believed despotism, religion, and private property enslaved man and dehumanized him. He came into contact with the writings of Wilhelm Weitling, a tailor of Magdeburg who had become caught up in Blanqui's Society of Seasons in Paris. Weitling believed that property was theft, and trade was the exchange of stolen goods. He was arrested in Zurich in 1843 and imprisoned for arguing that the true doctrine of Jesus Christ envisaged a communistic society of equality, harmony, and justice. That autumn Marx moved to Paris to escape the censor and in 1844 pushed his theory still further. Political revolution was not enough, he asserted, for it would leave the pillars of the house still standing. Social revolution required a passive element, a material basis. That basis must be a class that stood for the notorious crime of society, and the complete loss of humanity. Through its redemption would come the complete redemption of humanity. 6 That class was the proletariat, and in June 1844 Marx saw the proletariat in revolt in Silesia. In Russia, even more than in Germany, the shift from liberalism to radicalism and socialism was easily made. A French observer described the government of Nicolas I in 1839 as camp discipline substituted for the order of the city and the state of siege become the normal state of society. 7 After the Decembrist revolt, in 1826, Nicolas transferred police matters from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to the Third Department of his own chancellery, which was more closely under his control. This department regarded itself as above the law, with unlimited authority to spy and interfere in the activities of the courts. The general who headed the Third Department also controlled the new paramilitary corps of gendarmes, which was its executive arm and kept even provincial governors on their toes. Both the army and the bureaucracy expanded under Nicolas I, but the gulf between the service nobility and country gentry grew wider. In the army, German officers enjoyed rapid promotion, discipline was harsh, senior officers insulted junior officers, and many gentry families preferred to send their sons to university rather than to cadet schools. The lower ranks of the bureaucracy, which were ill-paid and saw the prospect of ennoblement set further from its reach, became increasingly corrupt. but a law of 1831 restricted participation in the district assemblies of gentry that were set up by Catherine the Great in 1775 to only the wealthiest gentry, so that control of the bureaucracy, which was sporadic from above, became even more difficult from below. Tsarist Russia had an official ideology laid down in 1833 of autocracy, orthodoxy, and nationality. The first two were self-explanatory, the last was merely a principle of exclusion that justified persecuting Ukrainians and Jews. Gentry who had served in the war against France and seen Europe before retiring to their estates searched for something else in the Russian tradition that could underpin freedom. One of them, Peter Chadov, reflected hopelessly that not one useful thought has germinated on the barren soil of our country, not one great truth has sprung up in our midst. Alexis Kamiakov, who had fought in the Turkish War of 1827-9, rejected this view but looked back to a golden age before Peter the Great when the Sobernost or brotherhood of the Russian people was expressed in the Orthodox Church, the Zemsky Sober or Assembly of all the land, and the Peasant Commune. Against this Slavophile nostalgia, Moscow circles of university-educated gentry and raznikinцы, men of no particular rank, like Vissarion Belinsky argued that the Orthodox Church was now the handmaiden of despotism and that only free institutions on the Western model could liberate the human personality in Russia. Alexander Herzen, who met Belinsky in St. Petersburg in 1840, believed that socialism, conceived as a more thoroughgoing 1789, was required for the regeneration of the individual and humanity. Mikhail Bakunin, the product of a cadet school who disgraced himself in the army and mixed with the Moscow intellectuals after 1835, left for Germany in 1840, met Weitling in Zurich in 1843 and Marx and Proudhon in Paris in 1844. As the Tsar deprived him of his noble rank and confiscated his property, so he became converted to anarchism. In the Habsburg monarchy liberal movements struggled to the surface, although they were often overpowered by nationalism or overtaken by radicalism. While Mazzina languished in exile, there developed in Italy a current of equal strength which favored greater representative government and a propertied franchise combined with moral education and material progress. It was particularly strong in Tuscany, among liberal nobles like Cosimo Ridolfi, and was not discouraged by the Grand Duke Leopold II. The same views were held in Piedmont by Massimo d'Azeglio, who wrote in 1846 that if the Italian sovereigns do not wish their subjects to become violent liberals, they must themselves become moderate liberals. 8 Similar attitudes were spread among the propertied and professional middle class of Lombardy by the Milanese professor and poet Carlo Cattaneo. In Hungary, a liberal party was formed first in the counties, then in the Diet, and was formally constituted in 1847. It demanded a ministry that would be responsible to the Diet, the right of the middle classes to sit in the Diet, and the emancipation of the serfs. They were opposed by a conservative party, which supported royal absolutism and bureaucratic centralism. In Vienna itself, liberal ideas gained ground in the 1840s among the aristocrats of the Lower Austrian Diet, and among professional men, officials, and industrialists, who formed societies like the Legal Political Reading Club and Lower Austrian Manufacturers Association. Unfortunately, Metternich was convinced that liberalism would always be swamped by radicalism. He had nothing but contempt for the middle classes. And though he considered the minimal measure of enlarging the Staatsrat, which gave legislative advice and controlled the civil service, to include representatives from the provincial diets, he did nothing. This was not least because, while he dominated the Conference of Ministers, the greatest influence in the Staatsrat was his sworn rival, the Bohemian magnate Count Kolorat. By such questions of personal politics were the fates of empires settled. 4. The Revolutions of 1848. The United Front. The revolutions of 1848 ignited the countries of Europe in a way that would not be repeated until 1989. Violence broke out because legal and parliamentary movements for change were frustrated. The only countries where revolution was avoided were those where adequate concessions were made in time, such as Great Britain, Belgium, and the Netherlands, or where opposition was negligible, such as Russia. Nobilities and middle classes demanded constitutional and representative instead of arbitrary and bureaucratic government. Artisans, industrial wage workers, and peasants revolted against developing capitalistic practices that were reducing them to greater poverty. Emergent nations, such as the Poles, Danes, Germans, Italians, Czechs, Slovaks, Magyars, Croats, and Romanians, demanded autonomy within or independence from the multinational empires that dominated them. The combination of grievances made an explosive cocktail, but in the long run divisions between the revolutionaries enabled governments to regain control. In Great Britain, middle-class radicals like Richard Cobden abandoned working-class Chartists to convert Whigs to a campaign to repeal the Corn Laws, for the benefit of the city and northern industrial interests. The repeal was actually undertaken in 1846 by the Conservative Prime Minister Robert Peel, a decision that was opposed by the protectionist Squire Archie and split his party. The Whigs, known increasingly as the Whig Liberals, returned to power, and committed themselves to free trade, responsible administration, and gradual reform. Unimpressed, the Chartists continued their campaign, and 50,000 to 100,000 joined a rally on Kennington Common on April 10, 1848 in support of another petition. Despite the leading role of Feargus O'Connor, a dangerous link-up with Irish nationalists in Liverpool and elsewhere did not take place. Isolated from the rest of the political nation, the Chartists were confronted by up to 250,000 special constables, together with regular troops, under the command of the Duke of Wellington, and dispersed without trouble. Palmerston heralded the Waterloo of peace and order as men of all classes and ranks blended together in defense of order and property. 1. In Belgium, the Catholics and liberals who had come to power in 1830 soon fell out amongst themselves. The Catholics monopolized power, founded a Catholic university at Louvain, and gave the Church complete control of primary schooling in 1842. The liberals, who met in Congress at Brussels in 1846, based their program on anti-clericalism. Prudent electoral reform and improvements for the working classes were included as a sop to the radicals of the Alliance Démocratique. Elected to office under the journalist Charles Rogier, the liberals forgot about electoral reform until a republic was proclaimed in France on February 25, 1848. The threat of armed Belgians arriving from Paris and popular demonstrations at home prompted Rogier, supported by King Leopold, hastily to enact a lower franchise, February 28, which left the radicals isolated in impotent rage. In the Netherlands, the autocratic William II decided on the same course of action. Opposition to the States General, which was still based on the system of orders, built up among middle-class liberals headed by Johan Thorbecke. On March 25, 1848 the Liberals were whisked into office by William II in order to revise the constitution and cut off radical agitators from their support. Switzerland was still controlled by cantonal oligarchies who would cede very little of their sovereignty to the Federal Diet or Federal Directory. Some cantons had adopted a more liberal franchise for Grand Council elections in 1830, others had not. Radicals wanted to abolish cantonal sovereignty, which served only to shore up the local oligarchies, and to move towards a democratic, unitary republic like the Helvetic Republic imposed by the French in 1798. They took power in the canton of Argau in 1841 and dissolved monasteries there, at which the Catholic cantons of Lucerne, Uri, Schwyz, Unterwalden, Zug, Fribourg, and the Valais mobilized in a Sonderbund or separatist league in 1847 in order to defend religion and cantonal sovereignty. Liberals and radicals could at least agree on anti-clericalism and the need to preserve the Confederation, and they raised a citizen army through the Diet to defeat the Sonderbund in November 1847. A new federal constitution on the American model, which gave some satisfaction to the radicals, was adopted in the cantons by plebiscite in September 1848 and effectively insulated Switzerland against wider struggles in Europe. The last Italian ruler who might be expected to take a reforming initiative in fact acted first. The Bishop of Imola, who became Pius IX in June 1846, decided to end the medievalism of the Papal States, which was threatening to provoke an uprising in the Romagna at any moment. Between July 1846 and July 1847 he released about 2,000 political prisoners, relaxed press censorship and removed it from the exclusive preserve of the Church, set up a council of ministers which included laymen as well as cardinals, and invited provincial delegates to a consultative assembly. These reforms were coupled with plans to improve popular education and develop prosperity through railways and an Italian customs union. A civic guard was permitted to arm in Rome and Bologna to control food riots and, so far as liberal notables were concerned, to act as a check on the papal irregulars. Charles Albert of Piedmont and Leopold of Tuscany responded by granting a freer press. But in Vienna Metternich was furious. He decided to teach Pius IX a lesson and Scotch reform by sending Austrian troops in July 1847 to reinforce the garrison of Ferrara in the Romagna. A storm of protest went up in the Italian states, and both Charles Albert and Leopold of Tuscany responded by making more concessions to liberal opinion. Moreover, agitation now spread to the Austrian provinces of Lombardy and Venetia. In the opera houses of Milan and Venice patriotic allusions in Verdi's operas were applauded and fights broke out between young bloods and Austrian officers. In Venice Daniel Manin, a lawyer of Jewish extraction, orchestrated a legal struggle for self-government through scientific congresses, agricultural societies, and the Central Congregation, or Powerless Parliament, of Venetia. On January 8, 1848 he was thrown into prison. The revolutionary breakthrough in Italy came in Sicily on January 13, 1848, where a popular rising of artisans in Palermo was aided and abetted by patriots of 1,820. The movement was rapidly taken over, not least to control it, by merchants, professional men, and liberal aristocrats, some of whom had served under Lord William Bentinck, and demanded the restoration of the Constitution of 1812. In Naples there was little unrest, partly because of the concentration of military force there, partly because the Lazzaroni or rabble were fanatical defenders, as in 1799, of the Bourbon monarchy against Jacobinism. But patriots triggered off risings in the provinces of Salerno and Calabria, and on January 17 eminent citizens paraded in Naples to demand concessions of the king. Ferdinand II saw no alternative but to form a liberal ministry, authorize a national guard, and issue a constitution on January 29 which was modeled on the French constitution of 1830. The Sicilians insisted on a separate parliament, which was granted on March 6. Then they deposed Ferdinand and set up a regency. By then the pattern of politics in Europe had been completely changed by the revolution which broke out in Paris on 22–4 February 1848. The property franchise entitled a minority of 250,000 Frenchmen to elect deputies from an oligarchy of 56,000, and 2/5 of the ministerial majority that triumphed in the elections of August 1846 were government officials. The parliamentary opposition, composed mainly of professional men, introduced motions to lower the property franchise and disqualify placemen from sitting as deputies. When these were rejected, they looked for extra parliamentary support. Public meetings were banned, so banquets were held up and down the country after July 1847 which were distinguished by their size and the political nature of the after-dinner speeches. The solid barristers of the dynastic opposition played into the hands of the moderate Republicans of the national newspaper and the radicals of the Reform, and at a banquet held in Lille on November 7, 1847 Ledru-Rollin advanced the demand for universal suffrage. The government of Guizot tried to ban a banquet due to be held in an eastern district of Paris on February 22, 1848 and the opposition spilled into violence. Workers and students threw up barricades and the National Guard, which was composed of a middling and petty bourgeoisie rather than the rich and was infiltrated by secret societies which organized the election of officers, refused to fire on them. This brought about a head-on collision between the crowd and the regular troops, who opened fire. The Guizot ministry fell and Louis Philippe, unable to form another ministry, was obliged to abdicate in favor of his young grandson, the Comte de Paris, and flee. The educated and propertied classes nevertheless gained control of the movement, and the provisional government set up at the Hôtel de Ville included representatives of all tendencies, the dynastic opposition, moderate Republicans of the National, and radical Republicans of the Reform like Ledru Rollin. There were also two socialists, Louis Blanc, and a metal worker, Albert. The poet Lamartine, who was situated in the middle of the government, noted that it miraculously suspended the misunderstanding that existed between the different classes. And yet the alliance was precarious. The building workers of Paris, led by the Jacobin intellectual, François Raspail, a veteran of the secret societies of the 1830s, were not prepared to see the revolution confiscated by a narrow oligarchy, as in 1830, and on February 25 they marched on the Hôtel de Ville and forced the government to proclaim the Republic. In addition, they demanded the implementation of the right to work and a Ministry of Labor to eliminate exploitation and unemployment. No ministry was founded, but a commission of workers' delegates was set up under Louis Blanc and Albert in the Luxembourg Palace, which was now vacated by the peers of the realm. The commission legislated on shorter hours, a minimum wage, the protection of some trades against competition, and the relief of unemployment in national workshops. Unfortunately, as Marx observed, while the Luxembourg was looking for the philosopher's stone, the Hôtel de Ville minted the current coins. 2 In the spring of 1848 the radical press, political clubs, and the National Guard bubbled with activity in Paris and provincial cities as elections under universal manhood suffrage to the Constituent Assembly approached. Women's clubs and the Voix de Femme newspaper demanded the extension of votes to women also. But for the radical leaders 2 months was not enough time to complete the education of a people who too often remained loyal to its traditional leaders. Moderate Republican deputies did far better than radicals in the elections. Only 34 working-class deputies were returned to the Assembly. Blanc and Albert resigned in disgust from the Luxembourg Commission. The exploited woolen workers of Rouen, the overtaxed wine growers of Languedoc, and the alpine farmers who were being excluded from forest land resorted to solving their problems by violence. Unrest among peasants and workers was as much an effect as a cause of the political revolutions of 1848. The revolutions were not simply the fruit of demographic, agrarian, and urban tensions. The year 1846-7 was one of hunger and hardship, and in Prussia Frederick William IV summoned delegates from the provincial Landtage to a united Landtag in Berlin in April 1847, in order to vote on new taxes and loans. Almost at once he dismissed it without granting a constitution, proclaiming that he would never allow a written piece of paper to come between our Lord God in heaven and this country. It was a cruel blow to liberals who wished for a constitutional monarchy, but they made no attempt to exploit the food riots in Berlin that month, nicknamed the Potato Revolution, to force a crisis. Baden radicals such as the Mannheim lawyers Friedrich Hecker and Gustav Struve, who met at Offenburg the following September to demand the election of an all-German parliament, were crying in the wilderness. The revolution in France transformed German politics. A mass demonstration at Mannheim on February 27 and a march on Karlsruhe, the capital of Baden, forced Grand Duke Leopold to concede a free press, trial by jury, and a people's militia on February 29, and to appoint liberal ministers on March 2. On that day disturbances reminiscent of the Peasants' War of 1525 began in the Black Forest and swept across southern Germany. Forests were invaded, seigneurial archives destroyed, and castles set alight. In Baden the radicals gathered the peasants in mass meetings of 3,000 or 4,000, but a radical who addressed peasants in Berg was rebuked. "What does freedom of the press mean for us? Freedom to eat is what we want." 3. The Grand Duchy of Hesse-Darmstadt and the kingdoms of Württemberg and Bavaria, along with Baden, which retained the imprint of Napoleon's Confederation of the Rhine, conceded a free press, jury trials, wider representation, and, for the peasants, the abolition of seigneurial dues. There was one upset in Bavaria, where Ludwig I abdicated in favor of his son. But the radicals were arrested or driven underground and ministerial office was given to the liberals. In the Rhineland the artisans of Cologne, under the leadership of the intellectuals of the Communist League, which had links with Marx and Engels, stormed the council chamber on March 3. A program was advanced to establish a series of republics on the lower, middle, and upper Rhine from the Rhineland to Baden-Württemberg. The cutlers of Solingen destroyed foundries that made cheap, cast iron implements, the Rhine bargemen attacked the steamships that were stealing their trade, and Rhineland peasants surged into the forests to cut wood. Terrified, the liberal deputies of the Rhenish Landtag under Camphausen, who owned a steamship company, pressed Frederick William IV for reform so that revolution would be checked by the intimate fusion of the monarchical principle and popular liberties. 4 In Berlin, intellectuals, students, tradesmen, and artisans gathered after March 6 at noisy meetings in the Tiergarten, and on their way back to the city on March 13 clashed with troops. The city councils of Berlin and Cologne were received by the king and requested concessions. On March 18 the constitution, a free press, and another united Landtag were promised. A large crowd of burghers gathered in the castle square that afternoon to applaud the king, but could not persuade him to withdraw his regular troops, which were, after all, the basis of the Prussian military monarchy. Indeed, the troops were stupidly instructed to clear the square, and in reply barricades were thrown up by incensed journeyman cabinet makers, joiners, tailors, cobblers, and locksmiths. About 300 people were killed before the king agreed to withdraw the troops to Potsdam and to replace them by a Bürgerwehr, or citizens' militia. This was the bourgeoisie in arms and served as much to keep public order as to restrain the military monarchy. For a moment it looked as though the king might rally to the revolution. On March 21 he rode through Berlin in the German national colors of black, red, and gold, and on March 29 he appointed a liberal ministry, headed by Camphausen, with Hansemann as Minister of Finance. A second United Landtag met early in April and organized elections to a Prussian Constituent Assembly that opened on May 22, dominated by civil servants, lawyers, and clergy. Whereas in France the liberal middle class took control of the popular movement in order to carry through a revolution, albeit for its own benefit, in Prussia it rallied to the support of the monarchy in order to prevent a revolution. The German middle classes desired the rule of law and consultation of the nation by the king, but they also wanted a political stability that could be guaranteed only by the crown, the bureaucracy, and, in the last resort, by the army. They had neither the nerve nor the will to alter radically the distribution of power in the Prussian state. The revolution in Vienna on 13–15 March 1848, as well as the revolution in Paris, helps to explain why Frederick William IV stooped to make concessions. The Lower Austrian estates, which met on March 13, were besieged by students and workers, from inside and outside the city walls, to urge them to press for reforms. Crowds clashed with troops, and the mayor called out the Bürgerwehr, which had long been mainly ceremonial, to keep order. The military was withdrawn from the inner city, and the students, Bürgerwehr, and members of the estates, with the threat of popular violence, put pressure on the court to dismiss Metternich, who had advocated military repression. On March 14 Metternich resigned and was replaced by his arch-rival, Count Kolowrat. A fully fledged civic guard of 30,000, together with a separate student wing of 7,000, the Academic Legion, was authorized. On March 15 the constitution was promised. The repercussions of the revolution in Vienna were felt all round the monarchy, but as in Vienna it was the educated and propertied classes who remained in control. In Prague radical students, intellectuals, and artisans of the repeal organization organized a large meeting on March 11 to petition the emperor for political and social reform, but the movement was taken over and moderated not only by liberals such as Palocki but the conservative property owners and merchants blatantly opposed to their demands. On April 8 the emperor merely promised a Bohemian Diet elected by the propertied classes, instead of the old Diet based on estates, but it was never convened for fear of provoking demands for autonomy. In Hungary radical agitation was led by the poet Sándor Petőfi, who addressed vast crowds and used the threat of 40,000 serfs marching on Budapest to force the city council to endorse their demands and to set up a committee of public safety. but the liberal gentry based on the Diet at Pressburg sent Kossuth by steamboat to Vienna to gain from the emperor on March 17 most of the concessions that the radicals demanded, a Hungarian ministry under a prime minister appointed by the emperor, responsible to the Hungarian Diet, which would acquire the authority to legislate, and a separate national army. The Hungarian Diet then extended the franchise from nobles, honorateurs, and the burghers of free cities to property owners in general, except Jews. Even so, the Magyar nobility was the real victor. Nobles both titled and untitled monopolized the Hungarian ministry, the officer corps, and the new assembly elected in June 1848. Only serfs who occupied land were emancipated, and even those had to pay compensation to the landowners for dues and services abolished. More dramatic still were the revolutions which spread to Lombardy and Venetia. Events in France and Naples knocked away the ability of other Italian princes to resist change. Leopold of Tuscany issued a constitution on February 17. Charles Albert published another, called the Statuto, for Piedmont on March 5. Pius IX granted a constitution with a two-chambered legislature on March 14. In Milan the working classes manned the barricades against the Austrians for 5 days between 18 and March 23. Radicals such as Carlo Cattaneo joined the rising on the second day but distrusted the lower classes of Milan as much as they feared alienating the upper classes. They did not proclaim a republic but looked for support to the Milanese patriciate, who set up a provisional government and appealed for support to Charles Albert of Piedmont. Charles Albert intervened to prevent a republic being proclaimed in Milan. Italian troops serving in the Austrian army deserted, and the Piedmontese entered the city. The Piedmontese were not welcome in Venice, but the republic set up there was the historic one destroyed by Bonaparte in 1797. The rising there on 17 to 18 March was the work of artisans and fishermen, but taken over by the educated middle class led by Menin. The civic guard which they formed was both to defend against anarchy and to bully the Austrian troops, but they were powerless until the arsenal workers attacked the garrison on March 27. Then they proclaimed the resurrection of the Republic of St. Mark and set up a provisional government of nobles, lawyers, and merchants. Everywhere in Europe, popular movements were at the root of revolution, but everywhere, under the guise of a united front, it was the propertied classes which benefited. Division and defeat. The initial success of the 1848 revolutions was explained by the unity of the revolutionaries. It soon dissolved. The propertied classes consolidated their position but left the masses, except in France, disfranchised. Radicals were eager to attract a popular base by championing universal suffrage and social reform, and were prepared to use force to press their claims, but this set them at odds with the liberals, who believed that the revolution had done its work. Unfortunately, the radicals themselves belonged to the educated and even propertied elite, and had little time for the pressing concerns of the mass of workers and peasants, land, employment, and lower taxes. Class interests divided them from each other, and when class war broke out the tide began to swing away from revolution. Liberals, who feared for their property and security, forgot their programs of responsible ministries and a free press and rallied to the old ruling class, which had lost its nerve in the spring but reorganized in the summer of 1848 around the principle of order. The achievements of the liberal democratic revolutions were dismantled. On the other hand, there was no aristocratic reaction, no return to state based on the system of orders. The revolution was put down by the military, and it was the military and bureaucratic authorities that were strengthened. Finally, although popular sovereignty and popular suffrage were discarded, there was a sense in which authoritarian regimes relied on the acquiescence of the mass of the population, which was gratified by material benefits if not by a political voice. Revolution flared up first in the Kingdom of Naples and was extinguished there first. The constitution granted by King Ferdinand on January 29, 1848 was in the interest only of the enlightened, possessing class. It excluded illiterates from the vote, which disfranchised 90% of the population. The Neapolitan liberals made the revolution for themselves. When the agricultural masses, who were interested only in land, began to invade the larger estates. They were driven off again by force to disabuse them of the idea that freedom was a banquet at which everyone was to sit and have his fill. 5 The gulf between the liberals and the masses was exploited by Ferdinand when the Parliament met on May 13 and tried to change the constitution. 2 days later he launched a coup to close it down. Barricades were thrown up by about 300 radical bourgeois artisans and a section of the National Guard, but the Lazzaroni were faithful to the king, waved white banners and images of the Madonna, and cried, "Viva il Re," and "Down with the Constitution." Sanfedism was still alive. Radical resistance in Calabria was soon put down, and Sicily, which attempted to offer a crown to the Duke of Genoa, a younger son of Charles Albert of Piedmont, was invaded by the Bourbon army at the end of August. The war against the Austrians started by Charles Albert on March 25, and his defeat at Custazza 4 months later, gave the advantage in central Italy to the radicals. In Tuscany the ministry of the liberal aristocrat Cosimo Ridolfi, which represented the propertied elite of Florence and had no intention of joining in the war against Austria, was challenged by the radicals, who found popular support among the building workers and dockers of the port of Livorno. Popular violence undermined liberal rule, and on October 27 the Grand Duke had to ask the journalist and radical leader Giuseppe Montanelli to form a government. In the Papal States, the Constitution of March 14, which provided for a nominated Senate and a Council of Deputies elected on a narrow franchise, excluding Jews, satisfied the moderates but was challenged by a strong democratic movement. Ironically, Pius IX's amnesty of 1846 had permitted the return or release of former Carbonari and, thanks to his reforms, a radical press, political clubs and a civic guard packed with undesirable elements flourished. During the summer of 1848 Pius tried to reassert his authority and called Count Pellegrino Rossi, a conservative professor of law at Bologna University, to form a government. The radicals feared that he was planning a coup d'état and on November 15 assassinated him. An insurrection followed and the Pope fled to Gaeta in the Kingdom of Naples. It was a turning point for him. From now on Pius IX was to crusade against every idea that the 19th century spawned. Rome was in the hands of the radicals. The Council of Deputies elected a junta which organized elections to a constituent assembly, in the first place for the Papal States, then perhaps, if the example set by Tuscany were followed, for the whole of Italy. The Constituent Assembly abolished the Pope's temporal power on February 9, 1849 and proclaimed the Roman Republic. Mazzina, elected deputy for Ferrara, was made a citizen of Rome and first triumvir. The hated grist tax was abolished, unemployed building workers were detailed to repair monuments and clear slums, and the land owned by religious orders was divided into allotments for poor peasants. But Mazzina's Rome was fiercely anti-clerical, and the battering received by the church and the clergy did not endear the regime to the Catholic masses. It was far from God and the people in action. In France, tension between moderates and radicals had been acute since the elections to the Constituent Assembly on Easter Day 1848, and the executive directory of 5 or pentarchi elected by the Assembly included only one radical, Ledru-Rollin. The strength of the radicals was in the press, the political clubs, and the National Guard. On May 15, when the Assembly was debating aid to Poland, the Palais Bourbon where it sat was invaded by club militants and National Guardsmen led by Raspail and Blanqui. They demanded that monarchs and reactionary regimes throughout Europe be overthrown, declared the Assembly dissolved, and set up a revolutionary government in the Hôtel de Ville. The pentarchy was able to regain control and crush the democratic leadership, but the rift that now opened between liberals and Democrats endangered the revolution. It stood no chance at all once a chasm opened between the Republican notables and the mass of the Parisian laboring population. After May 15 the government became concerned about the volume of migration from the countryside to the town, which served only to increase unemployment. The national workshops were no solution, and were seen as nests of idleness and revolutionary discontent. On June 21, therefore, the workshops were ordered to close and young men registered there were conscripted into the army or sent to clear land in the Sologny or Landis. An insurrection was provoked. The famous June days centered on the populous eastern quarters of Paris. It was led not by the democratic intellectuals of the clubs but by building workers, metal workers, and cobblers. Tocqueville made no mistake. For him, the fighting that ensued between the workers of Paris and the National Guard and regulars was a class struggle, a sort of servile war. 6 The bourgeoisie panicked, and General Cavaignac, who put down the rising for the government, was made chief of the executive power by the Assembly, in the place of the Pentarchy. For Marx, the Second French Republic was now the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie by the sabre. By-elections held on September 17, 1848 introduced a new force into French politics. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, whose own reputation was that of the Strasbourg Mutiny of 1836 and his book on the elimination of pauperism, 1844, and who carried the immense mystique of the former emperor, was elected in Paris, Corsica, and 3 other departments. The constitution that was finally ratified on November 4 provided for the election of a president of the republic by universal suffrage. Cavaignac stood on behalf of the middle class, governmental Republicans. Ledru-Rollin and Raspail were the candidates of the democratic clubs. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte entered the contest as his own man. In the elections of December 10, 1848, Louis Napoleon polled 5.4 million votes, nearly 75% of the total, against 1.4 million for Cavaignac and 500,000 between Ledru-Rollin and Raspail. Support for Louis Napoleon came from the rural and urban masses, who had been ruthlessly excluded from political life since 1815 and felt betrayed by all parliamentary notables, whether royalist or republican. They saw Louis Napoleon obscurely as a man who had the interests of the people at heart. Louis Napoleon was also supported by royalists, who had been seething in impotence since February and imagined that they could use him as a bridge to the restoration of the monarchy. They were soon joined by moderate republicans who had supported Cavaignac and wanted no recurrence of anarchy. This party of order forced the new president to accept a ministry dominated by the rather conservative dynastic opposition to the July monarchy. Against the party of order the students, journalists, small-town lawyers, doctors, pharmacists, and tradesmen of the democratic movement tried to regain their influence over the working class and peasantry with a view to the elections to the Legislative Assembly. They defended universal suffrage and social reform, the interests of the people against those of the privileged. These socialist Democrats, nicknamed the Montaigne in memory of the radicals of the Constituent Assembly in 1792-3, used the café, club, and village festival to undermine the natural deference of the peasantry to the cure and chatelaine. The revolt of women was expressed by the candidatures of 2 Saint-Simonian feminists, Jean Derouin and Pauline Roland. In the legislative elections of May 28, 1849, the Montagnards made a gallant showing, in the countryside as well as in the towns, especially in the center and south of France. Then they scuppered themselves by attacking the government's expedition to destroy Mazzina's Rome, and took to the streets in a futile demonstration on June 13. In the period of the Republic without Republicans which followed, the Royalists, who controlled the Assembly, handed education over to the Catholic Church, stiffened censorship, and on May 31, 1850 deprived 3 million electors of the vote. In Germany the radical movement that might challenge the gains of the propertied and educated middle class was much more narrowly based than in France. Elections to the new Prussian Assembly were delayed until May, and on April 20 radical students tried to organize a mass demonstration to obtain an election under universal suffrage. They failed, and only about 30% of the deputies elected were radicals. Half of them were university educated, especially young jurists, the rest from the artisan and peasant classes. Most significant was the refusal of the Berlin working classes to join in the demonstration of April 20, which attracted only 1,500 militants. Stephan Born, a printer who had associated with Marx and Engels in Paris and Brussels and joined the Communist League, was better known for organizing the Berlin printers' strike and founding the Central Workers' Club in Berlin on March 29. He ignored the Manifesto for Germany issued by Marx and Engels on April 1, which closely followed the program of the Communist Manifesto for, as he put it, the workers would have laughed in my face or pitied me if I had presented myself as a communist. 7. The separation of the organized working class from the liberal and democratic movements in Germany, and divisions between master craftsmen and journeymen, and between these groups and the mass of unskilled and unorganized labor, enabled the conservative elites in time to regain the initiative. In July 1848, master craftsmen convened an all-German artisans' congress at Frankfurt in an attempt to defend the privileges of the guilds that had been restored in many states after 1830 but that the liberal, middle-class Frankfurt Assembly was again abolishing. Excluded by their masters, journeymen held a rival General German Workers' Congress of their own in Frankfurt, which attempted to build bridges among wage workers of all corporations and between craft, factory, and domestic workers, illustrating a new class consciousness. This was continued in the General German Workers' Brotherhood, set up in Berlin in August 1848 by Stefan Born. Meanwhile, many of the unemployed in Berlin had been put to work by the government building canals and railways, but riots broke out on June 28 when peace rates were introduced and again after October 12 when the workforce was cut. The Bürgerwehr fired on the rioters and the propertied middle class drew closer to the traditional ruling class to build a dike against social revolution. The conservative nobility, which had lost power in March, was particularly antagonized after the shipowner Camphausen was replaced as chief minister on June 20 by the railway owner Hansemann. Hansemann was squeezed between a Prussian Constituent Assembly which was drafting a genuinely parliamentary constitution and wanted a guarantee that the army would not be used against the people, and the court Camarilla, which retained the ear of Frederick William IV, and took exception to his measures to complete the emancipation of the serfs, to tax hitherto exempt noble estates, and to replace the monoreal system by elective local government east of the Elbe. Conservatives launched the Kreuz-Zeitung and founded the Society for the Protection of the Interests of Landowners to fight for the survival of the agrarian, feudal, Christian monarchy. In an impossible position, Hansemann's ministry resigned in September 1848 and a conservative ministry was formed under Count Brandenburg on November 1. Berlin was reoccupied by 13,000 regular troops under General Rogel on November 10, a state of siege was declared, the Bürgerwehr was dissolved, and the assembly was exiled from the capital. It was dissolved on December 5 and Frederick William IV imposed his own constitution from above. So long as he might be invited to become king of a united Germany he played a pseudo-constitutional game, but in April 1849, after the breakdown of talks about a united, constitutional Germany, he dissolved the new assembly. A revised constitution issued in January 1850 made ministers responsible only to the king, not to parliament, and exempted the army from having to take an oath to the constitution. The Prussian military monarchy was back in business. After all, the revolution had been defeated by the military. The Prussian state cannot be based on corporate institutions, explained the Minister of the Interior, Otto von Manteuffel, for the benefit of Junkers who dreamed of closet politics and representation by estates. It is essentially a bureaucratic and military system. Only in local government east of the Elbe did the Junkers retain their patrimonial jurisdiction and their administrative and police powers. Otherwise the propertied middle class was compensated for rallying so decisively to the monarchy. While the upper house was reserved for peers, the lower house, under the suffrage law of May 30, 1849, was to be elected by a three-tier system of electoral colleges graduated according to the amount of property owned. Watching from afar, Marx judged the German middle class incapable of undertaking a democratic revolution. That task was now incumbent on the proletariat. In the Habsburg monarchy, the constitution promised on March 15 and eventually published on April 25 with the suffrage law on May 9, was in no sense acceptable to the radicals. It provided for a senate of archdukes, royal nominees, and landed magnates, and a lower chamber elected indirectly by property owners. but the radicals with their press, political clubs, and the academic legion had the support of the Viennese working class, and 10,000 of them demonstrated on May 15, 1848 to demand a single-chamber constituent assembly elected by universal suffrage. Without the army, the imperial government lost its nerve and conceded the radicals' demands. The mentally retarded and epileptic Emperor Ferdinand, together with his court, fearing the worst, left for Innsbruck. The government tried to exploit the hostility of the aristocrats, Viennese bourgeoisie, and provinces to the radicals, and on May 25 ordered the Civic Guard to dissolve the Academic Legion. This only conjured up barricades and a revolutionary government in Vienna, which was in a position to hold the ministry to ransom. Outside Vienna, however, the Austrian army began to make its weight felt. Charles Albert of Piedmont was defeated at Custazza on July 25 and the Austrians reoccupied Milan. Field Marshal Radetzky took over the civil and military government of Lombardy-Venetia, pardoning common Italian soldiers who had deserted while punishing their leaders. Venice held out on its lagoon, but Daniele Manin was forced to establish a dictatorship in order to consolidate resistance. General Windesgritz occupied Prague on May 20 and during the street fighting of 12 to 16 June the barricades were manned only by students and young journeymen, without support either from the propertied classes or from the peasantry outside. The government was able to play on a combination of fear and greed to isolate the radicals in Vienna. In the Constituent Assembly, which finally assembled in Vienna on July 22, radicals were clearly outnumbered by Polish nobles, Ruthenian peasants, Czech liberals, and Tyrolese clericals. Hungary and Lombardy-Venetia were not represented. Unemployed workers given jobs on public works projects who rioted on August 23 when their wages were cut were crushed by the Civic Guard, as were indebted artisans and tradesmen who demonstrated when the Vienna City Council refused to support a people's bank. The Assembly passed a law, ratified by the Emperor on September 7, to emancipate the serfs in Austria, which neatly cut off the urban radicals from the countryside. The radicals of the Central Committee of Democratic Clubs and the Academic Legion made a last bid to regain control in October 1848. An insurrection was staged to prevent Austrian troops from leaving to fight the Hungarians, who had gone to war with the Austrian government in September. The Magyar gentry, who formed a National Defense Committee of the National Assembly under Louis Kossuth to organize victory, had enough trouble with Potofi's radicals in Budapest and offered no help to the radicals in Vienna, though the Hungarian armies reached the gates of Vienna on October 10. This was short-sighted, for the defeat of the revolution in Vienna would free Austrian troops to fight them. General Windesgritz bombarded the city into submission and declared a state of siege there on November 20. The Academic Legion was disbanded, rebels were shot, and the assembly was exiled to Moravia. Prince Felix von Schwarzenberg, brother-in-law of Windesgritz, formed a powerful conservative ministry on November 21, with the support of the aristocracy and the Viennese middle class. Emperor Ferdinand, who fled to Moravia on October 6, abdicated on December 2 in favor of his 18-year-old nephew, Francis Joseph, who had a dramatic sense of kingship and saw the monarchy almost through to its dissolution in 1918. The constitution drafted by the Constituent Assembly in January was rejected. An alternative constitution was imposed by the government on March 4, 1849, and the assembly was dispersed. Plans to undermine the power of the aristocracy in the countryside by elective local government were scrapped and the Catholic Church was released from all Josephinist controls to become a basic pillar of the state. The springtime of peoples? In the course of 1,848 Poles, Danes, Germans, Italians, Magyars, Czechs, Slovaks, Serbs, Croats, and Romanians were all in arms against sprawling multinational empires in pursuit of the right of self-government. But much exertion achieved little success. Existing political structures were both larger and smaller than national groups, which were sometimes fragmented by separatism, and sometimes distracted by multinationalism. National self-consciousness was often the property only of a certain stratum of society, and nations which had reached different levels of development vied with each other for supremacy within the old empires instead of joining forces against them. Lastly, the policies and priorities of the great powers dictated in the last instance the fortunes of the nationalities. The proclamation of a republic in France on February 25, 1848 sent a tremor through the courts and chancelleries of Europe. It was feared that France would resort to the revolutionary imperialism of 1792, overrun Belgium and seize the port of Antwerp, extend her frontier to the Rhine and her influence in Germany, throw the Austrians out of Italy, resurrect Poland, and make war on Russia. The great powers, orchestrated by Palmerston, agreed that they would have to act in concert to put pressure on France. They rejected Metternich's maxim that the Allies should intervene wherever an established government was overthrown by revolution, but threatened to do so if France attacked any part of Europe. The response of the French foreign minister, Lamartine, enshrined in the Manifesto of March 2, 1848, was a masterpiece of rhetoric and realism. The French Republic, he declared, did not recognize the humiliating peace treaties of 1815 and would defend by force of arms the rights of oppressed nationalities against any aggressor, mentioning the Swiss and Italians by name, but not the Poles. On the other hand, Lamartine was afraid of the coalition of reactionary powers that had twice invaded France to defeat Napoleon. As an historian of the Girondin party, he knew that war would provoke a shift to the left if things went badly, and in the Montagnard terror that followed, the heads of moderates like himself would fall. Reassure yourselves, he therefore told the powers, if in error you take the Republic of 1848 for the Republic of 1792. We are not a revolutionary anachronism, we are not going against the stream of civilization. 9. The fact that France did not move in the spring of 1848 was of decisive importance for the outcome of national revolutions elsewhere. Lamartine offered no help to the Polish émigrés who lobbied him in Paris, but saw them as a nuisance and encouraged them to leave the country. The Prussian government was under no pressure to mobilize on the Rhine and even toyed with the idea, after the Revolution of 13–16 March in Berlin, of resurrecting an independent Poland as a bulwark against Russia. Mirosławski was released from a Berlin prison to take charge of the Polish National Committee, which sprang up at Poznan, and this was recognized by Prussia as the provisional government of Poland on March 24. It was only when he recruited Polish patriots for an invasion of Russia that Prussia agreed with Britain and Russia that European peace must not be set at risk. The liberals and radicals of South Germany, especially Baden, Württemberg, and Hesse-Darmstadt, decided that the time had come to reorganize the Confederation, whose Diet represented only the state governments and had been an instrument of Metternich until his fall. Many of the liberal leaders, such as Heinrich von Gagern of Hesse-Darmstadt, acquired new influence as ministers at the beginning of March. Together with representatives of German state assemblies, they gathered in a pre-parliament at Frankfurt on March 31 to arrange the election of a full parliament that would represent not the state governments but the German nation. Two intractable issues faced the German liberals, who began to feel their way towards a constitution for a united Germany, to replace that of the Confederation of 1815. The first was how far a united Germany would be a federation of states, preserving existing governments and monarchies, and how far it would be a union of the German Volk or people, reducing the importance of existing governments and monarchies or even displacing them altogether. The second issue was, who and where the German Volk was that could be incorporated into the new German state. There was a mismatch between the liberal and the romantic view of the German people that was defined by the extent of German-speaking populations, and the existing boundaries of the German Confederation. This, for example, included Bohemia, which was partly Czech-speaking, but did not include Posen and Schleswig, which respectively had mixed German and Polish and German and Danish-speaking populations. Defining what Germany was had the effect of sharpening differences between Germans and their neighbors. On the first issue, that of the constitution, moderate liberals around von Gagern, who believed that Germany would become a federation of monarchical states, were strongly challenged by radicals such as Hecker and Struve, who wanted Germany to become a popular and federal republic on the American model. Defeated in the pre-parliament, they went to Switzerland, where they proclaimed a German republic at Constance on April 11. They marched on Karlsruhe with a scythe-wielding army of 10,000, but were dispersed by 30,000 troops from Baden, Württemberg, Hesse, and Nassau under the authority of the German Confederation. The idea of a republic was now associated with the French model of anarchy and civil war, which played into the hands of liberals who wanted much more cautious change. On the second issue, that of nationalities, the German minority in the Grand Duchy of Posen, which had been a part of Prussia only in 1793 to 1807 and since 1815, feared that the duchy was about to become part of a new Poland and pleaded to be incorporated into Prussia. Early in April the Prussian government sent in the army to disband Polish patriots and partition the duchy. At the other flashpoint, Schleswig, Danish nationalism presented a similar challenge to German interests. Orla Lehmann and his National Liberals took office in Denmark on March 21 and immediately declared the incorporation of Schleswig into the monarchy. The German nobles of the estates of Schleswig-Holstein replied by declaring Schleswig independent of Denmark and requesting its inclusion in the German Confederation, Holstein being a member already. The pre-parliament voted the inclusion of Schleswig and the Federal Diet authorized the invasion of Schleswig on April 9 by German forces. On May 2 the Prussians advanced beyond Schleswig into Jutland proper. These were the problems that confronted the German assembly that met in St. Paul's Church, Frankfurt, on May 18, 1848. It was composed of the fine flower of the educated German middle class. 3/4 of them were university educated, and over half employed by the state as administrative civil servants, jurists, academics, teachers, and clergy. Many of them had served as young men in the wars of liberation against Napoleon, when the mirage of a united Germany had first glimmered before their eyes, but they were in no sense revolutionaries. The caustic Engels described them as an assembly of old women. More frightened of the least popular movement than of all the reactionary plots of all the German governments put together. Point 10. The fatal flaw of German liberalism, that in its search for a united and independent Volk it risked compromising its search for free institutions, was soon revealed. The assembly promptly voted to incorporate into Germany that part of the Grand Duchy of Posen that had been annexed by Prussia. Freedom for all, proclaimed one liberal deputy during the debate on July 27, 1848, but the strength and welfare of the fatherland above all. 11 The assembly also supported the incorporation of Schleswig into Germany and the Prussian invasion of Denmark that was supposed to bring it about. Though the Prussians defeated the Danish peasant soldiers on land, the Danish navy effectively blockaded the German coast. Moreover, the invasion alerted the European powers for the first time to the dangers of German nationalism. Russia feared the eruption of Prussian power into the Baltic, while Britain feared that Prussia would enlarge the Zollverein and drive Denmark for safety into the arms of Russia, which would then control the Sound as it threatened to control the Straits. Prussia was therefore forced to agree to an armistice at Malmö on August 26, and the duchies were placed under a common Prussian-Danish administration. This caused havoc among the nationalistic deputies of the Frankfurt Assembly, not least those on the left with their passionate commitment to the rights of the German Volk. They almost had the armistice rejected and then, on September 18, headed riots in the city during which 2 deputies were lynched and a state of siege was declared. For German liberals, freedom required unity and unity required power. It is no coincidence that the first keels of the German navy were laid in 1848. These foreign matters had considerable bearing on the debate concerning how Germany should be run. Between the Frankfurt Parliament and the 39 German states there was initially a vacuum. It was clear that the old Federal Diet, that committee of ministers dominated by Metternich, would have to go. The interim solution was to appoint a provisional central government, under a Reichsverweser or imperial regent. This post was to be occupied by an Austrian prince who had led the campaign against the French in 1809 and was a bitter critic of Metternich, Archduke John. How far this would constitute a viable executive of a united Germany remained to be seen. Frederick William of Prussia dismissed his appointment as completely invalid, null, and void. The state governments rejected his decree of July 16, 1848, which required their armies to swear loyalty to him and their war ministers to obey him in a national emergency, and the Assembly therefore relied on the military might of Prussia to execute its policies. Finally, no major foreign power apart from the United States recognized the new executive. It became clear that the definitive solution for the government of the new Reich would have to be a hereditary emperor of the Germans, who would be either the Austrian emperor or the Prussian king. On October 19 the Constitutional Committee of the Assembly recommended a Großdeutschland that included the German-speaking parts of the Habsburg monarchy. But it also laid down that an Austrian hereditary emperor of the Reich would be allowed only a personal union with his non-German territories. This came just as the Austrian monarchy had subdued nationalist forces which were tearing it apart and had elaborated the Constitution of March 4, 1849, which finally established the monarchy, including Hungary and Lombardy-Venetia, as a centralized Reich of 70 million. The proposals of the Frankfurt liberals were ill-conceived and ill-timed, and duly rejected by Vienna. There was no alternative now to offering the crown of a Kleindeutschland, excluding the whole of the Habsburg monarchy, to Frederick William IV. The constitution proposed for the Reich included a Staatenhaus representing members of state governments and state parliaments, a Volkshaus elected by universal male suffrage, and a hereditary emperor with a suspensive but not an absolute veto. The election as Emperor of Frederick William on March 28, 1849, by 290 votes with 248 abstentions, betrayed the reservations of many deputies, especially from the Central and South German states. On his side neither the constitution nor the offer of an imperial crown by a popularly elected assembly to a king by the grace of God was acceptable to Frederick William. On April 3, 1849 he rejected the crown as a diadem molded out of the dirt and dregs of revolution, disloyalty, and treason. 12. The upshot was a struggle for the German constitution that may only be described as a civil war. The constitution, though rejected by Prussia, was defended by a Central March Association set up in Frankfurt in November 1848, which established 950 branches and enrolled 500,000 members. The imperial constitution was recognized by 28 of the smaller German states, particularly in Central and South Germany. Unfortunately it was rejected by the Prussians and other conservative monarchs, who withdrew their deputies from the assembly, and by Archduke John, who reverted to type as an Austrian prince rather than a leader of the new Germany. The battle was continued on the streets. Revolutions in support of the constitution broke out in Dresden on May 3, joined by Bakunin and Wagner among others, and in Baden, where a committee of public safety was set up under Struve. The kings of Prussia, Saxony, and Hanover set up a Three-Kings League on May 26 and were soon joined by other rulers who had to flee their capitals. The Rump National Assembly moved to what was thought friendlier territory at Stuttgart on May 31, but was dissolved by the forces of the German monarchs on June 18. The Prussian army invaded Baden, defeated the rebels, and forced the last remnants of the German Revolution to capitulate in the fortress of Rastatt on July 23. The Democrats of Saxony and South Germany would have time to reflect on invasion by Prussia and the execution of their leaders. The movement for national unification was as unsuccessful in Italy as in Germany. One reason for this was the failure of France to move in 1848. Charles Albert of Piedmont went his own way by declaring war on Austria on March 25. He did not in fact want the assistance of France, given its history of treachery since Campo Formio in 1797 and the annexation of Piedmont in 1802. Palmerston recognized the implacable hatred of Lombards and Venetians for Austria but did not want the price of their liberation to be French expansion beyond the Alps. For him, the establishment of an independent neutral state in northern Italy would, as in Belgium and Greece, both satisfy national aspirations and offset the imperialist ambitions of the powers. The defeat of Charles Albert at Custazza on July 25 and the reoccupation of Milan by the Austrians put paid to such schemes. Charles Albert concluded a truce with the Austrians on August 9, not least because he feared French intervention. He need not have worried. Intervention in France was the policy of the radicals, who had invaded the French National Assembly on May 15 to demand aid for Poland. The bourgeois Republicans who took control in Paris after the June days rejected intervention, which would only encourage the radical opposition. French intervention or its absence mattered because the Italians did not rally to the flag of Charles Albert to free Italy of the Austrians. The Milan patriciate and Lombard aristocracy agreed to fusion with Piedmont in a kingdom of Upper Italy and organized a plebiscite to support their strategy on June 8 because that was the only guarantee against social revolution. The nobility of Venetia also accepted fusion, but Menin had declared a republic in Venice precisely in order to define the autonomy of the city-state. It was not until the Austrians were battering at the gates, on July 4, that the Venetian Assembly agreed to fusion, and the truce agreed by Charles Albert brought Piedmontese rule in Venice to an end after 5 days, to the delight of Menin. The liberal aristocrats of Tuscany cold-shouldered the efforts of Piedmont. Sicily was fighting a separatist war and offered a crown to one of Charles Albert's sons according to the principle better Turin than Naples. General Pepe, Calabrian liberal and Beausabrier of the school of Murat XIII, who had joined the Carbonari and led the Neapolitan rising of 1820, led volunteers north to fight the Austrians. But the Pope's speech of April 29, which did not oppose the right of individuals to fight Austria but refused to declare war itself, doomed any idea of a popular war of liberation. As significant as the Italians in the war against Austria was the Polish Legion led by the poet Adam Mickiewicz, which still proclaimed freedom is indivisible. Differences between regimes sharpened separatism. Gioberti summoned a Congress of representatives from the Kingdom of Upper Italy, Tuscany, the Papal States, Naples, and Sicily to Turin in October 1848 to discuss a federation of Italian states, but he met with no success. The monarchists were divided from republicans like Menin. On the other hand, Menin's republicanism was that of the ancient Venetian city-state, not the Mazzinian variety, which preached republicanism as a precondition of national unity, and he took care to destroy the influence of the Mazzinian Italian club in Venice early in October. The creation of a democratic, unitary republic was a possibility in 1848-9. The Tuscan radical Montanelli explained in Livorno on October 8 why the war with Austria had failed: there was no unity of direction, therefore there was no national government. We fought as Piedmontese, as Tuscans, as Neapolitans, as Romans, and not as Italians. 14 When he came to power 3 weeks later, he urged the convocation of an Italian Constituent Assembly, and victories of Democrats at the polls in Piedmont, Rome, and Venice in January 1849 gave massive impetus to the scheme. Its price was the sacrifice of monarchy. The Pope had fled, and Leopold of Tuscany fled on January 30. On the other hand, Charles Albert was the only force who could challenge the Austrians, and his victory would strengthen the monarchical principle. He launched a new war on Austria in March 1849 and was defeated again, at Novara. The Republicans were now confronted by the Austrians, who occupied Tuscany on May 11 and restored the Grand Duke, and by the French, who intervened to check the advance of the Austrians but on the same side. Despite gallant resistance by Garibaldi, the French entered Rome on July 3 and restored the ultimate obstacle to Italian unification, Pope Pius IX. The Habsburg monarchy was strained by the demands of different nationalities for autonomy. But many nationalities believed that their demands could be met within the framework of the monarchy, and even that the monarchy guaranteed that autonomy. Bohemia, with its mixed German and Czech population, was a part of the German Confederation and was invited to send deputies to Frankfurt. The Germans were eager to participate, but Palacky replied on April 11 that he was not a German but a Czech of Slavic descent. The future of the Czechs was not as a separate state but enjoying autonomy and protection from German persecution within the Habsburg monarchy. If the Austrian state had not already existed for so long, he continued, it would have been in the interests of Europe, indeed of humanity itself, to endeavor to create it as soon as possible. 15 A Slav Congress was held in Prague in June 1848, but did not unduly threaten the monarchy. Viennese radicals feared Slav ambitions to create a vast Slavic empire, under the auspices of Russia, from the Arctic to the Bosphorus. Polish leaders reiterated the view that the Habsburg monarchy should be destroyed and the Polish state reconstituted within its boundaries of 1772. But the Ruthenians of Galicia had no wish to be ruled over by Poles and drew close to the Czechs in defense of Austro-Slavism. So diverse were the languages of Czechs, Slovaks, Poles, Ruthenes, Croats, and Slovenes that the plenary sessions had to be conducted in German. The binding force of Austro-Slavism was hatred of the Magyars. Having acquired autonomy from Vienna in March 1848, the Magyars in April constructed a unitary Hungarian union that included Croatia, Slavonia, Transylvania, and Slovakia. Nationalities in these areas all requested from Vienna the same autonomy that the Magyars had won, but the Magyars considered that they were the only nation with political rights in the Hungarian Union. Slovak leaders who demanded the use of Slovak in county assemblies and schools, and on May 10 the federative reorganization of Hungary, had to flee to Prague to avoid arrest by the Magyar authorities. Serbs meeting on the military border on May 13 demanded an autonomous Serbian province called Vojvodina and looked for support to the Croats. In Croatia the radical demands of the Illyrians were contained by the Croatian nobility led by Josip Jelačić, who on March 23, 1848 was appointed Ban or governor of Croatia and general in command of the armies of both civil Croatia and the military border. But the request of the Croatian Sabor or parliament to the emperor on June 5, demanding the reconstitution of the ancient triune kingdom of Croatia, Slavonia, and Dalmatia, together with the military border and the Slovene provinces, with a ministry responsible to the Sabor, was turned down. The Emperor Ferdinand confirmed the incorporation of Croatia within the Hungarian Union and dismissed Jelačić. The confirmation of the Hungarian Union was a blow also to the Transylvanians, who met 40,000 strong at Blaj on 15–17 May under the leadership of students, teachers, and Uniat priests to demand a separate national parliament. Yet they refused to join up with the Romanian rebels in the Danubian principalities who wanted to reunite the Romanians on both sides of the Carpathians in a Daco-Roman Empire. For their pains, they were punished by a ruthless campaign of Magyarization. Austria went to war with the Magyars in September 1848 in defense of the unity of the Habsburg monarchy. The Magyar armies were joined by 20,000 Poles and placed under the command of the Polish general Bem, for Polish nationalists needed to destroy the Austrian Empire as well as the Russian in order to achieve their independence. On April 14, 1849 the Hungarians issued a formal declaration of independence and deposed the Habsburgs. The fatherland was proclaimed in danger and Magyars were called to arms. However, the Austrian government was able to play off the nationalities hostile to the pretensions of the Magyars against them. Jelačić was reinstated and invited to lead an army of regulars, Grenzer, and militiamen against the Magyars. The Romanian National Committee levied a national guard of 10,000 men. In the Austrian parliament on September 19 the Czechs refused aid to the Magyars on the grounds that they were oppressors of the Slavs. The Magyars found no sympathy from the great powers either. Palmerston urged that the Austrian position in northern Italy was untenable, but refused to give assistance to the Magyar revolt of 1848–9 because the integrity of the Habsburg monarchy, which stood firm between French and Russian imperialism, could not be sacrificed. There was virtually no dissident movement in Russia in 1848, apart from a radical circle around the junior foreign ministry official Mikhail Patrashevsky, including the writer Dostoevsky, which was rounded up in 1849. But Nicholas I was concerned that Polish fighting in Austria might spill into Russian Poland, and he was quick to respond on June 17, 1849 to a request for Russian support from Francis Joseph. Field Marshal Paskevich, who had put down the Polish Rising in 1831, was put in charge of 190,000 Russian troops, and defeated 162,000 on the Hungarian side in August 1849. Finally, in October, Russian and Ottoman forces jointly suppressed the Romanian Revolution in the Danubian principalities. Nationalism as a revolutionary movement thus failed in 1848-9. Nationalism would triumph later, but it would not be revolutionary. A breach between Austria and Russia, the defeat of Russia, and the re-emergence of French military power would be conditions of its success. The twin problems of multinationalism and separatism would be solved by the emergence of single states, Piedmont and Prussia, to defeat the Habsburg Empire and assert hegemony over the fragmented states which made up the Italian and German nations. And while the liberal nationalist elites were still active, their campaigns would be cut off by governments in defense of the monarchical principle. Revolution would be averted by means of a simple stratagem, national unification. 5. Hierarchies of culture. Language and education. The historian of culture is like a solitary figure on the seashore. Here and there rises solid rock, the massive and imposing memorials of a Goethe or a Beethoven, but around them lie sheets of pebbles and sandbanks, formless and shifting, representing obscure artifacts, tales without authors, indeed all the values of society that received symbolic expression. Where should he start? With the brilliant or the mundane? With the conscious or the unconscious? With the culture of the social elite or the culture of the masses? In any country at any period there is no single culture but rather different layers of culture, superimposed one upon another, corresponding in a very general way with the different social strata of the population. There are hierarchies of culture, whether we look at the language in which people express their thoughts, the education they receive, or the forms of distraction in which they take part. The idea that in the early 19th century language was what defined the population of one country from that of another must be modified. Some languages were cosmopolitan, the lingua franca of the European governing classes as a whole. Latin was the language of the Roman Catholic Church and of the universities of Europe, and also served as an official language in countries where a multitude of tongues were spoken. It had remained the official language in Poland down to the partition of 1795 and was the language of the Hungarian Diet at Pressburg, where both Magyars and Croats sat, until the 1840s. The language spoken in European courts and in aristocratic circles, from Paris to St. Petersburg, the language, in a word, of polite society, was French. The presence of French émigrés in Russia in the 1790s and the presence of Russian officers in Paris in 1814 only reinforced the connection. Tsar Alexander I addressed the Polish Sejm in French. It was the language of chivalry. French was spoken to ladies at balls and written in love letters. Tolstoy affirmed that love could be expressed only in French and would evaporate if Russian were used. Descartes wrote in Latin but Voltaire wrote in French. Clear and elegant, French was the language of the Enlightenment in Europe. It was the language of diplomacy. The last major peace treaty drawn up in Latin was the Treaty of Vienna, which ended the War of the Polish Succession in 1738. The Congress of Vienna used French for all its proceedings, and the reservation of Article 120 of the final act that this did not mean that a precedent had been set was purely formal and of little significance. French remained the accepted code of ambassadors and statesmen in the 19th century, so that even when they were at war they preserved a common system of values. In a Europe dominated by empires it was necessary to learn the language of the dominant nationality in order to get on. So there were Frenchified Germans and Russians, Germanized Czechs and Magyars, Magyarized Slovaks and Croats, Polonized Lithuanian and Ukrainian gentry, and Ottomanized Bulgarians. From the end of the 18th century there was a good deal of opposition to this process of assimilation from intellectuals who argued that it should be possible to succeed in retaining one's national identity, and that the defining ingredient of national identity was the language of the folk or people. This argument began to bite when a dominant nationality imposed its own language on subordinate nationalities as the official language of the administration, courts, churches, and schools. Intellectuals replied by forging a national consensus and consciousness based on a common language, which could then be used to demand political autonomy for the national group. Speaking of the Austrian offensive against the French in 1809, the poet Heine wrote that August Wilhelm Schlegel conspired against Racine with the same purpose as that with which Minister Stein conspired against Napoleon. 1. The Magyar aristocrat Count István Székely, who kept his private diary in French, German, and English, but not Hungarian, spoke Hungarian at the Diet of 1825, rather than Latin, and certainly not German, to demand the introduction of Hungarian as the language of administration. The Polish gentry and intelligentsia developed Polish after the partitions in order to resist attempts to impose German or Russian on them, and to create unity between lords and peasants, Catholics and Jews. Some Russian intellectuals, too, were having doubts about the French language. The conservative Karamzin, who visited the West in 1790 and discovered Englishmen who knew French nevertheless speaking English, asked, "Is that not disgraceful for us? Why should we be ashamed of our mother tongue and turn ourselves into monkeys or parrots?" 2. Yet the development of a modern literary language was not always easy. Between the fluid, everyday vernacular and the model for a written language, which might be an archaic, complex liturgical language, there was little resemblance. In the case of Russia, the written language was Church Slavonic, in which church texts had been enshrined since the Byzantine period. In 1783 the Russian Academy decided to base a new literary language on the vernacular rather than on Church Slavonic, hoping to give it the subtlety and brilliance of French, and brought out a grammar between 1789 and 1794 and a dictionary in 1802. Less formally, Adamantios Koreas, the son of a Greek merchant of Smyrna who failed in commerce in Amsterdam and moved to Paris in 1788, elaborated a modern Greek literary language that was based on the spoken tongue, infused with words from ancient Greek, and not on the language of the Greek Orthodox Church. Working in Pressburg in the 1840s, the Slovak Ludovit Stur abandoned his predecessor's attempts to develop a Slavic literary language derived from Biblictina, the language of the Hussite Bible, and adopted a narrower Slovak language based on the dialect of Central Slovakia. Dialect was a characteristic of all spoken languages, and was often a barrier between the educated and uneducated in a given country. There were 3 dialects in Slovakia. The Italian literary language was derived from Tuscan, and was spoken in Tuscany and by educated Romans. Otherwise Italy was a jigsaw of dialects, with Milanese incomprehensible to the speakers of Calabrian, and vice versa. The Swabian spoken in South Germany was quite different from North German, and in 1856, Thomas Mann tells us, the Bremen merchant Thomas Buddenbrook could speak the dialect of the ship captains, the heads in the warehouse offices, the drivers, and the yard hands, but his partner could not. 3 Even for the miners' children of the pit villages of County Durham it was said in 1861 that the language of their school books was as foreign to their dialect as medieval Latin. The education of the social elite and that of the social mass had nothing in common for most of the 19th century. Governments were interested in the first to train the ruling class, and for a long time left the second to market forces. The first included secondary school and university education, the second elementary education only. The first was defined by the teaching of Latin, and even Greek, the second by the teaching of the language of the dominant nationality and of religion. At the end of the 18th century the education of the elite reflected the society of orders, colleges run by religious orders to train both the clerical and civil bureaucracy, cadet schools, knights' academies, and public schools to train the military aristocracy in Latin and French, mathematics, engineering, and geography, and the gallant studies of riding, fencing, and dancing. During the French Revolution the Directory sought to integrate the advances of the Enlightenment with the secondary school system through a network of central schools which taught mathematics, sciences, law, history, and drawing, as well as ancient languages, grammar, and rhetoric. In 1802 Napoleon replaced the central schools by lycées, run on military lines, to train the civil and military bureaucracy of the new French Empire. Here classics ousted everything else except mathematics, required for grandes écoles like the École Polytechnique, which trained soldiers and military and civil engineers. The defeat of Prussia by France in 1806 brought home the need for a highly trained bureaucracy composed of nobles and non-nobles that would be distinguished as a moral and intellectual aristocracy rather than an aristocracy of birth. In 1812 the Gymnasian, which taught Greek and Latin, were raised above all other schools, and the abitur or leaving certificate, which qualified for university admission, was made more rigorous. The genius behind the reforms was Wilhelm von Humboldt, who had served in Rome after 1801 as envoy to the Holy See but was more interested in classical antiquity. He was fascinated by the way the ancients seemed to have harmonized the spiritual and sensual sides of life, a balance he believed to have been upset by Christianity with its emphasis on poverty, humility, and sin. Appointed head of education in the Prussian Ministry of the Interior, he developed the study of classics not as stylistic or syntactical exercises but historically and philosophically, for the values that they disclosed. For Humboldt, classics offered a general culture, distinct from the useful arts on the one hand, and aristocratic play and dilettantism on the other, to ennoble the soul and develop a well-rounded personality. In Russia, which had a much greater need to train its bureaucracy, Alexander I founded a number of lycées while Nicholas I adopted the gymnasium system for the sons of gentry and civil officials after 1828. On the other hand, the tradition of a military education for sons of nobles remained strong, and the number of cadet schools in Russia rose from 5 to 23 during the reign of Nicholas I. There was no such system of public secondary education in England, for the public schools were privately endowed. They were criticized as educational rotten boroughs, but reform came from within, largely due to the influence of Thomas Arnold, the headmaster of Rugby School, 1828-42. Classical humanism, combined with the muscular Christianity of the playing fields, became the model not only of the public schools but also of the endowed grammar schools, even in industrial towns such as Leeds. The proprietary schools like Cheltenham, 1841, funded by subscription and run by the shareholders, offered Latin but not Greek, and a more modern education which was useful for aspirants to the military academies. Just as the ambitious assimilated the language of the dominant nationality, so they pressed to learn Latin, which was the avenue to university, public office, and the liberal professions. Ruling oligarchies became concerned by the numbers who were using education to escape their social condition, were overcrowding the professions, or, failing to obtain the posts they coveted, were becoming discontented literateurs and journalists. Attempts were made to restrict access to secondary education by making the classical course more demanding, as in France in 1840, or by raising fees and shutting out all but the sons of nobles, officials, and rich merchants, as the Russian government did in 1845. In addition, and less clumsily, an intermediate system of schooling was designed for the children of small manufacturers and tradesmen, low-grade officials, clerks, artisans, and rich peasants, for whom elementary instruction was too little and who yet should be channeled away from the elite schools. This was the task of the burgher schools of Germany, which were refashioned as Realschulen in 1832, and the higher primary schools set up in France in 1833. England had no such special provision, but 1,000 Dotheboys Halls performed the same function. The European states had very little interest in primary education at the beginning of the 19th century. The schooling of the masses was abandoned to the law of supply and demand, supplied where it was demanded by underemployed artisans, demobilized NCOs, unfrocked priests, and penniless widows and spinsters. In Catholic countries, teaching congregations of nuns and lay brothers resumed their work after the disturbances of the Revolutionary Wars. Gradually, governments did seek to intervene in elementary education, usually in conjunction with the established churches, more in the interest of social order than in order to promote literacy. In Prussia, elementary education for the masses was compulsory from the early 18th century, and the Schulgeld or school pence was levied on all parents after 1763. The framework of a system of supervision was established after 1817 under a joint Ministry of Education and Religious Affairs, and the churches, both Protestant and Catholic, were closely involved as inspectors at all levels of their respective hierarchies. In France, the compulsion ordained in 1833 by the Protestant education minister, Guizot, was not on individuals but on every commune to set up and fund one elementary school. Until 1830 the Catholic clergy were very much involved in the hierarchy of inspection, much less so after the anti-clerical revolution of 1830. In Belgium, where the revolution of 1830 was carried out by liberals and Catholics together, the influence of the Church in the structure of supervision and inspection was much greater. In the British Isles, Ireland was treated as a colony and a national system of primary education was organised in 1831, funded largely by the British Parliament and controlled by a board of commissioners in London. A radical move in 1833 to extend a similar system to England and Wales was rejected by Parliament as infringement of the liberty of parents to educate their children or not, and of religious toleration. Elementary education was left to the Church of England, which set up a national society for promoting the education of the poor in the principles of the established church in 1811, and to the nonconformists, who set up the rival British and Foreign School Society in 1812. Both movements were funded by voluntary subscription, although small grants in aid were made to voluntary schools after 1833. In Russia, finally, the education of serfs was left to the discretion of serf owners under decrees of 1804 and 1828, and consequently very little was done until the Orthodox Church became more involved in rural schools after 1839. The existence of state churches, their involvement in the provision of public education, and the central part of religious instruction in popular education clearly raised problems for religious minorities. In Dutch schools after 1806 and in Irish schools, all pupils received a general moral education and Catholic and Protestant children received denominational instruction separately. In France and Germany, the parish school adopted the confession of the majority religion. As yet, pressure to exclude religious instruction from the classroom on grounds of toleration was weak, because after the revolutionary period there was generally seen to be no morality and no social order without religion. Frederick William III of Prussia told his officials in 1799 that he wanted children to be educated to become reasonable men, good Christians, and decent citizens of the state. 4 Guizot informed his primary school teachers in 1833 that they were one of the guarantees of order and social stability. The message given to primary school teachers was somewhat ambiguous. They were described as humble apostles of civilization, sent to redeem the masses from barbarism and pacify society. But most of them were from peasant or artisan backgrounds. The minority of them who were trained in normal schools or teachers' seminaries were not supposed to become intellectuals, which would give them airs about their station, and Swiss seminaries required 2 hours vegetable gardening a day to preserve their rustic innocence. The teachers were supposed to stand out from the rest of the village as upright and sober envoys. But they were not salaried by the state and minimally, if at all, by the commune or parish. They had to collect the Schulgeld from the parents themselves, and eke out a meager living by serving as secretary to the mayor or sexton to the priest. School teachers in search of greater independence and status were both involved in the revolutions of 1848 and punished for their involvement. Even if the schools functioned and the towns were far better provided for than the countryside, attendance at them was very irregular. Cost was one obstacle, although larger towns took the burden of some pauper children on the rates, and English ragged schools and German Armenschulen made the education of the very poor their business. But free education made little difference where the children were required to contribute to the family economy. In the countryside children worked in the fields from haymaking to the harvest, and in southern Europe the wine, chestnut, and olive harvests came late. Children were employed in domestic industries, mines, and factories, and factory acts in Britain in 1833, Prussia in 1839, and France in 1841 could not overcome the eagerness of employers to hire child labor and the eagerness of parents to sell it. A map of school attendance in Europe in 1839 coupled with a map of adult literacy in 1850 reveals 3 broad areas. In Switzerland, Germany, the Netherlands, Scandinavia, and Scotland, school attenders numbered 1 in 10, or fewer, of the population, and illiteracy was under 30%. In England and Wales, Ireland, Belgium, France, Austria, and Northern Italy, school attenders numbered 1 in between 10 and 20 of the population, and illiteracy was between 30 and 50%. Far behind was a vast arc of Southern and Eastern Europe, where only 1 in over 50 of the population attended school, and illiteracy ranged from 75% in Spain and Central Italy to 85% in Southern Italy, 80% in Poland, and between 90 and 95% in Russia, where only 1 person in 367 attended school in 1839. Illiteracy and semi-literacy determined many of the leisure activities of Europe. Patterns of leisure. Books were very expensive in the early 19th century, but the reading public was expanding beyond the cultivated nobilities and university-educated bourgeoisie to include the educated middle classes. Book production rose in France from 3,357 titles in 1815 to 8,198 titles in 1827, in Germany it rose from 5,000 titles in 1827 to 7,617 titles in 1831 and 13,664 titles in 1843, and titles in German, as opposed to French, passed the 10,000 mark for the first time in 1841. The cultivated elite subscribed to plush reading rooms, which were like gentlemen's clubs, with smoking room and billiard room attached, and to circulating libraries, in order to vary their choice. But the middle classes demanded cheaper and more accessible reading matter. In England, Dickens's Pickwick Papers was brought out in shilling monthly numbers in 1836 and had a readership of 40,000, 3 or 4 times that of Walter Scott's novels during the Regency. Book clubs made possible the exchange and second-hand purchase of books, and less select libraries and reading rooms were often attached to booksellers, stationers, tobacconists, and coffee shops. Coffee shops and cafes were frequented for the daily newspapers that they kept. In 1820 Lille had 3 reading rooms and 95 cafes which took at least 1 paper. Newspapers were expensive, not least because of stamp tax, and had to be subscribed to, for copies were not sold on the streets. La Presse, launched in Paris by Émile de Girardin in 1836, was considered a cheap newspaper because the annual subscription was 40 francs instead of 80. His tactic was to reduce the political content and to publish novels from day to day as serials. Within months, the newspaper was selling 20,000 copies. The most popular novelist with readers was Eugene Sue, whose Mysteries of Paris was serialized in the otherwise state journal De Debats in 1842-3, and Wandering Jew in the Leipzig Allgemeine Zeitung in 1844. The Revolution of 1848 had a massive effect on newspaper reading, especially in France and Germany. In that year the number of inhabitants per newspaper was 40 in Great Britain, 44 in Germany, and 48 in France. Daily newspapers sold 65,000 copies in Berlin, 24,000 copies in Stuttgart, and 21,000 copies each in Augsburg, Hamburg, and Breslau. But a newspaper would be read by 4 people in Berlin and by 5 families or 20 to 25 people in North Germany, so that a quarter of the German population read local and political newspapers in 1848. The reading public included the literate or semi-literate lower classes, and what they read was of concern to the authorities. The clandestine unstamped press of the English radical movement, including the Poor Man's Guardian, which passed from hand to hand in the public houses, had a circulation of 77,000 copies a week in 1833 and an audience of much more. Attempts were made to counter its influence by the propagation of wholesome magazines. 1832 saw the appearance of Chambers' Edinburgh Journal, which had a circulation of 50,000, mostly in Scotland, and Charles Knight's Penny magazine, sold under the auspices of the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge. A German society of the same name started up Pfennig magazine in 1833 and soon boosted its circulation to 100,000. German artisans were clearly more interested in honest self-improvement than English workers, as the penny magazine had to close down in 1846, and a parliamentary inquiry of 1851 reported that sales of Chambers' Journal were almost exclusively confined to the middle classes. Chiefly among small shopkeepers, not among those dependent on weekly wages, not certainly among any portion of the working classes earning less than 16s a week. 5. Much more popular among the English working classes were publishers like Edward Lloyd, who sold 50,000 copies a week of his plagiarized posthumous notes of the Pickwick Club and brought out a penny Sunday Times in 1840, instead of 7 pence for the real thing, which consisted entirely of fiction and fabricated police reports. Another publisher, G.W.M. Reynolds, leapt onto the Eugene Sue bandwagon by issuing weekly numbers of Mysteries of London, and in 1846 launched Reynolds Magazine, priced at 1 penny, which had a circulation of 150,000 copies in 10 years. These cheap books, newspapers, and periodicals gradually replaced the popular literature printed since the Reformation at Epinal and Tours, Hamburg, Reutlingen in Württemberg, Geneva, and Bassano in Venetia, and carried across Europe by dynasties of pedlars. It was the only link that rural populations had with the printed word. Even if they could not read, they regarded print with superstitious awe, as if it were a magic code. The pedlars responded by selling anything that could entrance the popular imagination: pious and devotional works, engravings of saints, alphabets for children, almanacs which reckoned the movement of planets and ventured prophecies, sensational canards, ballads of great robbers, the semi-pornographic memoirs of marchionesses and manservants, treatises on magic, and models for love letters, together with ribbons and buttons, rosaries, chains, and bracelets. For the mass of the population they were not only salesmen but bringers of news, street entertainers, quacks, and sorcerers. For the authorities, who tried valiantly to control them, they were corrupters of morals and political agitators. Many of them indeed flitted from Switzerland to Alsace and the Rhineland and back, spreading democratic ideas. Everything they carried was plagiarized, filtered by penniless clerics and hack writers like F. G. de Créduminal, who specialized in Gothic horror, but then most of it originated in a common fund of myths, legends, and fairy tales that was the patrimony of whole populations. The long-distance dynasties of pedlars, seasonal migrants from mountainous areas such as the Alps or Pyrenees, were rarely to be seen in Britain after 1830 or France after 1850, although they continued longer in Spain. They were replaced either by commercial travelers representing a single firm, with catalogues and samples, or by local, casual pedlars, who were scarcely distinguishable from vagrants. Europe was crossed not only by lone pedlars but by troops of players. Popular theatre celebrated the Christian tradition in nativity plays, passion plays, and paradise plays, from Catholic southern Europe to the Alps and the Rhineland. In Greece, southern Italy, and the French Basque country, where the story of Robert the Devil was popular in the 18th and early 19th centuries, the epic of the Crusades was reenacted, pitting Christian knights against the Moorish infidel. Seasonal plays expressed the conflict between the new year and the old, between justice and injustice, between feasting and fasting, as in Mid-Lent, when Carnival turned the world upside down. The official and fashionable theatre of the 18th century was rather different from this, but during the French Revolution, in 1791, the theatre was freed from restrictions, leading to a glut of popular and highly political plays. National festivals, designed and choreographed by Jacques-Louis David, pageant master of the Republic, were one attempt to control these, but it was Napoleon, with his distrust of mountebank stages, who tackled the problem effectively. A decree in 1806 ordered all theatre into the bright light of day and authorized only a hierarchy of professional theatres. At the bottom were the Théâtre de la Gaîté for pantomimes and harlequinades, the Porte Saint-Martin Theatre for melodramas, and the Théâtre de Variétés for little plays of the bawdy, vulgar, or rustic genres. At the top were the Comédie Française for tragedy and comedy, and the Odeon for comedy, while opera was divided between the opera and the opera comique. Censorship of the press made the theater a powerful instrument of political or national opposition, but for that purpose the established theater had to be modified. The court theaters of Germany were patronized by the princes, and played French drama and Italian opera for the pleasure of a small ruling class. In 1767 the urban patriciate of Hamburg founded its own national theater to perform serious and elevating pieces in German. The German influence was relayed to the court theater of Weimar, which was set up in 1791 and dominated by Goethe and Schiller. To the brilliance of Mozart's magic flute was added the passion and idealism of Schiller's own plays, Wallenstein, 1800, Mary Stuart, 1801, The Maid of Orleans, 1803, and William Tell, 1804. The theater in Madrid also performed Schiller and, freed from French occupation in 1808 and again in 1813, unleashed a riot of drama about May 2, 1808 and the Roman hero Brutus. Discontent with the reactionary Cortes after the restoration of Ferdinand VII was expressed loudly in the theater. They act Jacobin plays almost every night, wrote the British ambassador Henry Wellesley to his brother in January 1814, and sing coplas against the Serviles which were more applauded than I ever recollect them to have been in Madrid. 6. In Paris there was a vogue from the late 1830s for gagettes, where political satires were sung to well-known tunes. In England, the radical movement organized plays in saloons that expressed opposition to the government. These contravened the laws on theatre licensing, and in September 1839 police raided the Royal Union Saloon in Shoreditch, where 800 or 900 workers were watching a play, and made 70 arrests. The singing saloons of London and North West England, like the Star, which opened in Bolton in 1840, were early versions of the music hall. Against their wet approach to music was the dry earnestness of the nonconformist amateur choirs, such as the Huddersfield Choral Society of 1836, which made use of the cheap sheet music being published by Alfred Novello and appealed strongly to the lower middle class. Amateur choirs and music festivals called Olympias sprang up in Germany in the 1830s, while the Paris Orphan was founded in 1836. More popular with the courting couples of Paris were the promenade concerts promoted in a marquee on the Champs-Élysées between 1837 and 1840 by Philippe Musard. These were copied from the promenade concerts and waltz nights of Johann Strauss, who was performing 3 times a night in Vienna by 1830 and then toured Europe. Strauss succeeded by glamorizing a strong Germanic tradition. Nearly all German towns had suburban pleasure gardens surrounding large houses with ballrooms upstairs, refreshment rooms downstairs, table and chairs outside, where all classes of people could afford to listen to the orchestra. "Can an Englishman imagine," asked one observer, "the inhabitants of the filthy cellars, alleys, and courts of our towns, or the peasants of our villages, sitting in Kensington or any other gardens, mixed up with the gentry of our metropolis and the officers of our army? The idea seems to us preposterous." 7. But after 1839 promenade concerts were brought to England by Louis Jolien, the son of a military bandmaster and failed student of the Paris Conservatoire. He composed countless marches, waltzes, and quadrilles and played in the Surrey Gardens, London, and in the provinces to ecstatic audiences of young clerks, shop assistants, and their girls, who went to promenades always, never to a good concert, only rarely to the gallery at the Opera. 8. The musical life of polite European society was a different world altogether. In Vienna the elegant ladies who presided over aristocratic salons organized recitals and benefit concerts at which virtuosi such as Paganini and Liszt would play. The university-educated official and professional class in Vienna waited until 1846 before setting up a society of the Friends of Music to organize public concerts. This step was taken much earlier in London, where the Philharmonic Society was founded by an elite of the aristocracy, gentry, city, and professions in 1813. Opera did not take off in England in this period, partly because it was frowned on as immoral by stiff-necked Protestants, and partly because no finance was forthcoming from the state, as in France, or from municipalities, as in Italy. At the King's Theatre in the Haymarket, a Rossini opera was cancelled at short notice in August 1820 because further credit was refused by the banker Chambers. The operas of Gioacchino Rossini, with their rhythmic élan and endless stream of melodies, took Venice, Milan, and Naples by storm in the years after 1812. At the Theatre of the Italians in Paris, The Italian Girl in Algiers was performed in 1817 and The Barber of Seville in 1819, and Rossini became the director of the theatre in 1824. He had an important influence on Daniel Aubert and his librettist Eugene Scribe, who dominated the opera comique after 1830. But the rich bourgeoisie of the July monarchy wanted sheer spectacle and pressed into the opera, where the director, Louis Varron, provided them with the French grand opera of Giacomo Meyerbeer. A German by birth, Meyerbeer went to Venice in 1815 at the suggestion of Salieri, mastered the Italian style of Rossini, and went on to Paris in 1826. There he joined forces with Scribe and triumphed with Robert the Devil, sung in French, in 1831, and the Huguenots in 1836. This was opera on the grand scale, historical drama, sumptuous costumes, complex stage machinery, a huge cast, dazzling solo parts, and ballet in the entr'acte. The bourgeoisie certainly had its money's worth. Hector Berlioz's Benvenuto Cellini, which the composer later said contained a variety of ideas, an energy and exuberance and brilliance of color such as I may perhaps never find again, was not to its taste and closed after 3 nights in 1838. The opera has become reconciled with the enemies of music, wrote Heine in 1837, and the brilliant aristocracy, the elite distinguished by its rank, culture, birth, fashion, and idleness, has fled to the Italian opera. In 1835 it was Bellini who charmed the theatre of the Italians with the Puritans and Norma, and in 1843 Donizetti electrified it with Don Pascal. Paris had become the center of the operatic world, and non-French composers were often induced to go down the blind alley of French opera in order to succeed there. But Giuseppe Verdi had a triumph in Milan with Nabucco in 1842 and another in Venice with Ernani in 1844. Meanwhile, composers in Germany were trying to break the monopoly of Italian taste. At the Court Opera of Dresden, a conductor of Italian opera was joined in 1817 by a conductor of the German department, Karl Maria von Weber. Weber created German opera at a stroke with Der Freischütz in 1821, hunting scenes, magic bullets, and all, but died 5 years later. Richard Wagner, who was captivated by Freischütz as a child, nevertheless felt the need to succeed in Paris. He stayed there from 1839 to 1842 without any luck, but triumphed with Rienzi at Dresden in 1842, and was appointed royal conductor there for life in 1843. Unfortunately or otherwise, his involvement in the Dresden Rising of May 1849 put paid to that. The seditious implications of reading and theatre were far more explicit in sport and games. G. M. Trevelyan observed that if the French noblesse had been capable of playing cricket with their peasants, their chateaux would never have been burnt. 11. The hunting rights of the nobility, which denied the peasants the right to kill the game that pestered their farms, did not endear the nobles to them either. One result of the revolution was to give peasants the right to kill game on their own land and, where landowners did not reserve shooting rights, to open game shooting to anyone prepared to pay a small sum for a license. This was exceptional in Europe, where game reserves and game laws confined shooting for sport to a narrow upper class and punished poaching severely. Fox hunting, which was built up in England between 1795 and 1815 and had some success in France and Spain, was the preserve above all of aristocratic gentry and tenant farmers and reinforced the hegemony of the landed classes. Blood sports were not the exception but the rule at the turn of the century. Aristocrats and plebeians shared in them together, gambling against each other. Hare coursing, cockfighting, dogfighting, bull baiting, bull running, and prize fighting were variations on the same theme. But the propertied classes, laced by a middle-class seriousness, became concerned that popular gatherings for bloodletting, drinking, and gambling could easily escalate into riot. The British Cruelty to Animals Act in 1835 enabled the authorities to suppress the annual bull running at Stamford in 1838 and 1839, but did not include wildlife, rabbits, deer, foxes, and thus preserved the pleasures of the gentry. Dogfights in Paris, notably at the barrier between Belleville and La Villette, were closed down in 1845 as the city was rebuilt, but cockfighting remained as popular as ever in the north of France. In Spain some concerns were expressed about the brutality of bullfighting, but this was mainly because the casual public demanded the use of dogs while the aficionados, who were refining the sport, were trying to stamp it out. New codes of honor and respectability were outlined in the Tauromachia of bullfighter Francisco Montes in 1835. The bullring could be used to dramatize social and political hierarchy, as it was to celebrate the marriage of Queen Isabella in 1846. For most Spaniards, moreover, bullfighting was a great deal less barbaric than boxing matches, where two human beings tried to batter each other to death. The process of refinement was evident in other sports, such as horse racing. The English Jockey Club, founded at Newmarket in 1750 for the purpose of racehorse breeding, established the rules and rituals. The general public were kept in enclosures away from polite society, and off-track betting was severely controlled. Anglomania in France under the July monarchy inspired the formation of a French jockey club in 1834 and the beginnings of horse racing in the Bois de Boulogne and at Chantilly. A Polish jockey club was organized by the Polish gentry in Posen in 1839. The German tradition of organized sport was quite different. The wars of liberation stimulated the formation of gymnastic societies, and the Swiss and Tyroleans, whose defense was based on the rifle militia, had a passion for shooting matches. Everywhere, however, the trend was the same, towards the control of a turbulent society. Religious revival. There was a period of marked religious revival in the early 19th century, in reaction to the Enlightenment's belief in reason and to the French Revolution's attack on the churches and Christian religion. This revival took place more outside the confines of the established churches than within them. The religious revival nevertheless was balanced by two factors. First, though secular states recognized that religion was a useful instrument of social order, they were no longer prepared to accept churches as independent hierarchies that limited state power, and therefore imposed control over appointments of clergy and education as far as they could. Second, the idea of a state religion, whereby one particular religion was granted a monopoly of public worship in return for its support for the state. The traditional alliance of throne and altar was attacked by anti-clericals who opposed any political involvement of churches, and by minority believers who demanded the right to practice their own religion without fear of discrimination or persecution. Joseph de Maistre, a Piedmontese noble who had been forced to flee to Switzerland before the French revolutionary armies, asserted in 1797 that the revolution was above all satanic and anti-religious. But he also argued that the revolution had come as a divine punishment for the sins of humanity, which had deserted the true faith under the influence of the Enlightenment. In order to recover God's protection, the afflicted would either have to return to a life of prayer, or take up the sword of counter-revolution. To re-establish the Catholic Church without playing into the hands of counter-revolution was the riddle that confronted those who wanted to bring the French Revolution to an end. The achievement of Napoleon was to restore the Catholic Church in France under the Concordat of 1802 with Pope Pius VII, but to impose a whole range of controls under the Organic Articles. He did not restore to the Church the lands confiscated by the revolutionaries, but compensated the clergy by paying their stipends from the coffers of the state, which served to make them even more dependent on the state. Moreover, the Catholic Church was now not the state religion but the religion of the majority of French people. The minority Protestant Church was fully tolerated and given its own organizational structure of elected consistories in 1802. In 1807 a Sanhedrin of rabbis and Jewish laymen, modeled on what was supposed to be the ancient Supreme Council of Palestinian Jewry, was summoned to Paris and a consistorial system was devised for the Jewish minority. The conquest of Europe by Napoleon's armies did little for the Catholic Church. Monastic property was systematically confiscated. The Papal States were annexed in 1809, and in 1812 the Pope was kidnapped and lodged in the Chateau of Fontainebleau. Jews were given civil rights in Baden and Westphalia in 1808, and in Hamburg in 1811, while the ghettos were broken open in Rome in 1810 and in Frankfurt in 1811. In Spain, the religious orders were deeply involved in the War of Liberation. The Spanish clergy claimed that Napoleon's invasion was a punishment inflicted by God for the country's sins, that the struggle against Napoleon was a crusade, and that only a return to religion would drive out the invading armies. The restoration of monarchies in 1814-15 heralded a wave of persecution of minorities deemed to be associated with revolution. There was a rash of anti-Jewish riots across Germany. Jews were deprived of their rights in Prussia, including the Rhineland. Posen became a Jewish ghetto with 80% of Posen Jews without citizens' rights in 1846. Ghettos were also reconstituted in the Papal States and Sardinia-Piedmont. Protestants, who had likewise been emancipated by the Revolution, were slaughtered in the White Terror which swept southern France after Waterloo. Monarchies that had strictly supervised the Catholic Church before the Revolution now gratefully conceded it privileges. The Inquisition was brought back to Spain in 1814. The Jesuit order, suppressed in 1773, was formally reconstituted and returned to Sardinia, Spain, Piedmont, and even Austria, where otherwise the state controls established by Joseph II remained intact. Religious congregations took over schools at all levels under the authority of bishops. In France, a law against sacrilege, in 1825, punished the profanation of the sacred host, although the death penalty, after the offending hand had been cut off, was dropped. Shattered by a quarter of a century of persecution, the Catholic Church was keen to rebuild its structures and authority. In 1814 France had only 36,000 priests, half the number in 1789, and many parishes lay deserted. Ordinations, which varied between 350 and 500 a year under the Empire, were pushed up to 2,357 in 1830. Missions were preached in towns the length and breadth of France, and stone crosses were erected as symbols of Christ's suffering and powers of redemption. A crowd of 25,000 people attended at Cherbourg, and 40,000 at Avignon. A key role was played by women, whether in religious congregations or not. Women had kept the flame of religion alive in the communities during the 1790s, when the clergy were forced into hiding or exile. Now they flocked into new congregations, devoted to education, nursing, and poor relief. There were 12,300 nuns in France in 1808, 15,000 in 1815, 30,000 in 1830, and 66,000 in 1850. Alongside these operated third orders of widows and spinsters who did not live in religious communities but acted as a spiritual leaven on the community at large, teaching catechism to children and visiting the sick. Lastly, there emerged charitable associations of bourgeois women, providing soup for the poor, nurseries for infants, and support for the victims of prostitution. Male orders, though less numerous, were also active. The renewed alliance of throne and altar and increasingly high profile of the Catholic Church were opposed by liberals, for whom the revolutions of 1830 had an anti-clerical dimension. A service held in the Paris Church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois in 1831 in honor of the family of the deposed Charles X provoked riots in which both the church and the Archbishop's palace were ransacked. Rumors that the regular clergy allied to Carlists were poisoning the wells in Madrid led to riots in 1834 in which 14 Jesuits and 14 Franciscans were killed. Though the authorities in no way approved of this violence, the July monarchy reduced the influence of the Church in education and removed bishops from the Chamber of Peers, while the Jewish financier Mendizabal, who took office in Spain in 1835, dissolved monasteries and convents and sold off their land. Though Catholics were in general allied to traditional monarchies and aristocracies, there was nevertheless a movement among some Catholic intellectuals to end the identification of the Catholic Church with despotism and aristocratic privilege, and to make clear that Catholicism could survive and even flourish under the rule of law, a free press, and parliamentary elections. Félicite de Lamennais, who founded a religious order in Brittany in 1828 to serve as the shock troops of papal intransigence, turned to liberalism after the 1830 revolution and broadcast his ideas among young clergy and Catholic laity in the Avenir newspaper. He had some support among Belgian Catholics and close links with the Polish rebels of 1831. The papacy, which condemned the Polish insurrection, also condemned the views of Lamennais in the encyclical Mirari Vos of August 15, 1832. A convergence was nevertheless established between Catholicism, liberalism, and nationalism that exercised many a government in countries that were not predominantly Catholic. The Belgian Revolution of 1830 was largely in opposition to the anti-Catholic and anti-clerical policies pursued by King William I of the United Netherlands. Irish Catholics were oppressed by a similar act of union, exclusion from office including the bar, and by an Anglican state church to which they had to pay tithes. Daniel O'Connell managed to squeeze Catholic emancipation from the Parliament at Westminster in 1829 by using the Catholic clergy to mobilize the tenantry. The Prussian government, which annexed the Rhineland in 1815, had to deal with a population that was liberal, Catholic, and for some time pro-French. It appointed loyal servants of the state to the bishoprics of Cologne and Trier and established a new university at Bonn, with a Protestant theological faculty. Catholic opposition in the Rhineland was led by Joseph Gors, who published Der Katholik at Mainz, but in 1825 he moved his journal and his circle of intellectuals to the Catholic Kingdom of Bavaria. The Catholics had their revenge in 1834, when the new Archbishop of Cologne, Clemens von Droste-Visching, emptied the Protestant theological faculty of Bonn of its students. Fearing a separatist breach, the authorities in Berlin arrested the Archbishop in 1837. Increasingly German Catholics looked beyond the mountains to Rome for support. King Frederick William IV, who was crowned in 1840, defused the situation. He recognized that the intense conservatism of the Rhenish clergy and nobility could be mobilized against Rhenish liberalism, and the new union of throne and altar was symbolized by his presence at the ceremony in 1842 to begin the completion of the magnificent Gothic Cathedral of Cologne. His gesture also responded to a revival of Catholic feeling that was manifested by the visit of over 1 million pilgrims to Trier in 1844 to view the Holy Robe of Christ. Protestant churches in Europe did not suffer the same degree of persecution, but were still subject to attempts by the state to increase its authority over them. In Prussia, on the 300th anniversary of the Reformation in 1817, the Reformed, Calvinist, and Lutheran churches were fused as a single evangelical church, the better to be an instrument of state, an example that was soon followed in Hesse-Darmstadt, Baden, and Württemberg. The establishment of the Anglican Church in Ireland was reduced in 1833, while in England an ecclesiastical commission was appointed by the government to reorganize Anglican endowments, sees, and bishoprics. This state interference in the Anglican Church was denounced as national apostasy by high churchmen in England. From their opposition grew the Oxford movement, disillusion with the Anglican State Church, and the conversion to Roman Catholicism of clerics like John Henry Newman, 1843, and Henry Edward Manning, 1850. Protestantism witnessed a similar revival of faith to Catholicism, inspired by the same sense of guilt about the Revolution and the same craving for redemption. It took place outside the establishment, which had fallen under the control of the state and was identified with the ruling class. Anglican parsons hunted, shot, and sat on the bench of magistrates, while German Protestant clergy were a highly educated ecclesiastical officer corps. The Protestantism of the educated classes and theological faculties in Europe was liberal. It held that man was perfectible. God was revealed by the life and teaching of Christ, and the Gospels could be freely interpreted by every Christian according to his own reason. Men had the free will to choose between good and evil and would be saved as much by the observance of duty and virtue as by faith. The teaching of the Protestant revival or awakening was quite different. It proclaimed that man was utterly sinful and that an unbridgeable gulf separated him from Almighty God. Redemption could be gained only by penitence and faith in the fact that Jesus Christ died on the cross to save sinners. What was required of sinners was not intellectual effort but a childlike simplicity that would allow God's grace to flow into the empty vessel of the soul and work its conversion. It was then the task of the converted to go amongst other sinners, wherever they might be found, and crusade to save souls. The roots of the revival can be traced back to German Pietism and the Moravian Brethren of Saxony in the early 18th century. The movement came to England as Methodism after 1730, a movement that carried the gospel to industrial towns, mining communities, and seal ports, which lay beyond the country-based and paternalistic influence of the Anglican Church. It then returned to the continent with English and Scottish missionaries, backed up by the propaganda of the British and Foreign Bible Society, which was founded in 1804. In Geneva, the Calvinist National Church was liberal, controlled by an oligarchy of magistrates, and found no enthusiastic response among ordinary citizens. But the Reformers set up an independent church in 1817 and, with British help, a continental society which sent missionaries all over France. The revival in France, encouraged from Switzerland and by English Methodists landing in Normandy, soon found a leader in Pastor Frederick Monod, who organized his own propaganda machine in 1822. He was confronted by the liberals who dominated the consistories but asserted in 1840 that we will act with the consistories everywhere we can, without them if necessary and against them if they force us. 12 Adolphe Monod, brother of Frederick, appointed pastor at Lyons in 1827, broke with the liberal consistory in 1827 by adopting the Orthodox cause, was dismissed in 1832, and organized the Orthodox campaign from the Protestant Faculty of Theology at Montauban in southwest France. By 1849 the Orthodox Protestants had triumphed in Geneva, although in France, liberal Protestants still held the whip hand. In Germany liberal Protestantism was the rule in the theological faculties, especially at Halle and Heidelberg, and among university-educated officials. The awakening, which spread from Baden and Württemberg along the Rhine to the cities and ports of North Germany, rejected the Enlightenment and the Revolution as the work of the devil. It emphasized sin, regeneration, and grace, and had a mystical, millenarian content. Preachers exalted the victory of the Germans at Leipzig as the prelude to the battle against Antichrist and ascribed an apocalyptic role to Tsar Alexander I. Outside the territorial churches, the movement was not altogether welcome to the authorities. But Ernst Wilhelm Hengstenberg, professor of theology at Berlin after 1826 and founder of the Evangelische Kirchenzeitung, who had contacts in aristocratic and official circles in Berlin, strove to purge the awakening of mystical accretions, channel it into strict Lutheran orthodoxy, and use it to reinforce the territorial churches, Protestant Junkers, and Prussian monarchy. Frederick William IV was happy after 1840 to take Protestant orthodoxy together with Catholicism to build a Christian state that could fend off all revolution. Just as Catholicism served to underpin nationalism in parts of the British, Dutch, and Prussian states, so Christianity underpinned nationalism in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was far from being a monolithic Islamic state. On the contrary, it divided its subjects into different religious groups or millets, and gave to each autonomy in matters of worship, education, and justice, under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so long as they paid taxes to the state. Thus there was an Orthodox Christian millet under the Patriarch of Constantinople, and the Ottomans recognized an Armenian Catholic millet in 1830, a Latin, Roman Catholic, millet in 1840, a Greek Catholic or Uniat millet in 1847, and a Protestant millet in 1850. Clearly there were advantages in converting to Islam: membership of the Ottoman elite for feudal lords, exemption from the poll tax for peasants, but there was no attempt at forcible conversion. If Christianity did become allied to Balkan nationalism, it was as much because of conflicts within the Orthodox Christian millet as because of conflicts with the Ottoman government. In 1766-7 the Patriarch of Constantinople abolished subordinate patriarchs in Serbia and Bulgaria, which had been crucial for the definition of Serb and Bulgarian identities. Patriarch Gregory V condemned the Greek rising of 1821. He was hanged all the same by the Ottomans on Easter Day, 1821, but the Greeks were careful to set up their own church, independent of Constantinople. Then they established state control over their church by appointing a government procurator to supervise a holy synod which was chaired by the Archbishop of Athens. The Greeks were imitating the example of Russia, which permitted no clash of loyalties between church and state. The Patriarchate of Moscow was abolished by Peter the Great in 1721 and replaced by a holy synod of bishops which was controlled by a lay official, the chief procurator. State control was coupled with the relentless persecution of religious minorities, especially under Nicholas I. The official doctrine of autocracy, orthodoxy, and nationality took the opposite line from that of the Ottomans and asserted that orthodoxy alone supported the autocracy and defined Russian national identity. The Jews, who were absorbed into Russia by the partitions of Poland, were forced by legislation culminating in 1835 to live in a pale of settlement along the western border of the empire, not least to protect the Moscow merchants from competition. In 1827 Jews from the age of 12 were constrained to 25 years of military service, without any compensating civil rights, and in 1844 their right to tax themselves through the community, kahal, structure was abolished and replaced by a system of Jewish functionaries charged with collecting taxes. This was calculated to destroy their identity and their faith. The Uniats or Greek Catholics of the Ukraine, who acknowledged the supremacy of Rome, were dragged back to orthodoxy in a campaign of 1827–39. The insurrection of the Catholic Poles in 1831 was condemned by an encyclical of Pope Gregory XVI, who clearly esteemed the legitimate power of princes before religion. After the revolt was put down, convents were closed and episcopal sees filled by reliable clients of the Tsar or, in the case of the See of Warsaw, kept vacant for all but 8 years between 1827 and 1883. The birth of the disciplined society. 3 factors in the early 19th century changed the relationship of the state to its subjects or citizens in matters of crime and punishment. These were state building or the growth of bureaucratic centralism, the development of capitalist practices, and urbanization. The thrust of bureaucratic centralism was to break down feudal structures that had set limits to the power of the state and to assert the monopoly of the legitimate use of force. In Naples and Sicily, where feudalism was abolished in the Napoleonic period, the state came into direct contact with the citizen for the first time, imposing its requirements of taxes and conscripts. Those who refused conscription were outlawed as bandits, and could be legally killed with impunity, but they tended to group in armed bands known as brigands, often under the protection of former feudal lords, who were keen to resist the centralizing state. Armed bands, undermining the state's monopoly of legitimate violence, clearly had to be wiped out. The development of capitalist practices had the effect of separating peasants from traditional collective rights to woodland and waste, and workers from the ownership of the tools and materials of their trade, in the name of absolute property rights of the landowner or capitalist. The force of the law was brought to bear on any infringements of these absolute property rights, deemed inviolable and sacred by the French National Assembly in 1789, punishing thefts of wood, poaching, arson, embezzlement, machine breaking, and strikes. Crime rates, both reported and tried, rose dramatically in the early part of the century in Britain, France, and Germany, but there were fewer crimes of blood and more crimes against property. Some law-breaking was habitually settled within the community, whether in the countryside or in the popular districts of towns, and was not brought to court or even reported. But as the countryside disgorged its population surplus into the growing cities, to seek employment, or remain unemployed, and as that surplus moved from shanty towns and working-class suburbs into the cellars and attics of bourgeois apartment buildings, so middle-class fears of a proletariat which threatened its security and possessions became sharper. In the period 1825–30 French juries acquitted 50% of those accused of crimes against persons, and were particularly indulgent in the South, where heated tempers and vendettas were part of the pattern of life. but they acquitted only 31% of those accused of crimes against property, and were notoriously severe in the more prosperous and urbanized North. Crime against property was seen to be a form of social protest, and at the thin end of the revolutionary wedge. Against such threats to social and political order, the propertied classes had several lines of defense. The most recent were the civilian police, who served as a uniformed presence in large towns and shifted the emphasis from the repression to the prevention of crime. The best examples, the Paris Sergeants de Ville and the London Metropolitan Police, were both organized in 1829, and both came under the direction of central government. In England and Wales, borough and country police forces were set up under the control of local magistrates in 1835 and 1839 respectively. In Germany, the police forces of Württemberg, Bavaria, and Saxony, with the exception of those of Munich and Dresden, were supervised by local municipalities. In Prussia, however, the municipal reform of 1808 left the control of police in the hands of the central government. A second line of defense, based on the French model of 1791, was the gendarmerie. This was essentially a branch of the army, although placed under ministries of the interior, recruited from ex-soldiers and ordered with military discipline. Moving on both horse and foot, it was detailed to keep order above all in the countryside. The system was exported to Belgium in 1795, Piedmont in 1802, Württemberg in 1811, and Bavaria in 1812. Prussia adopted the system in 1812, Piedmont, the Carabinieri, in 1814, Russia in 1826, Naples in 1837, Spain, the Guardia Civil, in 1844. Robert Peel set up such forces in Ireland in 1814, when he was Secretary of State for Ireland, but they were regarded as too French and authoritarian for the mainland. The coverage provided by the gendarmerie was, however, often patchy. France had 30,000 gendarmes in 1814, but, for financial reasons, the force was cut in Prussia from 9,000 men to little over 1,300 in 1820. Surprisingly, Prussia had the fewest gendarmes per head of population of any German state in 1848. In that year Berlin had only 120 gendarmes and 40 city police for a population of 400,000. A third line of defense was the bourgeois militia or citizen guard. This force originated in the French Revolution as the armed instrument of property owners to protect themselves against both popular violence and authoritarian measures. But such forces were held in profound suspicion by reactionary governments, not without reason on occasion, when liberal and even radical ideas infiltrated their ranks. The National Guard of Paris was disbanded by Charles X in 1827, and had to be hurriedly reconstituted during the July Revolution. An armed citizenry was anathema to the Prussian government, and was confined to towns where no military garrison existed. The British militia was disbanded in 1814, but special constables mobilized in huge numbers in 1848 dealt effectively with the Chartists in London. The regular military was the fourth and last line of defense against popular disorder. As a means of keeping civil order, it was essentially counterproductive, serving only to inflame the crowds. In Britain, regulars and the part-time yeomanry, though placed at the disposal of local magistrates, disgraced themselves by firing on the crowds at Peterloo in 1819 and at Queen Caroline's funeral in 1821. In France, military forces used for police purposes were answerable to civilian prefects, but the direct clash of regulars and crowds in 1830 and 1848 twice brought down the monarchy. In Prussia, garrisons fulfilled the functions that police forces served in Britain and France, and after 1819 local military commanders were empowered to use them without reference to civilian authorities in time of crisis. But the clash of the 12,000-strong military and the crowds in Berlin on March 18, 1848 deprived the monarchy of the initiative for 8 months. In times of trouble arrests rose and punishments became more severe. That did not necessarily mean more executions. Indeed, greater emphasis was placed on imprisonment in Prussia after 1797. Capital statutes, which had risen in Great Britain from 50 in 1688 to over 200 in 1820, began to be repealed by Parliament in the 1820s and 1830s. In London and Middlesex there were 293 hangings in 1781 to 5, 208 in 1786 to 90, and 140 in 1816 to 20, but only 12 in 1831 to 4. The French Penal Code of 1810 shifted the weight of punishment from execution to incarceration, and Napoleon established a network of central prisons throughout France. The terror of the death sentence, a manifestation of arbitrary power made more arbitrary by unequal use of the pardon, gave way to punishments which were less violent but more certain in that a graduated scale applied fixed penalties to categorized crimes. This offered surer protection to property owners and was supposed to make the potential criminal weigh risks against advantages before he acted. Prison isolated criminals from society, but reformers felt that the dark jails into which convicts were thrown served no useful purpose. In 1816 the Quaker Elizabeth Fry went into the women's wing of Newgate Prison, which was a den of idleness, fighting, and swearing. She had the women's earrings removed and their hair cropped, clothed them in plain smocks, and set them to sew and pray. Humiliation before God was a precondition of moral reformation. The Peterloo riots discredited Elizabeth Fry's evangelical method as naive. Magistrates and prison governors panicked and installed a regime of terror in English prisons. Between 1818 and 1824 treadmills were installed in prisons in 26 counties. In Prussia, prisons had once played an important economic role, working up raw materials for local manufacturers. Now outside labor did the job more cheaply and efficiently, and prison work tailed off. In 1818, the authorities in Dusseldorf became concerned that inactive prisoners of both sexes had started an orgy of self-abuse. For moral rather than economic reasons, marble polishing was imposed under military discipline. What kind of prisons should be built became a major concern of governments. In 1831 Alexis de Tocqueville was sent by the French government to visit the model prisons of the United States. An official British mission followed in 1834. Auburn and Sing Sing prisons in New York State practiced the silent system, with prisoners picking oakum and crushing bones together in the same workshop. At Walnut Street Prison in Philadelphia the prisoners were confined permanently to separate cells, and did their work alone. All the visitors favored the system of solitary confinement. It was less like a factory. The criminal subculture was completely destroyed and the prisoner was thrown back on his own conscience to feel guilt, repent, and reform. It became the model for a new generation of prisons, beginning with Petit Roquette, 1836, and Pentonville, 1842. Prisoners were required to wear leather hoods when they exercised, so that they could not recognize their fellows, and were penned up in little boxes facing the chaplain when they attended chapel. Prison chaplains favored the system because it made the inmates open to religious conversion and moral reform. Utilitarians welcomed the new prisons as realizations of Jeremy Bentham's dream of the panopticon, in which all the prisoners were constantly visible from a central tower and, naked before inspections which served as a mirror of their own souls, were obliged by moral pressure rather than physical terror to behave. Practical problems nevertheless confronted reformers. As convictions increased, so did overcrowding, which undermined the ideal of solitary confinement. In many Prussian prisons, the prison population doubled between 1836 and 1840 alone. To build a satisfactory number of prisons was a financial impossibility for governments. In 1854, following the political unrest of 1848–52, the Second Empire revived the practice of transporting convicts to do forced labor in French Guiana. Poverty, misery, are the parents of crime, said William Cobbett in 1816.13. A more far-reaching solution to the threat of crime was therefore the relief of poverty. But the European population was growing far more rapidly than sources of employment to maintain it. The private charity of manorial lords and churches was dealt a heavy blow during the revolutionary years, and rural parishes which had some means of relieving their poor were losing much of their surplus population to urban parishes which could not. In the mid-1830s the proportion of the population receiving poor relief was 4% in Geneva, 12% in Paris, and a staggering 45% in Venice. Simply to dole out more relief was no solution to the problem, and the bourgeois approach to reform was influenced as much by economy as the need for public order. A distinction had to be drawn between the deserving poor, who could not help themselves, such as foundlings, orphans, the aged, sick, crippled, and maimed, and the undeserving poor, who preferred living on charity to honest labor. The French Constituent Assembly set up a commission on mendicancy, and in 1796 legislation provided for hospices for the sick and required every commune to organize a bureau de bienfaisance for outdoor relief. The idle, on the other hand, were dealt with harshly to drive them back to the labor market. A decree of Napoleon in 1808 sent vagabonds to prison and beggars to depots de mendicite where they were subjected to forced labor. The French established depots in Rhineland towns such as Trier which remained after 1815. Begging was prohibited in Germany and beggars were shut up in prison or applied to forced labor in workhouses. Workhouses in Germany were open to free labor that was temporarily unemployed, and was set to spin linen and other tasks. Hamburg made contracts with local industrialists after 1788 to give the unemployed work in their homes. They were paid below the market wage in order to encourage them to find work elsewhere. After the emancipation of the serfs and with the annexation of the Rhineland there was a shift of population from east to west in Prussia. They went in search of work, but work was not always to be had. Neither beggars nor sick, they were nevertheless unable to fend for themselves. Urban communities resented having to shoulder the burden of rural communities, and a Prussian Poor Law of 1842 required communities to provide relief only if the pauper had been accepted by the community and contributed to its expenses or been resident there for 3 years. In England the agricultural counties of the south felt the burden of the poor more than the industrial north, where employment was expanding. The allowance system adopted in the south in 1795, whereby the unemployed were put to work on farms and their wages made up to subsistence level from the parish rates, served only to tie up a surplus labor force where it was not wanted and became increasingly expensive after the Napoleonic Wars. Paupers, including the able-bodied, were also in receipt of outdoor relief from workhouses, which were meant primarily for abandoned children, the aged, and sick. A new poor law in 1834 did not resort to the French practice of forced labor but abolished outdoor relief for the able-bodied poor. They were given the choice either of entering a workhouse and a string of new ones was built across the country, or of returning to the labor market in search of employment. Pauperism was to be reduced, public money saved, and the labor market stocked by making the alternative to honest labor unpalatable. Unfortunately, what reformers in England, France, and Germany refused to recognize was the phenomenon of involuntary unemployment, that people might be thrown out of work against their will by seasonal, cyclical, or structural changes. The new poor law was applied in the north of England just as a cyclical depression struck. Unemployed mill hands and weavers were faced with the choice of the workhouse or starvation, and rioted. For the European middle classes unemployment was voluntary, nothing but idleness and work shyness, a moral failing like any other. As soon as a good administration of the poor laws shall have rendered further improvement possible, concluded the English Poor Law Report of 1834, the most important duty of the legislature is to take measures to promote the religious and moral education of the laboring classes. 14 The previous year, arguing the case for a national system of elementary education, the radical Roebuck said that poor laws and prisons dealt only with the effects of evil, and that the evil itself was ignorance. The received view was that poverty was the result of vice, of drunkenness, gambling, debauchery, improvidence, and prostitution, which was badly paid. The middle classes expressed fear and loathing of a race of degenerate and brutish men and women who gratified their appetites instead of improving themselves. It was said that they had no knowledge of good and evil, were without religion, and were consequently a menace to society. The Frenchman H. A. Frégier, who coined the expression the dangerous classes in 1840, observed that when vice allies itself with poverty in the same individual, it is a proper object of fear to society, it is dangerous. 15. If the dangerous classes were to be won back to religion and morality, some framework to grasp them had to be found. Schools were one solution, but schools had to be devised for children who had to work during the week, including Saturdays, and for adolescents who had received only a minimum of education. The corrupt reading material of the proletariat, for such as could read, had to be fought by more improving literature. Lastly, the deserving poor, including foundlings, orphans, the neglected infants of working mothers, adolescent girls on the streets, the sick, and the aged had to be brought within the pale of religious life. Followers of Jeremy Bentham were interested less in forming submissive Christians than enlightened and industrious economic men. George Birkbeck, who gave courses in applied science in Glasgow, was taken up by Henry Brougham and the Benthamites after he moved to London, and in 1823 the London Mechanics' Institute was opened. By 1850 there were 610 mechanics' institutes in England, with a membership of 102,000, although skilled workers, clerks, and even young professional men far outnumbered the unskilled working class. In France, Baron Charles Dupin, a graduate of the École Polytechnique who lectured at the Conservatoire Royal des Arts et Métiers and was impressed by the commercial and naval supremacy of Great Britain, persuaded the Minister of the Interior in 1825 to urge municipalities to found courses in geometry and applied mechanics for the working classes. The Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge, founded by Henry Brougham in 1827, aimed to teach workers the value of science in order to make industry more productive and society more industrious and harmonious. Not to be outdone, German Benthamites responded by founding the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge in the field of natural sciences, technical science, and political economy. English evangelicals began to tackle the problem in the 1780s and 1790s with the promotion of the Sunday school movement, which was particularly vigorous in the industrial Midlands and north of England. Hannah More, known to Cobbett as the Old Bishop in Petticoats, and the Religious Tract Society, founded in 1799, distributed Bibles and other works of religion, no less than 314,000 copies of them in 1804 alone. In 1812 the British and Foreign School Society was set up to spread the system of mutual education which had been developed by the Quaker Joseph Lancaster. In these schools, small groups were placed under the supervision of older children who acted as monitors, multiplying the eyes and ears of the schoolteacher. A scale of rewards and punishments and emulation among subgroups ensured the maximum industry and achievement. The mutual system was imported into France and supported by Napoleon's Minister of Public Instruction, Lazare Carnot, during the 100 days between the return from Elba and Waterloo. Largely for this reason it was opposed by the Catholic clergy and Restoration establishment, which denounced its pedagogy as mechanical and irreligious. But it enjoyed the support of ideologues, political economists, Protestant missionaries, and a minority of reforming prefects, all of whom argued that it provided a religious education, and it played an important role down to the Guizot Law. The Catholic Church responded quickly in France by resurrecting teaching congregations like the Frères des Écoles Chrétiennes, which had been abolished at the Restoration, and which royalist municipalities were happy to fund. Jean-Marie de Lamennais, brother of Félicite, and Vicar General of Saint Brooke in Brittany, set up a teaching congregation with special responsibility for rural schools in 1821. A Société Catholique de Bons Livres was founded in Paris in 1825 to counter revolutionary propaganda and to propagate those salutary doctrines that are the foundation of virtue and the guarantee of the stability of all social institutions. Clerico-royalist nobles collaborated closely with the Catholic clergy in the foundation of the Société de Saint Vincent de Paul in 1833. Under the auspices of this society, patronages were set up to provide innocent recreation and religious instruction for apprentices and young workers, to keep them away from drinking, gambling, blood sports, and the theater. Adolescent girls were set to work making lace and repeating the catechism in ouvroyers, under the eye of nuns, to safeguard them from falling into prostitution. Whereas the servants, seamstresses, and silk workers of Lyons either stopped work when they married or sent their children out to wet nurses at considerable expense, the working wives of Milan had the free facility of the Catholic Foundling Hospital, which was far from being a dumping ground for unwanted babies, since most were collected again after a year or two. Catholics had no monopoly of moral rescue. Protestants, and particularly the German Lutherans of the Awakening, were also struggling to save souls. Every village in the Grand Duchy of Saxe-Weimar, reported one French observer in 1831, had its nursery. The war had left tens of thousands of children orphaned or abandoned. The Royal Orphan House of Potsdam alone had 1,000 boys in the 1830s, all sons of soldiers and destined to be soldiers themselves. Johann Heinrich Wickern, who had studied theology at Göttingen and Berlin but disliked the liberal, rarefied world of the universities, threw himself into the work of organizing Sunday schools, orphanages, and Rettungshäuser for abandoned children. Particularly successful was the Hamburg Rauherhe House or Rough House for homeless children that he set up in 1833 and ran like a large Christian family instead of as a barracks. Amalie Sieveking, the daughter of a Hamburg town syndic, who worked heroically in the city's hospitals during the cholera epidemic of 1831-2, sought to continue the mission through the Women's Society for the Care of the Poor and the Sick that she founded in 1832. The Prison Society of Rhineland-Westphalia, organized in 1827, trained women as deaconesses to serve in prisons and hospitals, notably that of Kaiserwerth, where Florence Nightingale trained. The absence of religious orders in a Protestant country was no obstacle to the Christian social movement that Wickern called the Inner Mission. The Romantic Revolt. Not all revolts against the established order ended in street fighting. For some intellectuals, alienated from the real world, the main form of protest was aesthetic. This did not necessarily empty it of political content. Art was, to some extent, the continuation of politics by other means. The manifestation of this protest was the Romantic movement, which revolutionized literature, painting, and music in the first 30 or 40 years of the 19th century. It is extremely difficult to pin down and analyze this movement, and it would be wrong to give too much unity to a phenomenon which threw up three distinct generations of artists and influenced educated Europeans from Madrid to Moscow. The first generation was that born around the year 1770, which had its roots in Germany and an elder statesman in Gildea. The second was born about 1790, and was attracted to the sunlit Mediterranean. The third generation was born around 1800, with a slightly smaller wave born about 1810, and was essentially French or based in Paris. In the German states of the 1790s, young educated men were either excluded from careers in the public service by the monopolization of important offices by the nobility or abandoned them because of opposition to the military and autocratic regimes. The French Revolution appeared to them as a new religion of freedom, equality, and liberty and stirred up hopes of fashioning a better world in the light of reason. But the vision of a new world soon darkened, as constitution-making gave way to mob rule, regicide, terror, atheism, and then military dictatorship. Disillusionment set in. It seemed that mankind was as yet unfit for destiny. Seeking consolation, a handful of German writers gathered at Jena around Friedrich Schiller. The circle included the brothers Schlegel, August Wilhelm, and Friedrich, and Schelling, who became professor of philosophy at Jena University in 1798. That year, which saw the first issue of the Circle's review, the Athenaeum, may serve as the baseline of the German Romantic movement. These Romantics were ill at ease in the society in which they found themselves but were not activists who would take up weapons for a cause. Feeling themselves incomplete and pulled in opposite directions by the mundane and the sublime, by the rational and irrational in their hearts, they reached out to what was infinite and eternal in the world beyond the disappointments of everyday life, in a search for spiritual happiness. Schelling found satisfaction in a pantheistic interpretation of the world. For him, nature was not chaotic and senseless, but directed towards a higher goal. It was moved by a spiritual force, which strove to organize it into higher and higher forms, from stones to plants to animals, until it reached perfection in the mind of man. By exploring his own consciousness, therefore, man might come to understand the workings of this spiritual force in nature. Here the artist came into his own. For art was the means of expressing this spiritual dimension of the world, its timelessness and infinity, clothing it in sensuous form, whether in poetry, painting, or music. The artist was he who could reconcile the spiritual with the real by fixing it in the beautiful and, for himself and those who shared in this creation, the inner discord in man. The artist needed inspiration, and found it first and foremost in nature. To contemplate sheer mountain faces, the starlit heavens, storm-tossed seas, caves, and tall pine forests was to contemplate the divine in nature. The creation was God's handwriting. The ancient world, whose ideals were essentially human and sensual, could not satisfy a craving for the world beyond, which presupposed Christianity. The Romantics therefore studied the Middle Ages, the Christian civilization par excellence, with its Gothic cathedrals, chivalrous knights, and popular faith. In the courts of Europe, music, drama, and painting were all determined by classical models. These the Romantics rejected as transplanted from other societies, and sacrificing truth to elegance. Instead, they turned to popular songs and stories, as told by bards and troubadours, which were not the work of individuals but, it seemed, the manifestation of the collective soul of the people, evoked and expressed its inner life. Fairy tales, with their caverns and forests, monsters and witches, seemed to betray primitive and unconscious fears and the fluidity of the division between fact and fantasy. Jacob Grimm, who collected them at Heidelberg in the years after 1805, believed that they were shorthand versions of the great myths and legends which were fundamentally the same all over Europe, and that they had been planted by God in the consciousness of the peasantry. The Romantic poet was considered to be a seer or prophet who could lift the veil on the visible world and reveal the invisible. He was inspired, and his inspiration was interpreted as a divine visitation or as the surge of the unconscious over the conscious mind as he drifted into the realm of dreams, trances, and visions. This meant that in his search for a new language to express himself he was obliged to break existing artistic conventions, which required an elegance and polish that stifled all feelings. Genius was diametrically opposed to rules. In addition, the Romantic poet communicated directly with his public, rejecting politeness and form, and bearing his soul with all its pain and ecstasy. However, there were contradictions in the Romantic position. For all his inspiration, the artist still had to work at his art, and find people to buy it. Yet, because the common mass of humanity was so far beneath him, he had nothing but contempt for it. When Madame de Staël visited Goethe in 1803 she found him portly and satisfied with success, and not at all like the melancholy hero of his novel. Goethe really spoils the ideal of Werther for me, she wrote. 16. Madame de Staël, who knew the Schlegels well, publicized German Romanticism in France in her study on Germany, 1810, published in France as de l'Allemagne, 1813. A parallel Romanticism had already taken some root as a result of the work of François-René de Chateaubriand, who returned from exile in England in 1800, after Bonaparte made conditions easier for royalist nobles. Yet as he wrote to Madame de Staël a year later, I have withdrawn a second time from the world, now that I can stay on French soil. I have returned to the desert, and am seriously thinking of dying there. 17. In 1802 he published the Génie du Christianisme, which was a rehabilitation of the Catholic religion, not as a political force, although its political significance was appreciated by Bonaparte, but as poetry. Chateaubriand meditated on the Gothic cathedral, with its vaults and spires stretching towards heaven, and saw it as a petrified forest, which would eventually be reclaimed by nature as overgrown ruins. Chateaubriand, who did not discover even the south of France until after his book appeared, was a representative of North European Romanticism. So also were the Romantics of the British Isles, who were born around 1770: Sir Walter Scott, Samuel Taylor Coleridge, and William Wordsworth. Scott made his mark as a collector of ballads, which he published in 1802 as the Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, and used the form of the romance in his own poetry, such as the Lay of the Last Minstrel, 1805. However, he subsequently criticized many of the defects of the romance: supernatural interventions, a stereotyped cast of tyrannical counts and innocent maidens, and launched into the novel, which was set in the ordinary train of events and allowed him to study the complexity of human passions and human characters. Scott was not, like Chateaubriand, a very religious man, but he was fascinated by turning points in history, at which traditional communities and hierarchies were replaced by more materialistic, less honorable societies. His first concern, beginning with his novel Waverley in 1814, was the destruction of the clan system in Scotland after the suppression of the 1745 Jacobite rebellion. Only later did he take on medieval subjects, such as the clash between Saxon and Norman in Ivanhoe, 1819, and the waning of feudalism and the spirit of chivalry in Quentin Durward, 1823. These were not necessarily his best works, but they were certainly his most popular, both in England and on the continent. Paris was swept by a craze for Scott in 1822-7, and Scott was present at Rossini's opera Ivanhoe there in 1826. The attitude of Wordsworth and Coleridge to historical change was ambivalent. At first they welcomed the French Revolution as a blow for hope and liberty. Later, in Coleridge's case after France's invasion of Switzerland in 1798, they turned against it and retreated to the Lake District. Coleridge, who saw himself as a philosopher as well as a poet, read German and traveled in Germany, was impressed by Schelling's pantheism. But his sense of wonder before nature was not unshakable, and he wrote that when he observed nature, its message to him of the world beyond was less important than the meaning that his own feelings imposed on it. Wordsworth said in the Prelude, written 1798-1805, that the limits of ordinary experience could be transcended only in spots of time, and that Mont Blanc had appeared to him as a soulless image on the eye which had usurped upon a living thought. The Alps did not always generate sentiments of the divine. Wordsworth's dictum in the preface to the Lyrical Ballads, 1800, published by Coleridge and himself, that poetry is the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, points to the boundless inspiration of genius. But he went on to say that poetry resulted only from long and deep thought, and in 1810 warned that if words were not an incarnation of the thought but only a clothing for it, then surely will they prove an ill gift. 18. In order to express thoughts and feelings, some language was needed, but the medium of that language could distort or obscure the purity and immediacy of those feelings. Turner, who visited the Lake District in 1798 and was influenced by poetry which tried to express the moods of nature, though not by that of Wordsworth and Coleridge, took landscape painting as his medium. Yet instead of being trapped by the form of natural objects, he used light and color to suggest the effects of sun, or rain, or storm. They are pictures of the elements of air, earth, and water, wrote the essayist Hazlitt in 1816. The artist delights to go back to the first chaos of the world, when the waters separated from the dry land and light from darkness. All is without forms and void. 19. With plastic art, the medium was difficult to transcend. At the other end of the spectrum was music, especially in the way it was revolutionized by Beethoven. It is the only genuinely romantic art, insisted the writer and composer E.T.A. Hoffmann in 1813, for its subject is the eternal. Music unfolds before men a new kingdom, a world that has nothing in common with the world of sensuous reality around us, and in which we leave behind all precise emotions in order to surrender ourselves to an ineffable yearning. Beethoven's music opens the floodgates of fear, of terror, of horror, of pain, and arouses that longing for the eternal which is the essence of Romanticism. He is thus a pure romantic composer. 20 To Wagner, Beethoven's deafness, which set in soon after 1800, seemed an advantage. Undisturbed by the bustle of life, he wrote, Beethoven only heard the harmonies of his soul. 21 His Eroica Symphony, completed in 1804, recast the symphony as a psychological journey of struggle and triumph. But Beethoven's struggle was not over. After its first performance in Vienna in 1805, the Frametheige correspondent noted that the public and Herr Beethoven, who conducted, were not satisfied with each other this evening. The public thought the symphony too heavy, too long, and himself too discourteous, because he did not nod his head in recognition of the applause which came from a portion of the audience. On the contrary, Beethoven found that the applause was not strong enough. 22 Moreover, Hoffmann's comment was written at the high point of Beethoven's career in the Vienna of the Congress. Between 1817 and the Ninth Symphony in 1824 he wrote virtually nothing. When Rossini, composer of The Barber of Seville, visited Beethoven in 1822, he was told to stick to opera buffa, which suited the language and temperament of Italians. The difference between the two, nevertheless, was not just one of nationality. Rossini was 22 years younger than Beethoven, and belonged to a generation which had not experienced the French Revolution as trauma, but instead felt stifled by the rallying of conservative forces in Europe against France, the country of liberty. Young men in 1810 had an enthusiasm for life and liberty which was denied to them by their elders. They rejected established religion and the Middle Ages as reactionary, and sought a spiritual home in the Mediterranean. The French writer Stendhal, who settled in Milan for several years after 1814, said in 1824 that Rossini's music appealed especially to Italian lovers, for love in Italy is far more dynamic, more impatient, more violent, less dependent on dreams and imagination. It takes the whole being by storm, and its invasion is the work of an instant. It is a frenzy. 23 But Rossini's operas were also successful in France and provoked a musicomania in Spain. They echoed the cult of a new sexuality. It may seem strange to evoke Ingres as painting's response to this development. Yet Ingres, a native of Languedoc in southern France, reacted against the grand heroic style of his master, David, adopting a more graceful, intimate flavor inspired by Raphael and the Italian primitives. He went to Italy in 1806 after winning the Prix de Rome, worked for Murat while he was king of Naples, and stayed on in Rome and Florence for 10 years after the collapse of French rule in Italy, 1814. Between 1812 and 1826 he painted nothing that was inspired by the ancient world, but took his themes from the Middle Ages and Renaissance. His Grande Odalisque, with her soft, curving body and dream-like face, bewildered critics at the Salon of 1819. It was not until 1827 that Ingres took up the defense of the classical, academic tradition against the rising generation. Meanwhile the Russian painter Karl Bryullov, who quarreled with the president of the St. Petersburg Academy, came to Italy in 1822 to discover the ancient world and Mediterranean light and color. His 1828 masterpiece, The Last Day of Pompeii, inspired by Raphael and Michelangelo, was considered an epic by the dying Walter Scott and won the Grand Prix at the Paris Salon of 1834. However, its rendering of crumbling palaces and fearful looks, echoing the fall of Rome, made it less popular with Nicholas I. In Great Britain, at war with revolutionary France, radical romanticism was all but stifled. The main exception was William Blake, an artisan engraver and dissenter who was closely linked in the early 1790s with radicals such as Tom Paine and William Godwin. The reaction against the revolution in France meant that his poem The French Revolution, 1791, was never published, and he was driven into a private world of his own, full of biblical references and visions of the Last Judgment. He saw the war waged by Great Britain on France as a war waged against liberty and humanity, and a war which served only to increase exploitation at home, whether of conscript soldiers, transported slaves, starving children, chimney sweeps, or workers in the smoky dungeons of mills and factories. Even thought was oppressed by mind-forged manacles. The call of liberty was taken up by a new generation of writers, over 30 years younger than Blake, led by Shelley and Byron. Neither could breathe easily in England, when reaction seemed institutionalized in church and state. Shelley devoted his time at Oxford to electrical experiments, and was expelled in 1811 for publishing a pamphlet on the necessity of atheism. He then cultivated the radical atheist William Godwin, published Queen Mab, 1813, which attacked Christianity, the monarchy, and marriage in the name of free love, and eloped with Godwin's daughter Mary to Switzerland. In 1809–11 Byron had travelled to Greece and Turkey with a friend, mingled with the crowds in the streets and souks, picked up local dialects and venereal disease, and returned to write the self-dramatizing Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, 1813. After the scandalous breakup of Byron's marriage and Mary Shelley's triumph with Frankenstein, 1818, in which a creative dream turns out to be a nightmare, Byron and the Shelleys left for Italy. The Middle Ages, worshipped as a golden age by the previous generation of Romantics, was rejected by Shelley and Byron as feudal and priest-ridden, built on a Christianity which had divided man's soul between this world and the next. The voyage to Italy represented not a homage to classical canons of taste, nor a cult of Rome, which they found despotic, but a discovery of paganism, which placed man in the center of the world, of Greek art, which harmonized man and nature, and of Italian women, for whom sex meant pleasure not guilt. Shelley was inspired by Aeschylus' drama Prometheus Bound, and wrote Prometheus Unbound, 1819, the story of the struggle of the fire-bringer and liberator of mankind against Jupiter, the author of darkness and oppression in the universe. Byron found his true voice with Don Juan, the first two cantos of which were also published in 1819. Conjured up by Dante, but even more by his rakish life in Venice, it provoked frenzied adulation in England, and an enormous fan mail, especially from women, but also outright condemnation as wicked and pornographic. Byron defended it as quietly facetious, but also the most moral of poems, intended to expose English cant political, cant poetical, cant religious, cant moral. One correspondent, John Bull, who turned out to be Sir Walter Scott's son-in-law, said that it was written strongly, lasciviously, fiercely, laughingly. Everybody sees in a moment that nobody could have written it but a man of the first order, both in genius and dissipation, a real master of all his tools, a profligate, pernicious, irresistible, charming devil. 24. Worshipped as stars, denounced as villains, expected to turn out only what their public wanted, and to behave in their lives as they did in their fantasies, Romantic poets like Byron and Shelley found their existence increasingly difficult. Both were enthusiastic about the liberal revolutions of 1820–1, and Byron had contacts with Carbonari, who tried to launch a rising in the Romagna. Shelley drowned in a shipwreck in the Gulf of Spezia in 1822. Byron sailed for Greece in 1823 in order to help organize the Greek struggle for independence against the Turks, but he fell ill and died the following spring. Both were burnt out by their passion for life and liberty. The third Romantic generation, the enfants du siècle born around 1800, were poignantly described by Alfred de Musset, conceived between two battles, brought up in colleges to the roll of drums. They had dreamed for 15 years of the snows of Moscow and the sun of the pyramids. Then Napoleon's empire collapsed, and reaction set in. When the children spoke of glory, they were told, become priests. When they spoke of ambition, become priests. Of hope, love, force, and life, become priests. 25. The Catholic Church held few charms for educated youth, but royalism was often another matter. For Victor Hugo, the empire was represented by his father, who had fought under Joseph Bonaparte in Italy and Spain, and was inconsiderate and unfaithful to his wife. He took the side of his mother, whose royalist background in the west of France he subsequently mythologized. In July 1815, Victor Hugo wrote Vive l'Eroi, in his Latin grammar, and a year later proclaimed, I want to be Chateaubriand or nothing. 26. Unlike the generation of 1790, This generation searched for a spiritual dimension to life. Unlike that of 1770, it saw art and politics as inseparably linked. Victor Hugo's concern for the greatness of France, which seemed irrelevant to the restored monarchy, and his sense that some of the essential gains of the revolution had been saved by the empire, led him back to reverence for Napoleon by 1827. His unperformable play Cromwell, published that year, was a meditation on Napoleon, the preface of which served as an artistic manifesto. In it, he criticized the unity of place and time imposed by the classical theater, which confined all the action to a banal peristyle and expelled all drama to the wings. He attacked the stilted rhetoric required of actors and the eternal cult of beauty. Inspired by Shakespeare, he noted that the ugly exists alongside the beautiful, the deformed close to the gracious, the grotesque on the reverse of the sublime, evil with good, shadow with light. In 1829 he clashed with the government censor, who banned his new play Marion Delorme on the grounds that it insulted Charles X through the person of Louis XIII. Victor Hugo replied with Hernani, where the action was transported to Spain, and the epithets coward, madman, and bad king were addressed to the young Charles V. For fear of provoking a press storm, the censor let it through. At the first performance, on February 25, 1830, scuffles broke out between the partisans of the Romantics, with their beards, long hair, and extravagant clothes, and the defenders of classicism. The critical reception was lukewarm, but popular acclamation was intense, and Hernani played right through the July Revolution until November. July 28, Liberty Leading the People is perhaps the most striking painting of the 1830 revolution in Paris. Its creator, Eugene Delacroix, had already caused something of a sensation at the Salon of 1827. He was criticized for not knowing the difference between a sketch and a painting, but as Baudelaire later remarked, Delacroix starts from this principle, that a painting must above all reproduce the inward thought of the artist. Movement, color, and atmosphere of necessity require a rather vague contour, light, and floating lines, and bold brush strokes. 27 Delacroix painted not heroism or sensuality but physical and mental anguish. The Greek struggle for independence inspired his Massacre of Chios, 1821-4, Shakespeare and Dante appealed to him as portrayers of human suffering, and Byron's poem evoking the Assyrian king Sardanapalus, waiting for death, became his canvas of 1827-8. Because the painting of Delacroix did not have a fine finish, it was assumed that he worked like a madman possessed. Yet the contradiction for the Romantic artist was that the initial inspiration could not be sustained for the time needed to complete the painting. The result of my days is always the same, Delacroix confided to his diary in 1824, an infinite desire which is never realized. If only I could savor at leisure the impressions which I alone feel. The innocent pleasures that every experience induces in a vivid imagination are not destroyed by the passage of years, every moment that passes distorts or dissolves them. 28. In 1838 Delacroix began a study of his friend, the musician Chopin, improvising at the piano, his face tormented by inspiration, with George Sand, his lover, beside him, her arms folded, deep in thought. The picture should have been executed rapidly, to capture the moment. Instead, work was interrupted, and it remained unfinished. Chopin, a Pole who never returned to his native country after its invasion by Russia in 1831, racked by sickness, fearful of death, suave, and modest in society but expressing his inner feelings in passionate piano melodies, was almost a caricature of the Romantic composer. His creation was spontaneous, miraculous, wrote George Sand after his death at the age of 39, but to pin the dancing tune onto a score sheet was the most heart-rending labor I have ever witnessed. He shuts himself in his room for whole days, crying, pacing, breaking his pens, repeating and changing the same bar 100 times, writing it and rubbing it out as many times. He spent 6 weeks on a page only to return to what he had scribbled at the first attempt. 29 Chopin played very little in public, partly because of his frail constitution, and partly because he feared that he would not be understood. Instead, he gave salon recitals before a few intimate friends. Franz Liszt, who played much of Chopin's work in public and had women overcome with emotion, took the contrary view that the poet, torn from his solitary inspiration, can only find it in the interest more than attentive, vivid, and animated of his audience. He must feel that he moves, that he agitates those who hear him, that his emotions find in them the responsive sympathies of the same intuitions, that he draws them on with him in his flight towards the infinite. 30 With Liszt, the magnesium sincerity of the romantic soul was exploited as show business. Part 2. Europe 1850 to 1880. 6. Mid-century prosperity. Urbanization. The period between 1850 and 1873 in Europe was one of prosperity, marked off from the hungry 40s on the one hand and from the Great Depression on the other. Doubts have been cast on the magnitude and continuity of the boom. Nevertheless, the population of Europe multiplied, foreign and domestic markets expanded, there was heavy investment in railways and urban development, prices remained high between the inflationary spurts of 1853 to 5 and 1870 to 2, real wages remained steady, and large profits were to be made where costs could be cut by mechanization and improved transport. These developments did not occur everywhere at the same pace. From the demographic and economic point of view, the countries of Northern and Western Europe remained more advanced than those of the South and East, although the position of France was ambiguous. Between 1851 and 1881 its population scarcely increased at all. Germany, on the other hand, not only overtook France in terms of the number of its inhabitants, but also achieved a rate of population growth which was very close behind that of England. Within the British Isles, the population of Scotland rose more slowly than it had done earlier in the century, while that of Ireland, as a result of the famine, went into a steep decline. In Scandinavia, the rate of population increase was slightly faster than before 1850, but it could not match the growth of the Russian populations. Bringing up the rear were Austria-Hungary and the Mediterranean countries, where the population increase was altogether more sluggish. Whereas the main cause of population increase in the first half of the century was the declining death rate, the main cause in this period was a rising birth rate. It was in the 1870s that the birth rate, in Western Europe at least, reached its peak for the 19th century. This was because industrialization in Northwest Europe increased possibilities of employment and encouraged young migrants to the towns to marry earlier than they might have done in the countryside, where land was scarce. If women and children as well as adult males could find work in the mines and the factories, the incentive to raise large families was even greater. On the other hand, harsh conditions of life and labor also pushed up the death rate among the poor. Table 4. The population of European countries, 1851 to 1881, m. A 1852. B 1880. C 1856. D 1859. E 1879. F 1855. G 1875. H 1870. I 1857. J 1877. K 1854. L 1878. Source: B. R. Mitchell, European Historical Statistics, 1750 to 1970, London, 1975. In backward Southern and Eastern Europe the high birth rate was almost cancelled out by a high death rate. A cholera epidemic in Hungary in the early 1870s claimed over 300,000 victims, and drove the death rate up to 44 per thousand. Large towns with their overcrowding and lack of sanitation, rather than industrial towns as such, were the real killers. In 1880, the average life expectancy at birth of a German male in rural Hanover was 43.1 years, his compatriot in the iron and steel town of Dusseldorf could expect to live 36.7 years, but for a Berliner the average span was only 29.9 years. By this time, the death rate in the far more salubrious and less urbanized Scandinavian countries had fallen well beneath 20 per thousand. Until the mid-19th century, low agricultural productivity and frequent runs of bad harvests had set firm limits to population growth. But now transportation was improving, so that areas of food shortage could be relieved from areas of surplus, and agriculture flourished in this period in response to rising food prices. Until now also, the very size of the rural market and the emphasis in industry on consumer goods, particularly textiles, had meant that agricultural failure radically reduced demand for cloth and threw spinners and weavers out of work. The fortunes of agriculture dictated the fortunes of industry. After 1850, investment in capital goods, such as coal and iron, increased at the expense of consumer goods, and industrial production as a whole accounted for an ever greater share of total output. The industrial sector therefore gained a certain autonomy from agriculture, and economic fluctuations would henceforth be determined less by the state of the harvest than by the boom and slump of business. This, known as the trade cycle, was determined above all by patterns of investment. The age of capital was characterized by periods of speculation, when the owners of capital expected high yields from investment in new sectors, such as the railways, so long as the cost of labor and raw materials was low. But as investment in these sectors reached saturation point, the prospects for profit-making began to darken, and the accumulation of capital drove up the price of labor and raw materials, now in short supply. Confidence wavered, panic set in, capitalists rushed to sell their shares before the market declined, enterprises went bankrupt, and banks that invested in them were dragged down in their wake. And so things would remain, until brighter prospects and confidence returned. In this period, the years 1851 to 7 were years of boom, but these were followed by a sharp depression in 1857 to 8. Recovery came with the 1860s, despite the cotton famine which resulted from the American Civil War of 1861 to 5, until another recession in 1866 to 8. The unification of Germany was followed by a period of feverish speculation, the so-called Gründerzeit, but there was a crash on the Vienna Stock Exchange in 1873, and recovery in the later 1870s was only a prelude to the Great Depression, which lasted till the end of the century. Table 5. Birth and death rates in Europe 1841 to 1880, per thousand pop. Source, B. R. Mitchell, European Historical Statistics, 1750 to 1970, London, 1975. Industrialization transformed the demography of Western Europe. It offered a solution to the problems of rural congestion, pauperism, and starvation that had afflicted so many countries before 1848. In Germany, after 1850, populations migrated away from agricultural regions like Baden-Württemberg and the northeast towards the expanding industrial areas of Saxony and Rhineland-Westphalia, where mining and metallurgy, rather than textiles, now provided the sectors of growth. In the coal belt that stretched from the Ruhr through southern Belgium to northern France, the population of the new mining towns grew in proportion to the tonnage of coal mined, but even faster where the metallurgical industry was present, and fastest where the industrial complex involved engineering and chemical works as well. It is nevertheless clear that while the absolute numbers of industrial workers increased, the industrial workforce did not necessarily become a larger proportion of the active population as a whole, except in those countries coming recently to industrialization, such as Austria, Hungary, the Netherlands, and Denmark. Between 1850 and 1880, the proportion of the workforce engaged in industry fractionally diminished in mature industrial economies, such as those of Britain, Belgium, and France. In the first volume of Capital, 1867, Marx observed that the accumulation of capital would require an increase in the size of the proletariat, but that as the demand for industrial labor outstripped its supply and wages began to rise, so entrepreneurs would be encouraged to replace men by machines. Mechanization created a pool of unemployed labor or an industrial reserve army which would be available for employment, without putting wages up, in periods of boom, or as new sectors of investment, such as the railways, opened up. The increase in the proportion of the active population engaged in transport is clearly reflected in the figures for Great Britain, Belgium, the Netherlands, France, and Denmark. But what Marx failed to recognize was that the growth of the secondary sector, industry, entailed the expansion of the tertiary sector, including, apart from the retail trade, services such as teaching and administration. Already in 1880, a sixth of the workforce was employed in these tasks in France, a fifth in the Netherlands and Great Britain. Industrialization in the mid-19th century usually meant urbanization. This had not always been the case, for the first industrial revolution had taken place in the countryside. The rural industries were destroyed by mechanized, steam-powered factory production based in the towns, but those towns now offered employment for rural populations who were no longer able to supplement their meager farm income with the product of cottage industry. The pattern of urbanization in Europe was now determined above all by the railways. In England, towns like Crewe and New Swindon were conjured out of nothing by the railway companies. In France, the town of Alençon refused to accept the main line from Paris to Brest and stagnated, while Le Mans, which accepted it, became a major industrial center. Textile industries, which had been dispersed, became concentrated in towns like Roubaix in northern France or Mönchengladbach on the left bank of the Rhine, which mushroomed within a few decades. But the industrial center of gravity in the Rhineland was shifting away from the older textile centers of Krefeld, Elberfeld, and Barmen towards the mining and metallurgical towns of the Ruhr, Duisburg, Essen, Bochum, and Dortmund, which were created by and for the railway. Railway connections were now essential for ports, the most successful of which developed shipbuilding and iron industries. The population of Rotterdam was 78,000 in 1840, 116,200 in 1869. On the Baltic coast, Stettin was linked to Berlin from 1843 and expanded far more rapidly than Danzig or Königsberg. In Britain, the railway network tended to link existing industrial centers rather than found new ones. Elsewhere in Europe, railways built to link courts and capitals stimulated the growth of engineering and chemical industries in their suburbs, and changed them from parasitic to productive cities. This was clearly the case with Paris, Berlin, Munich, Karlsruhe, and Milan. Moreover, the annexation of unruly industrial suburbs by many cities for policing purposes in the 1850s dramatically increased their size overnight. Table 6. Structure of the active population in Europe, c.1880%. Source, P. Baruch, Law Population Active ETSA Structure, Brussels, 1968. Large towns grew much faster than the population as a whole, especially in countries where industrialization was vigorous. This was the case even in France, where the total population increased only slowly in the middle years of the century. In England and Wales, towns of over 20,000 inhabitants grew by 2.3% per annum in 1851 to 91 as against 3.1% in 1811 to 51. In the industrial parts of Germany, on the other hand, the pace of urbanization was quickening. In both Prussia and Saxony, the average annual rate of growth of towns of over 200,000 inhabitants had been 2.2% in 1815 to 49, but this increased dramatically in 1849 to 90 to 4.2% in Prussia and 4.3% in Saxony. Berlin, which had 400,000 inhabitants in 1850, had 1.9 million in 1890. The connection between industrialization and urbanization was not one way. Growing towns stimulated industry other than manufacturing industry, especially the building trade. Whether in London, Paris, Berlin, or Vienna, the years 1863 to 5 and 1876 to 7 were the peaks of a building boom, of which the beautification of city centers was only one aspect. The erection of new public buildings, the demands of the railway companies for arteries linking to many, the lessons of 1848 which suggested that wide boulevards might ease the movement of troops, and the need to clear slums that were dens of cholera, typhus, crime, and discontent, together prompted redevelopment in most major European cities. But splendid facades and broad vistas could not mask some of the more tragic results of the rebuilding. Vienna was able to build the Ringstrasse on the open land between the walled inner city and the suburbs, but elsewhere rebuilding drove the poor into ever more crowded courts and garrets, and the scourge of cholera was replaced in the large towns by the scourge of tuberculosis. The growing towns nevertheless had complex and varied needs, so that not all migrants who arrived finished up at the bottom of the pile. Apart from the building trade, all aspects of commerce and the luxury trades flourished, affording employment for the Spaniards of Marseilles, the Belgians of Paris, the Czechs of Vienna. Some of the most rapidly growing towns in the mid-19th century were the very antithesis of industrial centers. These were the seaside resorts, fashionable spas, and tourist attractions, such as Rome. In Rome, though, change was also explained by the unification of Italy. In 1848 two-thirds of the city's buildings belonged to ecclesiastical bodies, and the church bred its own officials, pilgrims, and beggars. After 1860 Rome developed as a center of litigation, education, and the press, while 1870 brought the new Italian government and thousands of civil officials and military men in its wake. Finally, it should be emphasized that the urbanization of Europe was a very uneven affair. In 1870, the proportion of the population living in towns of over 10,000 inhabitants was 57% in England, 42% in Scotland, and 26% in Belgium. It was 21% in France and 20% in Germany, but also 31% in the Netherlands, 24% in Spain, and 20% in Italy. At the other end of the spectrum, the figure was less than 10% in Hungary, Poland, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, while in the Balkans urbanization was quite insignificant. Equally, it became apparent that agricultural and industrial prosperity could not indefinitely support the growing European population. Particularly vulnerable in this respect were regions where industry had not established itself, and where the problem of rural overpopulation had not been tackled. In Scandinavia, Danish agriculture had undergone something of a revolution, but in Norway and Sweden the subdivision of holdings was ludicrous. In the Baltic provinces of Germany, Mecklenburg, and Pomerania, emancipated serfs had been kept on to work the estates, paid partly in money and partly in kind. But the growth of world markets now threatened these areas with cheap Russian and American grain, and the surplus rural population was forced to move on or starve. Whereas rapid industrialization seemed initially to have solved the problem of the rural poor, an achievement that was reflected in the sharp decline of emigration from Europe in 1856 to 65, emigration shot up again in 1866 to 75. The outflow from Great Britain, including Ireland, still led the field in terms of absolute numbers. In Germany the source of emigration moved from the southwest to the northeast. But it is the dramatic increase in the sailings from Sweden and above all Norway, bound for North America, that catch the eye. The Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor, completed in 1886, proclaimed a welcome for Europe's tired and poor, and huddled masses yearning to breathe free. By then the ships which sailed for America were packed with emigrants of a quite different sort. A world market. By 1880 it would be fair to say that the international economy had become integrated, that a single world market had been created. This was partly the result of technological progress, as the routes of ocean steamers and railway tracks crisscrossed the globe, and partly the effect of lowering of tariff barriers between countries and the inauguration of an era of free trade. International commerce multiplied in volume, stimulating the growth of both agricultural and industrial sectors of the economy. There were, however, always economic interests which resented exposure to the cold winds of competition, and at the end of the 1870s campaigns to restore protection intensified and found support with some governments. In 1850 there were about 14,500 miles of railway track in Europe. 30 years later there were 101,700 miles, and by then North America, too, had more than 100,000 miles built. At sea, the long haul was dominated in the 1850s by the graceful clipper that could sail from Liverpool to Melbourne in 83 days, or from Canton to New York in 84. But steamships were improving as the screw propeller replaced the paddle wheel and iron replaced wood. Of ships arriving in New York, 31% were steamships in 1860 but 90% in 1870, steam all but displaced the sailing ships on the major lines by 1880. The Suez Canal, opened in 1869, shortened the route east for steamships, although sailing ships still went by the Cape. Submarine telegraph cables, such as that which spanned the North Atlantic, at the second attempt, in 1866, were laid by steamships. The encirclement of the world by telegraph by the early 1870s represented yet another revolution in communications. These improvements brought down the cost of freight, of special importance for the transport of bulky goods such as coal and grain, increased competition to supply markets between different parts of Europe and indeed different parts of the world, and increased the volume of world trade. As markets expanded, the movement to lower or abolish protective tariffs and restrictive tolls, and to inaugurate the reign of free trade, gained momentum. In 1857 the Danube and the Sound between Denmark and Sweden were declared freeways for the ships of all nations, and the Rhine followed suit in 1868. Somewhat more contentious were free trade treaties. In the next decade or so, several European countries followed the example of one signed by England and France in 1860. The division for and against free trade was not so much between countries as between interests within those countries. In Great Britain the battle for free trade had been won in 1846, and the landowners looked to secure the domestic market by more efficient farming while the manufacturers required world outlets for their cheap, mass-produced textiles and metal goods. On the continent the railway builders tended to favor free trade, both because it was the way to increase rail traffic and because in countries like France and Italy, and for some time in Germany, the native iron industry had not the capacity to produce enough pig iron for the rails, which had to be imported. Bankers supported free trade in order to promote railway building, one of their main interests in this period, and to open accounts with governments, which stood to lose from the reduction of customs revenue. It is significant that Émile Périer, director of Compagnie du Midi and of the Crédit Mobilier, was one of the main advocates of the Anglo-French Treaty. Free trade could only be in the interests of international traders, whether the wine exporters of Bordeaux, the silk importers of Lyons, or the patricians of the Hanseatic towns of Bremen, Hamburg, and Lübeck who founded the Congress of German Economists in 1857 to publicize their views. Lastly, as urban markets grew and agricultural prices remained buoyant, free trade was supported by the agrarian interests of most European countries, whether France or Italy, Hungary, Denmark, or Prussia. The East Albion landowners, with their traditional outlets in industrial Britain, carried particular weight in the movement for free trade. The opponents of free trade were by and large those interests that feared British competition in textiles, coke and coal, iron, steel, and machinery. Unless protective tariffs were maintained, they argued, the struggles of European industry to catch up with the British lead would be frustrated, and Britain would remain forever the workshop of the world. So the textile interests of northern France, South Germany and Saxony, Lombardy, and Catalonia, together with the coal and iron interests of northern and central France, Rhineland-Westphalia and Silesia, threw themselves into the crusade against the treaties. In Germany, the battle between free trade and protection was a battle between Prussia and Austria for supremacy over the remaining states. In 1849 and again in 1852 Austria tried to reinforce her domination of the German Confederation by creating an economic Middle Europa, a customs union with high protective tariffs which would attract the industrialists of Saxony, Silesia, and southern Germany away from the Prussian-managed Zollverein, which offered them inadequate protection. The Austrian offensive did not succeed. The central and southern German states were dependent on the Zollverein and its Baltic and North Sea ports for their outlets, and Prussia threatened to break up the Zollverein if they drew too close to Austria. Moreover, political influence in northern Germany was wielded not by the industrialists but by the bankers, traders, and above all landowners, who were committed to free trade. Prussia acquired economic mastery in Germany as a result of her free trade policies before she completed it with political mastery, and Austria, after her defeat by Prussia in 1866, dutifully followed it, concluding free trade treaties with France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Germany, Spain, and Portugal, Norway, and Sweden. It would be difficult to assess the relative contributions of improved communications and free trade in the expansion of the world market. Free trade was as much a response to the expansion as a contributor to it. Between 1850 and 1880 the value of European exports increased from $1,200 million to $4,050 million. Measurement by volume, to take price changes into account, reveals that the annual average rate of growth of European exports rose from 3.8% in the 1850s to 5.2% in the 1860s, the free trade era, falling to 3.1% in the 1870s. A look at the relative performance of the different countries is also instructive. Great Britain remained at the head of the league, though its share of European exports fell from 29.8% in 1860 to 26% in 1880, and the growth rate of its exports in the 1860s was only 3.8%. The growth rate of France's exports in the 1860s was 5.7%, but its share of the total export market fell from 19.2% to 16.3%. The outstanding achievement was that of Germany. In the 1860s the growth rate of its exports was 6.7%, and though its share of the European export market dropped fractionally from 18.4% to 18.2%, it had overtaken France as an exporting economy by 1880. One way of examining the performance of the various European economies is to take the example of heavy industry, and specifically the challenge of the railways. For the railways in this period acted as a leading sector, stimulating the growth of the iron industry. In turn, the iron industry consumed coal, and the transportation of coal was one of the principal sources of freight charges for the railway companies. Lastly, the demand for locomotives was one of the main factors behind the development of the engineering industry. The manufacture of steel was made possible by two new inventions, the Bessemer converter of 1856 and the Siemens, Martin open hearth furnace of 1864. These were dependent on Spanish and Swedish ores with a low phosphorus content, and in 1870 only 15% of finished iron in Germany and 10% in Britain was being turned into steel. The phosphorus problem was not solved until the Thomas Gilchrist process of 1879. The expansion of the steel industry in the 1870s was largely directed towards the railways. Britain's furnaces provided iron and steel not only for her domestic markets but also for export. Between 1845 to 9 and 1866 to 70 the tonnage of iron and steel exported rose from 1.3 million to 318 million. Yet again the most dramatic performance was that of Germany. In 1843 Germany was supplying only 10% of her own needs in rails and importing 88% from Britain, but by 1863 she was supplying 85% of her rail needs and importing only 13% from Britain. Germany used the challenge of the railways to consolidate a heavy industrial base in the Ruhr. In the 1870s, the railways took about half of the output of the iron industry and 1/10 of that of the coal industry of the Ruhr. In turn, the iron industry consumed about 1/3 of the Ruhr's coal production, and the coal industry supplied about 1/4 of the railway's freight business. In France between 1840 and 1880 up to 70% of French iron production went to supply the demands of the railways. But despite the switch from charcoal to coke-fired furnaces at Fourchambault, Montlucan, Le Creusot, and Vierzon, France's productive capacity did not become adequate to her needs before the intervention of the Trade Treaty of 1860. The result of this was an increase in all imports, including British and Belgian iron, and a decline in the growth of all production, taking the years 1860 to 80 against 1840 to 60. The French iron industry, together with the Italian, came to excel in engineering rather than in the manufacture of pig and cast iron. The most conspicuous failures to respond to the railway age were the peripheral economies of Spain and Russia. Spain's General Railway Law of June 1855, to some extent imposed by foreign banking and railway interests, abolished import duties on rails and rolling stock for a period of 10 years. This meant that in the railway building boom of 1856 to 66 the nascent Spanish iron industry of the Basque province of Vizcaya remained stagnant while the country was flooded by foreign iron goods, mainly British and Belgian. High-grade Spanish ore was imported by South Wales steel manufacturers, while cheap, seaborne British coal in turn undermined the coal mines of the Asturias. In Russia there was a spate of railway building after the Crimean War, in 1856 to 61 and again in 1867 to 80, but this did nothing for the iron industry of the Urals. This continued to supply bar iron to the rural cottage industry, via the Great Fair of Nizhny Novgorod, for the manufacture of nails, knives, harness, and buckles, but provided only 1% of the supply of rails in 1867 to 76. Rails and rolling stock were imported for Russian needs from Britain and Sweden. There was therefore a clear distinction between countries which exported iron goods and capital to build railways abroad, and countries which constructed their railway systems with the help of foreign investment. In one case, the railways acted as a leading sector for the economy, in the other they did not. Other forms of export could also act as a stimulus for national economies. That the Bordeaux Chamber of Commerce should be one of the most vigorous supporters of free trade was not surprising. Between 1859 and 1868 the export of French wines to Britain more than quadrupled. In some economies, it was the export of agricultural produce that made possible the accumulation of capital for industrial investment. Denmark was one instance, as its farm products found growing outlets in industrial Britain, especially after 1860. Hungary was another, exporting vast amounts of cereal to Austria in the same period, so that the milling industry of Budapest developed as its prime manufacturing center. In Russia, the Black Earth provinces of the south were developed in response to the grain trade with Western Europe. Odessa became a frontier boom town, its population rising from 32,000 in 1827 to 200,000 in 1875. It was not until the period 1875 to 80 that American grain exports began to displace Russian cereals in Britain, France, and Germany. The appearance of large amounts of Russian and American grain on European markets from the mid-1870s had a disastrous effect on grain prices. Agrarian interests, which for so long had been the champions of free trade, now began to look to the restoration of protective tariffs to preserve domestic markets for their own crop. In Germany, to take one example, the iron and steel interest of Rhineland-Westphalia formed a pressure group in November 1873 to demand protection, and were joined 3 months later by the iron masters of Upper Silesia. The cotton spinners of South Germany, who were suffering competition from the cotton manufacturers of Alsace, which had been annexed by Germany in 1871, joined the alliance to form the Central Union of German Industrialists for the Promotion and Protection of National Labor in February 1876. The turning point came 2 weeks later, when the agrarians set up an association of tax and economic reformers, which was dominated by large Prussian landowners and dedicated to the restoration of the Corn Laws. The collaboration of industrial and agrarian interests, the marriage of iron and rye as it was nicknamed, could not be ignored by Bismarck. Two other factors reinforced the drift back to protection. First, governments were in need of revenue after the wars of unification. France, which had suffered defeat in 1870-1 and was still required to pay an indemnity to Germany, was in particularly difficult straits, and Adolphe Thiers, when he was president of the French Republic in 1871-3, was prepared to listen to the massed voices of the protectionists who had been thrust aside in so cavalier a fashion by Napoleon III. Once the reparation payments to Germany ended, Bismarck found himself in financial difficulty, and the military preparations that surrounded the Balkan crisis and Russo-Turkish War in the years 1875-8 increased the weight on national exchequers. The case for slapping on tariffs to raise government revenues was therefore a strong one. Second, the liberal, free trade interests that had held power in countries such as Germany and Austria since the mid-1860s fell from grace as the Depression began to bite and faith in the market economy gave way to disillusion. The shift to economic protection after 1878 was also a shift to political conservatism. Agriculture, profit and loss. The middle years of the century were a period of rising prices and agricultural prosperity. The expansion of international trade and a growing and increasingly urbanized population pushed up a demand that was now becoming effective through the railway. More and more, agriculture became commercialized, part of the market economy, and specialized in the production of cash crops. And yet, despite this prosperity, the salient features of the European countryside remained inequality and poverty, the difference between a small number of rich landowners and substantial farmers and the mass of dwarf proprietors and landless laborers. It was in the 1860s that serfdom was ended, the task begun in Austria and Hungary after 1848 was embarked upon in Russia, Poland, and Romania. Yet the emancipation of the serfs had to be reconciled with the interests of the ruling class of landlords and the security of the state, so that the countryside of Eastern Europe, far from becoming a Garden of Eden, remained a dark valley of land hunger, debt, secular routine, overcrowding, and misery. The growth of towns was made possible by increasing agricultural productivity. In turn, growing urban demand brought a healthy rise in agricultural prices. One exception to this general rule was England, where grain prices had been declining as the result of international competition ever since the end of the Napoleonic Wars. The repeal of the Corn Laws in 1846 did not mark a decisive change in the long-term decline. But a glance at the fluctuation of grain prices in some countries of Europe does show a general trend upwards between 1840 and 1880, except in England. Figures for one or two cereal crops cannot suggest the complete picture for all agricultural products, not least because commercialization was taking agriculture away from obsessive cereal farming towards specialization in other commodities which could fetch high prices on the market. This specialization tended to define more boldly the regional character of European agriculture. Relatively backward economies in southern climates took on the appearance of granaries. Spain's subsistence crises were not altogether overcome, but a market for her wheat was opened up during the Crimean War, and in all but 7 years between 1849 and 1881 exports of cereal from Spain exceeded imports. Southern Italy, including Sicily, took on the role of a major grain producer after the unification of the country. And of course the fertile Black Earth provinces of southern Russia responded to the repeal of the British Corn Laws by stepping up the production and export of grain, balancing the extra cost of transport by the exploitation of unpaid serf labor. The Mediterranean countries were meanwhile discovering how to mass-produce wine. Until the middle of the 19th century the Mediterranean economy was a polyculture, combining cereal farming on the plains, vines scattered among the olive, fruit, and mulberry trees, which, in Lombardy and the Svans at least, provided leaves for the greedy silkworms, and chestnut groves and sheep pasture in the hills. In France, urban demand and, after the Treaty of 1860, foreign demand, provided the incentive to specialize, and increasingly the Midi went over to wine. Prices were buoyant, harvests were good, and the years 1855 to 80 were recognized as the golden age of the vine. Tragedy was nevertheless to strike. The phylloxera epidemic created havoc by 1880, so that the average yield of 24.5 hectoliters per hectare in 1870-5 fell to 15.2 in 1885-90. This was disastrous for France, which embarked on a long program of replanting with sturdy American vines, but excellent for the wine growers of Spain and Italy, whose produce now flooded the French market. Piedmont and Tuscany switched from polyculture to the intensive planting of vineyards in the 1870s and 1880s, and even the wheat-growing South started to go over to growing cheap wines. In Great Britain, where cereal prices were in a slow decline, the incentive for farmers was to switch to rearing cattle for the meat market. In Northern Europe the consumption of meat rose with urbanization, and twice as much beef was eaten in France in 1882 as in 1840. Whereas earlier in the century cattle were turned onto common land or onto the stubble to graze, now artificial meadows were laid down and scientific stock breeding, the perfection of Durham, Ayrshire and other strains, caught on. Denmark founded a whole economy on cattle and pig farming. As yet, the emphasis was on meat rather than on dairy products, but that development would come towards the end of the century. Lastly, Northern Europe was going over to industrial crops: rape for oil, hops for beer, sugar beet not only for sugar but for alcohol, and potatoes, which could generate alcohol as well. No longer were roots farmed only as one phase of crop rotation, for Chilean nitrates and phosphates were used to break free of conventional rotation. Beet fields encroached upon the bleak landscapes of eastern England, northern France, and central Germany. The produce was taken by rail to sugar mills and distilleries, the first manifestation perhaps of the agricultural industry. As in industry, of course, the benefits of commercial farming were not spread evenly among the agricultural community. In Prussia, the Junkers were comforted by the doubling of farm rents between 1849 and 1869 and by a 3- or 4-fold rise in the value of large agricultural estates between the 1820s and 1870. On the other hand, the switch to specialized crops and the erection of mills, breweries, and distilleries on their estates rendered superfluous the mass of farm servants and cottagers, who were mainly ex-serfs provided with small plots so long as they performed unpaid labor on the landlord's estate. Rising demand, land values, and the seasonal nature of the work encouraged landlords to evict cottagers, many of whom were forced to move to industrial areas in search of work, and to turn to cheap, migrant labor from the eastern provinces, often female, and usually Polish. In Austria and Hungary landlords tried to follow the Prussian example of Gutsherrschaft, the direct commercial exploitation of their estates, once their serfs had been emancipated. This involved mortgaging those estates heavily to the government and using the capital for development and the hire of wage labor. In Hungary, the population grew by 45% between 1850 and 1900, but in the same period the number of agricultural wage workers increased by 73%. Not all landlords by any means were interested in producing directly for the market. The leisured existence of the rentier, enjoying the social prestige and political influence that went with land ownership, was often more congenial. In Spain, a general law of disentailment in 1855 brought vast quantities of municipal, state, and church lands onto the market, while in Italy unification released much of the property of the church and old nobilities, especially in the south. This was bought up in both cases by new men, bourgeois landowners, professional men, officials, merchants, and financiers, who were interested only in extracting the maximum rent, often through farmers general who leased the land from them and sublet it at extortionate rates to the peasantry. On the large estates of Andalusia and Extremadura, vast tracts of uncultivated land coexisted with miserable populations of landless laborers, who launched a peasant revolt in 1861, taking possession of the town of Loja. Later the toilers of southern Spain would provide eager audiences for anarchist millenarians, who promised the great day of the repartee, when land would be restored to the people. In England, the tendency had been towards the consolidation of large estates, but these were leased out to substantial tenant farmers who provided their own capital and labor and, despite stiff competition for farms which pushed the rents up, enjoyed security of tenure. In Ireland the situation was quite different. Large properties were even larger, so that while in England and Wales 60% of the land was owned by 4,000 people, who possessed an average of 4,500 acres, around 1,850, in Ireland an average of 10,000 acres was owned by 1,000 people, which accounted for 50% of the land. On the other hand, farms were often tiny, having been divided almost infinitely before the famine. After the famine, as the population declined and rents fell into arrears, some landlords tried to consolidate these farms, in order to lease them to larger tenants. Unfortunately, these evictions of tenants violated the custom of Irish tenant right, according to which the tenant had security of tenure and could buy and sell an occupancy as though it were his own property. This custom was not recognized by the landlords, who were themselves mainly Protestant, English or Anglo-Irish, and absentees, and after 1867 the Irish Republican Brotherhood or Fenians organized a campaign of terrorism against the alien aristocracy. Gladstone introduced a bill to Parliament in 1870 which would provide compensation for evicted tenants and therefore recognized Irish tenant right implicitly. But this bill was sabotaged not by the Tories but by the Whig magnates of the upper house, many of whom were Irish landlords. This gave a major impulse to the consolidation of the movement in favor of Irish Home Rule. Mounting peasant unrest at the other end of Europe, indeed the fear of another revolt like that of Pugachev in 1774, was one pressing reason for the emancipation of the serfs in Russia under the law of February 19, 1861. Rumors that volunteers for the Crimean War would be freed on demobilization resulted in an increase in the number of disturbances that required military intervention from 86 in 1858 to 90 in 1859 and 108 in 1860. Russian peasants dreamed of the end of personal bondage, and of the dues paid to, or labor services performed for, their lords in return for the allotments they held. Many anticipated the abolition of all taxes, conscription, and government, that is, anarchy. There could therefore be no question of a landless emancipation of the serfs, as in the Baltic provinces earlier in the century, without provoking a civil war. On the other hand, the Tsarist regime could not afford to alienate the landowning official class on which its rule depended. It tried to steer a middle course, granting peasants their existing allotments, but also fixing statutory maximum and minimum allotments in each area, according to the fertility of the soil. There was of course a danger that the serf owners might confiscate land from the peasants, forcing all their holdings down to the minimum. As it happened, the minimum allotment for a peasant household should have been between 5 and 8 hectares per soul, but almost 3/4 of the peasantry received allotments of less than 4 hectares per soul. It was only in Russian Poland, where the gentry again compromised themselves by insurrection in 1863, that emancipation was used to favor the peasants against their masters. The peasant now had the property of his allotment, but the landlord had to be compensated for the loss of the dues or labor services that he had received when the peasant was a serf. There were two schools of thought on this among the Russian gentry, the different attitudes explained to a large extent by the agricultural geography of Russia. In northern Russia, as a general rule, the land was poor and overcrowded, and the non-resident landlords had long commuted labor services into dues paid in kind or money, obrok. Since they did not farm the land directly, these landlords were happy that the serfs should be granted generous allotments, on condition that the compensation for their lost dues would similarly be large. The attitude of the landlords of the Black Earth and steppe provinces of the south was rather different. They did farm their estates directly, growing wheat for the expanding export market, and could not afford to lose their cohorts of unpaid barshchina labor. For them, the redemption of forced labor services had no attractions, nor did they want to cede any of their valuable land to the peasantry. The law of February 1861 attempted to satisfy both schools. The state would compensate the landlord for his lost dues or services to the tune of 4/5 of the capital value of the allotments he was ceding. On the face of it, the landlord would receive a large capital sum with which to develop his estate, but his mortgage debt to state banks was deducted from the compensation, and much of the rest had a tendency to evaporate at the gambling table. In their turn, the peasants were to pay a fifth of the capital value of their allotments direct to the landlord, and the rest to the state over a period of 49 years. But two provisions of the law were calculated to appease the landlord entrepreneurs of the southern provinces, and perhaps explain the recurrence of peasant disturbances. For there were 844 outbreaks in 1862 and 509 in 1863. Peasants who decided on redemption were bound from February 1863 to temporary obligation, that is, they were obliged to provide their old dues and services until they had redeemed the value of their allotments. Those who wished to be free of all obligations at once, and the Barshkina labor of the South was particularly onerous, could opt to receive so-called beggars' holdings, which were only a quarter the size of the maximum allotment in the given locality, but carried no obligations. 500,000 peasants, or 5 to 6% of the total, in fact took this way out, and whereas the peasantry lost on average 4.1% of its old allotments to the former serf owner, it lost 23.3% of its allotments in the 16 Black Earth and Steppe provinces. Because of the inadequacy of these pocket-sized holdings for the maintenance of a peasant household, the peasants were driven back onto the estate of the large landowner in search of paid labor. One common view is that the emancipation of the serfs released a mass of free workers who would constitute the shock troops of Russia's industrial revolution. This view is mistaken. First, the peasant had acquired property in his old allotment and would not readily abandon it. Second, there was as yet no large-scale industrial sector which could provide employment for the rural surplus. Some Obrok serfs had traditionally undertaken artisan crafts in the local town, and this they would continue to do. Other peasants with inadequate holdings remained on the land but hired themselves out as laborers to richer peasants or ex-serf owners. Third, the government expressed a horror of the cancer of the proletariat, whatever specter it imagined by that term, and did not promote industrialization until the 1890s. Only 6% of the rural population migrated between 1870 and 1896. Fourth, now that the abolition of serf ownership had deprived the government of an excellent tool for coercing the peasantry into paying taxes and providing recruits, the government pressed the obshchina or peasant commune into providing the same services, including paying the taxes of any member who moved away. Not until their redemption payments had been completed would peasants be allowed to separate from the commune, and even then a two-thirds majority vote of the commune was necessary to approve it. Fifth, the retention of the commune, with its periodic reallocation of strips according to the needs of the households that composed it, placed limits on agricultural productivity and made difficult the support of a large non-agricultural population. On the other hand, it did mean that absolutely landless peasants were much rarer in Russia than in other Eastern European countries. Emancipation in fact did little in the short run to change the structure of Russian society. Its main achievement was to dash hopes and sharpen frustrations. Change was equally minimal in Romania, the former Danubian principalities which were united under the auspices of Napoleon III in 1859. The agrarian law of 1864 ended forced labor services and gave peasants the property of their allotments. But large landowners, the boyar aristocracy, retained 60% of the land while 30% of the peasants' plots were under 2 hectares in size. They could survive only by laboring on the large estates, and the lords, who had not the capital to pay them wages, allocated them parcels of land on a sharecropping basis. Thus the landlords retained their old labor services without the traditional obligations of a seigneur, while the peasants continued to do their corvée with very little to show in the way of land ownership. It was only in Bulgaria, which came into existence under the protection of Russia following the defeat of Turkey in 1878, that anything like a system of peasant proprietorship was created. For there the defeated Turkish feudatories could be expropriated for the benefit of the Bulgarian peasantry, whereas elsewhere the interest of the landed governing class had always to be respected. The accumulation of capital. In a series of enormous booms between 1851 and 1873, the capitalist economy went into overdrive. It could call on armies of rural outworkers and rivet them to the large-scale, mechanized system of production that had destroyed their independence. What remained of the guild system was swept away in the name of free enterprise, and repressive legislation choked the beginnings of the trade union movement. Further legislation authorized businesses to raise capital wherever they could find it, and at the same time offered protection to the private investor. Most important perhaps, there was a revolution in banking, which no longer restricted its lending to a charmed circle of kings and rich merchants, and became aware of the huge profits to be reaped in the promotion of railways and heavy industry. This second industrial revolution, based on railways, mining, and metallurgy, was distinguished from the first industrial revolution, based on textiles, by a hunger for capital, a demand for massive, long-term fixed investment that made the textile revolution look like promotion on a shoestring. Yet at the same time credit was becoming available. As a result of the gold rush to California in 1849 and to Australia in 1852-3, which incidentally trebled the population of that country, it has been said that between 1850 and 1870 more gold was brought into the markets of the commercial world than the mines of New Spain combined had furnished since the days of Cortes and Pizarro. 1. The amount of gold coinage issued annually in Britain, France, and the USA increased nearly sixfold in the early 1850s, and the amount of paper money securely backed by gold also multiplied. This made possible the adoption of the gold standard by most countries, and the formation of monetary unions, such as the Austro-German Union of 1857-66, the Latin Monetary Union of 1865, joined by Austria in 1867, and the Scandinavian Monetary Union of 1875. These created virtually fixed rates of exchange and greatly facilitated international trade and investment. To cope with this sudden change, the banking world was obliged to revise its ideas drastically. The view at one time put forward was that the old bank was in this period entirely surpassed by the so-called new bank. That is to say that the private banks of well-established Protestant or Jewish families like the Rothschilds, merchant banks which accumulated most of their capital from trade and either lent short-term commercial credit to known clients or raised funds for indebted governments, were overtaken by a completely different sort of bank, the most famous of which was the Credit Mobilier of the brothers Parier. These banks, constituted as joint stock companies, were able to raise large amounts of capital from middle-class investors who sought high profits and were prepared to risk it in the financing of industrial enterprises. In fact, the distinction between old and new banks was not so clear-cut, and the old banks were quite capable of adjusting to new circumstances. For example, James de Rothschild had provided backing for the Pariers in the promotion of early French railways after 1835, while the Cologne banker, Abraham Oppenheim, was the financial power behind the Rhenish Railway in the same period. The launching of the Credit Mobilier would not have been possible had not the private bank of Fald and Fald Oppenheim provided a large part of the initial share capital, and Oppenheim was again a major backer of Gustav Mevison's Bank for Handel und Industries authorized at Darmstadt, much to the fury of the bankers of Frankfurt, in 1853. There was indeed a famous struggle between the Pariers and the Rothschilds, symbolizing the rivalry between old and new. But this would not have happened if their spheres of interest had sharply contrasted. On the contrary, the Pariers' Credit Mobilier was as interested in negotiating government loans as Napoleon III was anxious to break the stranglehold of the Rothschilds on the treasury. And when the Pariers seduced the Austrian government in 1854 into hiving off the Austrian state railways to them for completion, the Rothschilds replied the following year with their own joint stock bank, the Kreditanstalt für Handel und Gewerbe, which secured the right to build a railway to Lombardy and Venetia. Moreover, it was the Rothschilds who came best out of the crisis of 1857, and fended off the Pariers' challenge for the Vienna, Trieste line, the famous Sudbahn, and for the Paris, Lyons, Marseilles and Lyons, Geneva lines. The old bank had put together a formidable empire. The initial boom of 1851-7 demonstrated that capital could be raised easily in the Paris and London markets, but only with great difficulty elsewhere, especially in southern and eastern Europe. This was either because capital formation was minimal, or because investments inclined towards government bonds or land, a conservatism that was encouraged by native banking institutions. One danger was therefore that development would take place with foreign capital, French, British, or Belgian, and that joint stock companies set up would be entirely in the hands of foreign directors. Prussia managed to escape this fate of financial colonization because, although the government undertook some privatization of the railways in 1859-66, German capital supplies were building up and the state required a majority of German citizens on boards of directors. At the same time, supreme efforts were made by banks like the Darmstädter to break the grip of foreign capitalists in the exploitation of the coal industry of the Ruhr. Elsewhere, development was the achievement of foreign capital. The Genoa, Turin Line and Mont Cenis Tunnel were built for Piedmont by French capital. Spain was colonized after 1856 by the Pariers and Rothschilds, who competed to build railways, and by French and British companies like Rio Tinto, which were eager to plunder Spanish lead and copper. In 1856, after the end of the Crimean War, an international consortium, including Barings of London, Hope of Amsterdam, Mendelssohn of Berlin, Fuld and Fuld Oppenheim, and the Pariers undertook to begin railway building in Russia. Whether the bank was old or new, its main concern in the 1850s was the promotion of railways. Since the interest on shares was usually guaranteed by governments and the rate of return was high, no other investment was so popular. Manufacturing industry remained largely self-financing, and the isolation of industry was reinforced by the crash in 1857. Banks became more cautious. The Kreditanstalt in Vienna went back to negotiating government bonds, and even German banks such as the Darmstädter and the Diskontogesellschaft, organized by David Hansemann and the Berlin banker Gerson Bleichroeder in 1856, found a new role lending money to the Prussian government for its army reforms. Confidence returned with the 1860s and the German banks now effectively displaced foreign capitalists in Rhineland-Westphalia. Legislation in Britain in 1855 and 1862 and in France in 1863 and 1867 finally established the principle of limited liability, enabling joint stock banks and businesses to raise the maximum capital while affording security for their investors. New banks such as the General Credit and Financial Company were set up in London to assist industry, public works, and international trade, while in France the Credit Lyonnais was set up in 1863 by Henry Germain, founder and administrator of the Metallurgical Company of Châtillon-Commentry, in order to modernize the iron industry. Yet even in the 1860s, the courtship between banking and industry was prone to upsets. The Credit Lyonnais lost heavily by investing in a dye works that failed and, now that the railway mania was over, turned, along with most French banks, to financing the rebuilding of Paris. Much later Henry Germain was to tell his shareholders that even the best conceived, most wisely administered industrial enterprises involve risks that we consider incompatible with the security indispensable in the employment of funds of a deposit bank. Point 2 Real estate was an even safer investment than railways, as the cases of Spain and Russia were to demonstrate. For railways required traffic and traffic required industry and commerce. In the 1840s George Stephenson reported after a visit to Spain to survey prospects for railway building, "I have been a month in the country, but have not seen during the whole of that time enough people of the right sort to fill a single train." Point 3 No wonder that after a decade of speculation Spanish railway shares lost their value, and their collapse in 1864 brought down the whole banking system, which in Spain was pinned on the railways. In Russia, too, the railway shares floated on the Paris market lost value and the government, after several years of topping interest payments up to the guaranteed level, bought out the shareholders in 1867. Where the foreign capitalists could make no profit, the choice was between backwardness and state intervention. It was not until the boom of 1867-73 that the marriage between banking and industry was properly consummated. A law of June 1870 in United Germany abolished the need for joint stock companies to request authorization, and new banks such as the Deutsche Bank, promoted by the industrialist George von Siemens in 1870, and the Dresdner Bank of 1872, became involved in selling the industrial shares of the Rhineland and Saxony on the Berlin money markets and the financing of industrial exports to all parts of the world. Unfortunately, many of the companies issuing shares during the boom existed only on paper, and a crisis of confidence and a rush to sell provoked a run on the Vienna market in May 1873. Those banks that survived, often by absorbing smaller ones, returned to the familiar task of selling government stock, whether that of France, which was obliged to pay an indemnity to Germany after its defeat in 1870, of the Spanish monarchy, restored in 1875, of the Russian government, or of new borrowers such as Turkey and Egypt, where the Oriental Railway and the Suez Canal seemed to promise an era of prosperity. Unfortunately, lending to governments could be every bit as risky as investing in industry. Revolt in the Balkans provoked panic among Turkish bondholders, and the government at Constantinople went bankrupt in October 1875. A few weeks later the Egyptian government, in difficulty, tried to sell off its shares in the Suez Canal, and it was Disraeli's lightning move to buy them that committed Britain to a new phase of official rather than unofficial imperialism. The dependence of industry on larger and larger amounts of capital clearly had some effect on the structure of entrepreneurship. Shareholders pressed for more involvement in the management of business, and this was provided for under the legislation on joint stock companies. The annual general meeting of shareholders could verify the firm's accounts and, when there were vacancies on the board, nominate directors. The industrialists themselves were torn two ways. For while a joint stock organization would permit them to raise large amounts of capital, a loss of independence to shareholders or banks was much to be regretted. In Prussia, joint stock companies were rare until the law of 1870, but even when legislation permitted, industrialists did not rush to incorporate themselves. In France, 307 joint stock companies were authorized between 1848 and 1867, but only 338 new ones were set up in the first 5 years after the law of 1867. In Britain, as late as 1885, only 5 or 10% of the most important business organizations were joint stock companies. Railways, shipping, the iron and steel industries, and utilities alone were predominantly organized on a joint stock basis, because their capital demands were so high. One way out of the dilemma was the commandite company or private company. This constitution permitted partners to draw on outside capital, but retained full liability for debts and full direction in the hands of the original partners or family firm. It was the usual formula practiced by German banks, was adopted by the French iron master, Schneider, at Le Creuset, and was popular in Great Britain. In both joint stock and private companies there was the beginning of a separation of ownership and management. Whereas the early entrepreneurs had been both owners and managers, there might now be a distinction between the shareholders and board of directors on the one hand, and the directors of individual plants on the other. These posts were increasingly filled by a new class of managers, trained in France to a large extent at such grandes écoles as Centrale, Ponts et Chaussées, Polytechnique, and the École des Mines, but recruited in Britain from similar industries or increasingly, as in the case of railway managers, from within the industry itself. There was a risk that directorships would become hereditary fiefs within the founding family and that managers would never acquire influence in the firm, but the evidence for Britain after 1870 and for France after 1880 is that increasingly top managers were promoted to boards of directors. Nevertheless, even in 1880 the vast majority of businesses in Europe were still based on the simple partnership or family firm, never approaching the banks or stock markets but relying on self-financing. Owners were the same as managers, and the founder remained an all-powerful patriarchal figure. This might be the case even in rapidly growing businesses like that of Werner Siemens, established in Berlin in 1847 to manufacture cables and telegraph systems. Branches were opened in London and New York in the early 1850s, but these were run by his brothers, and managers were likewise recruited within the family. For Siemens, strange managers who messed up his plans would have been as abhorrent as strange shareholders who tried to influence them. Finally, the terms on which labor was available were favorable to the capitalist in this period. Between the abolition of the guilds and the effective organization of trade unions, industrialists were able to hire and fire workers more or less in accordance with market forces. An attempt had been made in 1849 to protect artisans by reintroducing the guild system in Prussia, but entrepreneurs were able to call upon urban craftsmen who had been undercut by large-scale production, on journeymen who were unable to gain satisfaction from their masters, on peasant weavers or nail makers who could not survive on their plots of land once their trade had become mechanized in neighboring factories, and on the rural surplus obliged to migrate to industrial regions in search of work. The German Association of Handicraftsmen put up a last-ditch stand, meeting at Weimar in 1862, at Frankfurt in 1863, and at Cologne in 1864, in a bid to enforce monopolies of their crafts, but they were beset by divisions and the Prussian government was under the influence of the laissez-faire school. In 1869 Gewerbefreiheit or free enterprise was proclaimed throughout the North German Confederation, and relations between employer and employee were clarified as those of free contact. What made possible the displacement of the skilled artisan by the semi-skilled worker was mechanization, and mechanization was necessary to step up productivity for wider markets. Mechanization in turn meant more capital investment, and capital-intensive industries required the presence of workers all the year round. Thus the coal and iron region of Saint-Étienne saw migrant workers settling permanently, lone male workers joined by their families, and the development after 1860 of a working-class culture based on the café. What the working classes required to fight for a shorter working day, to fight against mechanization, to control the supply of labor when the market was rising, in order to gain higher wages, and to resist wage cuts and layoffs in periods of depression, was organization. But effective organization was what they lacked. The ancient associations of tramping artisans, called compagnonnages in France, which provided funds for sickness, festivities on patronal days, and even, in the case of the carpenters of Paris in 1845, could organize a successful strike, were falling into disuse. Friendly societies like the Oddfellows, which had 500,000 members in the north of England in 1875, spread rapidly among the working classes of Britain, and similar mutual aid societies flourished in Belgium, France, Italy, and Germany. Their task, however, was essentially to ensure against sickness, which brought unemployment, against the cost of a funeral, and often to provide some form of education. Many of these workers' organizations were actually sponsored by the liberal middle classes, who looked to impose bourgeois values of hard work, education, and thrift in the interests of class harmony. From the mid-1860s, however, workers' organizations increasingly broke away from bourgeois patronage, articulating specific class interests. While liberal governments serving the interests of the bourgeoisie were keen at this point to invoke legislation against strikes and picketing, authoritarian governments took the view that to allow the working classes to form trade unions in defense of better wages and conditions would drive a wedge between them and radical, Republican, or socialist agitators who were seeking their support. Restrictions on trade unions and strikes were therefore relaxed in Saxony in 1861, Prussia in 1863, and the North German Confederation in 1869. In France, the Second Empire permitted combinations for strikes in 1864, although the right to work was protected against picketing, and accorded de facto recognition to trade unions in 1868. In Britain, where trade unions had been legal since 1824, it was the Liberal government of Gladstone that outlawed picketing in 1871 and Disraeli's Tory government that in 1875 removed trade unions from the accusation of criminal conspiracy and legalized peaceful picketing. Even so, where trade unions did form, they represented only a fraction of the industrial working class, elite groups of metalworkers, shipbuilders, boiler makers, miners, building workers, printers, shoemakers, and spinners. The Trades Union Congress claimed to represent 1.2 million British workers in 1874, but only 2 or 3% of the German labor force was unionized by 1875, and that included self-employed masters who organized alongside journeymen and skilled factory workers. Moreover, they could operate successfully only when the demand for labor exceeded its supply. Once depression set in during the mid-1870s, not even the skilled workers were in a position to fight back. Bourgeois dynasties. By the middle decades of the 19th century, the days of the self-made man were numbered. The commercial and industrial bourgeoisie consolidated its position, becoming less open to new blood from below, and more secure against the risk of fallout from its own ranks. There was one exception to this rule. The Jews of Central Europe, who had hitherto been characterized either as court bankers or poor artisans and peddlers, experienced a phenomenal embourgeoisement, moving into commerce, credit and, when legal restrictions were removed, the professions. Thus in the United Germany of 1871, 80% of the Jewish population could be described as bourgeois. The key to the success of the commercial and industrial bourgeoisie was the family firm. Whereas the nobility could bring new skills and resources into the family only by inheritance or marriage, this was achieved in the bourgeoisie by means of the partnership. Of course, the partnership was often cemented by marriage, as sisters married their brothers' partners, or sisters' husbands were brought into the partnership after marriage. Exceptionally, successful businessmen married their daughters into the aristocracy, as did Schneider of Le Creuset and the Rouen cotton magnate Poirier Courtier. But as a general rule, the family served the firm, and in turn the firm served the family. Industrialists came to look on the business as a patrimony, an estate on which to found and perpetuate their dynasty. From my early life, wrote Werner Siemens in 1881, I was enthusiastic about founding a worldwide business à la Fugger, which would give power and reputation not only to me but also to my descendants, and which would provide the means to raise my brothers and sisters and other near relatives to higher standards of life. 4. Whereas in the early part of the Industrial Revolution, women had often been involved in the firm, keeping accounts, or supervising workers, in the mid-19th century a division of labor was established, with the patriarchal businessman running the firm, and his wife running the household. It was a mark of a successful business and model family that the husband concerned himself with production, the wife with reproduction, education, and consumption. By 1840 in Germany the ideal of the Hausmutter, who was part of the domestic economy, was replaced by that of the Hausfrau, who was a consumer. The bourgeois family no longer lived next to the factory, but in a tall bourgeois residence, with lavish, draped interiors, surrounded by a large garden or park. The bourgeois father oversaw the household budget, disciplined the children, and molded his wife. The bourgeois mother supervised the servants, educated the children, kept her hands busy with embroidery and needlework, wrote letters, visited and received lady friends in the afternoons, and organized receptions. She also attended church, sent her daughters to convent schools, and undertook charitable work, for the church legitimated the patriarchal family and provided the means for her to work in the wider community, counterbalancing the ravages of capitalism. In order to succeed economically, the bourgeoisie had to create an environment in which capital could be accumulated, safe from the social threats posed by urbanization, industrialization, and radicalism. The tactics of aristocratic-run governments, which fostered the divisive rule of party, and which responded to popular outbursts by means of repression, lacked coherence and foresight as far as the bourgeoisie were concerned. They were also aware that cutthroat competition, though in the nature of capitalism, had to be balanced by the integration of the bourgeoisie as a class, to strengthen their hand in dealing both with governments and the urban masses. Given the breakdown of corporations and guilds, and the divisiveness of politics and religion, the vehicle of this integration was the voluntary association in which talk of politics and religion was banned. These took various forms, from literary and scientific societies, which proclaimed the virtues of useful as well as disinterested knowledge, to leisure associations, whether gentlemen's clubs on the English model or gymnastic, shooting, and music societies on the German model, and societies to improve the lot of the working classes through savings schemes, education, and temperance. Some powerful employers provided such services through the firm, practicing an industrial feudalism to recreate a community of happy workers and reflecting the paternalism that agrarian landlords were said once to have shown to their peasants. Thus entrepreneurs such as Titus Salt at Bradford and Alfred Krupp at Essen provided canteens, bathhouses, terraced cottages, evening classes, chapels, allotments, and even holidays for their workers. Voluntary associations run by middle-class men concentrated on civilizing the male working class, while those run by their wives cared for single mothers, working mothers, and children. Though the grip of the middle classes on central government was still limited, they were increasingly active in municipal government. Limited municipal self-government was practiced in Prussia after 1808 and copied by Russia in 1870, and the adoption of tax-weighted franchises in the towns and cities clearly favored the bourgeoisie. Control of municipal government enabled the middle classes greatly to improve the urban environment in the middle years of the century by the provision of monumental public buildings, wide, clean, and well-lit streets, squares, and green spaces, clean water supplies, and state-of-the-art sewerage. Attempts to integrate the middle class were, of course, only partially successful. The middle classes might be defined as all those in between the idle rich and the dependent poor, those who were independent economically by dint of property or education. By bourgeoisie the French tended to mean an upper middle class of industrialists, merchants, bankers, professional men, and higher civil servants, separate from the petite bourgeoisie of artisans, shopkeepers, school teachers, lower civil servants, and white-collar workers. In Britain there was still a strong contrast between the city and northern industrialists. The financial and commercial bourgeoisie was generally richer than the industrialists, providing 16 of the 147 millionaires in Britain between 1858 and 1879, while the industrialists provided 13, and the landowners 117. Moreover, the bankers and merchants were closer to the aristocracy in lifestyle. In Germany the Bildungsbürgertum or university-educated bureaucratic and professional middle class still looked down on the Wirtschaftsbürgertum or commercial and industrial bourgeoisie, although the latter, having closed the gap of wealth, were steadily closing that of status as well. The rising status of the commercial and industrial bourgeoisie may be explained by a number of factors. One was the powerful economic spurt of the period 1851 to 73 and the cult of economic growth. In France a rival ideology to that of the classically trained, leisured elite was provided by Saint-Simonism, preached by such gurus as Michel Chevalier, professor of political economy at the Collège de France between 1840 and 1879. According to this thinking, producers were more virtuous than the idle, society should be organized according to capacity not birth, and cooperation in the industrial process would ensure social harmony. The ingenieur, understood in the wider sense of the technocrat, was honored. In 1880 a dictionary of professions described him as the king of the epoch. A second factor was the development of scientific and technical education to confer coveted academic qualifications on the captains of industry. Here, Great Britain fell some way behind. Physics and chemistry laboratories were set up at Oxford and Cambridge in the 1870s, and the experimental sciences became an integral part of the new universities of Manchester, Birmingham, and Leeds. But university science was never properly divorced from liberal education. Engineering was not taught outside the universities in a distinct hierarchy of technical schools, and the British engineer remained a man who had risen from the ranks and gained experience on the job. The pattern was entirely different in countries such as France, Germany, Switzerland, and even Russia. Faced with the problem of catching up in the industrial race, their governments sponsored scientific and technical education, which had direct relevance for industry. The University of Gießen turned out chemists who revolutionized the German chemical industry in the mid-1860s. The French Grandes Écoles provided the model for technical schools training engineers outside the universities, such as the Technische Hochschulen of Zurich, 1855, and Berlin, 1879, or the Technological Institute of St. Petersburg, 1862. Finally, the process of professionalization, by which professions established their own standards and conditions of entry, spread from the old liberal professions to the newer managerial professions. An association of German attorneys and a general German teachers' association were set up in 1848. Both were abolished after the Revolution and did not reappear until 1871. But an association of German engineers was authorized in 1856, made up of entrepreneurs and technical directors as well as of engineers, which campaigned among other things to achieve full parity of Technische Hochschulen with the established universities. Despite the high status of the educated class in Germany, it always remained on a lower rung than the nobility. And the powerful position that the nobility occupied in the bureaucracy and army would have to be broken in many countries before the middle class could proclaim its triumph. The nobilities of the Italian states, except Piedmont, were broken by the process of unification, and the new state was run by a bourgeois political class of lawyers, civil servants, and landowners. In France, the destruction of two monarchies also served to weaken the grip of the nobility on office. The proportion of nobles among the French prefects declined from 53% in 1852 to 36% in 1870, and 3/5 of these were of the imperial nobility of Napoleon I. In the French army, the proportion of sub-lieutenants belonging to the nobility fell from 27% in 1825 to 5% in 1840, not because of the internal exile of the Legitimists after 1830 but because of the abolition of privileges of promotion accorded to the nobility. However, noble privilege was replaced by military and bureaucratic dynasticism. Of the entrants to the military school of St. Cyr in 1865, 50% were sons of military men, 18% sons of civil administrators. England was a far less bureaucratic society, which tended to make it more aristocratic. The counties were supervised by the Lord Lieutenants, who were invariably peers, and until the 1880s by the magistrates of the quarter sessions. As late as 1887, the gentry composed 81% of the county magistracy, the clergy 6% and peers Oregon their heirs 7%. The development of poor law boards, sanitary boards, and school boards, together with the appointment of government inspectors, tended to favor the middle classes more, but appointment to central government departments by ministers and the purchase of army commissions tended to favor the aristocracy. It was the setbacks of the Crimean War, when foolhardy decisions were seen to be the fault of upper-class nincompoops, that provoked a movement for administrative reform. One of its leaders moved in the House of Commons in June 1855 that this House is of the opinion that the manner in which merit and efficiency have been sacrificed in public appointments to party and family influence, and to a blind adherence to routine, has given rise to great misfortunes and threatens to bring discredit upon the national character and to involve the country in grave disasters. 5 As a result, a government commission of inquiry was set up, but it was not until Gladstone came to power that recruitment to the civil service by open competition was established, 1870, and the purchase of army commissions was abolished, 1871. Moreover, far from the floodgates being open to social climbers, the examination system ensured that the civil service was dominated by a mandarinate educated at Oxford and Cambridge, while the paltry pay of army officers restricted the career in practice to those with private incomes. But while England had nobles, it did not have a nobility. Legally, the son of a duke or marquis could be only a commoner. In this respect it differed from Germany and Austria, where the nobility formed a caste. In those countries, moreover, unlike Russia or France, noble pedigree was of far more importance than official rank, so that a prime minister in Austria, if he were not of sufficient lineage, might be excluded from certain ceremonies of state. In the event, such a situation rarely arose, because of the near monopoly of offices of state and military commands held by the aristocracy. Between 1818 and 1871, 73% of Prussian cabinet ministers were noble, as was 65% of the officer corps in 1861, when William I became king. The noble ascendancy was less in other German states, such as Bavaria, but it was precisely this concentration of power in the hands of the nobility in Germany and Austria, the persistence of feudalism, the exclusion of the moneyed bourgeoisie and Gebildeten from political influence, that made tensions within the elite more acute than in England and France in the second half of the 19th century. 7. Nationalism and unification. Reaction, the 1850s. The tide was flowing strongly against revolution in the 1850s. The period between 1848 and 1855 has been described as the darkest hour in the night of Russian obscurantism in the 19th century. One constitutional and representative government had never existed in Russia. In the Habsburg monarchy it came to an end. The Kingdom of Sardinia, which had challenged the imperialism of Austria in Italy, together with countries such as Great Britain, Spain, Belgium, and the Netherlands, which had escaped relatively lightly from the violence of 1848, retained their constitutions and parliaments. Here were oligarchies which, by various combinations and coalitions in parliament, managed to navigate a difficult passage between revolution and reaction. It was only in France that there was a new political departure in this period, for the parliamentary notables were displaced by the President of the Republic, who resorted to a coup d'état and established a regime that was both authoritarian and based on wide popular support. In the Habsburg monarchy, the Constitution of March 4, 1849, which had been proclaimed by the government, not devised by an assembly, was never properly implemented before it was suspended on the last day of 1851. Martial law was in force in Vienna and Prague until September 1853, and in most other parts of the monarchy until the marriage of the Emperor Francis Joseph in May 1854. The Minister of the Interior, Bach, eliminated all the forms of representative government, from communal assemblies up to landtage, that had been envisaged by his predecessor in the spring of 1849. After 1851 the Reichsrat or Imperial Council was a purely advisory body of elder statesmen. Peace was made between the imperial government and the Catholic Church. It was now understood that the Church could serve as the spiritual ally of the state in the struggle against revolution, and so by imperial prescripts of April 1850 and the Concordat of 1855, the anti-clerical policies of Joseph II were reversed. Roman Catholicism was declared the state religion, and at the same time the Church was given greater independence from the state. In the monarchy as a whole, the system of bureaucratic centralization was organized so that the great majority of officials in all parts of the monarchy would be German-speaking. Lombardy, Venetia and Hungary, which had dared to rise in revolt against Vienna, were accorded no quarter but subjected from October 1849 to the rule of military governors. The Hungarian gentry were also punished ruthlessly, and deprived completely of the county assemblies and courts which had always been their arena. Radical elements around Mazzini and Kossuth, who had fled for his life into Ottoman territory only to be imprisoned by the Turks until 1851, formed secret societies and prepared for active resistance. But the insurrection staged by Mazzini in Milan on February 6, 1853 was a fiasco, and the Austrian authorities now tracked down the Magyar conspirators to Transylvania and executed 25 leaders. Prussia, like Austria, was subjected to a period of martial law in 1849. After a Berlin jury acquitted a leading Democrat in December 1849, administrative justice was extended. The Berlin police chief became, in effect, the Prussian Minister of Police. A constitution was proclaimed by the government on January 31, 1850, but it was of an entirely authoritarian nature, ministers being responsible to the king alone. For the chief minister, Otto von Manteuffel, state power, not aristocratic influence, was the strength of the Prussian monarchy, and if representative institutions were to be permitted to survive, they must be bent firmly to the will of the government. The patrimonial jurisdictions of the Junkers were finally abolished. Because many officials, especially young jurists, had sympathized with the revolution. The bureaucracy and judiciary were subjected to a political purge, and files on the conduct of public employees were reinstated. At the same time, the bureaucracy was mobilized to supervise elections, and reliable officials were encouraged to put themselves forward as candidates. As a result, the Assembly of 1855 was nicknamed the Landratskammer, dominated as it was by those eyes and ears of the government in the locality, the district presidents. Although the King of Prussia had taken the leading role in suppressing the 1848 revolution in Germany, and was keen to reform the German Confederation in order to win more influence in it, the Austrian minister-president Schwarzenberg was able to secure the support of the major German states at the Dresden Conference of May 1851 for renewing the old-style confederation under Austrian leadership. A so-called reaction committee was set up to monitor signs of revolution and support reactionary measures. A number of German states were encouraged to go down this road. In Hesse-Darmstadt, the chief minister, Baron von Dalwick, restored many of the privileges of the Roman Catholic Church in an agreement of 1856 with the influential Archbishop of Mainz, Wilhelm von Ketteler, and ensured that the Hessian nobility were entrenched in the upper house of the assembly. In Hanover, the nobility, whose preeminence in the upper house and in the provincial estates had been undermined as the result of reforms in 1848, obtained their revenge in 1855 with the support of the blind, fanatical, and autocratic King George V. Not by accident was Hanover the birthplace in 1859 of the Nationalverein, which dreamed of a united, liberal German state in which there would be no room for reactionary kings and nobles. Everywhere constitutional rule was under threat. In Sardinia-Piedmont, the constitution remained intact, and that was the liberal constitution of March 1848. But this was no thanks to the young king, Victor Emmanuel, whose father had abdicated after being defeated a second time by the Austrians. Autocratic by temperament, surrounded by the military men of the royal household, detesting the assembly which had fallen into the hands of a democratic canaille, he wanted nothing better than a coup d'état against the constitution. However, Victor Emmanuel needed the support of liberal powers against Austria, and Camillo de Cavour, prime minister after 1852, needed parliament as a power base to use against the king. Cavour's parliamentary system excluded from power both the Democrats and those clerical and aristocratic elements that looked to Austria and the papacy to underpin their position. It was a connubio or marriage of his own centre-right with the centre-left of Urbano Ratazzi, which was held together by a policy of anti-clericalism, including the dissolution of monasteries. There was a clerical reaction which made itself felt in the elections of 1857, but Cavour was cavalier with the parliamentary system when it suited him, and many of the right seats were invalidated on the grounds that the pulpit and confessional had been used for electoral purposes. At the outbreak of war with Austria in April 1859, Cavour extracted from Parliament authority for the king, and himself, to rule dictatorially for a year. The annexation of Savoy by France, foisted on Parliament in the spring of 1860, got rid of the most clerical and conservative part of the country. The stability of Cavour's parliamentary majority was secured by manipulating a tiny electorate. As Minister of Interior as well as Foreign Minister, Cavour could rely on provincial intendants to support government candidates by fair means and foul. The pattern in Spain was very similar. The moderate oligarchy of rich landowners, merchants, civil servants, and magistrates returned to power in 1844 and changed the constitution the following year. The franchise was restricted to substantial property owners and the administration centralized so that provincial military governors could manage the elections. In the last resort, the power of the oligarchy rested on the army of General Narvaez, Duke of Valencia and chief minister between 1844 and 1851. In a society so divided between the propertied elite and the impoverished mass, constitutional opposition was very difficult. The progressives were anxious to remain a respectable alternative. The Democrats, who broke away from them in the 1840s, flirted with republicanism, crusaded for federalism, and denounced conscription and the excise, which weighed on the masses. but they were lawyers, academics, and rentiers who had very little support among the urban, let alone the agrarian, poor, and relied on the ill-paid NCOs and junior officers in the army for political clout. There was thus number 1848 revolution in Spain. That did not, however, remove the fear of revolution or prevent political use of it. The headstrong Queen Isabella and court Camarilla were eager to revert to absolute government, impressed by the example set in France by Louis Napoleon. Narvaez was therefore dismissed from office, a concordat was concluded with the Catholic Church, 1851, and the Cortes was dissolved in December 1852. Plans were elaborated to replace them by a small advisory assembly of appointed notables. The moderate oligarchy resisted these moves, and it was on their behalf that General Leopoldo O'Donnell mounted a coup against the court in June 1854. He was sent into exile. Revolution was now the only means of stopping the court. Insurrectionary juntas sprang up in Barcelona and other provincial centers. However, it was not the Democrats who profited but rather the progressives, who turned to their own general, Espartero. The popular movement was brought under control and elections to a constituent assembly, held under the wider franchise of 1837, gave almost total control to the progressives. But as in the 1830s, the principles of these ambitious professional men, intellectuals, and landowners were only a cover for greed. They were concerned less with drawing up a constitution than with selling off the property of the secular clergy and the common land of the municipalities. They introduced foreign bankers and railway builders to conjure prosperity out of arid soil. Opposition built up among the poor, Carlist counter-revolutionaries launched hostilities, and the moderate oligarchs looked to O'Donnell to restore order. The Constituent Assembly was dissolved in September 1856 and the moderates restored their own constitution of 1845. The parliamentary system that prevailed between 1858 and 1863, under the auspices of O'Donnell, was a coalition of moderates and those progressives who might be enticed by the spoils of office. The stability of this liberal union was ensured by the Ministry of the Interior, which provided patronage by means of which the caciques, or local bigwigs who had established powerful positions as a result of the land sales of the last 20 years, could build up a network of loyal dependents and ensure, at elections, the return of deputies who would support the government. It was a preview of the way in which Spain would be run after the restoration of 1874. Great Britain had neither the centralized administration nor, except in the dockyards, the volume of government patronage to influence elections in this way. But the landed gentry dominated the county magistracy, and between the First and Second Reform Acts, as Bagehot observed, the whole structure of British government rested on the deference of the lower orders to the ruling class of landowners, to whom might be added the large employers of labor in the industrial towns. Just as Piedmont and Spain were governed by parliamentary coalitions drawn from the landed oligarchy and avoiding the extremes of reaction and revolution, so also was Britain. The repeal of the Corn Laws split the Conservatives into Free Trade Peelites, though Peel died in 1850, and die-hard protectionists under Lord Derby and Disraeli. The Whig Liberals returned to office under Lord John Russell, 1846–52, then formed a coalition with the Peelites, with the Peelite duo Lord Aberdeen as Prime Minister and Gladstone as Chancellor of the Exchequer, 1852–5. Gladstone's free trade budget of 1853 imposed income tax on the middle classes instead of customs, as a disincentive to militarism. Unfortunately, it doubled during the Crimean War and the Peelites resigned from the coalition, 1855, leaving the Whig Liberals in power under Lord Palmerston. Reinforced by the elections of 1857, the Whig Liberals renewed the coalition with the Peelites, and in 1859, drawing in a number of radicals too, formed the Liberal Party. Belgium and the Netherlands had not been greatly threatened by Democrats in 1848, for constitutional reforms had been brought in by the doctrinaire liberals. Likewise, conservatism had nothing to bite on, for there was no royalism, feudalism, or clericalism in the Netherlands, and only Roman Catholicism in Belgium. So, when the liberals were excluded from power in 1852 and 1853, they were replaced by moderate liberals, who were as opposed to Catholicism as to radicalism, and represented in the case of the Netherlands the old regent oligarchy of Amsterdam bankers and traders. In France, the parliamentary oligarchy was not destined to have things its own way. The Legislative Assembly, elected in May 1849, was dominated by conservatives and royalists, who were terrified by the resurgence of the socialist democrats, the Montaigne. To stifle revolution they reduced the electorate, tightened censorship, and handed over the education system to the Catholic Church. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, elected President of the Republic by universal suffrage in December 1848, was threatened by a plot in the Assembly to secure the election as President in 1852 of the Orleanist Prince de Joinville, who would pave the way to royalist restoration. The only way to confound the conspiracy, in his eyes, was to change the constitution in order to secure the right to stand for a second term of office. In addition, he wanted to restore universal suffrage, the authentic voice of the people, to submerge political faction in a national consensus. Having failed to obtain the 3/4 majority in the assembly required for constitutional revision, he turned to the army and mounted a coup d'état against the assembly on the night of 1–2 December 1851. Royalist and Republican leaders were arrested, but resistance to the coup was half-hearted because Napoleon immediately restored universal suffrage and was seen to have dealt a sharp blow to oligarchy. There was less popular opposition in Paris than in rural central and southern France. It was put down ruthlessly and insurgents were deported to Guyana or Algeria, but a plebiscite on the heads of the new constitution held on December 20, 1851 was ratified by 7.5 million yes votes to 640,000 no votes and 1.5 million abstentions. The seizure of power was therefore legitimized by an appel au peuple, although the claims of the monarchy had still to be dispelled. The family property of the Orleanist dynasty was confiscated, and in November 1852 another plebiscite conferred the title of emperor on Napoleon, and made the title hereditary within his family. The regime of Napoleon III was anti-parliamentary and authoritarian, but above all Bonapartist. Since France has carried on for 50 years only by virtue of the administrative, military, judicial, religious, and financial organization of the consulate and empire, asked Napoleon, why should she not also adopt the political institutions of that period? Those institutions included a head of state who was also head of government, his own prime minister, and responsible before the people alone. Ministers were appointed and dismissed by the emperor, and were answerable to him, not to Parliament, where they had no seats. They had no collective responsibility, which was feared would present a daily obstacle to the individual initiative of the head of state. Laws were drawn up by a council of state of trained jurists, and voted by the lower house, the legislative body, but the legislative body could not present its own bills, or question ministers, or publish its debates. The Senate was not a chamber of peers, as the upper house of the July monarchy had been. It was composed of marshals, admirals, cardinals, and government nominees, including famous scientists, who heard petitions, acted as guardians of the Constitution, and might interpret it by means of the Senatus Consultum. The other side of the authoritarian regime was its popular basis in universal suffrage. This was called upon not only to ratify changes in the Constitution, by the plebiscite, as under Napoleon I, but also at legislative elections, as in 1848–9. A favorable view is that the Second Empire undertook the political apprenticeship of the French masses, a more cynical view that Louis Napoleon realized that the popular vote, which was above all rural, would not play into the hands of Republican extremists. Both contain some of the truth. A large proportion of the French people was instinctively hostile to all notables, whether royalist or Republican, as they had demonstrated in December 1848, and universal suffrage mobilized for the empire the support of those beneath the political class. On the other hand, there was no organized Bonapartist party, and the government could not rely on the natural governing class of France, which was Orleanist. It developed a system of official candidates, who were selected from men enjoying public esteem, concerned more with the interests of the country than with the strife of parties, sympathetic towards the suffering of the laboring classes. 3 These were actively supported by prefects armed with government patronage, and police powers to suspend newspapers, and close the cafes and bars where the opposition held their meetings. The elections of March 1852 returned a very docile chamber, in which a quarter of the deputies were industrialists, non-political animals who were indebted to the government for the restoration of order and currently on the wave of an economic boom. Marx's portrait of a regime founded on bayonets and peasant ignorance is a caricature, but the opposition of the traditional elites to Napoleon III had to be answered by strengthening the executive. The Crimean War of 1854-6 may be seen as another episode of the perennial Eastern question. Russia again declared war on the Ottoman Empire, and Great Britain again maneuvered to preserve the integrity of that empire, as a buffer against Russian expansion. But there were also differences in the scenario. Great Britain was allied to France, and it was France that made the running for intervention, its aims as inscrutable as they were ambitious. The Balkan interests of the Habsburg monarchy became clearer, and served to damage its relations with Russia in the long term. Lastly, the vulnerability of Tsarist Russia and its serf armies was amply demonstrated, with important results both for its own internal development and for the resurgence of nationalist movements, once it had withdrawn from the European diplomatic scene. Russia's place in the framework of European stability after 1850 was central. It had supported Austria in suppressing the Hungarian revolt in 1849. It supported Austria against Prussia's bid for leadership of the German Confederation in 1850-2, but at the same time had a common interest with Prussia in preventing the outbreak of revolution in Poland. It had cooperated with Turkey to crush the Romanian rising in the Danubian principalities, where it had re-established a protectorate, although increasingly it considered that it should have a free hand in settling its differences with the Ottoman Empire. Into this sedate gathering of European monarchs there now stepped an uninvited guest, Napoleon III. Tsar Nicholas was horrified by his appropriation of the imperial title, but Austria bullied Prussia and then Russia into recognizing Napoleon, so long as he agreed to observe the territorial status quo. Napoleon III had no such intentions. France had been driven back and hemmed in by the treaties of 1815, and Napoleon was the first head of state since then who was resolved to break out of that confinement and to redraw the map of Europe. As he looked around, however, he saw Great Britain standing over Belgium, Prussia standing over the Rhineland, Austria standing over Italy, and standing behind them all, Russia, the bastion of reaction. France must go to the root of the problem, and challenge Russia. By challenging Russia at Constantinople, Napoleon would provoke confusion in the Ottoman Empire. That empire could be used safely as a laboratory for testing the principle of nationalities, which directly challenged that of treaty rights, and the precedent could then be applied to other parts of Europe. In the first instance, however, France must play Russia at its own game, the protection of religious minorities. The 10 million Christian subjects of the Sultan, ruled by the Greek Patriarch at Constantinople, came under the protection of the Tsar. But the Latin Christians, the Roman Catholics, had been recognized as a millet in 1840, and set under a Latin Patriarch in Jerusalem in 1847, for the first time since 1291. Napoleon seized the issue, and demanded of the Ottoman government that the keys to the holy places of Jerusalem be taken from the Orthodox clergy and given to the Latin clergy. This dispute between France and Russia for influence at Constantinople was won by France in November 1852. Nicholas was humiliated and incensed, and reverted to the view that only by the breakup of the Ottoman Empire could Russia gain control of Constantinople and the Straits. In the winter of 1852-3 Russia began to stir up trouble among the Balkan Christians, Montenegrins, Serbs, Bulgarians, and then demanded guarantees from the Porte that Balkan Christians would be protected, not put down. When the Turks refused these demands, Russian troops invaded the Danubian principalities, July 1853. Russian and Turkish troops clashed both on the Danube and in the Caucasus, and war seemed imminent. Austria, for whom any spark among Balkan Slavs threatened to light the powder keg of Slav discontent within the Habsburg monarchy, exerted pressure on Turkey, with the support of France, Britain, and Prussia, to make some concession to placate the Russians. But the Turks refused to give way and declared war on Russia on October 4, 1853. Russia promptly destroyed the Turkish fleet off Sinope, on the southern coast of the Black Sea, on November 30. What made the European situation different at this point was that both France and Britain were prepared to go to war to stop Russia. For France, the defeat of Russia was a necessary prelude to the reassertion of French influence in Europe. In Britain, public opinion was hysterically anti-Russia, especially after Sinope. The government was divided between the Doves under the Peelite Lord Aberdeen and the Hawks under Palmerston, at the Home Office, who urged the necessity of putting paid to Russian arrogance once and for all. He resigned on December 15, placed himself at the head of bellicose public opinion, and was carried back to office as a leader of immense popularity. France had the men and Britain the ships, and paradoxically the only way Britain could be sure that Napoleonic ambitions would be kept within bounds was by entering an alliance with her. A combined fleet was sent to the Black Sea in January 1854, to clear it of Russian ships. War was declared in March, and an alliance of powers to check Russian expansion and open to all comers was proclaimed on April 10, 1854. Palmerston's private ambitions went a good deal further than merely standing up to Russia. In a memorandum which he drew up for cabinet ministers on March 19, 1854, he spoke of her dismemberment. Finland would be restored to Sweden, the Baltic provinces would go to Prussia, and Poland would become a sizable kingdom. Austria would renounce her Italian possessions but gain the Danubian principalities and possibly even Bessarabia in return, and the Ottoman Empire would regain the Crimea and Georgia. Most of the Aberdeen cabinet considered this a daydream, and were preoccupied by the major problem of bringing Prussia and Austria into the Western Alliance. In Prussia there were some liberals who favored an alliance with France and Great Britain and had the ear of the minister-president, Otto von Manteuffel. But the aristocrats and high army officers of the Kreuzzeitung party regarded Russia as an ally against revolutionary movements, which they believed were generally stirred up by France, and they managed to convince Frederick William IV of their views. Prussia therefore maintained a position of armed neutrality. The case of Austria was more complicated. Russia now posed a positive threat to her. The traditional vulnerability of Galicia was now compounded by the Russian occupation of the Danubian principalities and, more dangerous still, by Russia's encouragement of Balkan nationalism against the Turks. The whole eastern part of the monarchy was at risk. If Austria committed herself to the Western powers, Russia would attack from the north and east and there would be precious little chance of support from seaborne British and French troops. On the other hand, if Austria allied with Russia to neutralize the threat to the monarchy from the north, France might launch a war to liberate the Italians and encourage the Hungarians and the Poles of Galicia to take up arms against Vienna. Within the Austrian government, the foreign minister, Boll, favored supporting the liberal powers in the west, but the interior minister and the chief of military staff refused to jeopardize the Holy Alliance with Russia, upon which the stability of the monarchy had traditionally depended. A compromise was reached, namely an alliance with Prussia, publicized on April 20, 1854, putting 200,000 troops at her disposal. What this signified was difficult to say. For Boll, it strengthened Austria's northern flank and gave her the support to issue an ultimatum to Russia on June 3, 1854 to withdraw from the principalities. For the interior minister and the chief of military staff, as indeed for the Prussians, it was a means to bind Austria to the Holy Alliance and to prevent her declaring war on Russia. As it happened, the gamble paid off. The Russians withdrew from the principalities on August 7, but on the understanding that in return Austria would steer clear of the Western powers. An aggressive Boll, who had ambitions in the Balkans, did not listen. Together with the French foreign minister he elaborated 4 points which summarized Western policy and constituted a new ultimatum. These points included Russia's renunciation of its protectorate in the Principalities, a tightening up of the Straits Convention of 1841 which closed the straits to warships in time of peace, the reopening of the Danube, whose delta had been controlled by Russia since 1829, and the end of Russia's claim since 1774 to be the special protector of the Christians of the Ottoman Empire. This time, however, Russia rejected the ultimatum, September 3, 1854. The consequences of the rebuff would not immediately be apparent, but Austria now lost the Russian alliance that had enabled her to check for so long the fire of revolutionary nationalism within the monarchy. Prussia on the other hand retained the support of Russia, which was of the first importance to her in the pursuit of her German ambitions. On the other hand Austria, having joined the Western powers to put pressure on Russia, saw no reason to fight once Russia had left the Principalities, which she then occupied. The Turks managed to recover only Bucharest. The Crimean expedition of September 1854 and the siege of Sevastopol was left to the British and French alone. Unfortunately, Napoleon III did not agree with Austria's occupation of the Principalities, for his plan was a united Romania under a single prince. This Austria could not contemplate, because it would sharpen the irredentism of Romanians living in Transylvania, and threaten the integrity of the monarchy. The Western powers had Austria as a diplomatic ally, but a tricky partner. Great Britain and France were anxious to commit Austria more explicitly, and Boll was convinced that only an alliance with Britain and France could force Russia to make peace. In addition, he dreamed of an Austrian empire which included not only Germany and northern Italy, Hungary, and Galicia, but the Danubian Principalities, Serbia, Bosnia, and Herzegovina as well. For this purpose he concluded a treaty with Britain and France on December 2, 1854. The consequences for Austria in Germany were disastrous. Austria attempted, in the Federal German Diet, to drag the Middle German states along with her. But Prussia's representative at the Diet, Bismarck, was able to persuade the Middle German states of the treachery of Austria's anti-Russian policy, and of the illegitimacy of Austria's ambitions in the Balkans, and to assert Prussian hegemony over them. The consequences in Italy were not good for Austria either. Sardinia-Piedmont was prevailed upon by Britain and France to join the Western Alliance, which it could now do without risking a clash with Austria. In January 1855 it agreed to furnish 15,000 troops, to stand alongside Britain's 20,000 and France's 90,000, and it declared war on Russia on March 4. Under Cavour it became a European power, with a seat at the future peace conference, and the goodwill of France and Britain behind its future ambitions. The tide of events indeed turned in favor of peace. Sevastopol fell to the Allies in September 1855, after almost a year's siege. Public opinion in France was not as warlike as it was in Britain, and the constraints of great power politics forced Napoleon III to realize that now he could do nothing for Romanian nationalism and nothing for Italian nationalism, let alone anything for Polish nationalism. Palmerston, a popular choice as Prime Minister in February 1855, was eager to go on fighting. The Russians broke through on the Caucasus front in November 1855, but Palmerston negotiated the opening of a front in the Baltic, brought Sweden into an alliance on November 21, 1855, and planned an attack on the Russian naval base of Kronstadt. However, most of the British cabinet, together with the Queen and her consort, were against continuing the war. Parliamentary criticism of British military and political leadership was mounting. More important was Palmerston's fear that France was on the verge of opening secret talks with the Russians, to reserve a friendship for the future. Britain could not fight on alone, and a separate peace must be prevented at all costs. In Russia, Nicholas I died on March 2, 1855, and Alexander II did not have the same commitment to the war, which was ruining both finances and foreign trade. Without the railway it took Russia 3 months to get troops from the Moscow area to the front, while Britain and France could ship them out in 3 weeks. The armies of conscripts were ill-equipped to fight, and recruitment was provoking unrest in the countryside. On the diplomatic front, there was the danger that Sweden and even Austria would enter the war. Tsar Alexander's uncle, Frederick William IV of Prussia, urged him to accept terms. The terms of the Paris Peace Treaty concluded in April 1856 dealt a series of heavy blows to Russian power and Russian pride, though they were not unexpected. Her protectorate over the Danubian principalities was replaced by the guarantee of the 7 signatory powers, and she lost about a third of Bessarabia. The traditional neutralization of the straits was extended to the Black Sea as a whole. There would be no warships there, and no arsenals. This was a triumph for Great Britain. The Danube was open to all navigation, under the supervision of a European Commission. The powers guaranteed the independence and integrity of the Ottoman Empire, which was henceforth admitted to the concert of Europe, but also claimed the right to intervene to protect the privileges of non-Muslims, now confirmed anew. As a result of the war, the Russia whose armies had crossed Europe to Paris in 1814 was now a pale shadow of its former self. It would withdraw to contemplate internal reconstruction and could be discounted as the ever-present voice, and fist, of conservatism for the next generation. Austria was now isolated. It had repudiated and been rejected by Russia, and yet was distrusted by the Western powers for failing to back up words with deeds. Prussia had improved its standing in Germany not only by its economic miracle but also by its diplomatic shrewdness. Napoleon appeared at the height of his powers at the Paris Conference, and yet his ambitions had been thwarted, whether in Italy, or on the Rhine, in Romania, or in Poland. Austria, in his view, had prevented the remodeling of Europe by refusing to fight alongside the Allies. Now it had everything to fear from French power. Cavour had come to Paris, hoping for some advantage, perhaps the addition of the duchies of Parma and Modena to Piedmont, even a vice-regency for Victor Emmanuel in the papal legate Ions. But Napoleon was as yet bound to respect the claims of Austria and could not afford to alienate the papacy, for fear of turning the Catholic Church in France against him. Cavour came away from Paris empty-handed, but at least he had reached one definite conclusion: there is only one effective solution of the Italian question, Canon Point 4. The withdrawal of Russia. Between 1856 and 1875 the influence of defeated Russia counted for very little in Europe. One result of this was the flourishing of Polish, Finnish, and Romanian nationalism. Polish nationalism burst into another full-blooded insurrection in 1863, but Russia was able to bring it under control because the Crimean coalition against her could no longer be put together. Finland was a less dangerous problem, and concessions were made to prevent revolt spreading to that part of the borderlands. At the other extremity of the empire, Russia's influence in the Danubian principalities was terminated by their unification into the single state of Romania, the French strategy which Great Britain came to support. The formation of Romania acted as a powerful stimulus to Balkan nationalism, but in the 1860s Russia was ill-equipped to provide effective patronage for Bulgarians, Serbs, or Greeks, and Great Britain and Austria sided with Turkey to keep the peninsula from overheating. Russia's defeat in 1856 forced the autocracy to think again about the system of bureaucracy and serfdom that had prevailed from the time of Peter the Great. Russia was first and foremost a military machine, so that only the failure of that machine would induce the regime to re-examine its parts, and reform would always be approached from the military point of view. Dmitry Miliutin, who was war minister between 1861 and 1881, advanced a far-sighted critique of the military system of 1856. Since service in the serf army was rewarded by emancipation at the end, service had to be long, conscription for 25 years. Under serfdom, agricultural productivity was low, and only 2 or 3% of the total population could be kept under arms, which meant about 700,000 at the front line. There was no reserve to fill the gaps caused by casualties, with the exception of the militia, but that was more trouble than it was worth, for volunteers were not emancipated on discharge. Modern warfare required universal short-time conscription, followed by service in a reserve. Since under this reorganization all serfs would have passed through the army within a generation and earned their freedom, a modern army must mean the emancipation of the serfs. Emancipation came in 1861, universal military service in 1874. 6 years active service created a standing army of 800,000, 9 years in the reserve, with the exemption of breadwinners, a force of 550,000. As in Prussia after 1806, there was a case for mobilizing the support of the nation behind the Tsar, to establish some representative institutions which could channel opinion to an autocrat who, as things stood, remained insulated from the country by a bureaucratic caste. 1 or 2 gestures were made in this direction. The Russian gentry were consulted over emancipation, and invited to form committees in each province, November 1857. But because of the divergence of their views and the resistance of many gentry to emancipation, the whole matter was referred to the central government in 1858 and the Statute of 1861 was issued from above. Under a further statute of January 1, 1864, Zemstvos or local government assemblies were elected at district and province level, essentially by the landed gentry. Permanent boards looked after business between sessions of the assemblies, and a new hierarchy of courts protected Zemstvo officials from the arbitrary commands of the bureaucracy. This was scarcely the introduction of a parliamentary system. The Zemstvos had limited responsibility for roads and bridges, schools, hospitals, and the relief of famine, and could levy rates to discharge those functions. But they were not allowed to express political views, and were always contained by the Tsarist bureaucracy and police. Towns were given their own assemblies in 1870, but governors and police chiefs were always interfering, and drove independent-minded mayors to resign. The peasant communes, meanwhile, remained outside the reach of this pseudo-representative system. Under a reform of the law courts in 1864, jury trials were introduced, proceedings were now held in public, and the profession of barrister emerged. To deal with minor offences, JPS were elected by the district Zemstvos. The intention was to promote a sense of law in educated society, but from this rural Russia remained sharply isolated. Peasant communes remained outside the new judicial system, having their own courts which were vulnerable to the arbitrary intervention of officials. In the universities, where the regime had become more liberal after 1856, students, who were still overwhelmingly the sons of landowners and bureaucrats, suffered both anger and guilt over the terms of the emancipation. Protest was stifled by the stern Minister of Education appointed in June 1861, who banned student meetings, raised fees, and stepped up expulsions. But disturbances increased when the universities went back in the autumn of 1861, and a wave of university closures followed. Study groups now became secret societies, like the Land and Liberty Society at St. Petersburg, but they had need of wider support. Later they would make contact with the peasants, for the moment the eyes of intellectuals were on the Poles. The problem in Poland, or at least in the modest kingdom of Poland which alone had any political significance, was that repression required an army of occupation and yet relaxation tended to conjure up all sorts of demons. In 1856 the Viceroy, Field Marshal Paskevich, who had put down the Polish Rising in 1831, died. The appointment of Prince Michael Gorshakov, cousin of the new foreign minister, indicated something of a thaw, although Alexander II, visiting Poland that year, warned, pas de reveries, Messrs. 5 Polish exiles who had been left in Siberia since 1831 were allowed to return. The medical academy if not the University of Warsaw was allowed to reopen, an archbishop was appointed to the vacant see of Warsaw, and an agricultural society of landowners set up to discuss the question of land reform. With 4,000 members and 77 branches over Poland, Lithuania, it might be seen as a substitute for the Polish Sejm. These concessions were minimal, and served only to raise expectations. Secret groups of Polish students, who were more numerous in Russian universities than at home, together with young army officers, planned to mobilize the nation by emancipating both serfs and Jews, and to obtain autonomy for the Kingdom of Poland. On the day of one of the annual meetings of the Agricultural Society in Warsaw, February 27, 1861, the radicals planned a huge demonstration to urge their strategy on the landowners. The crowd clashed with troops and 5 demonstrators were killed. The danger of revolution and peasant war was now explicit. To contain it, an alliance was concluded between the Tsarist regime and the conservative upper class of Poland. It was symbolized by the appointment of Count Alexander Wielopolski, aristocrat, and martinet, as the head of the civil administration. His policy was basically repressive: the dissolution of the agricultural society on April 6, 1861, and a massacre of 200 protesters in the streets 2 days later. On the other hand, he offered a few morsels: an advisory council of state, the recruitment of more Poles into the administration and the founding of a main school to train them, the election of town and rural district councils, and the commutation of the labor services of serfs to the payment of dues. But this puppet government of collaborating magnates could arouse only scorn and hatred. Opposition focused around the radicals, the Reds, students, clerks, and army officers. They founded a central national committee which planned armed insurrection for Polish independence and the restoration of land to the peasants. Landowners, professional men, and the Catholic clergy opposed Wielopolski but disliked the strategy of insurrection. They constituted the Whites, who tried to gain control of the opposition for moderate purposes. As in 1831, it was the inept use of military mobilization that provoked rebellion. The conscription of 30,000 youths, from urban rather than rural areas, was announced. It was a clumsy attempt to destroy the Reds. But unlike 1831, the radicals were organized, with an underground network of 20,000 students, workers, petty zlachta, and priests. The Central National Committee unleashed a guerrilla war, declared land restored to the tillers of the soil to arouse the peasantry, managed to spread revolution from Poland to Lithuania and White Russia, and held down a Russian army of 150,000 men. Fortunately for the Russian authorities, the international situation was on their side. Prussia's loyalty during the Crimean War was now reinforced as General Alvensleben arrived in St. Petersburg to negotiate the provision of Prussian troops. Napoleon III was eager to call a European Congress, to deal once and for all with the Polish question, tearing up the treaties of 1815. But this was rejected not only by Russia but by Prussia and Austria, who had their own Poles to worry about, and by Britain, which was pricked by the old fear of Napoleonic ambitions. To ensure that revolution did not spread to Finland, and to undermine the ruling Swedish nobility, Russia called a Finnish Diet in September 1863 and conceded the equal status of Finnish beside Russian as an administrative language. But once insurrection had been stamped out in Poland, the Tsarist regime was merciless. The Russian order is personified in the mass of the rural population, in the common people, and in the Orthodox clergy, wrote a leading Russian Panslav, Yuri Samarin. The Polish in the landed gentry and the Latin clergy. Thus the Polish serfs were emancipated in March 1864 in a way calculated to ruin the Polish zlachta. There was no question of zemstvos in the western borderlands of Poland, White Russia, or the Ukraine, where the ruling class was largely Polish. A campaign was mounted to convert the Ukrainian Uniats, who owed allegiance to Rome, back to the Orthodox Church. Not only was the Polish administration subjected to ministries in St. Petersburg and filled with Russians, but Alexander II relinquished his duties as King of Poland and Poland was renamed simply Vistulaland. Whereas Poland was wiped from the map, the Danubian principalities finally came into their own as Romania. Russia had been obliged to give up its protectorate in 1856 to the supervision of the great powers, and here, for once, Napoleon III was able to have his way. Romanian nationalism was running strong, and in 1857 the assemblies of Moldavia and Wallachia voted for the union of the principalities under a foreign prince of international status, and autonomy under Ottoman suzerainty. Napoleon III declared himself in favor of these ambitions in January 1858. A united Romania would be an effective buffer against Russia and a victory for his nationality's principle. But Russia, Turkey, and Austria wanted to keep the principalities divided and weak, and Britain was committed to the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. A conference of the powers in Paris therefore agreed on a convention, August 19, 1858, whereby the principalities of Moldavia and Wallachia would continue to have separate hospodars and assemblies, with the small exception of a joint legislative committee. This separation was cleverly foiled by the Romanians, for both assemblies agreed to elect the same hospodar, Alexander Cuza, a man of 1848 who enjoyed French support. In 1861 Cuza undertook the administrative and legislative union of the principalities, but rapidly made enemies among the ruling classes by emancipating the serfs, dissolving the monasteries of the Greek Patriarchate, and trying to increase his own authority at the expense of the assembly of boyars by use of the plebiscite. He was ousted by a palace revolution in February 1866, and the Romanians eventually secured their foreign prince. Another conference of the powers guided by Napoleon III, with Bismarck's support, settled on Charles Louis of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, who was allied to the Prussian ruling house but had a Beauharnais and a Murat for his grandmothers. Russia was infuriated but powerless, Austria was entangled in a war with Prussia, and the Turks planned to intervene until the British brought pressure to bear on them to refrain for the sake of peace. In October 1866 the Sultan recognized Prince Charles as the hereditary Prince of Romania, under his suzerainty. The influence of Russia had been eliminated north of the Danube, but there was always the possibility of increasing it in the Balkans. In St. Petersburg the main concern of Gorshakov was to remain on friendly terms with the chancelleries and courts of Europe. But Count Nicholas Ignatieff, who as director of the Asiatic Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had traveled to China, Japan, and Turkestan to push the boundaries of Russia's empire eastwards, could not be expected to keep a low profile when he became ambassador at Constantinople in 1864. He was one of the promoters of the Moscow Slavonic Benevolent Committee, 1858, which financed the studies of Slav students, especially Bulgarians, in Russia. These Bulgarian intellectuals, who did most of their learning at the feet of Russian revolutionaries, returned to seek refuge in Romania, from where they launched unsuccessful military raids across the Danube in 1866 and 1868 into their Turkish-occupied homeland. More significant for the moment was Ignatieff's patronage of the campaign of the Bulgarian merchant colony at Constantinople to obtain a Bulgarian exarch. This was a head of the Orthodox Church in Bulgaria who would be independent of the Greek Patriarchate, which was both corrupt and hostile to national aspirations. A Bulgarian exarchate was granted in 1870, and was one step on the road to independence. Serbia already had a ruling dynasty, or rather two rival ones, but was still bowed under Turkish suzerainty and the menace of Turkish garrison towns. Michael Obrenović, the son of Milos, who became prince in 1860, was dedicated to the task of throwing the Turks out of Serbia. Whereas his father was a Serb peasant, Michael, having traveled in exile and married a Hungarian noblewoman, had the polished manners and military bearing of a Hungarian aristocrat. Serbia had no landed aristocracy, but he managed to increase his powers at the expense both of the bureaucratic caste, usually Serbs from within the Habsburg monarchy, and of the French-educated intellectuals who dominated the triennial assembly and ran the liberal press. Having carved out absolute power for himself, he introduced a system of universal military service which by 1863 had created an army of 90,000 from a population of only 1,138,000. It was a rough and ready peasant army, commanded by a handful of officers trained by a passing Czech soldier, but when clashes with Turkish forces in Belgrade in 1862 provoked the Turks to shell the town, the Serbian government was able to mobilize a force of 15,000 and enlist the support of France and Russia to oblige the Turks to dismantle two garrisons. Michael Obrenović could not rely on any active Russian support at this stage, and his strategy was to build a coalition of Balkan powers to eject the Turks from Europe. Conflicting claims to the same pieces of Balkan territory made the coalition very unstable. Nevertheless, Serbia was able to reach agreement with Montenegro in 1866, with Croat and Bulgarian activists and the Greek government in 1867, and with the Romanian government in February 1868. The most important link in that flimsy alliance was Greece, where the political situation had been transformed in 1862. This truncated kingdom, ruled by the Bavarian Prince Otto without a constitution until one was forced on him in 1844, became increasingly unpopular with the commercial middle class, junior army officers, and the students, writers, journalists, lawyers, and politicians who frequented the cafes of Athens and subscribed to the great idea a Greek kingdom uniting all Greeks. Otto discredited himself not only by siding with Austria over the question of Italian unification, but, childless as he was, refusing to make provision, as the constitution required, for an Orthodox heir. In 1862, while he was out of the country, he was ousted by a military coup. While the Greek parliament debated a constitution that would drastically curtail the influence of the monarchy, the great powers, which had guaranteed Greece since 1832, settled on a candidate, the second son of Prince Christian, heir to the throne of Denmark, who became George I, King of the Greeks. George was essentially the British candidate, acceptable because he came in a package with the Ionian Islands, a British protectorate. The intense desire of the Greeks in the Ionian Islands for enosis, or union with Greece, made the British only too happy to give up their protectorate. But enosis was also demanded by the Greeks of Crete, who rose in revolt against their Turkish overlords in August 1866. This rising was vigorously supported on the Greek mainland by a revolution committee, which sent arms and volunteers, by the government, and by the Metropolitan Bishop of Athens. Prince Michael of Serbia now saw the chance of a general Balkan war against the Turks, and negotiated a treaty with them in the summer of 1867. King George of Greece, a prisoner of his warlike ministers, was obliged to sign. Each side pledged itself to be entirely rid of the Turks or, failing that, to gain Bosnia and Herzegovina for Serbia and Epirus and Thessaly for Greece. In Constantinople, Ignatieff urged that Russia support the Balkan Confederation to solve the Greek and Serbian problems at the same time. Napoleon III, never one to miss an opportunity, also put pressure on Russia to support Greek expansion. For the moment, however, Russia was not strong enough and too many powers were interested in the status quo in the Balkans. Gorshakov himself, in St. Petersburg, was reluctant to alienate Austria. Austria could suffer no trouble in Bosnia-Herzegovina that would encourage the Serbs within her own frontiers. Great Britain was still anxious to maintain the Ottoman Empire against Russia, and urged the Turks to withdraw their remaining garrisons in Serbia to weaken Serbia's commitment to Greece. Fortunately for conservative interests, Prince Michael was assassinated in June 1868, and Greece, which went to war alone with Turkey on behalf of Crete, was overwhelmed by Turkish sea power. Balkan nationalism would now have to wait for the Russian Empire to reassert itself. Unification, Italy. The failure of revolutionary movements to gain support, the separatism of the old city-states, and the absence of foreign support had combined in 1848-9 to frustrate the liberation and unification of Italy. But within a decade the balance tipped towards the possibility of success. First, the revolutionary coups of Mazzinian conspirators were discredited. Mazzini organized a national party in London in 1850, and staged a coup against the Austrians in Milan in 1853, but the middle-class conspirators were half-hearted, the popular support was betrayed, and Austrian troops quickly imposed order. Other revolutionaries concluded that only military strength would free Italy. To defeat cannons and soldiers are needed, argued Giorgio Pallavicino, who had taken part in the Lombard Rising of 1821 against the Austrians. Arms are needed, and not Mazzinian pratings. Piedmont has soldiers and cannons. Therefore I am Piedmontese. By ancient custom, inclination, and duty, Piedmont these days is a monarchy. Therefore I am not a Republican. 7 If Italy were to be liberated, it would be by the military strength of Piedmont. It followed that the Federalist solution, looking to simultaneous risings in all the Italian states and the election of a constituent assembly to organize the United States of Italy, must give way to the hegemony of Piedmont and the formation of a centralized Italian state. Carlo Cattaneo, the Milan revolutionary of 1848, still clung to federalism. But 15,000 Italian refugees had made their way to Piedmont, where alone in Italy constitutional government survived, and there, in 1857, the Italian National Society was founded. Committed to liberate and unify Italy under the auspices of Piedmont, it was headed by the Lombard, Pallavicino, the Venetian dictator, Daniele Manin, Giuseppe La Farina, the Sicilian leader of 1848, and Garibaldi. Above all, it had the confidence of the Piedmontese premier, Cavour. The last question to be answered was whether, in a future war with Austria, Piedmont would obtain the support of France. The destruction of the French Republic by Louis Napoleon came as a setback for those Italian patriots who looked to Allied democratic movements in France, Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Romania to undermine the old empires. Napoleon had subsequently proclaimed his policy of nationalities, but his record was unconvincing, and since 1855 an understanding with Tsarist Russia was central to his diplomacy. Felice Orsini, a Mazzinian who believed Napoleon to be the linchpin of the European system of reaction, tried to kill the emperor by hurling a bomb at his carriage in Paris on January 14, 1858. He failed, but before he went to the scaffold he publicly urged the emperor to intervene and liberate his country. Napoleon III did intervene in Italy, a year later, but his aims could not be boiled down to the support of Italian nationalism. He was anxious to neutralize the Italian revolutionaries by seizing the initiative from them. French territorial and dynastic interests were well looked after. The outcome of Napoleon's meeting with Cavour at Plombières in the Vosges on July 20, 1858 and their secret treaty of January 10, 1859 was that Piedmont would be extended into a kingdom of Upper Italy including Lombardy, Venetia, Parma, Modena, and the Romagna, or Papal Legations. France would receive Nice and Savoy by way of compensation, and a kingdom of central Italy, grouping Tuscany, Umbria, and the Marches, would be formed. The pact was sealed by the marriage of Napoleon's cousin, Prince Napoleon, and Princess Clotilde, the pious younger daughter of Victor Emmanuel, on January 30. But Napoleon was acutely aware of the limits imposed by the international situation. The core of the Papal States could not be touched, neither could the Bourbons of Naples be challenged, without alienating Austria and Russia. At the moment Austria was uncomfortably isolated, and the Tsar offered Napoleon a benevolent neutrality. Prussia was ready to challenge Austria for hegemony within the German Confederation, but Great Britain, under the conservative cabinet of Lord Derby, was favorable to Austria and wary of Napoleon's ambitions. That Europe should be deluged with blood for the personal ambition of an Italian attorney and a tambour major like Cavour and his master, observed the Foreign Secretary, is intolerable. 8 However, Great Britain was unlikely to intervene on the side of Austria. Piedmont rejected Austria's ultimatum to disarm, and Austria invaded in April 1859. In the ensuing war, 70,000 Lombards and Venetians actually fought in the Austrian armies, while most of the fighting against Austria was undertaken not by Italian forces but by French. The Battle of Magenta, the entry into Milan, the Battle of Solferino were triumphs of the French and of Napoleon III, not of the Piedmontese or of the Italian volunteers. The decision to call a truce with the Austrians was also French, and signed between Napoleon III and Francis Joseph at Villafranca on July 11, 1859. Napoleon had two reasons for calling the truce. First, there was the threat of Mazzinian revolution in central Italy, and the danger that Cavour might take advantage of the disorder to extend the boundaries of the new Italian state. In Florence, a popular movement led by Mazzinian Democrats had forced the Grand Duke of Tuscany to abdicate in April. The liberal nobles and educated class had managed to form a provisional government, but their control was fragile and they appealed to Victor Emmanuel to assume the wartime dictatorship in Tuscany. This was something that Napoleon wanted to avoid, and French troops under Prince Napoleon landed at Livorno to support the Tuscan provisional government. As Austrian troops withdrew from central Italy in June, so risings triggered by the National Society toppled the old dynasties in Parma and Modena, and made way for provisional governments and governors appointed by Piedmont and supported by Piedmontese troops. In Umbria, the Marches, and most of the papal legations, the papacy's Swiss troops managed to retain control. But in Bologna, the capital of the legations, the vacuum left by the departing cardinal legate and the Austrians was filled by a provisional government of members of the National Society. This takeover was equally an embarrassment to Napoleon III, because the Catholic Church in France was one of the supports of his conservative order. Map for the Unification of Italy 1859–1870. The second reason for Napoleon's negotiation of an armistice was his fear of a coalition of reactionary powers, similar to those that his uncle's ambitions had repeatedly provoked. Palmerston, the British Prime Minister, declared himself to be very anti-Austrian south of the Alps but pro-Austrian north of the Alps. Prussia offered to help Austria defend Lombardy-Venetia, in respect of the agreement of 1851, in return for the right to command the armies of the Confederation, which were mobilizing on the Rhine. Russia was prepared to give weight to Prussia in order to force a peace. It was therefore in Napoleon's interests to call a halt. Austria, as it happened, was reluctant to bow to Prussian demands, ever fearful of a Hungarian rising should the war go on, and was also inclined to end hostilities. The Truce of Villafranca in July 1859 sacrificed Italian unification to French dynastic ambitions. Lombardy became part of Piedmont's Kingdom of Upper Italy, but Venetia was retained by the Austrians. In central Italy, the Ancien regime was to be restored, the Grand Duke of Tuscany and the Duke of Modena were to return to their duchies, nothing was said about the Duchess of Parma, and the Pope's temporal power was to be consolidated in the legations. The diplomatic settlement of the Italian question by France and Austria, without consulting the Italians, met with a storm of protest from Italian patriots which obliged Napoleon III to rethink his policy. Cavour resigned his premiership. The provisional governments in Tuscany, Parma, Modena, and the legations called assemblies on the franchise of 1848 which met in August and September 1859. These assemblies refused to accept the return of the old dynasties and, in the case of legations, of the Pope's temporal power, and requested annexation by the constitutional Kingdom of Piedmont. Napoleon tried to shift responsibility for settling the question of Central Italy onto a European Congress, and this was provided for under the final Treaty of Zurich in November 1859. But on December 22 he published a pamphlet entitled The Pope and the Congress, in which he argued that France would simply not accept the restoration by force and against the will of the people of the duchies to their old rulers or the legations to the Pope. This change of course by Napoleon III was decisive. At a stroke he alienated French Catholics, the papacy, and Austria. Instead, he looked for support to Great Britain, where Palmerston's Foreign Secretary, Lord John Russell, was in favor of a strong Italy and the principle of self-determination, and negotiations for a free trade treaty were already underway. The understanding between France and Piedmont was renewed and Cavour returned to power in January 1860. Napoleon was now prepared to accept the annexation of the duchies and legations by Piedmont, but this enlargement would have to bring compensation for France, the acquisition of Nice and Savoy. For his part, Cavour wanted to avoid negotiating with assemblies of notables in central Italy which would haggle indefinitely over the terms of union. He therefore took a leaf out of Napoleon's book and organized plebiscites in Tuscany and the legations on 11–12 March 1860. Though the Pope excommunicated those who took part in the plebiscite, pressure was brought to bear by the governors, who had almost dictatorial powers, and, especially in Bologna, by the National Society. Victor Emmanuel took over the new territories by decree, and elections were held in Piedmont, Sardinia, Lombardy, the duchies, and legations, this time on a restricted franchise, to a single parliament in Turin, which reconvened after a year's absence in April 1860. Its task was to ratify not only the annexation of the new territories, but the cession of Nice and Savoy, which had been decided by treaty on March 24, 1860 and endorsed, under the eyes of French troops, by plebiscite. These rapidly executed deals were a snub to the conservative powers, Austria, Russia, and the papacy, which promptly excommunicated Victor Emmanuel, but were based on the gamble that none would offer a serious challenge. The annexation of Nice and Savoy by France conjured up once again the spectre of Napoleonic imperialism, and Russell denounced Cavour as too French and too tricky nine, but the mutual interests of Great Britain and France were strong enough to survive the jolt. Those who were dangerously antagonized by the surrender of Nice and Savoy were the Italian left, and notably Garibaldi, a native of Nice. He sailed for Sicily with 1,000 discontented intellectuals in April 1860, a move that may be interpreted as patriotic revenge for this diplomatization of the revolution. It was to have dramatic consequences. There is nothing to suggest that in the spring of 1860 Cavour envisaged uniting the whole peninsula of Italy. But once the condottiere Garibaldi had seized the initiative, landed in Sicily where the peasants had risen in revolt against their landlords, won them over by promises of reforms and hurled them at the army of Francis II, the Bourbon king of Naples, which was defeated in May 1860, Cavour was forced to act. Garibaldi's regime on Sicily, run by the Sicilian Francesco Crispi, won over the islanders by dividing up crown and some church lands, abolishing feudal titles and customs, and rescinding the hated grist tax. Unfortunately, the breakdown of law and order meant that he also had to ally with the local notables and put down peasant unrest. The relationship between Cavour and Garibaldi was, to say the least, ambiguous. The popularity of the dashing, heroic Garibaldi was so immense that the frock-coated, bespectacled Cavour could not afford to challenge him. But the stability of the House of Savoy, its relations with the European powers, and his own influence depended on keeping Garibaldi on a tight leash. Thus, reflected Garibaldi, if the government stopped short of an absolute veto on the 1,000, it did not neglect to raise up an infinity of obstacles to our departure. 10 As Garibaldi's success grew, so did the threat to the Piedmontese monarchy. In vain Francis II of Naples conceded a constitution, June 25, 1860, and brought in liberal ministers, his support was evaporating. Cavour realized that once the Bourbons have fallen, the choice is between annexation and revolution. 11 He was already planning, through his agents, a preemptive coup d'état in Naples to bring it under control before Garibaldi arrived there. A patriotic feather was needed urgently for the cap of Victor Emmanuel. If Garibaldi seized Naples, a humiliated Victor Emmanuel would have to launch a war to recover Venetia simply to save the monarchical principle. 12 As it happened, Cavour's coup failed, the Bourbons gave way, and Garibaldi entered Naples on September 7, greeted by the Lazzaroni as a new Jesus Christ. Cavour now had to act to steal Garibaldi's revolutionary thunder. He also had to prevent Garibaldi from moving on to his next target, Rome. A repetition of 1849 would set every European power against Piedmont. Venetia was therefore forgotten. Napoleon's approval was gained for an advance by Piedmontese troops into the middle zone of the Papal States, Umbria, and the Marches, August 27, 1860, and a secret agreement was concluded with Kossuth whereby a Hungarian rising would be generously supported in the event of an Austro-Italian war. Piedmontese troops crossed into the Papal States on September 8 and defeated a papal army reinforced by Catholic volunteers from all over Europe at Castelfidardo on September 18. Garibaldi, whose forces began to lose ground against the Bourbons, was obliged to call on Piedmontese reinforcements. Cavour told the Parliament at Turin on October 2, 1860 that the revolution was at an end, and was authorized to annex Sicily and Naples unconditionally after plebiscite by universal suffrage. Squeezed between Garibaldi's revolutionaries and peasant unrest on the one hand, and Bourbon reaction on the other, the notables of Sicily and Naples agreed to annexation for the sake of stability, and the plebiscite went through on October 21, 1860. Cavour had taken a desperate gamble. Lord John Russell, on behalf of the British government, congratulated him on carrying out unification without revolution, and on reinforcing constitutional monarchy. He spoke for a British public which welcomed the triumph of liberal, national, and anti-Roman forces. But Austria, Russia, and Prussia were incensed by what they saw as revolution, and Napoleon III, the nightmare of a conservative coalition once more before him, backtracked speedily. The French ambassador in Turin was recalled, and the French garrison that had protected the Pope in Rome since 1849 was pointedly reinforced. Fortunately for Napoleon, a meeting of Alexander II, William of Prussia, and the Emperor Francis Joseph at Warsaw in October 1860 was unable to agree on a concerted strategy against France. But for the first time Napoleon was faced by angry opposition in Parliament when it met in March 1861, not only to his free trade policy but also to his violation of the Pope's temporal power. Cavour told the Italian Parliament on March 25, 1861 that Rome would one day become the capital of Italy, although this would require guarantees for the papacy, a free church in a free state, and agreement with France. Cavour's death on June 6, 1861 did not help to further negotiations, and Napoleon's Italian policy was now circumscribed by the conservative clerical opposition in Parliament and the menace of the conservative powers. He refused to withdraw French troops from Rome, which paralysed Cavour's successors and drove Garibaldi to launch a madcap expedition of Sicilian volunteers with the cry Roma o morte, to take the city by force. This was checked by Italian troops at Aspromonte, August 30, 1864, but made negotiations no easier. Under a convention signed with France in September 1864, the Italian government was allowed to move the capital from Turin to Florence, but agreed not to invade the Papal States, while France made no clear commitment to withdraw from Rome. The unification of Italy, or so far as it had got, was in many ways unsatisfactory. It had been made possible by a foreign power, but that foreign power was now defining its limits. The revolutionary movement of Garibaldi had exploited the masses rather than benefited them, and the masses were plebiscited only to ratify the transfer from old dynasties and nobilities to a new ruling elite. The Piedmontese were represented out of all proportion to their numbers in that new elite, because the regime that was imposed on unified Italy was one of extreme centralization, underpinning the hegemony of Piedmont. The first stages of centralization went back to the War of 1859. Lombardy was integrated by decree, under the powers granted to the government by Parliament, even before the Treaty of Zurich. There was no question of discussing the terms of fusion with a Lombard assembly vested with constituent powers, only confusion had resulted when this was tried in 1848. A law of October 23, 1859 imposed the Piedmontese system of provincial intendants and mayors, all appointed by Turin, while laws of November 13, 1859 imposed the Piedmontese system of justice and a comprehensive reorganization of all levels of education. All authority was concentrated in the Piedmontese ministers of the Interior, Justice, and Education. The same system was extended by decree to Parma and Modena on December 27, 1859, 3 months before their inhabitants were consulted by plebiscite on annexation, in order to break down their municipalism. Because of rising discontent, Tuscany was left provisionally with an autonomous government. But no constituent assembly was called. The legislative elections of March 1861 were to a single parliament at Turin, and the Statuto of 1848 was automatically extended to other parts of Italy. Carlo Cattaneo, elected deputy for Milan, refused to take his place in the chamber. Piedmont might have military superiority, he argued, but it was inferior in penal law to Tuscany, in civil law to Parma, and in municipal organization to Lombardy. The Piedmontese regime was if anything worse than the Austrian. In May 1860 Cavour promised the chamber a more decentralized system, and a parliamentary commission was set up. Under the presidency of the Emilian Marco Minghetti, it reported the following March, advising that the historic regions of Italy should have greater administrative autonomy. The report was ignored. In October 1861 a series of decrees dissolved the provisional governments in Tuscany and Sicily, and extended the system of intendants responsible to Turin to the whole peninsula. Over half of these intendants in 1864 were of Piedmontese origin. For the French anarchist and federalist Proudhon, Italian unification entailed the creation of a prodigious bureaucracy to keep 26 million subjects under control, but since the offices went to middle-class place seekers, unification represented a form of bourgeois exploitation under the protection of bayonets. 13. Whether Italy could be controlled was in fact an open question. It was the ungovernability of the South, its population brutalized and corrupt to northern eyes, that convinced Turin that there was no alternative to administrative centralization on the French model. The secession of the southern states of America in the spring of 1861 did not reinforce the arguments of the Federalists. Cavour's provisional governor of Naples reported in December 1860 on the impossibility of founding a government on anything other than force. 14 Because the centralized state in the South was strong only in name, in the end it had only force to rely upon. The Southern notables had supported the plebiscite on the understanding that some debate on a constitution and decentralization would follow. The abolition of tariffs in the United Kingdom helped some Sicilian industries, such as sulfur mining, but virtually destroyed textiles. Most new taxes were consumer taxes which fell disproportionately on the poor, while the land tax was passed on to the peasants by landowners who dominated local councils. The destruction of the Bourbon regime provoked counter-revolution among dismissed officials, a disbanded army of 103,000, 20,000 monks and lay brothers who were turned onto the streets when the Piedmontese law of 1855 on religious orders was extended to the South, and innumerable poor who were no longer cared for by their charity. Garibaldi's volunteers were replaced in 1861 by a conscript army, which produced both discontented volunteers and a mass of draft dodgers and deserters. Many of these malcontents took to the hills as armed brigands. These became the clients of powerful landowners who replaced the authority of the state by a system of private justice. From 1865 this was known as the Mafia. A state of siege was declared in the South in 1863 and mobile columns scoured the countryside in search of draft dodgers and deserters, who were sent before military courts. The anger of the population was compounded by an outbreak of cholera in 1865. In 1866 the garrison at Palermo, weakened by the withdrawal of Piedmontese troops for the Austro-Prussian War, was attacked by armed gangs as 40,000 Sicilians rose in revolt, and for a week the city was run by Bourbon supporters, Garibaldians, and socialists affiliated to the International. A state at war with its own people was one facet of Italian unification. Unification, Germany. The invasion of Italy by France in 1859 shaped both the timing and the nature of German unification. It revived fears of Napoleonic armies crossing the Rhine and provoked both the mobilization of 250,000 men in various German states under the authority of the Diet and an outburst of patriotic feeling across Germany. This was orchestrated by the German Nationalverein, founded in September 1859 by leading Hanoverian liberals such as Rudolf von Bennigsen, who wished to group German liberals, weak and isolated in their individual arbitrary and noble-ridden states, behind a program of constitutional reform and German unification. It was supported by hundreds of male voice choirs, gymnastics and riflemen's societies, reading and theater clubs, and city councils that enthusiastically celebrated the centenaries of the birth of Schiller in 1859 and of Fichte in 1862, and the half-centuries of the battles of Leipzig and Waterloo in 1863 and 1865. After the painful experiences of 1848-9, German liberals realized that unification would take place not from the bottom up, by a German parliament, but from the top down, by the Prussian state. In 1858 the ailing Frederick William IV of Prussia retired in favor of the regency of his son, Prince William. A liberal conservative or German Whig ministry took office, inaugurating a new era of parliamentary monarchy. Elections were no longer managed, and the Liberals won a landslide in the Landtag elections of November 1858. Prussian leaders could agree with liberals that the achievement of German unification would require reining in the states' rights of the 33 German governments outside Prussia, and a challenge to the leadership of the German Confederation by Austria, the defender of the confederal ideal. According to Otto von Bismarck, Prussia's representative at the Federal German Diet in March 1858, there was nothing more German than the development of Prussia's particular interests. 15 When French armies invaded Italy in 1859, Prussia demanded of Austria the right to command the forces of the Confederation on the Rhine, but was refused. The moment for a confrontation between Prussia and Austria for leadership of Germany was fast approaching. Initially, it was Austria that made the running. Her foreign minister between 1859 and 1864, Rechberg, had long been in correspondence with the exiled Metternich, and sought to ensure Austrian domination of Germany both by economic means and by the reorganization of the old confederation. A plan was revived for an economic Mitteleuropa, protected by high tariff walls, which would win over the protectionist South German states and destroy Prussia's Zollverein. Austria also convened a summit of German rulers at Frankfurt in August 1863, and secured a majority for new confederal institutions of Byzantine complexity, including a 5-man directorate of the Austrian Emperor, King of Prussia, and King of Bavaria, with 2 other rulers in rotation. William I, king since 1861, received an invitation to attend the summit from Francis Joseph, but was pressed not to attend by his new minister-president, Bismarck. Bismarck's strategy to deal with Austria was threefold: to cooperate with her in defense of established dynasties and treaty rights, but independently of the German Confederation if possible, to revive the Zollverein in the light of a free trade treaty concluded with France in 1862, which would make her into the economic magnet of Germany, and to scupper Austria's plans to reorganize the Confederation by insisting upon the revolutionary solution of a directly elected German parliament. The conservative alliance between Prussia and Austria was easily extended to Russia at the time of the Polish insurrection of January 1863. All 3 countries were troubled by Poles. In November 1863 a new provocation came from Denmark. On the grounds that most of the population of Schleswig was Danish, the Danish parliament ratified a constitution incorporating Schleswig, previously ruled only personally by the Danish king as its duke, and the new king, Christian IX, was proclaimed ruler of a kingdom that included Schleswig. Acting for the German Diet, Prussian and Austrian troops together invaded Schleswig in January 1864 and Jutland in March. Bismarck claimed that the Danish conflict was vital as an episode in the struggle of the monarchical principle against European revolution. 16 France supported national self-determination, and therefore Denmark, Britain stood by the provisions of the 1852 Treaty of London and feared French aggression and therefore backed Prussia. In the absence of Anglo-French cooperation, Prussia and Austria were left free to overwhelm the Danish forces. In August the King of Denmark surrendered his rights in Schleswig to the Prussian king and Austrian emperor. Bismarck's cooperation with Austria against revolutionary nationalism reassured the Middle German states. Bismarck then set about negotiating the renewal of the Zollverein. The free trade treaty with France now offered the prospect of wider markets in the West. It was a direct challenge to Austria's offer of a tariff union, and of course excluded Austria, but it was made under the cover of a conservative alliance with Austria. Saxony agreed to the Prussian proposals in May 1864, Thuringia, Brunswick, Baden, and Hesse-Kassel in June, and the traditionally pro-Austrian and protectionist southern states, Bavaria, Württemberg, Hesse-Darmstadt, and Nassau, which could nevertheless not survive without the markets and outlets controlled by North Germany, fell into line in September. Having expelled Austria from Germany economically, Bismarck was ready to complete the task militarily. The casus belli was the settlement of the Schleswig-Holstein question. Austria and most of the middle states in the German Diet favored bringing Schleswig into the Confederation alongside Holstein, and conferring them on the Duke of Augustenburg. This was opposed by Prussia. Ignoring the Diet, Bismarck made a treaty with Austria at Gastein, August 1865, whereby the duchies would be partitioned, Austria to administer Holstein and Prussia-Schleswig. After this, however, Austria reverted to supporting the claim of Augustenburg, in an attempt to consolidate her influence within the German Confederation. Bismarck was by now bent on war. He concluded an alliance with Italy in April 1866 and entered into negotiations with Hungarian nationalists. In some situations, evidently, revolutionary nationalism was acceptable. He then bid for the support of German liberals, the men of the Nationalverein, by proposing on June 10, 1866 that the German Confederation be reorganized to exclude Austria, that a national parliament elected by universal suffrage should be created, and that the command of all troops in North Germany should be conferred on Prussia. The following day Austria asked the Diet to reject Prussia's proposals and to mobilize the federal contingents. Prussia thereupon announced that the old German Confederation was dissolved, and called upon its members to join the new confederation. The settlement of 1815 was in ruins. Great Britain and Russia were scandalized by this unilateral action by Prussia. Napoleon III, an eternal enemy of the treaties of 1815, was only too pleased. In this German civil war Prussia went to war not only with Austria but also with Saxony, Hanover, and the southern German states, which resisted a Prussian-dominated Germany. Italy declared war on Austria in pursuit of her claim for Venetia, the Trentino, and Trieste but was defeated on land and at sea. Helmuth von Moltke, chief of the Prussian General Staff, put into operation his plan of complete annihilation of the enemy and limited war aims. The Austrians were defeated on the Main and in Bohemia at Königgrätz or Sadowa, July 3, 1866, and the peace preliminaries were signed on July 27. No indemnity was imposed on Austria and there was no occupation, but Austria was duly excluded from Germany. There was no European Congress, for the Congress system had broken down. Napoleon mediated between Prussia and Austria, taking Venetia from Austria to bestow on the humiliated Italians, and hoping for some compensation in the future for France. Map 5 The unification of Germany 1866 to 1871. German unification was characterized not only by the victory of Prussia over Austria, but by the triumph of authoritarian and military over liberal and parliamentary rule. German liberals had looked to Prussia to take the initiative in the process of unification, but Bismarck's solution was very different to that promised by the new era. The confrontation went back to the Italian crisis of 1859. Prussia's mobilization of troops was a fiasco, and the chief of the military cabinet and the Minister of War, General Albrecht von Roon, planned a reorganization of the army which was put before the Landtag in February 1860. Its main provisions were to increase the size of the standing army by raising military service in the line from 2 years to 3, while incorporating the Landwehr or militia into the reserve or fortress duties. The liberals objected, and not only to the cost of the reforms. Most liberal leaders held commissions in the Landwehr, the citizen army that had brought Prussia back from defeat in 1806 and liberated Germany from Napoleon. The authorities wanted a highly trained military machine, the obedient servant of the Prussian state. The liberals resented the divorce between the army and society and feared that the army might be used to raise taxes without consent. The Prussian parliament nevertheless fell into the trap. In May 1860 it voted additional military credits of $9 million on the understanding that the government was withdrawing its army bill and would strengthen only existing units, yet the new units were already being formed. The liberal opposition stiffened with the formation of the Progressive Party, which was effectively an extension of the Nationalverein. Further military credits were now refused, and angry dissolutions and new elections ordered by the government in December 1861 and May 1862 only served to reinforce the opposition. In September 1862 Bismarck was called in to break the deadlock. It was at this moment that he made his famous reference to blood and iron. On January 27, 1863 he told the Prussian lower house that if compromise should fail, conflict would follow, and conflicts became questions of power. He who has the power in his hands goes forward, because the life of the state cannot stand still even for one moment. 17 Bismarck went on to purge the civil service of liberals, to muzzle the press, and to organize new elections in October 1863. The result was even worse than before, so at the beginning of 1864 the Landtag was simply disbanded. The vital period of unification between 1862 and 1866 was thus a period of non-parliamentary rule, one during which the conflict ministry continued to rule without an approved budget. The government relied on the military bureaucratic apparatus and the Junker Landowning class, which was Prussian, Protestant, subscribed to divine right monarchy, and equated parliaments with revolution. The enemy was the liberal middle class, and Bismarck was prepared to enter into negotiations with one section of the organized working class. This was the General German Workers' Union, which was founded at Leipzig in May 1863, and led by the lawyer, writer, and gallant Ferdinand Lassalle. Hostile to a bourgeoisie shored up by a property franchise and ruthlessly exploiting the workers, Lassalle demanded universal suffrage and producers' cooperatives, and looked to Bismarck's state to finance them. Another section of the organized working class, which opposed Prussian militarism and feudalism, and cooperated with radical elements among the middle class and petty bourgeoisie, as in Baden in 1848-9, threw up people's parties all over southern Germany in 1864. These came together in a German People's Party at Darmstadt in September 1865. Bismarck understood the contradictions of liberalism. The dramatic triumphs of his foreign policy enabled him to find a governmental majority in the Prussian parliament, to place the military and feudal monarchy on a popular basis in the new German Confederation, and to rally the German bourgeoisie by the lure of wealth. In the election to the Prussian parliament, held on the same day as Sadowa, the liberals slumped from 247 to 148 seats, while the conservatives improved from 35 seats to 136. The conservatives in fact divided, for the old conservatives feared that Prussia would be swallowed up in a larger Germany while the free conservatives had no reservations. On the other side of the house, King William's request in August 1866 for an indemnity bill to whitewash the government's period of rule without an authorized budget, in the light of its victories, split the Progressive Party. Those who preferred power to law formed the National Liberal Party, headed by the Hanoverian Rudolf von Bennigsen, who was only too glad to be rid of the arbitrary and aristocratic government of George V. The National Liberals and Free Conservatives were to be the mainstays of Bismarck's rule. After the victories of 1866, Prussia annexed not only Hanover but Schleswig-Holstein, Hesse-Kassel, Nassau, the city of Frankfurt, and the part of Hesse-Darmstadt lying north of the Main. The rest of Hesse-Darmstadt, together with Saxony and Thuringia, were chained to Prussia rather than annexed by her. The constitution of this North German Confederation, approved by a constituent assembly in April 1867, had both authoritarian and popular elements. The Bundesrat or Federal Council, which represented the governments of the Confederate States, not their parliaments, differed little from the Federal Diet of 1815. The hereditary president of the Confederation and commander of its troops was the King of Prussia, who embodied the principle of monarchical legitimacy. The new departure was the formation of a North German parliament, the Reichstag, elected by universal suffrage. In the Reichstag, Bismarck rejected accusations of a deeply laid plot against the freedom of the bourgeoisie, in association with the masses, to set up a Caesarean type of government. 18 But Bismarck's policy cannot be described as wholeheartedly Bonapartist. It is true that he wanted to undermine the Gebildeten, the educated middle class of the Progressive Party, which had so effectively exploited the three-tier suffrage and indirect elections to the Prussian Landtag, and he trusted in the instinctive conservatism of the German peasantry. But rather than employ political prefects to regiment them, as in France, he could rely on their deference to the German Landowning class, a class much stronger than in France. And whereas French notables had little sympathy for the Napoleonic regime, Bismarck was able to ensure popular support for the perpetuation of that feudal oligarchy on which the monarchy depended. Another accusation leveled against the constitution was that it was nothing but the fig leaf of absolutism. 19 What Bismarck did was to enshrine the traditional division in Germany between civil society, the realm of private affairs, and affairs of state. Thus the military budget was taken out of the hands of Parliament for a period of 4 years and fixed according to the size of the army, which in turn was to be 1% of the population. The executive power was protected as far as possible from Reichstag control. Bismarck claimed that sovereign power lay with the confederated governments represented in the Bundesrat, of which he was the chairman and Confederate chancellor. As such, he and only he was responsible to the Reichstag for the acts of the President of the Confederation, the King of Prussia, whose acts he countersigned. There were no federal ministers accountable to the Reichstag, only Prussian ministers accountable to the Prussian Landtag. The real decision-making went on in the Chancellor's office, run by Rudolf von Delbrück, the architect of Prussia's free trade policy, and in the military cabinet of the Prussian king. The German bourgeoisie rallied to Bismarck for economic rather than for political reasons. The cost of war opened up possibilities for bankers such as Gerson Bleichroeder, who negotiated the sale of certain government-owned railways, and for the Diskontogesellschaft, whose directors interlocked with the leaders of the National Liberal Party. The annexation of Schleswig-Holstein freed German exporters from overdependence on foreign middlemen, enabled them to trade their way out of the depression of 1866, and offered a new outlet for surplus capital, the Kiel Canal. From the Chancellor's office, Rudolf von Delbrück lowered the external tariff of the Zollverein, established free enterprise, and ended the requirement of official authorization for joint stock companies. Capital began to flow towards industry, much to the delight of the Rhenish and Silesian heavy industrialists, who were a bulwark of the Free Conservative Party. It is a commonplace that just as United Italy was an extension of Piedmont, so United Germany was only Prussia writ large. Austria was excluded from Germany, and Italy, in 1866, and the North German Confederation was Prussian, Protestant, and free trade, for all to see. Even here, however, the hegemony of Prussia was contested and far from assured. In Saxony, anti-Prussian riots broke out in the industrial town of Chemnitz, and socialists and radicals combined in August 1866 to form the Saxon People's Party to protest against annexation. In Hanover, where Bismarck ruthlessly confiscated the wealth of blind King George V for fighting him in 1866, Catholics and Lutherans supported the anti-Prussian Guelph Party, led by Ludwig Windthorst, the former Minister of Justice in Hanover. In the rump of Hesse-Darmstadt, too, the reactionary minister Dalwick continued his struggle against Bismarck, looking to France for help. The main problem, however, was beyond the North German Confederation, in the southern states of Germany. Bismarck did not want to risk the southern states turning against him in the future as they had in 1866. On the other hand, clear attempts to integrate South Germany into the Confederation would antagonize not only Austria but also France, which wished to preserve its influence there and was embarking on serious military reform. His solution was to conclude secret military alliances with the southern states and then, turning again to the economic weapon, to float the idea of a Zoll Parliament, a common customs parliament elected by universal suffrage for the whole of the Zollverein, which included South Germany. But South Germany was not to be swallowed easily. First, there were the governments, notably that of Bavaria, where Prince Chlodwig zu Hohenlohe-Schilling first became minister-president in December 1866. He was anxious to keep the southern states together, and to negotiate from strength. A conference was called at Stuttgart in February 1867 to establish a common military organization for the southern states. Unfortunately, Bismarck had prevailed on Hesse-Darmstadt and Baden to accept military reforms on the Prussian model, pushed through with the help of Prussian generals, so that Hohenlohe's first plan collapsed. Hohenlohe was also concerned that a Zoll parliament elected by universal suffrage would undermine the southern governments and lead straight to a unitary state. Instead, he proposed a wider bund of governments, an extension of the Bundesrat rather than of the Reichstag, and one that would maintain a close alliance with Austria. It was a last attempt to salvage the Grossdeutsch solution against Prussian hegemony. But then the German public became outraged when Bismarck publicized a secret deal whereby Napoleon III was to purchase Luxembourg from the King of the Netherlands to compensate for Bismarck's gains. The wave of German patriotism undermined Hohenlohe's case, and the southern states were induced to accept the Zoll Parliament in June 1867. By calling into existence the Zoll Parliament, Bismarck in fact confronted himself with a new antagonist, popular opinion in the southern states. Meanwhile, in August 1867 Napoleon III and Francis Joseph of Austria met at Salzburg to consider Prussia's ambitions. Nothing concrete was achieved, for whereas France insisted on keeping Russia as an ally, Austria was already embroiled with Russia in the Balkans. But their meeting encouraged South Germans to assert their hostility to Prussia, and especially to the cost of military reforms that Prussia was demanding as the price of an alliance. In the elections to the Zoll Parliament, held in February and March 1868, the liberal nationalist parties in South Germany, committed to integration with the North, were swamped. The Catholic Patriot Party in Bavaria, together with the Catholics and Democrats in Württemberg and Baden, routed the pro-Prussian parties, and repeated the performance in the Landtag elections. Military credits were everywhere refused. In February 1870 Hohenlohe lost a vote of confidence in the Bavarian parliament and was forced to resign. For the South German governments, the situation was intolerable. They would be obliged either to rely on liberal nationalist parties and thus become hostages to Prussia, or to surrender to the Catholic and democratic opposition and to look to Austria and France for support. The danger that Ludwig II of Bavaria might throw in his lot with the Catholic opposition and Catholic powers had to be avoided at all costs by Bismarck. It was revolution in a third Catholic power, Spain, that transformed the situation. Queen Isabella had been overthrown in September 1868 and fled to France, leaving the progressive politicians to scour Europe for a new monarch. An offer was made to Prince Leopold of Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen, of the Catholic branch of the Prussian ruling house, whose brother had accepted the Romanian throne in 1866. Bismarck seized the opportunity to eliminate the threat from the Wittelsbach dynasty of Bavaria. He coveted the imperial crown of Germany for William of Prussia, but this was claimed also by Ludwig II of Bavaria. A Hohenzollern on the throne of Spain would increase the world standing of the Prussian dynasty and decide the issue. But there was the more acute danger that if a Hohenzollern declined the Spanish crown, and it were offered to a Wittelsbach, a South European Catholic coalition might come into being, with disastrous results for German unification. If Prince Adalbert's line or the ducal line accepts the offer, Bismarck told King William on March 9, 1870, Spain would have a ruling house which looked for support to France and Rome, maintaining contacts with anti-national elements in Germany and affording them a secure if remote rallying point. 20. Prince Leopold accepted the offer on June 19, but before the Constituent Cortes in Spain could make the election, the infuriated French threw themselves into the arena. Napoleon III had gained a massive majority in the plebiscite on the Liberal Empire in May 1870, and a dose of Gaulois would work wonders to ensure the popularity of the regime. The real issue at stake was which power was to be dominant in Europe, Prussia or France. Thus, when King William persuaded Prince Leopold to withdraw his candidature, the crisis was not defused. The French government demanded guarantees from the Prussian government that the candidature would not be renewed. King William's refusal, sent from the spa town of Ems, was doctored by Bismarck on July 12 to imply that Prussia was breaking off diplomatic relations. In France there was massive pressure for war to defend honor, rank, and greatness. War credits were voted by Parliament on July 15, and France declared war on July 19. French aggression solved the South German problem. Bismarck could now be sure that the southern German states would vote military credits and fight on Prussia's side. Despite the tremendous popularity of the war in France, the French armies were defeated at Sedan on September 1, and Napoleon III surrendered to von Moltke. The German armies laid siege to Paris, and forced the new Republican government to hand over Alsace and Lorraine and to pay a war indemnity of 5 billion francs. The southern German states now adhered to a united Germany, which was declared over the body of a prostrate France in the Hall of Mirrors of the Château of Versailles on January 18, 1871. Under the German Constitution of April 16, 1871, King William of Prussia, formerly President of the North German Confederation, became Kaiser William I. Bismarck, formerly Chancellor of the Confederation, became Imperial Chancellor. Sovereignty lay in the aggregate of German governments assembled in the Bundesrat, but the leading role of Prussia was indisputable. Of the 61 votes in the Bundesrat, Prussia had 17, Bavaria 6, Saxony and Württemberg 4 each, Baden and Hesse-Darmstadt 3 each, and all the others 1 each. German unification had not been imposed, however, but negotiated. The other German states, particularly in the south, continued to enjoy a good deal of autonomy and to cultivate a separate identity. Bavaria retained a separate army in peacetime, Bavaria and Württemberg separate railways and postal services, while these and Baden could still receive foreign ambassadors. The federal government could not impose direct taxes on the German states and had to rely on indirect taxes and tariffs. Many German states kept their own monarchs. Ludwig of Bavaria, having failed to become German emperor, dedicated himself to the construction of Wagnerian fairy castles like that of Neuschwanstein. Sedan Day, which was supposed to be a national day of commemoration, was scarcely celebrated in the south. Here, as in other German states, local identity was developed through history societies and beautification societies that built local monuments and repaired local castles. Behind the facade of German unification, German particularism still thrived. The Ausgleich. War was something that should have been avoided at all costs by the Habsburg monarchy, a conglomerate of nationalities. Enemy powers might come to an understanding with revolutionary nationalists who would tear the monarchy apart from the inside. Kossuth had been corresponding with Mazzina since 1850 and envisaged replacing the Habsburg monarchy by a Danubian confederation of Hungarians, Croats, Serbs, and Romanians. To confound the revolutionaries, Vienna avoided becoming involved in the Crimean War and, challenged by Napoleon III and Cavour, concluded an armistice at Villafranca as quickly as possible in July 1859. But France's patronage of subject nationalities made it clear that to cut the ground from beneath the feet of the revolutionaries the Austrian government would have to reach some compromise with conservative and moderate nationalists within the monarchy, and restore some degree of self-government. Above all, the Magyar nobility, who had achieved autonomy in 1848 only to be defeated in battle and placed under military rule, had to be bought off for the long-term stability of the monarchy. In 1848-9 the Austrian government had promoted Austro-Slavism and used Slav peoples against the Magyars. Now it would make concessions to the Magyars, but at the expense of the Slavs, a discrimination likely to produce other and even more insidious forms of instability. Reassured as it was at the time by the Prussian alliance, and thinking in wider terms of an economic Middle Europa, the Austrian government made an initial gesture towards the feudal nobilities of the different parts of the monarchy, which had traditionally been close to the court and ministries at Vienna. In March 1860 the Reichsrat or Imperial Council, a purely advisory body, was enlarged to include some 50 of them. What they demanded was the restoration of the historic rights of the Crown lands, which would provide forums for the old nobilities, and above all the return of the Hungarian, Croatian, and Transylvanian diets. Under the October Diploma of 1860, the government agreed to call the diets, which would then elect to the Reichsrat. These terms were agreeable to the Magyar aristocracy, but could not satisfy the revolutionaries or moderates among the lesser nobility. Deák, the leader of the moderates, wanted to go back to the April laws of 1848, the emperor to be king of Hungary in a personal sense only, with the Hungarian ministry responsible to the Hungarian Diet, and/or Hungarian army. Another Austrian reform in February 1861 did nothing to satisfy the autonomists. It was more liberal, but also more centralist. The Reichsrat was transformed into something resembling a conventional parliament, building in majorities for the German-speaking population in mixed provinces like Bohemia and returning a chamber that was dominated by a German or Jewish upper bourgeoisie which was hostile to any form of separatism. For while federalism favored the aristocracy, centralism favored the middle classes. So biased was the new system that no Hungarian, Czech, Slovene, Croatian, Transylvanian, or Venetian representatives turned up. Infuriated, the Austrian government dissolved the Hungarian Diet in August 1861, and reimposed military government on the country. However, there could be no question of going back to the repression of the 1850s. Revolutionary nationalism erupted in Poland, Romania, and Serbia. 21 On March 13, 1864, Kossuth secret organization staged a massive demonstration in Pest to mark the anniversary of the 1848 revolution. After the exclusion of Austria from Germany in an economic sense in October 1864 and the breakdown of the Austro-Prussian military alliance over the Schleswig-Holstein question, though, Austria no longer had the weight to enforce a purely German solution in the Habsburg monarchy. Moreover, the approach to compromise was not one-sided. Moderate nationalists, afraid of the rising tide of revolutionary nationalism, began to move towards the aristocratic position and to declare themselves in favor of talking to the Austrian government. Our goal is to maintain the basic laws of the Hungarian constitution as far as possible, wrote Deák in April 1865, but we shall ever be prepared through the means provided by the law to bring our own demands into harmony with the demands of the complete security of the Empire. 22. Vienna agreed in September 1865 to call the Hungarian, Croat, and Transylvanian Diets. The elections to the Hungarian Diet, which opened in December 1865, were a landslide for the Deakists, who gained 180 seats. The Conservatives, with whom they campaigned, acquired 21 seats, the left center of TSA 94, and the extreme left only 20. This was a parliament dominated by the nobility, the aristocrats with 16% of the seats, the lesser nobility with 62%, the middle class and intellectuals had less than a fifth of the representation. The Transylvanian Diet, which was controlled by Magyars, asked to be incorporated into the Hungarian Diet, and they came, with only 2 Romanians, to reinforce the Deakists. Negotiations between the Hungarian Diet and the Austrian government were interrupted by the Austro-Prussian War, but it made little difference to the outcome. The moderates were talking, and Bismarck's lightning victory gave the Magyar revolutionaries no chance to organize a strike. The Ausgleich or compromise between the Austrians and Hungarian moderates was an agreement to prevent revolution. Dualism, said Kossuth at the end of 1866, is the alliance of the conservative, reactionary, and any apparently liberal elements in Hungary with those of the Austrian Germans who despise liberty, for the oppression of the other nationalities and races. 23 Above all, it was an alliance against the Slavs. And because both Germans and Magyars feared the stimulation of Slav nationalism in the Balkans by Russia, so the agreement was by implication anti-Russian. The Ausgleich was a complicated balance of royal prerogatives and national liberties. Francis Joseph was crowned King of Hungary on June 8, 1867, and had unlimited control over the imperial army, but the Hungarian parliament voted recruits. Ministers of foreign affairs and defense were to be common to both parts of the monarchy, as would be the financing of those 2 items, the budget to be hammered out by delegations from the 2 parliaments working together. But whereas the monarch in Austria could appoint a ministry in defiance of a hostile parliamentary majority, and had emergency powers to rule by decree, the emperor as King of Hungary was ill-advised to ignore parliamentary majorities when appointing a ministry, and had no emergency powers. If the annual budget was not voted, a situation of ex lex came into being, and the counties and municipalities were free to refuse taxes. Moreover, since the joint budget for defense was financed largely from the joint customs duties of the monarchy, which were to be renegotiated every 10 years, the military strength of the monarchy was mortgaged to the economic interests of the nobles in the Hungarian parliament. These had direct influence both over their own ministers in Budapest and over those in Vienna, where between 1871 and 1879 the joint foreign minister was the former Hungarian minister-president, Count Andrássy. The Ausgleich, which was passed by the Reichsrat and became law in December 1867, created the dual monarchy of Austria-Hungary. The other subject peoples within the monarchy did not do so well. Within the Austrian half were the Poles of Galicia, the Czechs of Bohemia, and the Slovenes of Styria, Carinthia, Carniola, and the Adriatic coastland. The Polish nobility were not anxious to repeat the tragedy of 1846, or to copy the insurrection of 1863, which had ended with the elimination of the Congress Kingdom of Poland. The Austrian government needed the support of the Poles in the Reichsrat to vote for the Ausgleich. Some compromise was therefore possible whereby, though the Galician Diet was not given legislative independence, Galicia acquired a Polish governor, and Polish became the official language throughout the education system, administration, and judiciary. As a result, 4,000 or 5,000 German bureaucrats lost their jobs to Poles. These concessions were made at the expense of the largely peasant population of Ruth-NS, who had saved the Austrian monarchy by cutting down the Polish gentry when they rebelled in 1846. The Ruth-NS now turned towards Russia for support, and became a focus for emerging Ukrainian nationalism. The Czechs had likewise stood by the monarchy in 1848 and were now also dealt a cruel blow. No longer simply the farmers and laborers of German landowners, or miners in the lignite mines of northern Bohemia, they had migrated to the towns as tailors, cobblers, and shopkeepers, and they were throwing up their own bourgeoisie of employers and intellectuals. But the German population was bent on retaining its supremacy. Andrássy argued in Vienna that any concession of Bohemian state rights would serve as the thin end of the wedge for the Slavs. The Bohemian Diet was therefore kept powerless with an artificial German majority, while German remained the official language in the secondary schools and universities, administration, and judiciary. Czechs were obliged to Germanize themselves if they wanted to get on, or to protest. "We Slavs are peaceful people," wrote Palacky in 1865, "but we warn you, do not sow the wind lest you reap the whirlwind." 24 Czech deputies had walked out of the Reichsrat that was so heavily prejudiced in favor of the Germans in 1863, but would undoubtedly have voted against the Ausgleich in 1867. In April 1867 Palacky led a delegation of Slavs, mostly Czechs, with some Slovenes and Ruth-NS, on a pilgrimage to Moscow for the ethnographic conference. Rejected by the Austria to which they had been faithful in 1848, they were now turning to a new patron, Russia. "We Slavs were here before Austria," said Palacky in prophetic mood, "and we shall be here after it." 25. The ascendancy of German liberals in Vienna was disastrous for other nationalities. However, the conservative minister-president Count Hohenwart, who took office in February 1871, was more favorable to federalism. He was prepared to make concessions to the Czechs in order to entice them back into the Reichsrat to reinforce his majority. But he reckoned without his opponents. The German deputies walked out of the Bohemian Diet, and German liberals boycotted the Reichsrat. Count Andrássy warned Francis Joseph against making concessions to Slavs. Hohenwart left office and the Czechs were unconsoled. In those parts of the monarchy where the Germans' presence was important, the rights of other nationalities were severely restricted. A Slovene Congress in Gorizia in October 1868 demanded a Slovene Diet and the use of Slovene in education and administration. But there was never any question of conceding a Diet, and German remained the official language in Styria, Carinthia, and Carniola. It was only on the Adriatic coast, where the Italian minority which remained outside Italy was proving a nuisance, that any concessions were made to the Slovene languages. The Ausgleich had destroyed two fundamental principles of the Habsburg monarchy, that all the subject nationalities of the emperor were equal and that their loyalty to him was its cement. Now the Hungarian part of the monarchy had a new status, and the Magyar ruling class believed that only cultural assimilation, the Magyarization of other nationalities, could ensure their ascendancy in it. the tradition that the Hungarian nation was the Magyars and the fact that Nemzet meant both Hungarian and Magyar seemed to confer some legitimacy on Magyarization. The nationality law passed by the Hungarian Diet in 1868 made Magyar the official language of state, but authorized other national languages in the county and municipal assemblies, lower courts, churches, and primary and secondary schools. It was never objectively enforced, the Slovaks in particular suffering the extremes of Magyarization. Their deputies to the Hungarian parliament were expelled in 1872. The 3 Slovak public secondary schools were closed in 1874 and the cultural association, Matica Slovenska, was disbanded a year later, on the grounds that they fostered panslavism. Koloman Tisza, who became Hungarian minister-president in 1875, declared bluntly, "There is no Slovak nation." Under his rule, which was ostensibly that of the Liberal Party, Magyarization became particularly ruthless, at all levels of the administration and judicial system, in the University of Pest, secondary schools, and eventually primary schools as well. It became impossible to enter the civil service or professions without relinquishing all traces of a non-Magyar background. If there was a threat to Magyar supremacy, it was among the South Slavs. The Croat Sabor or Diet, meeting in 1865, had requested a union with the monarchy that was purely personal, like that which the Hungarians achieved 2 years later. But though they had supported the monarchy against the Magyar rebels in 1848, the Ausgleich delivered them up to the Magyars lock, stock, and barrel. Andrassy, as minister-president of Hungary, appointed a ban of Croatia whom he could trust, to manage the elections and return a majority of pro-Magyar Unionists. The Sabor then agreed to a law of 1868 that declared Hungary and the Triune Kingdom of Croatia Slavonia Dalmatia to be one and the same state complex. Under this settlement the Croats were cut off from Vienna by a Magyar barrier, which conducted foreign policy in the Balkans in the Magyar interest. Joint Hungarian-Croat questions were dealt with in Budapest, but there were only 29 Croats in the Hungarian parliament, and the Croat minister who sat in the Hungarian cabinet was appointed by the Hungarian minister-president. The Croats were granted autonomy in their internal affairs, and could use their own language in the administration, while the ban was made responsible to the Sabor. But the ban was also appointed by the Hungarian minister-president, served as his agent, and was expected to keep Croat nationalists out of parliament. Lastly, Andrassy believed that the Grencer units along the military border of Croatia-Slavonia might provide armed support for South Slav insurrection, whether Croat or Serb, and campaigned in Vienna after 1869 for their disbandment. Fears about the South Slavs became acute in 1871, when the pro-Magyar ban was obliged to resign and elections to the Sabor returned a vast majority for the Croat National Party, heirs of the Illyrians. Andrassy now managed to persuade the Austrian military that South Slav nationalism was more dangerous than Ottoman imperialism, and the emperor agreed to order the demilitarization of the military border in June 1871. This provoked a mutiny among some of the Grencer regiments, it was put down and martial law imposed. After mediation by the Catholic Archbishop of Zagreb, new elections in 1872 restored the official, mostly ecclesiastical, majority, and some compromise between Magyars and Croats was concluded. The thorn in the side of the Magyars was in future to be not the Croats but the Serbs. Initially, they gave little sign of discontent. Unlike other nationalities, they did not boycott the Hungarian parliament. Then, when an anti-Turkish revolt broke out among the Serbs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, in 1875, and the Serbian government in Belgrade teetered on the verge of intervention, a Serbian deputy set up a patriotic organization to send money and volunteers to assist the struggle against the Turks. At that time, it was Hungarian policy to support the Turkish Empire against Russia. It followed that Serbian nationalism, whether in the Ottoman or the Habsburg empires, must be crushed. The Serbian agitators within the monarchy were therefore rounded up. Andrassy began reluctantly to contemplate the occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina in order to prevent trouble breaking out in future. 8. Revolution contained. Constitutional change. In the 1850s, a certain rigidity was observable in political life even in those liberal countries where representative government survived. The political nation was either so restricted in size that it did not challenge the ruling oligarchies, or else it was bullied or corrupted into docility by the government at election time, or both. But from the early 1860s, opposition groups which had been dormant since 1848-9 began to reassert themselves. The causes are not easy to pin down. Economic recovery in the early 1860s encouraged some workers to strike and organize in order to improve their wages. But the cotton famine which resulted from the American Civil War provoked heavy unemployment locally, in Lancashire, northern France, Saxony, and Catalonia, and the onset of another economic recession in 1866-8 was compounded by bad harvests in the same years. Yet the turmoil which overtook Europe in the 1860s was more than economic. Armies were on the march, battles were being fought and lost, and regimes became acutely conscious of their vulnerability. The unification of Italy and Germany undermined local nobilities, toppled petty princes from their thrones, and obliged major ones to compromise with the principle of popular sovereignty. The success of Garibaldi and his thousand had tremendous mythical power and seized the imagination of radical reformers in England, which he visited in 1864 and was encouraged to leave rather hastily when he became a political embarrassment to the government. In England, electoral reform was championed as a means whereby the middle class, reinforced by some of the working class, could attack aristocratic privilege and the established church. The Reform Union, set up in April 1864, was organized by radical politicians, Lancashire merchants and manufacturers, and nonconformist leaders. It took up the struggle against the defenses of the aristocracy where the Anti-Corn Law League had left off. More significant was the Reform League, founded in February 1865 by the organized working class elite, the unions of metal workers, building workers, and shoemakers who formed the London Trades Council, with the assistance of radical barristers and politicians. Radicals like Bright, who dominated one wing of the Liberal Party, encouraged these organizations as valuable extra-parliamentary support, and Gladstone himself, who lost his Oxford University seat in 1865 after coming out in favour of the disestablishment of the Anglican Church in Ireland, and was obliged to campaign in industrial South Lancashire, was won over to the cause of reform. In April 1866 Gladstone urged that the Liberals must be wise in time one reform to avoid revolution, but he was also confident that the backing of the skilled, respectable portion of the working class, already acquiring property and becoming enfranchised as £10 rent payers under the 1832 Act, could only serve to strengthen the party and the Constitution. But the gospel of this point of view, John Stuart Mill's On Representative Government, 1861, made clear that the extension of the franchise must not be so great as to upset the balance of interests between the middle and working classes, and that if property became less important to qualify for the vote, education must become more so. The death of Palmerston in October 1865, after the Liberal election victory in July, removed one obstacle to reform. The aging Lord John Russell, who became Prime Minister, was happy to support the proposals of Gladstone, his Chancellor of the Exchequer. But the Liberal Party was a broad coalition including not only radical intellectuals, dissenting businessmen, and Peelite administrators dedicated to some higher public interest, like Gladstone, but also Whig magnates in the Lords and their relations in the Commons, and a middle ground of Anglican landowners. When in March 1866 Gladstone introduced his bill to enfranchise house owners and tenants paying a £7 rent in the boroughs, adding another 400,000 voters to an electorate of 1.1 million, Whiggish and dissident elements in the Liberal Party rose in revolt, arguing that it would launch the workers as a class on property and government, allied with the Conservative opposition, and brought down the Russell ministry. There was no question that Lord Derby, who formed a government in July 1866, could revert to the status quo. Hyde Park was invaded by rioters. Industrial disturbances increased with the onset of the slump. Irish Fenians stepped up their terrorist attacks, and a dramatic attempt was made to rescue Fenians awaiting execution in Clerkenwell prison. The Queen herself warned Derby and Disraeli that they must take up the issue of reform. The fiasco of May 6, 1867, when the government had recourse to special constables and regular troops to confront a peaceful demonstration of the Reform League in Hyde Park, decided the issue. The Tory approach to reform was, however, entirely different from that of the Liberals. Once Disraeli had grasped the nettle, he was determined to pull it out by the roots. A carefully constructed system of checks and balances, as proposed by the Liberals, would serve no purpose. But a radical reform would break the ascendancy of Gladstone and Bright, terminate the reputation of being the stupid party that had dogged the Tories since 1846, and cast them in the role of the National Party. Moreover, by going beneath the level of the skilled, organized working class, who were brought up on self-help, temperance, and nonconformity, the Tories could tap what they saw to be the natural conservatism of the laboring masses. They were moved by an impression for it could be no more, as Lord Robert Cecil argued in 1869, that the ruder class of minds would be more sensitive to traditional emotions, and an indistinct application to English politics of Napoleon's supposed success in taming revolution by universal suffrage. 2 More like Bismarck, they also trusted that the uneducated lower classes would defer to their employers and landlords in the exercise of their vote. Our social system, remarked the Times, is our real sheet anchor, and that on which we may fearlessly ride. 3. In the short term, it seemed that they were wrong. The Reform Act of August 1867 did not play into the hands of the Tories. Their reform, which virtually established household suffrage in the boroughs, doubled the electorate to 2 million. Disraeli took over as Prime Minister in February 1868 and a general election was held in December. The Tories looked to break the Liberal hold on the boroughs, but achieved this only in Lancashire, where they played on Protestant fears of Catholics from Ireland. The Liberals, promising to disestablish the Anglican Church in Ireland, bid for the Irish Catholic vote and did well in the Celtic fringe, leaving only the English counties to the Tories. The Reform League supported the Liberals and a former Chartist, Ernest Jones, was a Liberal candidate in Manchester. Gladstone, and his first ministry of 1868–74, were the first beneficiaries of the Second Reform Act. In countries more backward than Great Britain, the problem faced by the democratic opponents of the ruling oligarchy was that of mobilizing mass support. In Italy, where tax-paying and literacy tests confined the electorate to 529,000 or 2% of the population, workers' societies for mutual aid and education had been developing since 1859, especially in Piedmont. At a congress of these societies at Florence in September 1861, Mazzini made a bid to win their support for his cause, but he was more concerned with the completion of national unification than with democratization, and many societies more interested in material and moral improvement than in politics refused to follow him. Dilemmas of strategy also beset the Democrats. About 50 of them, mostly poor lawyers and hack literati, were active in the national parliament after 1861, but they were unable to impress their policies, including the demand for wider suffrage, on the parliamentary left, which was part of the Cavourian connubio. Revolutionary activity seemed easier to some, especially at the time of the Polish insurrection, and Garibaldi led a spate of resignations of Democrats from the chamber to take part in wild attempts to conquer Rome or the Trentino by force. There is no doubt that Garibaldi had magnetic powers of leadership, but his cavalier disdain for legal forms and his style of a popular dictator embarrassed those Democrats who had decided that the struggle for reform must take place within Parliament. Lastly, though the Democrats were marginal to the establishment, they were still educated and even propertied, and campaigned for narrow political and national goals. None of this promised them much influence over the poor and illiterate Italian people. In Spain, a strategy to mobilize popular support was discovered in the later 1860s, federalism. Since 1858 a liberal union of moderates and the majority of progressives had maintained itself in power by the cooperation of government and caciques in the management of elections and the military support of the army and civil guard. In 1863, when Queen Isabella decided to be rid of her chief minister, General O'Donnell, the opposition, pure progressives and Democrats, tried to bully her into giving them office by means of a retramiento, or refusal to take part in parliamentary politics. Since the Queen remained unmoved, the opposition had a choice between two alternatives. It could dig out support in the army, finding a caudillo of its own, like General Prim, hero of the Mexican War against the French, or it could follow the advice of the Barcelona journalist and rising star of the Democrats, Pi y Margall, that they must look beyond a corrupt system controlled by politicians, generals, and landowners and harness the discontent of the landless peasantry by promising repartee, a massive redistribution of land. The impatient Prim launched a military coup early in 1866. It failed, the monarchy resorted to military dictatorship, and the democratic leaders were driven into exile. During his stay in Paris Pi discovered Proudhon, and above all his work on the federative principle, which he translated into Spanish. A vision of revolution and a federal republic was presented to him. A second coup by Prim succeeded in September 1868. Queen Isabella was finally driven out, and a provisional government was set up, composed of progressives and liberal unionists who rallied to the new regime. This was not just another pronunciamento. Because of the Democrats, it was also a revolution. Revolutionary juntas were set up in Madrid and the provinces, especially in Andalusia, the Levant, and Catalonia. Military conscription and the excise were abolished. Convents were attacked and arms were distributed to volunteers of liberty, who would defend the revolution. The Democrats forced the government to decree universal suffrage, the freedom of the press, of association, and of religion, as the price of their support. But the Madrid authorities and the democratic movement very rapidly came into conflict. Prim was faced not only by revolution in the Spanish provinces but by revolt in the Spanish colony of Cuba. There could thus be no question of the abolition of taxes and conscription. The provisional government then contemplated summoning a constituent assembly and advertising in Europe for a new monarch. By October 1868, on the other hand, most of the Democrats had become rampant Republicans. The provisional government retaliated by ordering the dissolution of the juntas and the demobilization of the Volunteers of Liberty. In response, the Republicans denounced both the central government and the forthcoming election to the Constituent Cortes. There was an outbreak of local revolts. The Republican intelligentsia found popular support in the new municipalities, clubs, volunteers, and press. Pi y Margall's idea that insurgent towns should freely engage in agreements to set up a federal republic seemed to be taking shape. In the event, it proved impossible to coordinate the various revolts. Prim's army restored order, and the progressives and liberal unionists who were elected to the Constituent Cortes in 1869 introduced a constitution which provided for religious toleration and both chamber and senate elected by universal suffrage. After the embarrassment of the Hohenzollern affair, the crown of Spain was accepted by Amadeo of Savoy, son of Victor Emmanuel of Italy. Constitutional monarchy was to be given another chance. It was of course in France that the Republican pedigree was longest, but in the 1850s the Republican opposition to the regime of Napoleon III was in a parlous state. Confronted head-on by repression, undermined by Napoleon's preemption of the principle of universal suffrage, and witnessing a steady increase in public prosperity, many Republicans saw no alternative to parliamentary rather than revolutionary opposition. And so, while the unrepentant Blanqui vegetated in prison, a group of 5 Republican deputies elected in 1857, headed by Émile Ollivier, a former commissaire of the Republic in 1848, took the oath of loyalty to the emperor, which was required before they could take their seats in the legislative body. But there was a more prominent source of opposition to Napoleon's regime among the Orléanists, the natural governing elite of France, who dominated the administration, the law courts, the conseils généraux in the departments and the chambers of commerce, and from whom Napoleon, for lack of Bonapartists, was obliged to take several of his ministers. They challenged both the emperor's Italian policy and his commercial policy, and in March 1860 took up clericalism and protectionism as two effective sticks with which to beat the government. The Second Empire was not rigid. Napoleon himself realized that a constitution is the work of time and that rulers had to keep ahead of the ideas of their century if they were not to be overthrown. The issue was not popular suffrage, for that already existed, but liberalization, to decrease the role of the administration and to increase that of parliament. There must be progress from an authoritarian to a parliamentary empire, without falling into anarchy on the one hand or ushering in restoration on the other. Decrees of November 1860 provided more muscle for Parliament by permitting the publication of debates, the amendment of bills in committee, and ministers without portfolio to sit in the chamber. In the elections of 1863, a liberal union of Orleanists, Legitimists, and Republicans made important gains at the expense of official candidates, and the Orleanist tier demanded necessary liberties as a defense against arbitrary government. From 1865 Napoleon had his eyes on Ollivier as a future chief minister, but Ollivier as yet lacked a parliamentary following, and the balance of power was still held by the authoritarian ministers, led by Ruhr. The defeat of Austria by Prussia brought home to Napoleon the need to reconcile all classes, especially the educated middle classes, to the regime. Accordingly, the calling to account of ministers in the chamber was authorized in 1867 and a liberal press law was passed in 1868. Both were quickly put to use by the opposition. The political press burst into life. The elections of May, June 1869, which were extremely agitated, resulted in significant gains by the Republicans, especially in Paris and the large towns. Ollivier now gathered 116 supporters for a vote of no confidence in Ruhr's ministry, and to demand a new ministry drawn from and responsible to Parliament. The authoritarian wing of Bonapartism collapsed. In January 1870 Ollivier was invited to form a ministry and preside over the drafting of a constitution for the liberal empire. The new constitution was riddled with contradictions. The emperor remained both head of state, responsible to the people alone, and president of the Council of Ministers. Ollivier was not prime minister but minister of justice and keeper of the seals. Ministers were deemed responsible, but it was not clear whether they were responsible to Parliament or to the emperor. In any case, Ollivier did not have a parliamentary majority and there was still no collective responsibility. Lastly, the empire was parliamentary, but constitutional changes were still to be ratified by plebiscite, to maintain the personal authority of the emperor. The plebiscite of May 8, 1870 was a triumph for him. Over 7.3 million people voted in favor of the constitution, only 1.5 million against. The empire is stronger than ever, admitted the Republican leader, Gambetta. 5 And yet it was within a few weeks of being destroyed by Prussian armies. To a large extent its downfall was military. But the confusion that resulted from the reorganization of the empire in 1870 handicapped the government in the critical period of sparring with Bismarck and was fatal once war had broken out. The Second Empire almost solved the problem of reconciling monarchy and democracy but not quite, and not in time. Anarchism and socialism. Universal suffrage might lead to social reform, but it might also serve only to reinforce support for the ruling class. Those who wanted to destroy social inequalities and exploitation found themselves facing three questions. Were they going to use revolutionary or legal means? Should a mass movement of peasants or workers remain entirely separate from the middle class, or should it collaborate with bourgeois radicals who shared some of the same goals? Lastly, should the aim be to seize political power in order to further social reform, or should political power be destroyed as exploitative and evil in itself? Government repression after 1849 stimulated a new wave of secret societies in Europe, behind most of which seemed to be the irrepressible Mazzina. But as conservative regimes became entrenched, as pockets of resistance in France, Germany, and Italy were wiped out, and as prosperity began to return, radicals were obliged to take a long, cool look at their strategies. Karl Marx, who was reorganizing the Communist League in London in 1850, criticized his rivals, for whom the motor of revolution is not the real situation, but will alone. 6 For Marx now realized that revolutionaries could not trigger off coups wherever and whenever they fancied. A broad base of support would have to be built up in the working class by organization and education, through clubs, mutual aid societies, and trade unions, before any revolution would be effective. By the early 1860s a labor movement was emerging in England, France, Belgium, and parts of Germany like Saxony and the Rhineland, at least among an artisan elite of building workers, metal workers, and shoemakers. Marx's experience of the 1848 revolution in Germany was that the middle class, however liberal, would throw in its lot with feudalism and the monarchy at the first whiff of revolution. It was therefore up to the organized working class alone to make the revolution permanent, to drive on from political to social revolution. Moreover, his research for capital convinced him more than ever that the wealth of the middle class was entirely derived from the cunning exploitation of wage labor. Accumulation of wealth at one pole, he argued, is at the same time accumulation of misery, the torment of labor, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation at the opposite pole. 7 Marx was therefore happy to be on the platform at St. Martin's Hall, Covent Garden, on September 28, 1864, when British and French labor leaders organized a meeting to launch the International Working Men's Association. The General Council, which was elected to steer the movement, was made up of 27 Englishmen, 3 Frenchmen, 2 Italians, and 2 Germans, including Marx. Contacts had been made at a confident display of capitalism, the London exhibition of 1862, and again through sympathy with the cause of the Polish rebels. But Marx was insistent that the address adopted by the International set its sights on the abolition of all class rule and declared that the emancipation of the working class must be achieved by the working classes themselves. It was essential to adopt some common strategy, but because the representatives came from countries where the balance of classes and questions of power politics were entirely different, this was difficult to achieve. Initially, Mazzinians had much influence on the General Council, but their concern with revolutionary conspiracy, class collaboration in the interests of national unification, and the mystical force of the people was entirely foreign to working class goals. They were eased out by 1865. The French representatives ran one of their leaders in a Paris by-election in March 1864, as a candidate of the working class who would have nothing to do with bourgeois republicanism. He gained few votes, but in an attempt to wean the workers away from republicanism to support the empire, the imperial government passed a law authorizing coalitions for strike action and in 1868 gave de facto recognition to trade unions. The London trades, which organized the International, were also instrumental in founding the Reform League in 1865, and Marx told Engels that the Reform Leagues are doing .8, but it was not helpful that the working class should become distracted by parliamentary reform and swept into a struggle on behalf of Gladstonian liberalism. Engels despaired in the elections of 1868 that everywhere the proletariat is the rag, tag, and bobtail of the official parties. 9 In Germany 2 labor movements had emerged, but the interests of neither coincided with those of the International. The General German Workers' Union, set up in May 1863 and headed by Ferdinand Lassalle, renounced cooperation with the middle class but looked instead to Bismarck and his feudal allies to provide universal suffrage and financial aid for their producers' cooperatives. The League of German Workers' Clubs, founded in June 1863, opposed Prussian militarism and feudalism, but because of that became caught up in the democratic, Grossdeutsch policies of the people's parties. Wilhelm Liebknecht, who headed the league with August Bebel, a wood-turner from Leipzig, started from the viewpoint that the fall of Prussia equals the victory of the German Revolution. Marx called Liebknecht an ass, but the only reliable contact we have in Germany. 10 The resolution of the German question in 1866, however, opened the way to class politics. The liberal bourgeoisie largely defected to the Bismarckian camp, while universal suffrage and the right to form trade unions were conceded in the North German Confederation. The League joined the International in September 1868 and reformed in 1869 as the Social Democratic Workers' Party. Marx's plan for the International also faced direct opposition. The major formative influence on French socialist thought was that of Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, who died in 1865. "We want neither the government of man by man nor the exploitation of man by man," Proudhon had written in 1848.11. Labor alone was productive, and yet because of rent and profit society was divided into two classes, one which works and does not own, the other which owns and does not work, which therefore consumes without producing. 12 The unearned wealth of the financial and industrial barons was legitimized and secured by the apparatus of the state, the centralized administration, the police, the courts, the army, and the church, and that wealth served in turn to underpin the state. Instead, argued Proudhon, everyone must be owner of the fruits of his labor, and workers could achieve this by grouping in associations, the product of which would be shared out equally among them. Those associations, autonomous but freely federating together, would ensure both independence and harmony in society. There would be no government of some men by others in this anarchist utopia. Proudhon criticized all forms of state socialism, nationalization, and public ownership, whether proposed by Louis Blanc or by Marx, on the grounds that they were as tyrannical as capitalism. He also advised the working class to separate itself from all political action, including participation in elections. The danger was that it would either vote for representatives who would betray its interest, or recognize a system that was loaded against it by the old parties. The working class should abstain, develop its own consciousness in isolation, and evolve its own tactics, which should be non-political. Mutualism and federalism responded to the traditions of the French working class but were anathema to Marx. They contradicted his view that the working class must engage in political action to seize state power, and then in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat take all the capitalist enterprises into collective ownership. Marx and the Proudhonists came into conflict at Congresses of the International at Geneva in 1866, at Lausanne in 1867, and in Brussels in 1868, when Marx was able to mobilize the Belgian delegates behind his resolutions. But a more formidable antagonist was already on the horizon. Mikhail Bakunin, who had spent the 1850s in a Russian prison, knew no other answer to authoritarian regimes than revolutionary conspiracy, and in 1866 founded a secret society in Naples. His statement that we have faith only in the revolution made by the people for their positive and complete emancipation 13 would have been applauded by Marx, but whereas Marx looked for support to the organized industrial workers of Western Europe, Bakunin wished to harness the latent anger of the slum dwellers and landless peasants of Southern Europe. And though he did not have the sophisticated philosophy of Proudhon, he too was an anarchist who believed that the state was the most flagrant, most cynical, and most complete denial of humanity, and must be destroyed. 14 In 1868 Bakunin founded a front organization for his secret society, the Alliance of Social Democracy, in Geneva. Militants gathered groups of adherents in Naples, in Madrid, and Barcelona, where the revolution of 1868 provided a favorable atmosphere, in Geneva and in the little towns of the Jura. The membership was composed not as yet of the very poor but of disgruntled students and school teachers, and the usual artisan elite of printers, builders, and shoemakers. Bakunin's ambition was to smuggle the alliance into the International and take it over. Marx and the General Council in London ruled in 1869 that not the alliance, but only its individual sections, could join. Even then, the watchmakers and jewelers of Geneva, who dominated the sections of the International in French-speaking Switzerland, objected to the Geneva section of the alliance joining their federation, and in the summer of 1870 Bakunin set up his own Jura Federation of sections which adhered to his anarchist alliance. Sections of the International which spread rapidly across southern France in 1870, and accounted for much of the no vote to Napoleon's plebiscite in May 1870, tended to look to Bakunin at Geneva rather than to Marx in London. The collapse of the Second Empire during the Franco-Prussian War in August-September 1870 was accompanied by a resurgence of social violence. Bakunin and his followers briefly seized the town hall of Lyons, from which they proclaimed the abolition of the state. But France had its own revolutionary tradition which competed with anarchist influences. Napoleon III surrendered to the Prussians after the defeat of Sedan, and a government of national defense set up at Paris proclaimed on September 4, 1870, the Republic was victorious over the invasion of 1792. The Republic is declared 15. Unfortunately, the government of national defense was divided between those like Thiers who, fearing disorder, wanted to make a peace as soon as possible, and those around Gambetta who ordered a levy en masse of National Guardsmen to support the Line Army in the struggle against the Prussians. Paris was besieged by the Prussians, but it was alive with revolutionary institutions, clubs, vigilance committees which supervised the 20 mayors of the city, the radical press, and National Guardsmen. Garibaldi's volunteers and recruits from Belgium, Spain, and Latin America joined the struggle. Many revolutionaries, inspired by Blanqui, believed that only an insurrectionary commune, modeled on that of August 1792, could carry on the struggle against Prussia and against the conservative classes, who preferred to make peace with Bismarck and to safeguard their property and privileges rather than risk a revolutionary war. Bismarck granted an armistice in January 1871 to permit elections to a National Assembly that would ratify the peace, and it was against this defeatist assembly that the working-class districts of Paris revolted on March 18, 1871 and established a revolutionary municipal government, the Commune. There has been much debate as to whether the Paris Commune of 1871 was a proletarian revolution and a conspiracy of the First International. The myth originates in two sources, namely Marx's reflections on the subject, the Civil War in France, and the findings of a commission of the Conservative National Assembly, which gave rise to a law of 1872 prohibiting membership of the International. Subsequent historians have tried to play down its revolutionary and working-class nature, but its exceptional nature must stand. 80,000 Parisians, including a large proportion of the bourgeoisie, fled Paris before the elections to the Commune on March 26, 1871. A third of its members were manual workers and a third, interlocking with the first, were members of the International, whether of its Paris sections or affiliated unions. Workshops which had been abandoned by their owners were handed over by the Commune to associations of workers, most successfully to tailors, mechanics, and to workers in the metal, jewelry, and typographical trades. The absolute autonomy of every commune in France to undertake social and economic reforms as it saw fit, independent of the state authorities, was proclaimed, 16 in an attempt to link up with ephemeral communes in Lyons, Marseilles, Le Creusot, Saint-Étienne, and Narbonne. At the same time the unity of France was to be preserved by a free federation of communes. Unfortunately, the members of the Commune were divided on how to ensure its survival in the short term. Jacobins and Blanquists proposed a committee of public safety to exercise a temporary dictatorship, Proudhonists and Internationalists were opposed. While the Communards were quarreling among themselves, Thiers and Bismarck agreed on a peace treaty which signed away Alsace and Lorraine and promised an indemnity of 5 billion francs. The way in which Thiers then hounded on the prisoners of Sedan and Metz against Paris by special permission of Bismarck was held up to scorn by Marx. 17. In the bloody week during which the French army regained control of Paris, 25,000 people were massacred, and 40,000 people were arrested and tried, of whom 10,000 were convicted. Half of these were imprisoned in New Caledonia. There were 93 death sentences, although only 23 judicial executions were carried out. The repression was a tribute to the fear of the French ruling class and behind it, that of Germany. In turn it had a dramatic effect on the socialist movement in Europe. In the first place, political action was now seen by many leaders to be dangerous if revolutionary, pointless if parliamentary, and anarchist alternatives were favored. The attempt by Marx to impose the centralized control of the London General Council on the International in the interests of political action served only to provoke a schism. Bakunin and his allies in the Jura Federation, Italy, and Spain saw the danger that the authoritarian behavior of the London Council might give rise not so much to a dictatorship of the proletariat as to a dictatorship over the proletariat. In 1872 they set up an anti-authoritarian international in which the autonomy of the sections and federations was recognized. Second, a debate was fought out between those who argued that the only answer to repression by the authorities was revolutionary violence and terrorism, and those who argued that the Commune had failed because the Parisian masses were insufficiently organized or aware of their goals. For the latter, opposition had to be extended beyond the ranks of intellectuals and skilled workers to the mass of the working class or peasantry, but a long-term program of organization and education would be required. The Russian revolutionary Lavrov, who had witnessed the failure of the Commune, urged intellectuals to go to the people in the towns and villages, to undertake propaganda, and to organize them. But the campaign of the Land and Liberty movement in 1876-7 in the countryside of southern Russia, in Odessa, and in St. Petersburg was frustrated by popular indifference, mass arrests, and trials, and in 1879 the movement divided into two, one group favoring more popular campaigns, the other resorting to bomb-throwing to destroy the Tsarist state. In Italy, the sections of the International, which were particularly thick in the Romagna, declared for Bakunin, and though Marx's comment that these sections were run by a gang of déclassés, by lawyers without clients, by doctors without patients, or medical knowledge, by students expert at billiards, by commercial travelers and clerks, and especially by journalists of the minor press, of more or less dubious reputation, 18 was prejudiced, it was not too far from the truth. Anarchists tried to ignite popular insurrection in the Romagna in 1874, but the peasantry showed their distrust and scorn for these outside agitators. In 1876 the movement split between conspirators who now tried to provoke insurrection in the countryside around Naples and others in the north of Italy who favored propaganda. Anarchism found a popular base only in southern Spain. There, the apostles of anarchism traveled to the pueblos which longed to recover autonomy from the central government, caciques, and civil guard, and the promise of a distribution of land took on the mythical power of a kingdom of God on earth, replacing the Catholic message of patience, awaiting salvation in the next world.